So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was the king of Oppai Dragon and had Koneko as Dragon Queen? Movie. So we've hit the 2-year anniversary of living here Kurama. Oi, answer me already. I know you're awake in there. Shut up. This is a special occasion, I figured we should talk about it. We can talk, after my nap. No, don't sleep now, you'll never wake up again. Seriously. And here I thought that I can close the shop for a day and spend some quality time with you, you overgrown lazy bag of fuzz. Well then, how about you carry the weight of our combined existence for a change? I would gladly accept that challenge, but I need to open up the shop. Ungrateful bra, Z's. Seriously, you were awake for like 5 minutes. It was a good thing that Naruto opens his ramen shop early, or else he would have had to receive many questioning stares coming his way for his one-man act while he sweeps his shop's front entrance. Then again, the reason he opens early is exactly because he receives weird looks already. The lady next door is still sending him pitying glances whenever he greets her, not for his one-man act, but for other reasons. Damn middle-aged gossiping old hag, I know it's you who's been spreading the rumors of me escaping an insanity asylum. It's not my fault I have a telepathic connection with a disembodied demonic beast who I befriended during a war against 2 guys and a rabbit god. Maybe the old hag is onto something. Shut up already, stop reading my thoughts then. We're connected by Z's. Kurama, buddy, you there. Naruto glances down to his stomach where the seal for Kurama's home resides. Hearing no answer except for a light snoring sound, the blonde teen sighs to himself and flips over the open sign before walking into his ramen shop. Looks like it's one of those days again. It has been roughly 2 years since Naruto awoken in the middle of the forest west of Japan's capital, Tokyo. He had no idea how he got there or how long he's been laying there, but by the time he got to his feet, the sky was pitch black. Not seeing any of the stars or even a moon to guide him, the blonde climbed a random tree and tried to recollect himself. He remembered the sealing of Kagaya Otsutsuki with the help his teammates and the beasts. He remembered Sasuke's harebrained scheme for obtaining ultimate peace. He slightly recalled the battle that took place where he gloriously, without a doubt, kicked some sense into Sasuke's ass. Red as barely remembers getting punched in the face and retaliating. But anything afterwards escaped the blonde. Try as he might, he could not seem to conjure up any memory of the events after he blacked out. After 10 minutes of him sitting cross-legged with arms folded under each other and face scrunched up in concentration on a tree branch, a little light bulb appeared on top of his head and smashed itself into his skull. He was knocked out of his thinking and literally fell into his mindscape. In front of him was the gate of Kurama's prison, and the same light bulb that smashed him earlier appeared again and dinged before disappearing. Suddenly, the idea that he should ask Kurama if he remembered anything popped into his head. Completely ignoring the metaphorical violence happening to him like a good main character that he is, Naruto walked past the gates of the prison and roamed into the cell. Kurama, you here? Naruto couldn't see very far into the deep dark cavern, so he decided to call out to his partner. Not hearing any answer, he panicked a little and called upon his chakra to do whatever it did for him to sense others. Getting a vague location of the giant chakra container relieved Naruto. Phew, there he is, but why isn't he answering? Maybe something's wrong. Renewing his sense of panic, Naruto ran towards the vague location of Kurama. Though even in complete darkness, he somehow managed to see the fox outline as he ran towards it. The giant beast was in his usual pose, laying on his stomach with his head on top of his forepaws. Seeing the resting fox didn't calm him down at all. This was mostly due to the fact that the fox was not responding to his insistent yelling of its name, and he can be very insistent. Hey, Kurama, you okay? Naruto was very worried, borderlining frightened, at the stilled fox. Kurama is many things: manipulative, cynical, grudging, lonely, fiery, and plain arrogant. Calm and silent, however, was not him. The blonde knew that if he annoyed the fox enough, he would definitely get a tail to the face, and here he was, insistently calling the fox. Kurama would have reached his limits at around the 5th call, but now Naruto passed the 50th mark and not even a twitch shown itself. Kurama, he whispers as he reaches out to touch the snout of his stilled friend, and got a tail slapped into his face, sending him flying a couple hundred meters before he falls to his face, ass sticking up in the air. I heard you, the first time, brat. The previously stilled beast opened one of his eyes to glance at the downed blonde. It pulled its lips up into a twisted smirk and gloatingly said, "Expect the unexpected, look underneath the underneath, right, Naruto? I will never worry about you again, you fuzz bag." Not bothering to lift up his face, Naruto begins to push his body back towards the still lying fox. He didn't need to look up to know the fox is wearing that damned smirk. Though he had said he wouldn't worry, in the end he still noticed how tired Kurama sounded and deemed it important enough to ask. Why do you sound so tired anyway? I thought you were the invincible Kyuubi-sama that wouldn't tire even after terrorizing an army of kittens. We're not in the elemental nations anymore. Naruto the fox broke in before Naruto could start another of his tirades. Kagaya managed to bite us in the ass even after kicking the bucket. An external dimensional rift was purposely left open. We fell straight into it. I have no idea where we are, just that we're not in the elemental nations anymore. Naruto was shocked. Kagaya still managed to screw him over even now. Sheesh, how persistent is that woman? Well, it's not like he has to worry. Hell, just wait here for Kakashi-sensei to use that space jutsu of his, which he needs the Sharingan to use, and said Sharingan is gone. Ding. You mean, no way back? Sorry Naruto, I am tired, I leave the rest to you. But, that's, why are you so tired, Kurama? Not completely accepting his current predicament, Naruto looked for something to grasp onto, and what he managed was the worry he had for his partner. We are not residents of this plane. It will take a while for it to accept us. Until then, it will try to deport us. I will anchor us here, so that we won't get deported. Don't do anything stupid. I won't be able to drag you out this time. Good luck, Naruto. The smirk that the fox had before turned into a compassionate smile as he closes his eyes once more and stilled, just like how Naruto had found him. Naruto stood before the resting fox, mouth agape, trying to redirect his thoughts to something. In the end, he just sat on the branch, eyes dazed while looking in the sky at nothing in particular. Naruto chuckled at the memory of what had happened on his first night in this world. Looking back at it, he felt that he could have done better than sitting on a branch for 10 hours straight before getting hungry and stumbling into civilization. Wow, I was so lost back then. Stopping a robber to ask him for some help, having the cops catch up to said robber, fighting off said cops to help said robber, getting arrested by said cops for helping said robber, and finally having to wake Kurama up to help bail him out of said arrest by said cops for helping said robber was the first line of events that happened an hour within him fumbling his way into town. On the plus side, he found out that, apparently, Kurama knows how to use genjutsu. Coming from the giant fox who thinks a bijudama is the answer to everything, that was honestly unexpected. I could have handled it better. Naruto suddenly remembers a scene of him punching a cop in the face for holding down the robber. Could have totally done way better. Another scene of Naruto being tackled down by a group of policemen flashes in his mind. A scene of Naruto being led to a police car in handcuffs with a jacket covering his head slowly plays out from the depths of his memories. He clearly remembers a pair of mother and child who stood in the backgrounds. The mother was covering the child's eyes as he pointed towards the arrested Naruto. Alright already, I get it. I am helpless without you, you bag of fuzz. The blonde screams aloud while tilting his body backwards. He grasps at his head and pulls on a huge chunk of his hair, as another memory slowly plays out. Hee Z's. Honestly, are you sleeping or not, you fuzz bag? Naruto grumbles to himself as he pulls out a cloth to wipe the tables of his small shop. His ears twitched when the doorbell's jingles, indicating that a customer is coming in. Since the shop only experiences an influx of a handful of regular customers, Naruto could pretty much guess who it was without even using his chakra sensing thingy power trademark, but he still used it to double check anyways. A little bit early to be coming here, isn't it, Issei? That's because there was something I wanted to get at the convenience store early today. A brown-haired teen in a school uniform walks up to the blonde ramen shop owner and puts on a perverse grin. Oh, Naruto, on seeing the grin, feels like he already knows the answer. Yes, you see, I timed it perfectly and have been planning this for almost 3 weeks now. I aimed the target at the nearby 24/7 convenience store down the street. I tracked down every one of the employees and made notes of their personality, work shift and behavioral patterns. Today was the specific day that Majiwari-san had a 10-hour night shift. Since he has shown lethargic behaviors during his morning shifts, I picked him in particular to be my cashier so that I could buy. The unexpectedly shrewd boy reaches into his uniform jacket and pulls out this. A magazine with a picture of a young woman winking to her readers while barely covering her sizable assets with her hands, in other words, a porno magazine. Yup, called it, Oppai Oppai Heaven Deluxe Edition. I've been gunning this down ever since it first appeared in that convenience store. After so long, I finally get to hold it and call it mine. The teen begins cradling the magazine like it was his own child while shedding tears of joy. Hey, if only that old hag next door could see this. So you spent 3 weeks getting this? The teen in uniform nods. Couldn't you have just asked me to buy it for you? But then it wouldn't be considered my child anymore. What about that magazine I bought for you last week? So anyways, part of the plan involved buying the porn in a stack of other objects to pull off attention to the porn itself. Here I bought this one for you. The uniformed teen, seeing that he was on a losing battle, straightens his back and puts the magazine away only to pull out a game package that he hands to Naruto. The blonde wordlessly takes the game package and looks down at the cover. It shows a picture of a girl, surrounded by 5 boys, with flowers in the background. Its title reads Otone Game, School Love Fest. Capture all the boys. Naruto proceeds to look back up at Issei with a stoic expression as if to silently say the hell man. Yes, that's exactly the look the cashier gave me. He completely ignored everything else I bought afterwards. I said I was buying it for a friend and well, here you go. Issei grins and gives Naruto the good guy pose, completed with a thumbs up and shining teeth. A cartoonish red vein pops out of Naruto's forehead as he throws the game back towards the team. The first time Naruto met Hyodo Issei was when the boy walked into his shop a week after its opening with a rubber ducky comically riding on the glowing red bump in his hair. The teen proceeded to drag himself towards one of the empty tables. Nearly the whole shop was empty with one or two stragglers hanging out in the shop, watching the television and passing time with a cup of coffee. Ordering a medium pork ramen, the brunette proceeded to slouch on the table, face meeting wood. The brunette stayed like that for another 2 or 3 hours, only getting up to eat the ramen that Naruto brought, with Naruto sitting at the same table changing the channels on his television to find something fun to watch. Stopping the switch at a comedy channel, the blonde slouched into his chair as well and accompanied the brunette in silence. After a while, the boy turned his head towards the ramen chef and asked with a sullen face. Hey, if a man were to see a hole in a bathhouse wall that leads towards the women's side, it would be his duty to peep at it, right? Eccentric people is what makes the world go around. Let it be known that Uzumaki Naruto, under most non-life-threatening circumstances, is a lousy source of knowledge to take advice from. Changing the views of a tyrannical god-complexed warlord. Why not? Changing the judgment of a man who has lost all hopes for humanity and thinks that everything will be better if he illusioned the crap out of the world. Sure, knocking some sense into his best friend who lost his marbles somewhere between back then and then. Every other week, cheering up a hormonal teenager who currently looks like his whole viewpoint on the world is on the line. Kurama-sama, a little help. Thankfully, the brunette managed to draw up a conclusion to his problem. He paid Naruto for the meal and left with a wistful smile. The second time Naruto met Hyodo Issei was when the boy dragged himself into the shop 2 days after the first time. He still had a comical red bump in his head as well. Ordering up a medium pork ramen again, the boy slouched at the table he sat in the last time. This time though, the brunette opened right up when Naruto accompanied him at the table. Apparently, the red bump was from a failed attempt to slip at a maid cafe and sneak a peek under one of the maid's miniskirt. Issei laughed at his failure and proceeded to pull out a notebook and show Naruto some perverse plans he has in store for future uses. Naruto chuckled at the teen's antics and Kurama, who was conveniently awake at the time, whispered. Oh gods, it's like that toad man all over again. The third time Naruto met Hyodo Issei was 2 days after the second meeting. Issei walked into the shop without any injuries and asked Naruto if he had a PFP game system. Naruto asked why and Issei said, so that I can play it here. Playing it at home is very nerve-wracking because mom could walk in at any time. By this point, Naruto knew why it was nerve-wracking if he wants to play his game at home, but he pointed out that he only had one television to hook the game system up to and it was the one in the shop. Issei, in all his gloriously stupid innocence, walked up to the straggler that seems to like to hang out in the ramen shop drinking coffee and asked if he minded if Issei played his game here. In the end, Issei, Naruto and the straggler named Dirt or something, Issei and Naruto decided to call him Dirt, played the dating simulation together. They managed to somehow unlocked and completed one of the secret routes that were surprisingly tear-jerking and emotional. Dirt left the ramen shop in tears, saying that he's off to go buy the game for himself. Issei left afterward but not before getting a promise out of Naruto that he won't play the game while Issei isn't around. Naruto closed down the shop and started playing it anyways. Kurama helped out a bit and somehow discovered the super secret hidden Easter egg for unlocking the Kitsune route. They pulled an all-nighter finishing that route. It was very touching. Kurama, the previous embodiment of fear and evil, teared up a little. Issei ended up being a regular to Naruto's ramen shack after coming at an average of 3 or 4 times a week. He always orders a medium pork ramen and asks a random goofy request. Naruto, for reasons he doesn't really understand, complied with most of those requests. Whether it was giving advice on perverse plans to buying a specific game or magazine, Naruto never could have said no to his perverted friend. So what game is it this time? A patron walks into the empty ramen shops with a cup of coffee in hand. He sees the owner setting up a gaming console in the middle of the shop and asks this while he takes a sip of his coffee. Hey, Dirt, we're planning on playing an Otone game that I brought for Naruto. Poking his head out from behind the kitchen's door, Issei greets the man. Oh Issei, don't just make your own ramen like that, it's my shop. Not a snack bar. And you, Dirt, order some ramen or something, stop drinking coffee damn it. Oh, so Naruto sans into guys, huh, that explains why there are no girls in this little group. Yeah, I figured that too. That's why I bought him this game. Oi, Naruto takes the game disc out of the box cover and tosses the cover at Issei. Oh, Naruto's done setting up. Let's play. Issei ducks under the thrown item and starts eating the bowl of ramen in his hand as he walks out the kitchen. We're playing as a female lead, right? What do we name her? To answer Dirt's question, Naruto picks up the controller and types in a name with it. Seriously, Issei cringes at the name typed. I wish you luck with finding a boyfriend, Uzumaki Naruto-san. Dirt gives a two-finger salute to the newly christened game character. It's asking us difficulty we should pick. Naruto moves the game along and goes to the next screen. Try the super hard mode, I wanna see what'll happen. Agreeing with Issei, Naruto clicks the super hard difficulty option and skims over the introduction, something about a high school girl making friends and finding love. He sped through most of it. As they get to the first encounter, Naruto slows down so that they can read the dialogue. Kitsune, who are you and what are you doing on this campus? Answer him truthfully, hit him, defend, magic, run away. HNG, what kinda dating sim is this? It turned into a turn-based RPG. Issei chalks down a mouthful of ramen when he sees the choices available. This Kitsune person is obviously the offending party, talking to a young woman without even introducing himself. You can fight back and shift the blame onto him. Try using magic. Dirt, meanwhile, takes the analytical approach to problem solving. Naruto clicks the magic option and a list shows up. Strengthen, magic up, defense up, meteor, holy nova, Armageddon, age of absolute disparity. A versatile move set. Issei-kun, what do you think we should pick? Dirt nods in understanding and asks Issei for an opinion. None of the above. We're trying to get a boyfriend, not a corpse. This Kitsune person might like strong girls. If he survives, we might unexpectedly get some benefits. Might survive isn't good either. Pissed, Naruto, there's a few pixels off on the bottom right. It might be a secret option. Pick that. While Dirt and Issei, Naruto hears Kurama whisper this to him. Naruto squints his eyes to see the pixels that Kurama was talking about and after spotting them, moves his cursor to navigate towards the secret option and click up. Oh, as expected of a ramen chef to have eyes for details, you've found a secret option without even trying. The screen flashes red and when the scene is shown again, Kitsune is on the floor with a sword stabbed in his stomach. Kitsune. So you have bested me. Well, it's not like I was that important anyways. I've already accomplished my job. Now, the queen knows you're here. She has conquered the hearts of all the boys in this school already. You won't be able to beat her. Mission update. Defeat the queen and take her harem of boys as yours. Closing curly bracket. Is this what's romance for girls are like? Man, I am glad I was born as a guy. Issei makes a complicated face as the game goes on. We're finally at the final boss. After a few hours of gaming, Naruto mutters this in exasperation. How the hell did we manage to save the earth twice already and still not have reached the final boss beforehand? Issei reads the text scrolling along and mutters as well. You know what? Why's the main character fighting the enemies anyways? Dirt, in between coffee sips, points out one of the game's various plot holes. The queen. Welcome hero, to my castle. Wow, they completely forgot about the romance altogether, didn't they? Pretty sure that's a line straight from Dragon Guest. Naruto rolls his eyes at Issei's comment and was about to click the continue button when Kurama cuts in. Naruto, my gamer senses are tingling. There is a secret route incoming. The queen. But before we fight, what flavor of ice cream do you like? A long list of options pops up on the screen. I am getting a feeling that the main character is into coffee flavor ice cream. Dirt inputs his opinion as he takes a sip the coffee cup which dubiously sounds like it's still full. You're in a ramen shop, obviously it's ramen flavored ice cream. Naruto rebukes Dirt's comment and makes his own choice. He continues to scroll through the options to find his choice. Did they even make that? Issei asks this with a bit of confusion. It's something I've been working on. Naruto pauses in his quest to find the option of ramen ice cream to say this. He points at a tub of orange ice cream in Dirt's hand. It's that one. Though not as flavorful as coffee ice cream, this is still surprisingly good. The middle-aged man takes bite out of the blank ice cream box. Wait a minute, when do you get that? Issei looks down from the box of ice cream up to Dirt. You didn't go into the kitchen, right? It was on the table the whole time. Didn't you get it when you made your ramen? Dirt blinks and looks owlishly back at Issei. No, I didn't even know that was a thing. Naruto. Issei turns his gaze to Naruto. I've been playing the whole time. Naruto waves the controller in his hand as he returns looks back at Dirt and Issei. The queen. Oh, that was me. I got hungry while waiting for the hero to arrive, so I sneaked a bite. I apologize for not saying so beforehand but I felt like that would have broken your immersion. It was quite flavorful, Chef-san. I have added it as a flavor in the options down at the bottom of the list. Closing curly bracket. Naruto, Issei, and Dirt stare at the television. The queen. Oh, shoot. Did I break the immersion? Sorry, let me get back to the story. Ahem, so, hero, answer the question or die. What will it be? I heard that too much gaming is bad for your head. Let's go for a walk instead. I agree, I also need to get a fresh pot of coffee. There's a new cafe down the street. I heard they had a really good parfait special in red bean soup. I also need to scope out their lunch competition. Oh, you mean the one with the cute waiters? Let's go. Guess I'll tag along. I wonder what their coffee is like. Pan, Naruto, Dirt, and Issei leave to go to the cafe that Naruto brought up. The queen. Hello, are you still there? Hello, please don't leave like that. At least save and turn me off. Hello, Moo, closing curly bracket. The queen, seeing that they left for real, calls out to them in the off chance that they might turn around. After seeing that they aren't, she starts pouting before she grabs the game's cursor to use it and hit the save button on the screen. A moment later, a figure climbs out of the game system and turns off the television. Naruto came home to interesting news after parting with Dirt and Issei. So you're saying that you're a Yokai? He asks a 1-foot-tall silver-haired girl with metallic wings and a halo that's more like a game disc. Yes, I am a Tsukumagami of the game School Love Fest. That you were playing earlier. The 1-foot-tall, fairy, monster, Yokai, said with pride as she sat on her knees. Didn't the legend say that you're supposed to be 100-year-old? He asks as he points at the Wikipedia page he pulled up on his phone screen. Ah, yes, that is a long story. Usually, that is the case, but my circumstances are special. She pauses and looks at Naruto to silently ask if he wants to hear it. Seeing as he had nothing better to do, Naruto sat on one of the shop's chair and gestured the girl to continue. Please make yourself comfortable before I begin my story. She pauses again when Naruto slouched into his chair and pull out a box of ramen ice cream. You see, the game School Love Fest is a spin-off series to the original game Love School Fest, a popular dating simulation series. Originally, the manufacturer wanted to aim for the female side of gaming populace while still keeping some of the manliness for the main character. Due to the head programmer's addiction to the Final Fantasy series, he based the spin-off series off of that. For some reason, the manufacturers accepted the idea and began producing the first 100 copies. The Yokai game paused in order to prepare herself for the tragedy she'll have to relive. They finished the production of the first 100 batches of School Love Fest before they got the results from their free trials. The results were less than favorable. Most reviewers left after the first 10 minutes. If the game had gone out, then the reviews, based off the trial run, would have ruined the company's reputation. The project was scrapped. The 100 copies were to be scrapped and all data of the project were to be wiped. I was lucky to have been misplaced, though not so lucky as to have been far away when my siblings were scrapped. One by one, they were thrown into the chute, torn to pieces, destroyed beyond all comprehension. From number 1 to number 99, they were scrapped. She stopped herself to take a calming breath. Naruto sat there with a straightened back, the box of ramen ice cream put away in order to show respect for the seriousness. Honestly, this was not what he was expecting. Being the last member of my siblings, I decided to fulfill the task that I was made for, in order to honor my siblings' memories. After such a long year, a boy finally bought me. I was finally used, and you looked past the flaw of my programming. The three of you continued to play with me even when the others left after 10 minutes. You allowed me to fulfill my purpose. I was happy. No, I was beyond happy. I fulfilled the wish to my siblings. At that moment, I and the 99 souls felt contentment, and me, the Tsukumagami of the game School Love Fest, was born. For giving me my dearest wish, I thank you, Master. The little fairy kowtowed to the blonde. She held that position for several seconds before sitting back up again. She continued to sit there with a stoic face and stared at Naruto. It took him a couple of minutes to figure out that she was waiting for his judgment. Uzumaki Naruto, ramen chef extraordinaire, the proud owner of Uzumaki Ramen. Stay as long as you'd like. Though it seemed redundant, he stood up and offered a hand for the small fairy to shake. Matsuri, Tsukumagami of the game School Love Fest, proud Yokai of Uzumaki Naruto. Please take care of me. She gave another low bow before taking his ring finger and middle finger into her hands and shook it. Matsuri, can you carry this to table 7? Naruto puts a large bowl of ramen onto the counter that separates the kitchen and the dining hall. Of course, Naruto-sama. Matsuri walks by and takes the bowl while leaving another 2 script of food orders before she quickly paces towards the indicated table for the bowl. Can I get a refill on the pork ramen over here? Of course, sir. As she is walking by, another customer calls out to her, causing her to pause and jot down the order to pass to Naruto. Naruto-sama, another large pork ramen for table 5. Yeah, got it, Naruto yells out as he makes another bowl. Upon ladling the broth, he notices something very wrong. Why's everyone eating so much? If this keeps up, there won't be enough for me anymore. As he goes to pass off the bowl of refill to Moerie, he whispers urgently to her. Moerie, close down the shop now. It's the only way to safeguard whatever ramen we have left. It's only lunch hour Naruto-sama, the crowd will calm down soon enough. If you want, I could make some more for you after work. Moerie, taking the blonde's order in stride, smiles at Naruto, gives a calm reply and then leaves to refill some drinks and clear up the vacated tables for the next group of customers. Damn ungrateful customers, when I was the chef and waiter, nobody came, but when Moerie took over, everybody comes. Damn source of income, stealing all my food. Naruto wistfully stares the large pots of ramen broth that only has roughly a quarter left for each flavor. His heart aches at how empty it is. Naruto-sama, one large beef ramen with an extra hard-boiled egg slice. As he does so, Moerie passes by with another stack of orders in hand. Seeing it brought tears to Naruto's eyes. Sob. Later that day, yo Naruto, can you get me a pork ramen? Issei opens the front entrance to the ramen shop and walks in. Immediately, he jumps to the side, narrowly missing a flying cleaver as it embeds itself into the wall that he had stood in front of a scant moment ago. We're close, you parasital source of incomes. Get out, leave my ramen alone. Naruto struggles vainly against Moerie's armbar hold as he tries to throw another knife in his hand. Calm down, Naruto-sama. The customers are gone now. It's just Issei-san. I'll make you a new batch of ramen, okay? Please calm down. While she holds back the rampaging blonde, Moerie whispers calming words to Naruto. Dirt. Explanations. Issei crawls over to the table he usually sits at and looks at Dirt, who's sipping on his coffee and ignoring the drama unfolding in favor of the comedy channel on the television. Oh Issei-kun, you've missed the best part. You should have seen it happened when Naruto-san chased off a pair of customers with a ladle. Moerie-san intervened at the nick of time. Dirt looks down to see the brunette and chuckles. He points at a ladle embed to the wall of the shop and then at Naruto, who's in a fetal position now, chanting for ramen, and Moerie, who's trying to get Naruto to stand up. Okay, I am going to need some more details than that, old man. Seeing Naruto away from any sharp objects and projectiles, Issei decides that it's safe to sit down at the usual table now. Well, that little silver-haired lady over there. Dirt points at the Naruto and Moerie pair is named Moerie. From what I've seen from earlier at lunch, she's a new employee. Apparently, she's also the new cook too. From what you've seen, you don't know then. How do you figure that out? The food isn't subpar anymore. I personally ate 2 bowls myself. Whoa, I've gotta try that. I can't believe you actually ate anything from here. Issei stares wide-eyed in disbelief at Dirt and his constant coffee cup. He turns back towards the drama pair and asks, so what happened to Naruto? Withdrawal symptoms. Withdrawal symptoms. Yes, you know how his usual business goes. 3 or 4 customers a day, including us. Issei considers the question a second before saying this with a bit of certainty. Moerie-san over there decoupled that in an hour at lunch rush. 10 times. Issei's eyes widens again as he takes a new look at the girl who's talking to the downed Naruto. Yes, so you'd figure that the ramen stock would be next to non-existent right now. But what does that have to do with Naruto? Shouldn't he be glad that he got more customers? Issei focuses on the shivering blonde huddling in the corner of the room. He's stopped muttering to himself and is now shaking like a leaf. Moerie puts a blanket over him and rushes to do something in the kitchen. What's Naruto having withdrawals from? Issei-kun, do you know what Naruto-san normally does with his leftover stocks? No. Issei looks at Dirt questionably. Well, whenever I come by, he usually has quite a bit of stock left, so doesn't he throw it out at the end of the day? No, he usually eats it all. No, I was invited to dinner once. But, that's like 6 pot full of ramen broth. Issei did some quick calculations in his head and got a shocking answer. He eats 60 large bowls of ramen a day. You can see why he's suffering from the withdrawal symptoms now. Dirt stands up and walks towards the kitchen. Come on, we should help Moerie-san cook Naruto-san some ramen. Silently follows the middle-aged man to the kitchen where he catches glimpses of Moerie busying herself making a bowl of ramen to ebb Naruto over. He takes one last glance in the blonde's direction and sees him taking solace in a corner of the room. Naruto's chanting for ramen again, which was good. Worryingly, that was all that Issei could hear for the next hour that it took to cook the noodle broth to edibleness. Naruto, I am bered ddd. Issei bemoans himself as he lazily slouches onto the table. Moerie passes by and gives him a cup of tea. He nodded his thanks before looking back at Naruto. During the past weeks, he and Dirt got to know the waitress, Chef Naruto's caretaker, better. The girl seems to live with Naruto in the second story of the ramen shop and for whatever reason, seems to positively worship the blonde in all his uselessness. Normally he would be extremely jealous to see a cute girl dedicate herself to a guy like this, but for some reason, he's not. Matsuri is just so much like a bro that he can't seem to squeeze out even an ounce of jealousy against Naruto. It's not that she's masculine or anything, in fact, he would say that she has a terrific body and dresses very cutely to fit in with her figure. A woolen sweater over a white t-shirt that emphasizes her upper body with black yoga pants hugging her legs that are cut off by a pair of knee-high boots. It's just, he can't seem to find any interest. It's just like looking at Naruto or Dirt, nothing. It wasn't just him, even Matsuda and Motohama couldn't find anything with the perfect hot female type that is Matsuri. Therefore, in all his brilliance, Issei came up with only one possible answer. Matsuri is just a bro. That is the only possible explanation. Whether this implies that Matsuri is secretly a dude or that she's just really cool with guys is up for debate. Issei is not complaining about not knowing, says Dirt. Anyways, back to the current problem. Issei, I never really bothered to ask, but don't you have homework or something? You come here practically every day and yet I never see you doing any schoolwork. Naruto paused his dating sim to approach Issei about his studies. Now that Naruto-san mentions it, Issei-kun, how is your schoolwork? Dirt seems to also be taking an interest since Naruto stopped playing his game. I do so and so, I guess. Suddenly, Issei kind of wishes that Naruto would get back to his gaming, shouldn't he be working right now? So and so Matsuri. Naruto squints his eyes in suspicion and snaps his fingers. Matsuri immediately pulls out a piece of paper from the inside sleeve of her sweater. When did she even get that? Yes, Naruto-sama. Hyodo Issei, sex male, age 16, height 56, weight 61 kg, grades, Japanese 54. English 46, Social Studies 51, Mathematics 60, Science 58, Special Notes. Has been sent to detention on more than one occasion for being caught peeping during and before lunch break in the female dressing rooms. Dreams and aspirations. I want to become a harem king. Matsuri dutifully reads the sheet in her hand and even went as far as to accentuate the exclamation mark at the end of king. Issei pales the minute she got to grade, and by the time she finished, he was giving her the hell man look that Naruto usually gives him. She sees the look and answered back with her anything for Naruto-sama smile. Where'd she even gets that kind of information? Has Naruto been stalking him the whole time? And even if he had, how'd he figures to keep that piece on him through Matsuri today? Has he been compromised? Was Naruto's ramen spiked the whole time to brainwash him? I read as Matsuri went and asked your teacher yesterday when I got curious. Naruto cuts off Issei's train of thought before he could continue. Dirt has brought it to my attention that I've been a bad influence by letting you stay here to goof off every day. Issei's glare at Matsuri did a 180 and turned onto Dirt. The middle-aged man suddenly picked up an interest in Naruto's dating sim and started playing it himself while Naruto gives Issei a reproaching look. Well, what about you? You're so lazy, I bet you didn't do any work when you were in school either. Trying to shift the topic, Issei moved on to Naruto's educational life. The blonde has stated outright that he's only 2 years older than Issei, yet he's opened up the ramen shop last year. Chronologically speaking, that would suggest that Naruto dropped out of high school in order to work. Yes, I never did like school. That's why I worked hard to graduate at 12. Naruto coolly replies with a completely straight face. It doesn't seem like he's lying either. Seriously, graduated at 12, wouldn't that make him some sort of super genius? Why is he working at a ramen shop then? Gay, what about Dirt over there? He never seems to be doing anything except for hanging around. Issei was cut off mid-tirade when Dirt readily pulls out a small book from his well-worn suit and opened it up to a specific page for Naruto, Matsuri, and Issei to read. There were some numbers and words that Issei couldn't make sense of, but Naruto seemed to understand as he looks at Dirt in disbelief. You make 100 million yen a month. Buy some ramen with some of that money then, you cheapo. What? Dirt makes what? Seriously, is this some joke? Yes, this is definitely an authentic balance book from the Saitama Resina Bank that seems to be well used. Naruto-sama uses the same bank, so I would know its legitimacy. This does indeed prove that Dirt-san makes quite a sum. Matsuri confirms Naruto's outburst after leaning forward and analyzing the book. Damn Dirt and his cocky smile, how Issei wishes he could wipe it off. Well then, there you go, Issei-kun. Good luck with your education. Seriously Dirt, damn you. If you need any help, ask Matsuri. I expect you to finish all your schoolwork today or you're not going home. Damn lazy genius blonde ex-ramen chef, get back to your porn game. Try your best, Issei-kun. Whoa, Matsuri, she's such a bro, why can't he feel anything for her, damn it? Issei ended up having a sleepover in Naruto's house due to the fact that he was very behind on his schoolwork. Who knew the lazy blonde was so strict, geez. Ding dong, knock knock knock, patapata asterisk. What the hell was that? Naruto jolts awake at the sound of his doorbell ringing. We don't even have a doorbell. A mailman perhaps. Matsuri, in her 1-foot-tall yokai form, flies off the pillow next to Naruto's futon and lands on Naruto's shoulder. At 3 in the morning. Who'd be awake at this kind of time? I am. You're too loud, brat. Naruto-sama, who was that? I just heard a voice. Moerie jolts up as well on Naruto's shoulders and looks around for the source of the deep and irritated-sounding voice. Oh, that's the disembodied lazy, giant, invisible nine-tailed fox that freeloads here. Don't worry about him, he's awake like 1% of the day. I am not lazy, brat, it is just that our energy expenditure exceeds my own natural production capabilities, so I have to enter a meditative hibernation in order to mass produce as well as to conserve more energy, understood? Z's. Ah. Sorry Mr. Disembodied, giant, invisible nine-tailed fox. Naruto-sama fell asleep after you said expenditure. K. Forget the ungrateful brat, I am going back to sleep, and just call me Kurama, tinier brat. Yes, Mr. Kurama, have a good rest, comma, Z's. Comma, wake up already, Kurama, getting irritated from Naruto's snoring, sends a jolt of chakra through Naruto's nervous system, making the blonde feel an instantaneous but unbearable jerk of pain. Ouch. Naruto jumps awake at the pain and falls on his ass. He looks around confusedly while trying to get his bearings. Huh, where am I? What am I doing? Where's the bed? You're in your room, you were answering the door and the bed is over there, Naruto-sama. Moerie dutifully answers Naruto's questions while balancing herself on top of Naruto's shoulder as he wobbles around to get up. Oh, right, I was answering the door. That's what I was doing. Naruto unsteadily walks towards the door and opens it. Seeing as there was no one there, he made the actions to close it before Moerie interrupts him. Naruto-sama, they seem to have left a package for us. Huh, ah, nice catch. Naruto looks down at Moerie's prompt and sees an envelope-taped package. He picks it up and closes the door. Walking over to the center of the room, he puts the package back down near his futon. There's no billing address or return address and it doesn't have a sender name either. What do you think, Moerie? I am not sure, Naruto-sama, but why don't we have a look at the letter first? Perhaps that will give us more insight on the matter. Right, here goes nothing. Naruto picks up the envelope and opens it. Inside was a 3-page letter that was stapled together. The first page's top right corner had the words "for the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto only" and some kind of scrawl in the footer. Well, I guess this is first then. Dear Naruto Uzumaki-sama, congratulations on obtaining a Yokai family member. Our organization was very happy to discover that the newest Yokai member to be born to our race has already found herself a loving family. It was a very big surprise to find out that the newest member is a Tsukumagami no less. You are a very fortunate man, Uzumaki-sama, as the Tsukumagami types are a rather useful race in normal urban life. Not only do they have a natural affinity for illusion magic, but they are also known for being extremely loyal and are semi-divine bringers of good fortunes. There are 3 things we must warn you about having a Yokai family member though. The first of the warnings is that you must not, under any circumstances, divulge the fact that your newest family member is a Yokai to any party who is not affiliated with the supernatural side of this world. There is an obvious reason for this, but in case you need an example, the Salem witch trials in the Americas, the Loudon demonic possessions in France and the events recorded in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. In all of these cases, the normal world is introduced to the supernatural and the outcome was less than savory. The second warning is that we ask you to not abuse your Tsukumagami's gifts to your own cause. There have been many times since this organization's founding where we've had to personally involve ourselves into the lives of other Yokai-owning families. None of those cases ended prettily. Please do not make use of your Tsukumagami's loyalty to do something she would regret. The third warning is that there are lurkers out there who will want to separate you from your family member. Though this is an uncommon occurrence, our organization would still like to take precautions. Inside the box that is to come with this letter is a stack of high-class Kekai seals made by the greatest seal masters in our organization. Please follow our instructions in the next page in order to set the protection and evil warding seals. Again, congratulations on your new Yokai family member. Please live a long and happy life. Sincerely, company leader of the Japanese Yokai force, Kyuubi no Yusaka. You know, I should be very surprised right now, but I am not feeling it. Maybe it's the lack of sleep. I'll worry about this tomorrow. Naruto looks through the other 2 pages to see that it was instructions on how to set up the barrier seals the letter talked about. He gives it a half-hearted read and tosses the letter onto the box. Afterwards, he crawls back into his futon and falls back to sleep while mumbling a short good night to Moerie. Yes, good night Naruto-sama. Moerie flies off the pillow to organize the paper Naruto haphazardly threw. After she is done, she flies over to the door to relock it, the light switch to turn it off and Naruto's heater to turn on the heat to compensate for the temperature drop caused by the night air's chill. Once she was sure that everything was done, she flies back to the pillow that was settled besides Naruto's futon and drifts off to sleep as well. Naruto-sama, wake up. It's time to open the shop, Naruto-sama. The next morning, Moerie, in her fully humanized form, tries to wake Naruto up after she finished the shop's setup downstairs. "Urg, I don't wanna work today. Let's just close the shop. We need to set up those barrier seals, anyways, right?" Naruto pulls up his blanket to cover his head and huddles up into his pillow. "Very well, Naruto-sama." Hearing his order, Moerie goes downstairs to turn the open sign in the front entrance back to the close one. She then goes over to the kitchen to clean up the day's business preparations and store them away. After everything is done, she walks back upstairs and kneels before the sleeping Naruto. Stairs, staries, staries. "Alright, I am awake already, stop staring." Within a minute, Naruto throws off the blanket and jumps up to his feet. He hurries to the bathroom to get away from Moerie's stare. "Good morning, Naruto-sama." Moerie smiles faintly before she goes downstairs to, again, bring out the preparations for the day. "So what was I going to do again? You had plans on layering the house with the protective barrier seals, Naruto-sama." "Right, that." Naruto opens the box and pulls out a package of flour. "What is this for then?" "Salt, beef, pork, flour, eggs, and other ingredients. I think this is the necessities to making ramen from scratch." Moerie crouches down to the box and unpacks the ingredients. At the end of it all, she pulls out another letter. "There's another letter addressed to you, Naruto-sama." "Let's read it then." Naruto takes the letter and rips the envelope open. Inside is another letter with the same scrawl in the footer. "P.S. My scouts, whom I have sent to check up on you and your new family member, have also reported to me some grievous news. Since Tsukumagami-san appearance, it seems that your shop has experienced an influx of customers due to Tsukumagami-san's takeover as the chef. The scouts also held a random survey with the customers of the shop. It seems that the new chef is more preferred to than the old one. As a fellow cook and the head of my own family, I know how dishonorable it feels to be shown up by a new upstart but not being able to do anything about it. Therefore, I have devised a plan to help you improve. Within this letter is the super secret Kyuubi ramen recipe that has been in my family for countless generations. I trust that you will use it well. Good luck, Uzumaki Naruto. Sincerely, Company Leader of the Japanese Yokai Force, Kyuubi no Yusaka. P.S. I don't think you sucked ass as my scouts have reported from their surveys. I will give them a scolding for having such a bias against your honorable personage. Please keep on preserving. Moerie, open the kitchen. Didn't you want to close the shop today, Naruto-sama? No, I have to show up those ungrateful bastards I call customers. Naruto's eyes ignite with a fiery passion. Ding dong ding dong. Matsuda, Motohama, don't leave me. Issei screams and reaches out to grab his two friends by their ankles before they could get too far away. Matsuda and Motohama, not expecting Issei's rise to drag them to hell as well, tripped when Issei managed to hold them back. "Issei, you bastard, let go and take one for the team." Matsuda in all his bald glory attempts to kick away Issei's hand even as he falls. It didn't accomplish much besides making Issei hold onto their ankle even tighter. "Issei, hurry and let go, they'll be here any moment." Motohama struggles against Issei's clutch as the boy slowly pulls him and Matsuda back to where they tripped him. "Kukukuku, consider this karma, my friends. If I go down, we all go down." Issei laughs maniacally as he holds tightly onto the ankles of his two perverted bastard friends. There they are. Get them, girls. A group of angry girls rounded the corner to see the three perverts that they caught peeping on them. Justifiably angered, they chased down the perverts for being perverts and proceeded to stomp the ever-loving lights out of the miscreants. "No, not the face. No, ouch, ouch, no, not down there, ah." Matsuda and Motohama scream out loud while Issei takes on his punishment laughing like a maniac. Kahahahahahahahah. Issei's class. Ringgggggggggggg. Safe. Issei jumps through the door of his classroom and rushes towards his seat. He unceremoniously tosses the two beaten corpses on his shoulder into the general direction of their seat. Now they can't say that he didn't care. After all, it was thanks to their sacrifice in easing the mob girls' anger that Issei himself escaped relatively unharmed. It might have also had something to do with the fact that he was laughing like a crazy hyena while the girls were stomping them, whichever worked. Sliding straight into his chair, he managed to pull off the same sitting positions as the rest of his classmates, sans Matsuda and Motohama, who were laying sprawl out on their desks. Matsuda in particular has his face on his chair and his ass sticking straight up just as the teacher walks in. It is currently the period after lunch, so Issei had expected the strict yet friendly Toshio-sensei to come and teach math. However, instead of the usual balding 50-year-old man coming in with his little packets of worksheet, a beautiful blonde woman came walking in instead. She had on a tight-fitting suit on with an equally tight-fitting skirt covering dark brown stockings. Her golden blonde hair was put into a bun and she exuded a very mature aura. Normally, Matsuda, Motohama, and Issei would definitely jump up and shout it out sexy teacher. While the class would either look at them in disgust or outright ignore them. This did not happen however as both Matsuda and Motohama are both out of action while Issei realized a very scary thing when the sexy teacher walked in and flashed him an almost unnoticeable glance and a knowing smirk. That sexy teacher is his friend. That sexy teacher is his friend whom he meets almost every day for the past year. That sexy teacher is his extremely lazy and ramen-addicted friend whom he knows does not have any cross-dressing hobbies. That sexy teacher was Naruto. So there Issei sits, elbows propped on the table with his face leaning forward while being held back by his clasped hands. He twists his face with absolute concentration as he tries to make sense of the situation. Why is Uzumaki Naruto, a guy, dressed as a hot teacher and in his class? Where is Tashio-sensei? Worse off, why the hell is he feeling a thing for Naruto? Naruto walks up to the teacher's desk and puts a stack of papers on it before picking up a piece of chalk. He starts writing on the blackboard. No, that's probably not Naruto. She looks a lot like Naruto but that's it. Naruto doesn't exude that kind of mature and teacher-like aura. He exudes lethargy. That teacher person is probably a substitute for Tashio-sensei. Tashio-sensei did say his wife is pregnant, he's probably off because of that. Yeah, this teacher is probably the substitute for Tashio-sensei. Wasn't there a legend that says everyone got someone else who looked like them in this world? What was that called? A doppelganger. Double gang. No wait, it was doppelganger. Yeah, that lady is probably Naruto's doppelganger. Lucky bastard to have such a hot doppelganger. Oh, she's saying something, better start listening. Hello, class, your teacher, Tashio-sensei, received an urgent call this afternoon informing him that his wife is in the emergency maternity ward. He rushed off after informing the principal but since there were no readily available substitutes, I who happened to have passed by was asked to fill in. You may call me Naruto-sensei, treat me well for today, no. The blonde gave a cutesy smile, tilting her head in sparkles. Issei's head slammed into his table. It started raining outside as Naruto-sensei began the lessons that Tashio-sensei prepared before he left. Issei spent the class period staring out at the raining sky, devolving his minds of his surrounding and the strange situation. Matsuda and Motohama didn't wake up until class ended, closely missing Naruto-sensei's leave. It was pouring loudly outside. By the time school had ended, the weather took a turn for the worse and poured everything it had onto the ground. From what Issei can see, it was flooding a little too. The students with umbrellas banded together and ran towards their house as quickly as they could before it could flood more. Matsuda and Motohama disappeared after class ended and Issei discovered that his umbrella was mysteriously missing. He takes one more look at the weather and sighs to himself. Some friends those bastards are. No kidding, I saw them running out of school using your umbrella. Issei didn't need to turn around to know who was walking up on him. After all, the owner of that same tone was the topic of his thoughts for most of today's school period. It also helps that there were students loudly waving their goodbyes to the fake teacher and yelling her name. Don't you have a ramen shop to run? Issei squats down and takes a sit on the stairs step after figuring he might as well wait out the rain rather than getting wet. Matsuri can take care of herself. Naruto takes a seat next to Issei. What are you even doing here, in that? Issei gives Naruto a sidelong glance to see that the blonde was even faking the way he sits so that he gives off a feminine vibe. I came to give the school report that Matsuri borrowed earlier back. I thought you might have liked it if I was a hot chick. Naruto smirks at Issei as he catches the brunette's sidelong glance. Now that Issei looks up close, he has to admit that Naruto is doing an amazing job of cross-dressing. Honestly, Naruto's body actually looks natural in what he's wearing. Normal crossdressers go for the conservative but overall cutely dressed style, kinda like Matsuri, but Naruto jumped right past that. From just what Issei could see and analyze of Naruto's body, he'd say that Naruto really was a chick. But he knew better. You look good, how'd you manage it? Ah, I didn't know you were such a charmer. Of course, I look good. I've been practicing this technique since I was 12 after all. Since the time you finished school. What do you want to be? A ninja. You have a strange preconception of ninjas if cross-dressing is part of your job description. Maybe it's the world that has the strange preconception of what ninjas are. Issei decides that he wasn't feeling like immersing himself in Naruto's strangeness, so he lets the conversation hang off. They both stare at the rain in silence for a minute. Naruto begins turning his head to look around. It's not like there's anything to see, just lockers and stragglers who didn't bring their umbrellas. So you want to show this beautiful teacher around? If you'd look to your back, you'd see our school's proud shoe locker area. It is separated by names and years. First year is towards the right and third year is towards the left. Since it's raining, we'll end our tour here, thank you and please come again. What a wonderful culture this school has. Issei ignores Naruto's deadpan and kept looking at the rain. Usually, at this time, they'd both be at the ramen shop with Dirt and Moerie. Naruto would be playing some old dating sim that Issei brought a few weeks ago and Dirt would be sitting right next to him, giving bad advice and sipping coffee. Issei would probably be chowing down on a bowl of ramen while looking at his homework. Moerie would be sweeping the shop, wiping the tables, or helping Issei, maybe occasionally bringing Naruto a cup of tea. That kind of lazy atmosphere is now so embedded into Issei that he honestly couldn't bring any energy towards the strangely dressed Naruto at this time frame. Naruto's probably feeling the same as they sat in silence. So how'd it feel being back in school again? Issei talks aloud this time to bring up a mundane conversation. As boring as it was the first time around. It's different from the place I went to but the atmosphere's around the same. School doesn't change. Issei perks his head up. It doesn't. Naruto nods his head down. I see. Yup. The rain continued to pour. Some time passed before either of the two moves again. Naruto stands up and pats the dust off of his skirt before turning towards Issei and saying, "Well, this has been fun and all, but we should head to the shop." Naruto proceeds to pull out the folded umbrella from his skirt pocket and click it open. As strange as it is that the thing somehow came from a form-fitting pencil skirt, he found it even stranger that the umbrella is big enough to fit two people. The blonde walks down the steps and stops just before entering the rain. He once more turns around to look up at Issei and asks, "You are coming?" Issei didn't say anything as he walks under the umbrella Naruto held. Honestly, he's got nothing to respond to the blonde's strangeness. All he could say was that it was Naruto being Naruto. There was really no point in Issei trying to figure out his friend's strange train of thought. As they pass the school gates, Issei sees Matsuda and Motohama returning with their own umbrella while Motohama holds Issei's stolen umbrella in his other hand. If he had to venture guessing, he'd probably bet that the two felt bad for ditching Issei and returned to help him out. The two seemed to notice Issei as well, under the umbrella of Naruto, who's smiling extra cutely while making small talk with Issei. They pass each other without acknowledging the other's existence. Issei because he doesn't actually have a response and Matsuda and Motohama because they're too shocked that Issei's sharing an umbrella with the rumored sexy teacher. Once they were far enough, Naruto returns to being the lazy man that he is and Issei catches on. "That was a horrible prank. Your friends were lousier than I anticipated. They took way longer than I thought to return. You owe me a free medium pork ramen. Take that up with Moerie. Now hurry up, I want to finish that other route I started on yesterday." The two quickly walk to the ramen shop in silence, with the rain accompanying them. Da the ball you, twisting every joint in his body to aim as much force as the human body can produce towards one direction, Naruto transfers the stored energy towards his arms, then his wrist, then his hands and then, finally, his fingers. The force of all the bones in a human's body was saved into one object and then thrown at breakneck speed combined with perfect timing and execution. This was one of Naruto's special baseball throwing technique Dat Ball Yo, the white and red flash. Whoosh. It was perfectly executed. Naruto grins at himself as he watches the ball seemingly disappear from his hands, make a swishing sound, then impacted Issei, who was the catcher and threw the boy a good meter backward. The kid didn't even know what had hit him. Even Dirt, who was the batter, widened his eyes in surprise by the ball's speed. Standing up straight while cracking his neck to add effects, he held out another baseball towards Dirt's and Issei's direction. He smirked at the pair of surprised faces well, mostly Dirt's surprised face. Issei's still eating dirt from the last Dat Ball Yo and coolly says, "Ready to lose, dear customers." Dirt collects himself and squints his eye at Naruto. He returns Naruto's smirk with his own predatory grin while stating, "Bring it, crappy chef." Issei, who's still down, groaned in agony as he felt his left hand twist at an odd angle. Earlier. Okay, add the powder just as it turns to 384 degrees and begins quickly stirring. Afterward, throw in the sensing sung and let it boil for approximately 0.2 milliseconds, and add the deep-fried boiled Hellion lizard newt. Naruto mumbles to himself as he slaves over his witch's cauldron. He has locked himself into the shop's kitchen for more than 8 hours now and has forbidden anyone, including Moerie, from coming in. Soon I will defeat Moerie and reclaim my rightful place. Kuku, he chuckles to himself as he added more ingredients to his concoction. Moerie felt another prickle of worry as she hears the latest bouts of giggles coming from her master. The silver-haired girl paces back and forth in front of the kitchen door as she intently tries to pick up any noise that implies that her master is in trouble. If she senses even the slightest hint of trouble, she intends to charge in and savage the blonde immediately. So far, the only thing she has heard was the sound of a crackling fire and an occasional burst of maniacal laughter coming from her charge. Moerie, just calm down. You don't have to worry about him, he's just doing his usual thing. Issei looks up from the newest dating sim he bought and was now playing. Ah, but that's exactly the problem, Issei-kun. Naruto-san is too active in doing his usual thing. Dirt sips his coffee while reading his newspaper. According to Matsuri-san, he's been cooped up in that kitchen for 8 hours straight. 8 hours. That's the longest I've ever seen him concentrate on anything, ever. Turns his dumbfounded gaze back towards the still-pacing Matsuri. Hey, Matsuri, what the heck is he working on in there? I honestly don't know, Issei-kun. Whatever it is, I am worried. I have never seen Naruto-sama being so youthful before. Matsuri stops her stride to answer Issei before taking up the motion once again. If Naruto doesn't come out soon, there'll be a new ditch in front of the kitchen. Issei and Dirt nodded their heads in mutual consent to Matsuri's analysis of the blonde ramen chef. He was a lazy idiot. That was literally the best way to describe him. Suddenly showing a will and concentrating on something important just isn't Naruto. Suddenly, Matsuri takes a step back and appears beside Issei's and Dirt's table. The kitchen door slammed open and malicious howls and groans started resounding throughout the ramen shop. A red fog slowly oozes itself out of the kitchen and surrounded Issei and the crew. Issei puts down his game controller and instinctively readies himself to take flight towards the front entrance. Dirt puts down his newspaper and takes a sip of his coffee, eyes squinted in all intent to glare down whatever will come. Matsuri is doing nothing. She stares confusedly at the kitchen entrance and asked, Naruto-sama, did you mess up the shrimp fish spices with the red fog powder mix? The slow-moving fog stilled and then retreated like it knew it was beaten at its own game. The moans and groans that were resounding through the wall stopped as well after a mechanical click sound was made. Naruto walked out of the kitchen with 2 menus in hand and made headway towards the table where Issei and Dirt were sitting at. Naruto had a refreshing atmosphere around him and slightly contagious smile on his face. The air around him sparkles disarmingly like it was trying to lure everyone into relaxing. Issei and Dirt didn't lower their guard. Naruto stopped at the table, his smile becoming 50% more refreshing and innocent. Issei made to bolt out of his chair but Naruto snapped his fingers and suddenly a force was exerted on Issei's shoulder that coerced him to sit back down. He turned in his chair and saw that Matsuri was holding him down by the shoulder while giving him her anything for Naruto-sama smile. Dirt, who already knew that he was cornered, intensified his untrusting glare, hoping against hope that it would at least kill the blonde's plan, whatever it is. So, my dear customer, would you like to try the newest special ramen of Uzumaki's Ramen? His smile intensified even more if that was possible, and the only thing that held Issei and Dirt back from listening to the blonde's deeply hypnotic words were their knowledge. The knowledge that screamed that is not Uzumaki Naruto. Retreat. I repeat, retreat. Managing to hold their own fronts in the face of what seems to be Naruto's serious mode for a full 2 minutes, Issei and Dirt broke down and looked at the open menu before them. The menu page was blank with only one item fitted in the very center. In fancy golden embroidered lettering were the words Uzumaki Ramen, Kitsune Special. For some unexplained reasoning, Issei's and Dirt's spine tingled as the danger seemed to increase exponentially after reading it. Naruto leaned forward and clasped both their shoulders. Well, how about it you two? The torrent of sparkles he unleashed upon them was physically painful. Issei could do nothing but tremble in fear while Dirt, bless that mon's brave soul, said. Ah Naruto-san, I would love to but unfortunately I am not too hungry right now. Is that so? Well, that's fine, how about you Issei? Damn you Dirt, damn you for ditching Naruto onto me. I am not hungry. Was all Issei managed to squeak out in the face of serious Uzumaki Naruto. Is that so? Then why don't we play a game to boost your appetite? His charming smile turned into a malevolent smirk as he redirects the sparkles back at both his customers. How the heck did he learn sparkle bending? If you win, I'll treat you to Matsuri's special ramen for lunch. If I win, you guys have to try out the special ramen that I made. Do you want to play? Oh god, my eyes. The sparkles. It's trying to kill us. I can't breathe. Vision, getting darker. Goodbye, cruel world. Sign Hyodo Issei. You put us in a rough spot Naruto-san. How about this, if we win any random games with 2 out of 3 times ratio, we get free ramen cooked by Matsuri-san for a week. However, if you win, we'll agree to be your lab rats. Dirt sees Issei's soul attempting to leave its body and made to negotiate some better conditions. Naruto's grin lessened greatly in destructibility and he pulled back his aura sparkles. He nods to Dirt's attempt at compromising and snaps his fingers at Matsuri, who somehow found a way to grab onto Issei's departing soul and push it back into the boy's body. Once the girl was sure that the boy was still in the land of the living, she reached under the table and pulled out a drawing box. In this box is 50 random games and sports ranging from rock paper scissors to ferret legging. Seeing as I am the challenger, I will let you and Issei take turns drawing from the drawing box. Each game and sport has been modified by Matsuri to the best of her ability to fit doubles team matches. Since Issei is still resurrecting from the clutches of death, why don't you take the first draw, Dirt? Naruto explains while keeping that refreshing yet extremely creepy smile of his. Seems like you planned this thoroughly, Naruto-san. Slightly grimaces as he puts his hands into the box. He pulled out a piece of paper that read baseball. Uzumaki Baseball. The group is split into two teams. One team will the batter and ball catcher while the other will be the pitcher and the outfielder. Each team will change positions every time a score is made. The pitcher will pitch the ball and the batter is to hit the ball. If the batter misses 3 pitch, then it's a point for the pitcher's team. If the batter hits and the outfielder does not manage to catch the ball before it hits the ground, it's the batter's point. The conditions for the ball being valid after getting hit by the batter is that it must 1. Be strike within a 45-degree angle field from the batter. 2. The ball must make it past the pitcher's circumference, approximately 60 feet. Possible points accordance to the batter is 1. If the ball does manage to be sent back at the pitcher and knocks the pitcher off his mound. The first team to make it to 10 points is the victor. Uzumaki Baseball is a fan-made parody of regular baseball. If it pisses anyone off, sue Uzumaki Naruto, he was the Uzumaki in Uzumaki Baseball. 3-2 Naruto, Moerie leads. Yeah, Moerie, knock the hell out of Issei's wimpy balls. Make him regret standing in front of you. Yes, Naruto-sama, I'll hit Issei-san's balls with all my might. As Moerie takes up the batter position, Naruto yells out profane encouragements. Oi, don't make it sound so dirty, damn it. Issei stomps his feet on top of the pitcher's mound, both out of frustration and to get a proper footing. Concentrate, Issei-kun. We are up against an opponent who should not exist within this world, a serious Naruto. He will do anything to make us lose so that he can have his way with our body. Standing a distance away, with a catcher's mitt in hand, Dirt warns Issei of Naruto's trap. Now you're doing it. Whatever, take this. Hyodo spin ball. Issei stomps his feet on the ground again and gets into position. He yells aloud and throws the baseball in his hand at a fast pace towards Moerie. Seeing the move, Moerie widens her eyes. But that's a fastball, Issei-kun. Without a moment of hesitation, she strikes the ball in a textbook perfect home run. Kukukuku, your dirty tricks won't fool my precious Moerie-chan. Kukukuku. Naruto stands up from his position in the catcher's spot and wraps his hands creepily around Moetsure's shoulders. He makes the motion to lick Moesure's cheek. Naruto-sama, seriously, what's wrong with you today? Give back the old Naruto. Once again, Issei stomps the ground from the numerous emotions he's feeling. TOH. Meanwhile, Dirt runs energetically towards the end of the ball's parabola and dramatically jumps. His posture would have made even pro baseball players jealous. Catching the ball and effectively killing his running jump's momentum with a few rolls, he stands up from a cloud of dust. He nods proudly to himself and looks back at the bickering fools who are ignoring him. After a moment of decision-making, he chucks the baseball at the nearest fool, Issei. 5-4 Issei, Dirt leads. Che, it looks like Dirt has gotten used to my dat ball yo, the white and red flash. I must use the next of my super baseball throw series, Moerie towards the left. Yes, Naruto-sama. Seeing another of his balls get hit by the middle-aged man, Naruto clicks his tongue and decides to change strategy. He tells Moerie where to go to optimize their chances while he takes up a strange stance with his throwing arm pointing completely outwards. Ho, it looks like you were hiding something. Naruto-kun still has a hidden ace left. I wonder what it is. This is starting to become fun. No, it isn't. Have you ever caught one of his balls? It hurts, damn it. Standing at the batter's spot and the catcher's spot respectively, Dirt and Issei bicker with each other. Take this. Dat ball yo. Rasengan. Taking Issei's exclamation as a signal, Naruto twists his body and throws out the second movement of his super baseball throw series. Is this some sort of trickery? Such a slow spin ball shall not surpass me. Dirt squints his eyes at the slowly approaching ball and sneers blatantly. The path is already easy to be seen from how slow the ball was going. In comparison, the first move, a fastball, was more dangerous. He roars mightily and swings his bat to strike the ball with all his strength into the right side of Naruto. From the pitcher's mound, Naruto grins and whispers chillingly to himself. Boom! Exclamation mark. Dirt's eyes widen in alarm as the baseball bat in his hand starts bending at an odd angle while he strikes it against the ball. He tries holding it still and pushing it back against the ball's pressurized spinning motion, but the bat couldn't take it. After a moment of struggle, the bat gives in and explodes. The ball flies off towards where Moerie had settled herself, due to Naruto's earlier recommendation. Tossing away his destroyed bat, Dirt glares down at Naruto. In return, the blonde smirks at wide vulpine grin at Dirt. Garg, it's in my eyes. There are splinters in my eyes. Meanwhile, Issei rolls around on the ground in pain. 9-9 tied game, Dirt batting, last strike. You've been a great thorn in my way, Dirt, but this is it. Even if you have figured out a counter to my dat ball yo, the white and red flash and dat ball yo, Rasengan, I still have one more hidden trump card. My original dat ball yo technique. Naruto declares this aloud as he puts his hands into a cross T symbol with the ball at the center. A worthy challenge. I accept. Come at me with your full strength, Uzumaki Naruto. Dirt aims his bat at Naruto before getting into a batter's stance. There's more. What kinda ramen chef are you? Go join the freaking baseball league. Issei yells loudly to the blonde pitcher. Ignoring the brunette teen's cries, Naruto takes a deep breath and then throws his baseball. TOH. Dirt narrows his eyes to analyze the ball. Speed. Extremely fast. Spin. None. Tricks. None. What is Naruto-kun planning? Seeing nothing special about the ball, he swings his bat in timing with the predicted projectile of the ball thrown. As his bat was about to hit the ball, Naruto yells out the name of his third technique. Dat ball yo. Cage bushin no baseball. Dirt widens his eyes in surprise as he catches the shadow of 9 other balls following the path behind the first ball. Because the swing was already made, he manages to hit the first ball but completely misses the other 9, which resulted in Issei getting swamped by baseballs going at breakneck speed. The man lowers his bat and pushes up his eyeglass so that it catches the sun's ray and cover his eyes. His mouth is twisted into a begrudging smile. I see. The rules never said the pitcher can only pitch one ball, just that the batter has to hit the pitcher's pitches. Well played, Naruto-san. Good game, Dirt, you were a great challenge. Naruto walks over to the man and reaches out his hand for a handshake. URG, let's get you patched up, Issei-kun. Moerie walks over to Issei's prone body and begins to patch him up with a roll of bandage and some cooling cream while Dirt and Naruto did their manly bonding thing in the background. Moetsure's such a bro, damn it. Paper, rock, scissor. Honestly, if you don't know this, you should be learning what it is instead of reading this. Also, search up the ultimate rock paper scissors chart. Now multiply that by 40. Paper, rock, scissors, shoot. The group flashed their chosen hand forward. Naruto used the pure white sun. Moerie had the cybernetic robot woman. Issei flashed the devil to be. Dirt got the nuke in disguise. So, who won? Issei asked out loud. Honestly, he was glad that they were playing something normal after his many experiences with death in the previous game. The problem is, he has no idea what he's playing. According to this chart, Naruto studies a strange rock-paper-scissors chart he got online. He turned it a few times as if trying to make sense of it before declaring, Issei won, I think. Wait, I thought, yeah, it kind of looks like Issei-kun won, maybe, sort of. Dirt takes a look at the chart as well and flipped it a few times. He ended up agreeing with Naruto. Oh, cool, I won. Moerie, what's the next game? Issei asks the girl who was sadly looking at her cybernetic robot woman sign. He must have startled her because she quickly hid her cybernetic robot woman behind her back and gave Issei a startled look before she processed his question. Since you picked from the drawing box the last time. Dirt-san needs to pick the next challenge. Currently, the match is tied at 1-1. Whoever wins the next game will be the overall winner. Okay then, Lady Luck, please give this old man a good chance. Dirt prays aloud as he sticks his hand into the box and pulls out a piece of paper that reads, First-person shooter. Uzumaki first-person shooter. Like any other first-person shooter game. Try playing Call of Duty or something. I just noticed something. Naruto pipes in after Moerie finishes explaining the rules of the game. What is it? Issei asks. We don't have any first-person shooter game. Actually, we don't have any action-specific games either. The closest one we have is School Love Fest. And Issei bought that on a whim. Moerie jolted a little in the background but only Naruto noticed. He patted her on the shoulder and gave a sidelong glance. She seemed to have understood the gesture as she returned it with a nod. You're right, I guess I really only bring dating sim games here, huh? Issei strokes his imaginary mustache as he looks in a far-off distance the furthermost wall. So, what do we do now? Dirt asks as he looked at the remains of the drawing box Naruto happily threw into the stove so that the loser won't call for a rematch. Should we go outside again and buy a shooter game? Issei asks while looking at Naruto who was beginning to slouch on a chair. I don't want to. We just got back, I don't want to go outside again. Yup, regular Naruto is back. Well, it is getting late. I think I should go prepare dinner now. Moerie looks at the clock on the wall and saw that it was reaching 5 in the evening. She gets up from her chair and walks towards the kitchen. She paused at the kitchen entrance to turn back and ask Dirt-san, Issei-kun, would you like to join us for dinner? Gurgly before either Dirt or Issei could answer, Issei's stomach declared its emptiness and made Issei blushed. He demurely nods his head at the Silverette's suggestion. He took a seat with Naruto at the table while the blonde reached to turn on the game system in front of him. Maybe playing baseball took more out of me than I thought. As long as it's not ramen, I am fine with staying. Dirt sits at the table as well and sips his coffee. Moerie nodded and said to Dirt, I am thinking of preparing a hot pot. Would that work, Dirt-san? Issei-kun. Yes please, sure, was the reply she got. She smiled and walked into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the pot. Some time passed by silently as the group lazy about. Issei lounged in his chair as he droopingly watches Naruto finish a tsundere root. The blonde was lousy at it. Dirt sat opposite of Issei and gave his additionally shoddy advice for how to handle the tsundere. Naruto had his full attention on the screen and Kurama, unknown to others except for Naruto, complains about the stupidly bizarre behavior of the female genotype. The sound of sizzling food and bowls being moved echoed mutely throughout the room. Sue, what was the new special you were forcing on us anyway? Issei tried to break the comfortable silence with the question that's been nagging on his mind. It's a new recipe a friend of mine gave me. Its constitution is a little strange, but it tastes pretty good. The blonde answers without taking his attention off of the game. It took you 8 hours to make it? Dirt asks while sipping his coffee. He raised an eyebrow at the ridiculousness of the idea. I wanted it to be perfect for you guys. Naruto pouted. Oi, are you actually pouting? Issei asks his strange friend. HMPH, of course not. It's not like I wanted you guys to enjoy something I cooked or anything dumb like that. Yup, Naruto is definitely pouting. Naruto-san, at least use a line from the game script that fits your character. Dirt sips his coffee methodically. Seriously, you couldn't have just asked us to try it. Issei puts his head on his left hand and leans onto it. I did ask. The blonde simply replied. Bullshit. I nearly crossed the Sanzu River when you asked that. Issei yelled as he remembered one of his earlier near-death experience. I have to agree with Issei-kun, you looked more like you were hiding a thinly veiled threat. No, not a threat, you killed Issei-kun anyways. Dirt backs Issei up. Naruto paused his game and looked at the pair in earnest confusion. I was trying to show my innocence and sincerity. Didn't they say the best way to show it is with a sincere smile? Naruto-san, you really didn't plan this script out too, well did you? You had a box full of games ready and you seemed very eager to lead us towards that path. Though this half-baked dialogue may fool Issei, I am much more competent at seeing through your lies. Dirt boasted as he sits straight up. He seemed confident that nothing could fool him. Guess his jobs must make him very adept in spotting bull crap and neutralizing it. Oi, what's that supposed to mean? Issei complains, but really, he wonderfully fell for Naruto's acting. Che, found out already. Naruto dropped the look of innocent confusion and went back to droopy lazy look he prefers. So, it was a trick after all. Issei sighs to himself as he gave the blonde a half-hearted glare before slumping back to the cool wood of the table. The silence returned and persisted. Dirt went and helped Moerie prepare the dishes and utensils for dinner. Issei continued to slouch about, though not out of the usual laziness but out of the sheer exhaustion that's finally caught up with him from earlier. He honestly must hold Naruto and Dirt in a better opinion. The two don't show any sign of the fatigue Issei's feeling even though they were the most active players. Issei-kun, can you help me with turning on the portable stove? I am bringing the hot pot out. Moerie calls out from the kitchen. Issei complied and took a few attempts to turn on the aged burner. The pot that Moerie carried out was massive. At 4 foot wide and 2 foot deep, the pot of broth was undeniably huge. Dirt came out from behind Moerie carrying the dishes for the hot pot. Beef, pork, shrimp, fish, egg, noodles, assorted vegetables, and even some drinks. The middle-aged man carried the 6 extra-large dishes, the bowl of eggs and the 4 glasses of juice like a pro waiter. In the corner of his vision, Issei saw Naruto turning off the game system and switching to a random game show channel. Once everything was set up and everybody settled in, they clapped their hands in unison and said itadakimasu. They then each started dipping what they wanted into the pot. Issei went straight for the fattest piece of beef he saw. Dirt got a ladle and started spooning broth into his bowl which was filled with noodles. Naruto was boiling 2 eggs within the pot with one hand while using the other to eat the food that Moerie cooked for him. Moerie professionally picked out perfect portions of vegetables and meat to cook for both herself and for Naruto. The 4 continued to eat in relative silence which was only broken by some small talk, a few old people joke from Dirt and the sound of the television in the background. They finished eating, cleaned up the tables and washed the dishes by around 8 o'clock. Dirt was the first to leave the shop as he joked about not being as young as he was before. Issei left afterward when he remembers that he didn't finish his weekend homework. Moerie went upstairs to prepare the futon for sleep. She, like Issei, couldn't exactly keep up with the energetic Naruto and Dirt and tuckered herself with the ball game from that afternoon. Naruto sat at the table playing a game for another hour to both entertain and accompany Kurama before the fox enters hibernation again. According to the fox, the world was finally starting to accept them as an inhabitant. This gave Kurama a longer waking period as the energy it takes to maintain their existence lessens. This didn't make Naruto worry any less for his friend. He had first-hand experience with the energy output that the fox was capable of. To see Kurama struggle for so long hurts. Especially when Naruto cannot do anything about it. Therefore, the blonde did the next best thing. He entertained the fox in every one of its waking moment. It was all he could do to thank Kurama for helping him so much. If Kurama can now stay awake for a measly 9 hours out of a week, then Naruto was going to give him everything that's worth the 9 hours. The blonde ramen shop owner smiled to himself as he heard the fox drift back into hibernation after a fun day of sports, food, and gaming. He turned off his game system and walked upstairs to join Moerie in sleep. Today was a fun day. Whoa, the shop looks extra busy today. What happened? Issei whistles out loud as he enters Naruto's ramen shop. He looks around for a seat and was pleasantly surprised to find that the usual table was clean and empty of customers. Ah, Issei-kun, welcome. Would you like me to bring you a medium pork ramen? Moerie walks by with a serving tray and smiles at Issei. That would be good, Moerie. By the way, why is it so packed today? It's because of Naruto-sama's newest special dish, the Uzumaki Ramen, Kitsune special. The first customer who ordered it said. This smell, this taste, this texture, it's Yusaka-sama's special Kyuubi ramen. At another table, a group of men yells this loudly, cutting off Moerie mid-sentence. They each pour the contents of their bowls into their mouth as they cry tears of joy. Men, take out your wallets, we must buy every last drop of this Amrita. Yes sir, Miss Waitress. Refill please. Yes, dear customer. Moerie smiles brightly and responds spiritedly to the group of men who were holding up their bowls. She turns back to Issei a moment later with an apologetic smile on her face. As you can see, Issei-kun, they said something like that. I'll be back quickly with your pork ramen, so why don't you grab a seat? Take your time. Issei waves the girl off and watches her leave to tend to the customers. He walks over to the table and pulls out his homework. Quietly, he ponders to himself, so that new special ramen wasn't a joke, huh? Much later. Thank you for your patronage. Standing at the shop's doorway with her waist bent, Moerie greets off the last customer in the shop. Phew, finally done. This was a surprisingly hectic day. Good work, Moerie. Naruto walks out of the kitchen while rolling around his shoulder to relax its muscle. He calls out to Moerie as she closes the shop's door. Your new ramen is surprisingly popular. Issei says this while he closes his notebook and puts it into his backpack. Jealous that you didn't get any. Naruto smirks at Issei cockily. If you get down on your hands and knees and beg to be my lab rat for the rest of your life, I'll give you some. Tempting, but a harem king bows down to no one. Dirt is on a more successful path to being a harem king than you are, cause, why no, he's rich as hell. Ku. Issei falls out of his seat and crouches down on his knees in pain. Cheap words will not bring me down. No, I mean, aren't you already down? Naruto gives the brunette teen a condescending look. Naruto-sama, what are these bowls of ramen doing here? Moerie pokes her head out of the kitchen entrance to give Naruto a questioning look and show off a bowl of ramen in her hands. Oh, I saved those for us. Bring them out, Moerie, let's eat. Naruto looks back at Issei as he says this. Oi Issei, take a seat already. I took the effort to save a bowl of special ramen for you. Okay. Issei sits back into his chair with a lukewarm reply. Here you go, Naruto-sama, Issei-kun. Thanks, Moerie. Moerie walks out of the kitchen with a serving plate filled with ramen bowls. She puts a bowl of ramen in front of each member at the table. Slurp, the sound of ramen being eaten echoed through the empty walls of the once crowded shop. Naruto, as always, breathed in the ramen like it was air and finished in 10 seconds flat. Moerie, who usually took her time, seemed to particularly enjoy the ramen Naruto made and finished before Issei. Issei finished his ramen at the regular time. Hey Naruto, this is the newest special you made. Yeah, why? It tastes the same as any other ramen you cook. I thought it tasted awesome. Then again, all ramen is awesome. Oh right, you have a ramen fetish. I forgot. After finishing his bowl and giving it a final verdict, Issei tells Naruto his honest truth. Receiving the blonde's reply, he couldn't do anything but give Naruto a look before turning to Moerie. Hey, Moerie, what do you think of Naruto's ramen? I like the ramen very much. The smell is subtle but very pleasing to the nose. The asterisk and asterisk really whetted my appetite and lured me in to take another bite. The texture of the noodle was springy and chewy but at the same time quite soft and made easy to slurp down. The taste was a bit diverse but the asterisk and the asterisk worked well in not overpowering the taste of the asterisk. Personally, I think that Naruto-sama's special ramen is on another league compared to my measly imitation. The silver-haired girl replies professionally without a tint of hesitation in her face. Naruto preens at the comment while Issei looks at the girl incredulously. How did you get all that out of Naruto's plain ramen? As if doubting himself, he takes another sip of his leftover broth and raises an eyebrow in a questioning manner. Naruto looks at Issei and Moerie with an investigative expression before clapping his fist on top of his palm like he just figured out something. Issei. Yeah, Naruto, you didn't finish your homework, did you? I did most of it already. I just have a bit more before I am done. I'll do it at home or something. Do it here, I'll check it when you're done. Naruto stares Issei down with a dangerous glint to his eyes. In response, Issei pulls out his homework again and begins working on it. While you do that, Moerie, let me help you with the dishes. Naruto stands up and carries the emptied ramen bowls to the kitchen. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Moerie gets up and follows after the blonde to the kitchen. This is because I called his ramen plain, isn't it? After the two leaves, Issei looks up from his homework and stares at the kitchen. He says this before he goes back to his homework. Inside the kitchen, did you give Issei the plain ramen, Naruto-sama? Moerie asks Naruto this as she passes a rinsed dish for Naruto to dry. No, all 3 bowls were the special ramen that Kyuubi no Yusaka sent through the letter. But Issei said it tastes like your regular ramen while I tasted something so incredible, it felt beyond my comprehension. That's probably because the special ramen is a Yokai dish. A Yokai dish, but there were customers who. Those are probably the people the Yokai Association sent to check up on us. So they were Yokai, I did not notice it at all. You're still relatively young for a Yokai. Don't worry too much about it. Yes, Naruto-sama. Hearing this, Moerie nods her head and continues to clean the dishes. Outside the kitchen, Issei, what are you doing? After he and Moerie finish cleaning the dishes, Naruto returns to the restaurant proper and immediately lock onto Issei as the brunette organizes his homework on the table to make the ink resemble the shape of a naked woman. I am creating a ritual to summon the Oppai gods and ask them to grant me knowledge. Glaring at the pages in his hands as if they were puzzle pieces, Issei answers Naruto's question without breaking his concentration. Carry on then. Naruto gives a mystified nod and walks to the table to turn on the game system. He keeps Issei in his peripheral in case the brunette breaks more than he already is. Call me if you need any help, Issei-kun. Moerie smiles and takes up a broom to begin sweeping the shop clean. Thanks bro. Issei grunts to Moerie and carefully lays down the next piece of homework into his ritual circle. A week afterward, a certain red-haired high schooler received a letter from her equally red-haired brother cautioning her of the new Yokai faction in Tokyo. The new faction already claimed a small shopping area near Kuo Academy as their territory, and they seemed to have made their headquarters near a small ramen shop in the center of the area, where they are spotted to often have seemingly unorganized group meetings at. The redhead girl was warned to be extremely cautious whenever they are near the shopping district. Ring-a-ding. Yo, I am here. Issei walks into Naruto's ramen shop with a slouch. Moerie waved at him with a smile as she finished writing down a customer's order. Naruto poked his head out of the kitchen to give Issei a quick sup, before ducking in again to fill out Moetsure's newest order. Seeing as they were busy, Issei stalked to the usual table to find that Dirt, who has been missing from the shop for a week, was there sipping his drink. Issei was mildly curious to see that the middle-aged man was wearing a collared Hawaiian t-shirt and a pair of shorts instead of his usual worn-out business suit. Yo, Dirt, where have you been? Issei asks as he sat down on his usual seat, opposite of Dirt. He began pulling out some worksheets to review. Ah, Issei-kun, you're here. Here I brought a souvenir for you. Dirt hands Issei a gift bag with some foreign lettering that Issei couldn't understand. A souvenir? Were you on a business trip or something? Issei gratefully accepts the bag with a thank you. No, it was the opposite actually. Some of my coworkers said that I was overworking myself and suggested that I needed to take a relaxing trip. Luckily enough, another coworker had spare tickets to visiting Spain and I somehow or another ended up tagging along. It was a fun trip. Dirt reminiscent as Issei gives him a stony face that expressed you. Work. What work? Hoped you had fun. Now then, let's see what you got me. Pushing off Dirt's obvious taunt for a Tsukomi, Issei opens the gift bag to find 4 magazines. Confused, he pulled them out and widens his eyes comically. Dirt, what? Issei stutters as he stares at the magazines in absolute awe and wonder. He gently puts the stack of magazines back in the gift bag and looks at Dirt. He gave Dirt a stare that lasted for 5 seconds before cracking into a mad grin and jumps at the middle-aged man. Dirt, you're such a bro, was what he yelled aloud before he glomped the coffee-sipping old man. Yup, you guessed it, Dirt bought Issei Spaniard porn. Oh, so, you've decided to give up on his ridiculous harem plan and aim for the safer path of the rich unmarried gentleman, huh? Good for you, Issei. Naruto walks out of the kitchen just in time to see Issei tackle the coffee addict. Issei tearily lets go of Dirt to grab the gift bag laying on the floor and showed it to Naruto, completely foregoing to comment on the blonde's insult due to sheer happiness. Naruto, check out what Dirt gave me. What is this Spanish? Naruto looks into the bag and pulls out one of the magazines. He realized it was porn on first sight but didn't realize the language until he stared at it for a bit. He looked over to Dirt with a crooked smile and says, did you go all the way to Europe just to buy something to woo Issei with? You know hell roll over and bark for normal Japanese porn, right? Ahahaha, strange as always Naruto-san. Here, I bought you and Moerie a gift as well. Dirt laughs off Naruto's insinuation and hands the ramen pair their souvenir. You are just tempting me, aren't you? Not gonna fall for it. Now let's see what I got. Naruto glared at Dirt for a good 2 seconds before taking the gift and ripping the wrappings to shreds. Naruto lifted up the object that was once covered in wrapping, beheld it to his eye level and then chucked it at Dirt. This is just more porn, damn it. Dirt seemed to take great amusement in Naruto's expression as he chuckles at the flying magazines being thrown. Moerie's tight expression seemed to agree with Naruto's mad accusations, but unlike the blonde, she politely sets her porn back onto the table. Issei gave her a puppy dog look that she understood immediately and gave her approval. The brunette teen beamed with happiness, so much so that even Moerie's sweat dropped a little. Naruto glanced at Issei's happy expression and scowled. Why are you so happy? Don't you have your midterms coming up soon? Seeing the boy's devastated face almost made Naruto's day, almost. It would have made his day if Issei didn't look like he remembered something horrible. That devastated expression only told the blonde one thing. Issei forgot about his midterm exams. The blonde sighed to himself and looked at Issei in exasperation. Relax, we still have time to cram. When are the test dates? Naruto prodded the boy on the ground. Issei looked at Naruto with dead eyes of resignation. It was the eyes of a soldier going into a war on the losing side. The eyes of a defeatist. He moved his lips and muttered, tomorrow. Moerie stared at Issei in disbelief. Naruto slammed his head onto the table and Dirt chalked on his coffee. Together they yelled, how could you forget such a thing until the last minute? Issei responded with a dry, cracked chuckle and a far-off look. Naruto scratched the back of his head and sighed before walking towards the madly chuckling brunette. He grabbed the teen by his collar and dragged him to the second floor of the ramen shop to study. Moerie, close up. Dirt, get a big crate of some strong black coffee. We got approximately a 12-hour all-nighter to cram months' worth of knowledge into this fool. Upstairs. 12 hours remaining until school opens. According to Issei-kun's report card, his weakest subject is English and social studies. He is proficient in math and science, aka failing slightly less than usual, and is in the middle ground with Japanese. Moerie reads off of the newest report card she got from Issei's school. According to the potential tests that I got glimpses of when hacking the school database, it is safe to say that we should spend the most time focusing Issei-kun's studies on English, Japanese and science, as they are the hardest ones. Issei started when he heard Moerie said something strange. Wait, did you just say you-ha? Since my job involves me making many connections, I am quite capable in the English and social studies department. I take up on being Issei's tutor for those subjects. Dirt cuts in before Issei could somehow distract himself. I am quite adept in the math and science area myself, so I will help Issei-kun with that. Moerie gives her 2 cents after Dirt gave his. In that case, I will take Japanese on for myself. Well, each split our subjects into 2 5-hour margins and 1 2 hours. I will take the 2 hours margin. Moerie, please give us the potential questions as well as the most probable answers. Dirt, you will go first. Naruto gives out quick and precise orders to his 2 accompanying teachers. Issei could do nothing except for sitting in the background making a nervous face at the Spartan course he's being targeted with. Oh, and Issei Naruto finally turns his gaze back at the boy on his knees. If you so much as dare to slack off for even a minute, these he pulls out the stack of 12 magazines that Dirt graciously got for Issei. Will never reach your eyes again. Naruto cowered the magazines with the air inside of his closet for dramatic effects. It had its intended results as Issei's face grew ashen white. Dirt sat down next to Issei and sympathetically pat the boy on his shoulder before saying, let's begin, Issei-kun. The teen could only nod and looked at the worksheet Moerie prepared for him. 10 hours 45 minutes remaining until school opens. Dirt flips a page in his hand. Issei swallows his saliva noisily in anticipation. Naruto silently plays a portable GS game. Moerie prepares the study material for both herself and Naruto. After a small eternity for Issei, Dirt puts down the worksheets. Issei-kun. Yeah, you pass. Yes, Oppai-sama has not forsaken me. With the minimum required score for a normal student. However, with your current grades in the report card, I am afraid you are going to need to make a much better grade on the test. No, Oppai-sama, why have you forsaken me? With a bored look, Naruto peeks up from his GS and says, that's one magazine, Issei. Issei jumps back up and snatches his worksheet from Dirt's hand. The moment it touches the table, he starts stabbing away at it with his pencil. 8 hours 5 minutes remaining until school opens. URG, Issei slumps down onto the table and drools with his mouth agape. His eyes lost their usual gleam and he begins loudly snoring. Is he asleep? Naruto, on hearing the snoring, looks at Dirt who's grading a big stack of paper that Issei somehow managed to write. He's finished with all his work, so it allowed him some rest. Dirt flips to another page with the number 32 printed on its top left. Really, that boy finished all 50 worksheets in around an hour. He flips to page 33 and spins his unused red pen. And most of it is correct as well. So he can do it after all. Moerie, wake him up when it's your time to teach. Naruto gives the brunette a glance before he returns to his GS game. Yes, Naruto-sama. Without looking up, Moerie organizes the worksheet that she and Naruto will teach Issei, all while calculating how much time she can afford for Issei to have a bit more rest. 7 hours 10 minutes remaining until school opens. Issei opens his sleepy eyes and sees Moerie looking down at him. He realizes that he's sleeping on Moetsure's lap and he chuckles. Moerie, I had such a strange nightmare. Moerie tilts her head at the slightly hysterical Issei, which prompted him to continue. Naruto was threatening me to study for 12 hours straight or hell take away all my porn. How crazy is that, huh? Issei starts chuckling deliriously at the strange idea. That's still happening, Issei. In fact, it's about to be Moetsure's turn to teach you soon. Naruto peeks over Moetsure's shoulder and shows Issei an alarm clock. Bolts up from Moetsure's soft, comfy and manly lap to exhaustively look at Naruto, who still has his game in his other hand, and then at Dirt, who's sipping his coffee. Issei gives Dirt a distressed look and the middle-aged man returns it with a smile and mouthed, "It's still good. Your magazines are still safe." The brunette visibly slumps down to knees in relief. "It's good that you're awake now, Issei-kun. Should we start?" "Yeah." Issei nods tiredly and sits next to Moerie at the table. 5 hours 30 minutes remaining until school opens. And you do this and carry the variable x over to here to complete the equation. Moerie leans over Issei's shoulder in order to show him the steps to solving the type of question she was just explaining. Whoa, that was all that was needed. How come I never remember learning about this? Issei gazes in wonderment at the solution Moerie neatly wrote down. This way of solving such questions is written in your textbooks. Did you not read that chapter, Issei-kun? What textbook? Issei looks at Moerie with honest confusion in his eyes. Issei-kun, have you ever seen this book before? It's your school textbook. Moerie hands Issei a semi-thick, blue, hard-covered book. No, I've never seen this before. Issei takes the book and flips through it with a bit of consternation. Oh hey, it has what the teacher's been teaching us, and solutions too. Issei's eyes glow in joy as he flips to a page with questions he recognizes. After flipping through the textbook for a bit, he turns to look at Moerie in complete amazement. As expected of you, Moerie. You're prepared for anything. Ahaha, thanks, Issei-kun. Moerie takes the compliment in stride and feels her smile twitch slightly. Both Dirt and Naruto look up from their respective cup of coffee and PFP to give Issei the air, "You an idiot." Look behind Issei's back. 4 hours 10 minutes remaining until school opens. And that's the final question. Moerie checks over the last of Issei's worksheet to see if they missed anything. Good job, Issei-kun. Why don't you go rest for a bit before your tutoring time with Naruto-sama? Issei nods tiredly again for the xth time that day and slumps onto the cool wooden table. Moerie, by your calculations, what are the chances of Issei passing his tests tomorrow? Considering the fact that he knows most of his exam's question by heart now, he should be able to pull his average up to above the passing requirement. That's good. Prepare the guest futons. Let him sleep for the rest of the night. Yes, Naruto-sama, is it because you care for his health that you let him sleep in, or is it because you're too lazy to teach him yourself? Dirt smirks at Naruto and helps Moerie drag Issei's dead body to one of the prepared guest's futon. A little bit of both. Naruto gets up from his spot and walks out of the room to go downstairs. Start sleeping first, I am gonna go for a walk. Yes, Naruto-sama. Good night, Dirt-san. Moerie crawls into the furthermost left futon, the one that's next to Naruto's, and begins to sleep. Have a good night, you too. Dirt picks his spot and takes his spot in the futon next to Issei's, who's the furthermost to the right. Good night, you too. Naruto closes the door behind him and walks down the stairs. Once he's in the shop's dining area, he heads towards the entrance. He unlocks the door, leaves the shop and locks up after himself. Afterward, he begins walking down the empty street. Alone, he speaks aloud. Hey Kurama, you think we got enough in our tank to shape a permanent Gudama? We can make up to 3 temporary ones with full power at our current capacity. A permanent one will have some restrictions. What do you have in mind? Let's make a good luck charm. 1 hour after school opens, 30 minutes remaining until class starts. I am late, I am late, I am late. Issei rushes downstairs with his clothes disheveled and his hair a crow's nest. Ah, Issei-kun, please wait a moment. Walking out of the shop's kitchen, Moerie calls after Issei as he jumps down the last few steps of stairs. What's up, Moerie? Issei stops short at the entrance and turns around to see Moerie wearing an apron. Here's your lunch and I wish you good luck on your test. Moerie hands him a bento box while also tucking in his shirt, straightening out his pants folds and buttoning up his jacket all at the same time. Yes, remember your preparations and you should do well. Dirt jumps in as well from his usual seat at the table they always sat at. As always, he has a coffee cup in hand. Yeah, thanks, I'll do my best. Issei nods confidently and races out the ramen shop when Moerie lets go. He runs for about a minute to his school's direction before he spots a familiar mop of blonde hair. Oh, Naruto, what are you doing here? Just taking a walk. Here, catch. Oh, Naruto throws a black object at Issei and the brunette catches it softly in his hands. An omamori. Issei opens his hands to see a pitch black omamori. He pauses for a second before looking back up to Naruto. Good luck on the test. The blonde walks past Issei and gives him a pat on his shoulder. Without another word, Naruto walks towards the direction of the ramen shop. Ah, thanks, Naruto. Issei grins at Naruto before he starts running to school again. Ringgggggggggggg. Safe. Issei rushes into his class just as the bell rings. He slides into his chair and slumps his back into it. He tries to calm his labored breathing and only somehow made himself more nervous for the test. He groans to himself as he tries to remember the Spartan teachings that Naruto, Dirt, and Moerie tried to imbue into his brain. He somehow managed to remember Motsurie's efficient teachings and Dirt's hands-on aka lots of writing approach. For some reason though, he can't remember Naruto's attempt at teaching. Any of it, actually. Knowing how enthusiastic the blonde was at getting him to study, Issei was sure that the blonde did something crazy to teach Issei, but for whatever reasons, he can't remember it. Was Naruto's teaching style so bad that my brain actively tried to wipe out the memories? Is that even possible? Before Issei could continue his train of randomness, the classroom door opened. Since this is a testing day, a random teacher is assigned beforehand to each class to administer the tests to the students. Trying to get his mind off of his re-enclosing nervousness, he took a look at the teacher and did a waterless spit take. Now he understood why he sensed a weird feeling of deja vu. -10 minutes earlier outside the Kuo Academy's school gate. Alright Moerie, you're the fill-in student for the empty seat next to Issei. Use whatever skills you have to throw off attention to yourself. Dirt, you'll be the first test administrator for Issei's class. I'll be the brain who's in charge of overlooking this situation and giving instructions. The main objective of our mission is to passively encourage Issei to pass the test. All forms of cheating will be regulated by me and carried out by you too. Remember to keep wearing your mini headphones for the remainder of this mission and don't let others notice it. Is there any question? Naruto asks as he sits within the cover of a bush while wearing camo clothing. It didn't really work out because of his blonde tufts. When and how did you even prepare all of this? Dirt asks as he fixes his gray tie while looking at a full-size mirror Moerie was holding up. About an hour ago I went to the principal and asked. He readily accepted my preposition. Naruto simply said, it wasn't a lie, just not the full truth. He did come to Kuo Academy and asked the principal with an extra helping of grade Kurama genjutsu, and the principal did accept after approximately 10 minutes of genjutsuing. Dirt seems to have left it at that, so Naruto deemed that he didn't need to explain any further. Is there any other question? Seeing the other two squad members shake their head, Naruto grinned and said good. Mission start. Issei's classroom. Dirt passed out the test and went back to the teacher's desk to read his magazine and drink his coffee. He didn't do anything strange when he got to Issei's table besides mouthing the words Naruto's idea, so Issei figured that this is just their way of encouraging him on. An hour passed and Issei had to admit that he was doing the test with relative ease. So far, he has passed no questions that he did not remember already doing. It was both reassuring and scary how all these answers that Issei's pouring out is from Motsurie's worksheets. He made a mental note to not let the silver-haired girl go near his computer, ever. He was near the end when he came across a question he did not remember doing. He tried to comb his mind of any mention of this question but came up blank. Panicked, he sat there for 5 minutes trying to do it himself, but he soon found that he had no idea where to start. Was this a new concept that Naruto was supposed to go over with him? Is this question in the blank spot of his memory of being with Naruto for the night? In that case, this is extra bad. If he misses this question and Naruto finds out, his porn collection would disappear. Issei sat there practically hyperventilating when something moved from the corners of his eyes. He made a subtle glance towards the moving object and almost screamed aloud at seeing Motsurie sitting in one of the empty seats in the classroom doing the test as well. He rubbed his eyes once and still sees Motsurie wearing the cute Kuo Academy uniform. He rubbed them again and still sees a very real Moerie casually doing the test in the cute Kuo Academy uniform. The very real Moerie took a quick glance at him and then signaled something with her facial expression. He somehow understood her signal and glanced down to her hand which held 3 fingers up. He immediately understood what that meant and circled the answer choice to the question he had trouble with. Somewhere within his mind, he knew that he was doing something bad, but honestly, he didn't care. Moerie is being an overqualified bro by trying to help him out. Who is he to reject such a thing? Who is anyone to reject such a thing? And like that, time passed until lunch started. Kuo Academy's courtyard. Lunch started after the first 3 portions of the test was finished and the students filed out of the room. Matsuda and Motohama questioned why Issei is staying behind but left quickly when the brunette reminded them that it was the swim club's day to take their physical. Issei also wanted to go as well, but the curiosity for questioning the certified hacker and old man about what they're doing here prevailed. The cheating pair, in turn, smiled at Issei like the Cheshire Cat and led him to the courtyard. They walked up to a tree and Issei saw a familiar mop of blonde hair sticking out from behind it. Circling around, Issei sees Naruto, in orange camo, sitting under the shades of the tree. Naruto sees the group as well and waved. "Yo, Issei, how's the test so far?" The blonde was slurping away at a steaming ramen bowl in his hands. "Scarily well, I don't think I need to tell you about it." Issei sits down, facing Naruto, and pulls out the lunchbox Moerie packed for him earlier. "Yes, Naruto-sama only instructed me to help you twice." Moerie sits next to Naruto, pulls out 2 lunchboxes from her school bag and hands one to Dirt. She turns to Issei and gives him a complimenting smile. "Well done, Issei-kun. Where were you anyways? I didn't see you anywhere to observe us." Dirt takes a seat next to me. He looks at Naruto as he opens Moerie's lunchbox. "I was in one of the trees." Naruto waves around the binocular that was hanging off his waist. "And I can be very stealthy, it's no wonder you didn't see me." "Let me guess, you've been training since the age of 12 in order to become a ninja." Issei deadpans at Naruto. The blonde nodded as he stuffed his face with ramen while Issei rolled his eyes. Dirt sat there and sips his infinite coffee cup after quickly demolishing Moerie's lunch. Moerie pulled out an extra-large thermos as well as 3 cups and hands Naruto and Issei a cup of tea. They sat in relative silence for a while before Naruto spoke. "So, what do you usually do at lunch break?" I usually either eat lunch with Matsuda and Motohama or I go peeking with them. Sometimes both." "What a proactive way to spend time in school." "Ah, the bliss of youth." Dirt nods sagely at Issei's words as if it was a regular thing that everyone does. "What did you do when you were in school, Naruto-sama?" "Oh, you know, the usual. Practicing how to throw ninja kunai and ninja shurikens, doing some ninja exercises, learning about ninja history and how to do ninja taxes. It's the usual." "Nothing about that is usual, you ninja fetishes." Now Issei-kun, you can't judge others by what they did, in fact, back in my days." "Dirt-san, your birth certificate says you're only 39. Not much has changed since your days have passed." "Wah, Moerie-san's saying something really scary." "Ah, that reminds me. So, you can hack huh, Moerie?" "Yes, but I am still a novice at it. Naruto-sama is still teaching me some of the deeper inner workings." "Oh ho, as expected of the mysterious blonde foreigner. You're working hard to fill out your list of character cliches, aren't you Naruto-san?" Dirt puts down his coffee cup and sarcastically applauds Naruto. The blonde ignores the man in favor of gorging down his newest ramen bowl. Issei looks at the blonde incredulously. "Seriously, what do you think ninjas do? Not being hackers, and masters of computer-based espionage, obviously. Hacking was something I learned after I stopped being a ninja." Naruto twitches his head and upper body towards an odd angle mid-sentence, cutting himself off before he looks back to Dirt and Moerie. Pointing at the two, he gives Moerie and Dirt quick instructions. "Dirt, hide." Moerie, extra cute smile, aim it at Issei. What Issei's eyebrows raise when Dirt, who seemed to have understood Naruto, immediately jumps into a bush next to the tree he was previously leaning on. "Yes, Naruto-sama." Moerie snaps her fingers in front of Issei's face to bring his attention over to her before she gives him a literally blinding smile. "Wah." Issei covers his eyes at the sudden influx of light and screams, "What's going on?" "Matsuda, do you see what I am seeing?" If you're talking about Issei's companions then yes, I am seeing it too. Issei's ears twitch as he rubs tears out of his eyes. He turns around to see Matsuda and Motohama through bleary eyes. They are stiffly standing a distance away. It must have been because he wasn't seeing clearly, but why does the two have pained expressions on their faces? "Huh, when do you two get here?" "Issei, you bastard, ditching us to go eat lunch with 2 hot ladies. Go drown yourself beneath Tokyo Bay." "Yeah, while we were looking all over for you, you were hanging out with 2 beauties. Go jump off Mount Fuji." Without answering Issei's question, Matsuda and Motohama run off in the other direction while screaming this aloud. What? Issei looks at the two in confusion and turns around to ask Matsuri and Naruto what's going on. He freezes when he gets a look at Naruto. Gone was the orange camo, face paint, and binoculars. Now they've become a form-fitting button-up shirt, light makeup and a pair of seductively hanging glasses. Naruto was dressing up as Naruto-sensei again. This time though, he dressed in a Kuo Academy female uniform and has his hair flowing freely instead of the tight bun from before. It took Issei a total of 3 seconds before a light bulb popped into existence and dinged. Seriously, stop doing that. Issei gets up from his seat and lunges at Naruto. Kahahahahahaha. Naruto deftly dodges Issei's lunge and quickly runs off at a just slow enough speed for Issei to still try and catch up to. Ah, the bliss of youth. Dirt sips his coffee as he climbs out from the bush he's hiding in. Issei-kun, Naruto-sama, class is restarting in 10 minutes, don't be late. Matsuri sips her tea from her seat and reminds the two people running across the schoolyard. Get back here, you idiotic prankster. Kahahahahahaha. Ha, it's been a while since I've seen the shop as empty as it is today. Naruto loafed on the usual table in his ramen shop. Besides him was Dirt, who as always, was sipping on his cup of coffee and reading a newspaper. Matsuri was in the kitchen, packing up the remains of today's still plentiful stocks. Issei hadn't come to the shop immediately after school, so he probably got caught peeking and was given detention. It really is rare. I've never seen you having 2 or 3 customers a day since Matsuri-san started working here. Perhaps it is because of the festival across town. Dirt looked up from his newspaper and gave Naruto a possible reasoning for his lack of customers. A festival? Which one? Naruto's interest peaked a little at the mention of a festival. The Sano festival, Naruto-sama. Matsuri walked out of the kitchen while wiping her hands on her apron. The festival parade passed by the other side of town sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock, earlier this evening. Ring-a-ding. Here you guys are. Everyone in the shop turns to see Issei walking in wearing a simple brown yukata. I didn't see any of you guys at the parade, so I figured you'd be here. Aren't you going to the festival? Issei asks while looking at the undecorated group. Why'd you figure we'd be at the parade? Naruto asks the teen in the dark brown kimono and sandals. Well, since the festival is always held on the other side of town, this shopping district usually closes down at lunchtime. Most of the shop owners here opens up a stall near the shrine where the festival is held, so I figure you'd be there too. Didn't your neighbors tell you that? Issei explains to him while giving his blonde friend a questioning look. No, I don't speak to my neighbors often. They think that I am an insanity asylum escape convict. I am not even going to ask. He looks over to Dirt and Matsuri. So you guys wanna go to the festival or not? Well, it does sound more enjoyable than staying in this secluded shop the whole time. Dirt scratches his stubble. It would be nice to see what a festival is like for once. Matsuri glances at Naruto to see if he wants to go. She would gladly stay behind with the blonde if he chooses to not go. A festival, huh? Sounds fun. Let's go. Naruto was at the shop's entrance and dressed in an orange yukata before anyone could blink. One moment he was lazily slouching on the table and the next, he's energetically bouncing like a kid on a sugar rush at the door. Hurry up. Come on already. We've wasted enough time. The blonde runs out of the entrance and headed in the wrong direction. Ah, wait for me, Naruto-sama. Matsuri chased after the blonde in orange, also going in the wrong direction. Hey, where are you guys going? The temple is that way. Issei bounds out of the shop and tries to get their attention. He ended up having to chase them while yelling wrong way. Ah, the blessing of youth. Dirt walks out the shop last and locked the door for Naruto. He then leisurely followed the noise of Issei's yell while sipping on his cup of infinite coffee. Wow, so that's the shrine. It's surprisingly crowded, everywhere. Matsuri looks around in wonderment. They have not passed the shrine's gate yet and the young Yokai was already feeling a bit swamped. Discreetly, she moved closer to her blonde master who has lost his earlier hype and went back to his usual lazy impassiveness. Of course, this is a traditional festival. Practically every neighborhood is here. Issei answered Matsuri's silent question while weaving through the crowd. Though I honestly have no idea what this festival is celebrating, I can definitely say I know some awesome food stands. Ah, if youth keeps up like this, our honorable olden traditions will come to an end. Dirt contemplates aloud while actively doing his best to keep the group together. Because it's so crowded, everyone needs to make room for each other to maneuver. Dirt took it on himself to maintain the group within a close enough distance to where they can locate each other by sight or voice. I wonder if they have ramen here. Naruto asks a question with enough volume to reach Issei, the makeshift guide to the festival for the group. The ramen chef looked around some of the stores near the shrine but found nothing of interest. There were a few toy shops and a couple of kimono rental but nothing that really connects with the blonde. If you want ramen, just go home. Issei deadpans at his blonde friend's obsession to the noodly treat. I think they sell yakisoba at the stands in the shrines, Naruto-sama. Moerie suggests as she continues to stick near the blonde. Everyone, we've passed the front gate. Gather up or you'll get lost. Dirt comically inputs as they walked under the red wooden shrine gate and into the temple ground. PFF'd. We're not kids, Dirt. I don't think we can get lost even if we want to. Before Issei could continue his retort to Dirt's advice, a sudden crowd appeared out of nowhere and passes through the gate just after them. Like a certain comedic scene that tends to show up from time to time in some dating sims, Issei, Dirt, Naruto and Moerie got separated, each member dragged off by their own little crowd. Seriously, what the heck, was all that Issei could yell aloud against the physical embodiment of the humorous force acting imposingly to his words. In an act of defiance, he reached past the barrier of his little crowd in order to grab onto one of his friend's hand. He managed to grab onto a soft, effeminate and yet somehow manly hand. Feeling like he already knew whose hand it was from his sense of touch, he pulled the hand and its person out of both their respective crowds. Not wanting to be dragged around by mysteriously illusional crowds again, Issei wasted no time to get out of the entrance area and paced quickly to the temple area, all while not letting go of Moerie's hand. Phew, I think we're safe from that mysterious crowd now. Issei relaxed himself after making it to the stall area, which is too disjointed to have mysterious crowds appearing without him noticing. Hey Moerie, did you see where the other two went? He turned around to ask his silver-haired friend when he widened his eyes at the person he saw instead. The person is blonde and has blue eyes. The person is wearing an orange outfit. The person has a droopy-looking stare aimed at Issei. The person is, however, not Naruto or his strangely realistic disguise, Naruto. The person is female. Her ponytailed blonde hair is a paler and more ethereal shade of blonde than compared to his friend's. Her eyes, while blue, is leaning more towards greenish and the blank stare that she was giving to Issei seemed more natural due to the lack of light flecks reflecting from her pupils. Her body is beautifully curved and much more natural than compared to his blonde friend's proportionally outrageous disguise. The young woman before him is extremely charming, and someone he does not know, and he's still holding her hand, ding. I am sorry for dragging you around like that. Quickly letting go of the strangely manly hand, Issei backed away from the blonde beauty and bowed his head to a near 90-degree angle. He held his head like that for another few seconds before raising it again to look at the girl. She had a knuckle in front her mouth, as if to cover up whatever sound she was making, and she was shaking from what seems to be laughter. Yes, that is definitely laughter she's trying to cover up. Wah. Fooled ya, the blonde whispered in a low volume while giving Issei a shit-eating grin. It took the brunette a few seconds to process the words, another few seconds to understand its meaning and a few more to recognize the originator's voice. Naruto, Dirt. He saw the crowd coming from behind them and made to warn the group but they didn't heed his warnings. Issei-kun seemed to have had a smart aleck answer readying for emission when the crowd made impact. As expected, the little group was splinted apart. He managed to sidestep the crowd and dodge the wave but the others weren't so lucky. He saw Issei dragging Naruto away to the stalls and Moerie getting dragged towards the praying ground. Ah, it looks like I managed to lose them anyways. Oh well, we'll probably meet up again. Let's see, where's the coffee stand around here? The middle-aged man sighed as he blended into the crowd while sipping his coffee. Moerie, she managed to finally escape from the bondage of the crowd too late. Looking around, she couldn't find a trace of her master's incandescent blonde hair. Wilting noticeably, she begins her trudge back to the temple grounds entrance in hopes of finding her lord when she notices something in her hand. Confused as to when it had gotten there, the silverette opens a letter in her hand. In it were 100,000 yen and a note that states, "Looks like we got separated, sorry Moerie. Here's some money, enjoy yourself. I'll meet up after a bit, hopefully with the others as well. Have fun." Ahehehe, Naruto-sama, what did you expect me to do to be putting in so much money? She giggles a little at her chosen lord's antic before taking him up on his offer and walked to the stall area to enjoy herself. Naruto and Issei, oh come on, don't be pouting, it doesn't fit you. Naruto said to Issei as he bit on his candied apple. Besides, I would have thought that you'd get used to this by now. He looks over to the pouting Issei who's questioning his sensuality. The brunette keeps muttering something on the line of it's a guy, it's a girl, the guy's a girl, and the girl's a guy. In the back of his mind, Naruto decided to hold back on messing with his henge technique for a while. It wouldn't do if Issei were to start suspecting every hot female he sees and interacts with is a certain blonde in disguise after all. Oi, stop muttering already. Didn't you want to enjoy the festival? Here, eat this. Naruto gave Issei a slight scowl and shoved a cotton candy he got earlier into Issei's hand. It effectively snapped the brunette out of his trance as he confusedly looks between the sugary treat and his blonde friend. Aw thanks. Issei gave his thanks before joining the blonde and eating the treats while walking around the stall area. Huh, this is pretty good, where'd you get it? He finishes the cotton candy fairly quickly and asks Naruto, who finished his candied apple at the same time. A few stalls back, the guy gave it to me for free when I gave him a cute smile. Naruto flashed Issei a cute smile that had previously enraptured many stall owners. Issei mentally admitted that he would have also fallen for it too if it was not for the wielder's confession. You dress like that to get free food. Issei deadpans at Naruto's strange habits and its reason. The ninja excuse was random enough to fit Naruto, but dressing up to get free food sounds a bit too much for the blonde. Nah, I do it to mess with people. Spook them a little and make them double think themselves. It's hilarious. The blonde openly responds to Issei's deadpan. He didn't miss the brunette's flinch as the boy thought of his situation. Catching a whiff something good smelling from nearby, Naruto grabbed Issei's arm and led him to the smell of more delicious and most likely free food. Hey old man, can I get 2 of that serving? Naruto calls out to the stand owner who was concentrating on making his takoyakis. Ha ha ha, anything for you sweet. The man laughs at Naruto's direct attitude and looks up from his work. He cuts himself off as he recognizes something after seeing the blonde male, currently female, in full. The man squints his eyes and took 2 noticeable whiff of air before he opens them again in surprise. Uzumaki-san, is that you? Naruto took his turn scrutinizing the man. He seemed familiar, but the blonde couldn't quite put a finger on it. Flashing his chakra to activate his chakra sensing thingy power, trademark, a certain group clicked into his mind. Ah, you're the one of the scouts. Bingo. And in one try too. Good job Uzumaki-san. Here's a prize for naming me right on the first try and almost fooling me with your disguise. The scout takoyaki stand owner handed Naruto his order of 2 boxes of takoyaki. How do you see through the disguise? I thought I did a good job at hiding my identity. Naruto accepted the box offerings and handed one to Issei, who wasn't paying any attention at all to the conversation in favor of ogling a pair of cute girls walking by. Leave it to the hormonal team to have tact in the weirdest places and circumstance. It is a good disguise, but you should realize that nearly everyone I work with is also in disguise. I have a way of telling what's underneath the physical mask. The man tapped his nose while filling out another order for the customers that was behind Naruto. So you're showing the young one the culture of Japan. I would be if we didn't get separated. Naruto stepped out of the way as the scout handed the customers behind him their orders. Ha ha ha, crowded temples tends to do that to people. The man laughed aloud and splatters some more of the batter onto the hot pan. If you find her though, lead her to the back gates over there by the temple ground. She's living in the human world, but that doesn't excuse her from having full enjoyment with our side of things. Who knows, maybe she's already there. Will do. Thanks for telling me. The blonde nodded to the suggestion and walks off, dragging Issei along by his yukata's collar as he wears a perverted smile from seeing an accidental panty flash. The blonde flashed his chakra once more to use his chakra sensing thingy power, trademark, to locate Moerie. She was on the other side of the stall area, at the gaming stalls. Though he wasn't much a sensor, he can still tell some emotions by the vague movements of a person's energy. Moerie's was calm yet energetic, showing that she's, hopefully, enjoying herself. Glad that his sort of roommate is having fun, he walks to the gate that the scout had mentioned before. He has no idea what to expect, but he sure as heck knew that it was different from what he's seeing now. Even before he met Moerie, he knew that there was more than humans living in this world like the bijus and summonings of his previous world, but the problem was that he never really bothered looking into them until Moerie appeared. Knowing nothing more than a few Wikipedia searches, he was kind of excited about what's to come. Hey Naruto, where are we going? Issei on the other hand was beginning to sweat in apprehension. When he finally noticed his surrounding was auspiciously missing cute females in kimonos, Naruto had already dragged him off to who knows where. The glint in the blonde's eyes that reminds him too much of serious Naruto is already a warning flare. The fact that human activity was thinning out and dead trees were becoming more prominent by the second wasn't doing much to help. A fun place that my friend suggested. I see it right over there. Naruto said as he points towards an aged shrine gate surrounded by walls. The oppressive aura that was visibly surrounding the shrine gate made Issei gulp aloud. Fun. You sure this friend of yours is trustworthy? No, not really, the blonde answers in complete honesty. If this was an attack, he'd just either kick some ass or Kyuubi Hirosayan out of here. He's not that worried, unlike his profusely sweating friend whom he's still dragging around. As he steps into the gate's vicinity, a nearly untraceable pulse of power vibrated from the gate and touched both teens. Naruto felt his chakra surge forward to counter the power, and he felt the inactive Gudama in Issei's pocket do the same. The power retreated back to the shrine gate and the oppressive aura from earlier dissipated. It seems that was the gate's anti-human function. Maybe he should look into whatever that power was. It certainly wasn't chakra, not that the humans of this world produce much of the energy substance to begin with, being with no chakra coils and all. He let Issei walk on his own again and motioned the teen to follow him past the gate. The difference between the inner and outer portion of the gate was tremendous. Outside is a small field surrounded by dying grass and trees. Inside is a bustling festival that's even more hectic than the one outside. Stalls surround shops that were surrounded by yokais, some in their full yokai form while others, still human form, crowding everywhere. Wow, since when they make a costume area here? Figures that your friend would be into cosplaying. The brunette boy said as he whistles and gives the cross-dressing blonde a grin. It's impressive that he's never heard of it before, but that's probably because he didn't know the right people to talk to. Naruto grinned maniacally when he saw an 8-foot-tall Oni making delicate sweets and a little girl arm wrestling something even bigger than the Oni elsewhere. This was going to be fun. Moerie. Ah, you're the youngling, scout. Both Moerie and the takoyaki stand owner pointed at each other out as they recognized one another. The stand owner was focusing on making yet another great batch of takoyaki when he heard a familiar voice ordering a box and looked up to see who it was. Moerie was finishing with raiding the gaming stalls and getting some great prizes that Naruto-sama would have enjoyed when she got hungry and decided to get some takoyaki. So the boy still hasn't found you, huh? The man packs up some takoyaki into a box and shuts off his grill. He hands Moerie the box filled with takoyaki. I trust that Naruto-sama will find me sooner or later. Moerie accepted the box and reaches into her sleeve to get some of Naruto's fund. The man stopped her by saying, "No need, that one's on the house. I am closing down anyways." Really? But it's still so early. Nah, I am moving on to my main job. Hey youngling, mind answering some question? The man walks out the back and motioned Moerie to follow. Your main job? Moerie made no attempt to follow the man, but she didn't retreat either. The man was someone that she is well acquainted with, so she can somewhat feel that he won't hurt her. She decided it best to gather more information on what the man wanted to begin with. Yes, a scout, or rather, your scout. It's been a while since I've been stationed here to monitor your activities. Usually, we'd leave it off if the yokai and their host agrees to live together. The situation with you, however, is a bit special. I wish to ask some questions and maybe answer a few to make my job easier. The scout explains to the cautious girl his intentions and jokingly puts his hands up in the air as if to surrender. Moerie found the answer satisfactory and begins to cautiously follow the man. They didn't move far, or rather, at all, as they only moved to the back of the stall. Hidden in the shadows of the stall, the scout made a few hand gestures and stuck a piece of paper onto the stall's wall. Moerie felt a chill crawling up her spine as the air between her and the scout shimmered. She tenses and looks at the man questionably. Don't worry, this is just a barrier to tone down volume inside and keep away curious eyes. You can easily walk out or even scream and people will notice you again. The scout scratches the back of his head and gives Moerie a disarming smile. It still calmed her, even if by a small amount. Okay, what is it you want to ask? Disregarding her caution for now, she asks the man for his question. The first, would is your host in any way or form hurting you or influencing you to do anything you do not wish to do? The man pulls out 2 folding chairs and hands one to Moerie. He then sat down on his and pulls out a small journal and began reading from it. He looks up at his interviewer and gives an almost apologetic smile. Sorry, it's part of the job, even if it's a stupid question. No, it's all right. Moerie smiles demurely as she slightly relaxes some more after seeing that the man was speaking truthfully according to Naruto-sama's licensing lessons. Moerie taps her chin in wonderment and answers the scout's question. Naruto-sama has been very kind to me. He never asked me to help him with his shop even though I was staying in his house for free. He stated outright that he has connections to let me go wherever I wished whenever I wished, and he even taught me skills that are usually not taught but learned through experience. Overall, Naruto-sama has been a perfect host. I see, that answers the next question. And what's next? The scout pulls out a pen and wrote something down before flipping the pages and writing in it every now and then. He asked her a few more questions such as, would you prefer staying with a yokai family over a human family? And does he feed you properly? Moerie answers them all truthfully, and before she knew it, the scout closed his journal and stood up with a relieved sigh escaping his lips. Phew, glad that's done. Thanks for answering the questions, youngling. This'll help me finish off some paperwork much more efficiently. No problem, please come and visit our shop if you really want to thank us. Moerie gave him a winning smile as she shamelessly advertised her shop. She made to walk back out of the shadows when the scout stops her to tell her something more. Ah, hang on a sec. Earlier, your host came by and showed a certain skill set to me without noticing. I never noticed before, but now that I did, I'll have to report it to my superiors. Tell me, do you think your master is special in any way? Naruto-sama has a bewildering mindset and tends to act very spontaneously. I do not know what you are talking about, but he does seem to be well aware of yokais before I came into his life. At least, that is my impression from his ease with accepting me. Seeing nothing wrong with answering the man, Moerie replies like she did before, truthfully. I see, thank you for accommodating me on answering these strange questions. Go back and have fun at the festival. I suggest the 5th stall to the left of here, they have good buttered grilled corn. The man smiles dryly and stalked off into the deeper shadowed areas of the shrine before completely disappearing. Moerie looks at the spot where he disappeared for a few seconds before returning to the lights while humming to herself. Dirt. Excuse me, do you sell coffee at this stand? Sir, you asked me that not 5 minutes earlier and 30 minutes before that, we only sell buttered grilled corn here. Damn it. Dirt staggers off again and blends into the crowd to continue his self-appointed quest of finding any drinkable coffee. A few seconds later, a certain Silverette walks by and orders a serving of the corn as suggested from her earlier companion. Naruto and Issei, seriously, this place is really elaborate. Issei looks around in awe at the stalls and shops they still haven't been to yet. There are so many places that each have their own yokai-related specialty. So far he and Naruto has visited the goldfish scooping stall, which had man-eating fish, the caricature stall, which drew what they look like if they were a yokai. He was an oni while Naruto was a kitsune, the gift-shooting stall, which Naruto earned them a pair of authentic heterochromatic lizard nude eyeballs, and the sumo stage, which had 2 really big oni-like men duking it out. This place was freakishly amazing. We've been here for a while, maybe we should go and find the others now. Naruto slurped up some yakisoba noodles while looking around for the familiar gate in which they entered. You're right. Wow, time passed by quickly. Issei pulled out his cell phone to check the time and found that time really has passed by without him noticing. In his moment of procrastination, he displaced his thoughts from being mindful of the crowd and bumped into someone. He fell down and looked up to see a half-drunk man. Watch we ya goin' brat. The tipsy man glared down at Issei and squints his eyes. He looks over to Naruto and scowls prominently. Why da hell are your kind doing here? Before Issei could react, the man grabs him by the collar of his yukata and heaved him up in an incredible display of strength. The now threatening-looking man made to say something but stopped when a hand grabbed his wrist. Please let my friend go. In his panic, Issei made a half-turn to see who had said that. He identified his savior as the now-disguised Naruto glowering at the man who held Issei. The man yelped and dropped Issei on his rear once more before pulling his wrist out of the blonde's hold. Naruto stepped in front of Issei and continued glowering at the man. The man glared at both Issei and Naruto as he rubbed his wrist, and Issei was just confused and scared shitless at the sudden atmosphere of near violence. It continued this way for a few more moments before another man broke through the crowd and ran towards the man who grabbed Issei. The newcomer patted the offender on the back to grab his attention, and then the two had a heated whisper discussion. It was really a half-whisper conversation, seeing as the drunken man said everything in full volume. Issei heard a few lines like, but they're probably, host. Why, they here, visit, fun is all. But couldn't make heads or tails of their conversation. Sooner or later, the drunk conceded to the other man and stepped back. The other man stepped forward and bowed his head towards Naruto's and Issei's direction. Sorry about that. My friend had a bit too much spirits and couldn't tell where he was. It was an honest mistake. Sorry about that. The man looks up with a goofy half-crooked grin and silently asks for an acceptance to his apology. That's okay, just please be more mindful of others. Naruto nodded slowly but still kept his glare. The man bowed a second time before turning to drag his drunk friend away. Just as they disappeared into the crowd, Naruto turns around and pulled Issei onto his feet. He then grabbed Issei's hand and walked off in the opposite direction of the other two. So what was that about? Issei breaks the uncomfortable silence that persisted as the two walked. Naruto paused and lets go off Issei's hand. The blonde turns around and Issei could literally see the change from serious to droopy on his friend's face. He looks at Issei with a lazy demeanor and gave a slow blink before saying, "No idea, probably just some drunken rambling," Naruto simply said while giving Issei his lazy stare. Issei didn't believe one bit of that but decided that if his friend was going to keep silent about something then he should just let it be. It's not like he even understood what that something was. He just knew that him being there drew the man's aggression. Perhaps he's the father of one of the girls that he, Matsuda and Motohama peeked on. That would explain a lot of things. They walked in silence once more, though this time, without any of the thickness of the earlier atmosphere. Once they made it past the worn gates from earlier, they walked to the stalls area. Naruto turned his head a few times as if to look for something and Issei followed along. He saw a flash of silver moving in the crowd and called out, "Moerie." The silver head paused and turned to the voice. It took her a moment, but she sees the mop of blonde that could only belong to her master and spiky brown locks next to it. She navigates herself through the crowd and smiled happily as she sees her master and friend. "Hello Issei-kun, Naruto-sama, did you enjoy the festival?" Issei flinched as if he remembered something bad and gave an awkward smile. Naruto nodded his head and asked her the same question with a drowsy smile. "It was enjoyable. How did you enjoy the festival, Moerie?" "I had fun, thank you very much, Naruto-sama." Moerie bowed her head to Naruto to show gratitude for him giving her money to enjoy herself. Naruto waved it off and Moerie raised her head again. Is Dirt-san not with you? The silverette looks around to locate the last member of the group but found that he was missing. Meh, the guy's probably off trying to find coffee or something. Issei quips at Dirt's affection for coffee. I don't know, maybe poor little Dirt got lost in the crowd. Naruto follows up with a grin. Beep beep beep. Before the group could continue their conversation, a speaker rang overhead and said, "Attention all festival participants, this is an announcement from the Lost Child Service. Will the parents and or guardian of one DERTAERG please come and pick him up? I repeat, will the parents and or guardian of one DERTAERG please come and pick him up?" Dirt. The group scrambles to find the lost child office. I seem to have run out of coffee. Dirt says as he puts down the ever-present cup of coffee in his hands. Naruto drops his controller. Moerie drops her broom. Issei drops his pencil. Eerily, the three turned their heads to Dirt's direction as one, mouth agape and eyes widened in shock. What? Did I miss something? Dirt looks around at those staring at him inquiringly. Chaos exploded. Moerie, go get coffee ASAP. Naruto jumps out of his chair and orders Moerie to go to the kitchen to prepare Dirt's life essence. He then walks over to Dirt and pats the man gently while saying, "Breath man, it's okay. Moerie will get some nectar immediately. Don't die on us here." Yes, Naruto-sama. Moerie bolts over the counter and enters the kitchen immediately after Naruto's command. Hello 119. This is an emergency. My friend is rapidly losing the liquid that's keeping him alive. Issei pulls out his phone and instantly begins filling in the request for an ambulance. Ah, isn't this going a bit overboard? I am not so into coffee that I need it to live, you know. Dirt begins chuckling as he figures out the cause of the commotion. He feels Naruto's deadpan drilling through him on his back without even turning around. He sees Issei closing his phone and turning around to add another deadpan to the group. Moerie sticks her head out of the kitchen and adds the third and final deadpan. You drink the stuff every day. You never seem to not be drinking the thing. Frankly speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if your blood is 99% coffee, Dirt-san. I limit it to only 20 cups a day, you know. That's still a lot. Samin. And here I was hoping to teach you kids the ancient art of coffee making. Dirt attempt to pout which caused Issei and Naruto to back off while Moerie stuck her head back inside the kitchen. So you wanted to show us how to make coffee? What's the point? Even Issei knows how to use a coffee machine, probably. Naruto picks up his controller off of the ground and sits down again while giving Dirt a raised eyebrow. I am not going to give you the pleasure of replying to that. Issei scowls in Naruto's direction and returns to his homework. Coffee machine. No, I don't mean that pathetic and miserable excuse of a half-assed drunken monkey bartender with no hands. No, what I mean is real coffee making. What I meant is this. With an engaging air flowing from him, Dirt pulls a large suitcase out of nowhere and puts it on the table which Issei had half in mind to clear up. Naruto shuts off his game system to see what Dirt was planning on doing and Dirt dramatically flips the case open as he gathered everyone's attention, including Moetsure's who's peeking out of the kitchen entrance. Inside the case was an assorted collection of tools, machines and beans. Issei stared at it and picked up one of the machines. He examined it for a while and looked over to Dirt. A fancier coffee machine. Naruto's automatic response was to smack the brunette upside his head while Dirt lamented on how his tools was being compared to the armless monkey. Moerie chuckled and told Issei that the thing he was holding was a portable water heater. So you wanted to show us the ancient art of coffee making by using modern tools for making coffee. Naruto raises his eyebrow as he holds up an electronic stove. The ancients wished they had this kind of technology. Dirt deadpans and unpacks all the tools. He lastly puts down the bag of probably coffee beans and clears his throat. I wanted to treat you kids to a proper cup of coffee since you've been looking sullen these past few days. True to his words, the shop's atmosphere has been leaning from calm and relaxing to eerily quiet and downright depressing the past few days due to a series of unimportant and unrelated circumstances such as Moerie slipping and breaking some plates, Issei taking one too many beatings from various females that he and his friends peeped on, Naruto having finally finished all his dating sims and having nothing to do in Dirt. Well, nothing really happened to Dirt. Put together in approximately the same time frame, the sullen atmosphere was created without anyone realizing it except for Dirt. So you brought all of this to make us coffee? Issei questions Dirt's plan. Not at all. I wanted to show you the art of coffee making so that you can do it yourself and cleanse your mind of all its earthly burden. To wash away all the taint that depression had left you with through the cleansing effects of the black nectar of the gods. And you wonder why we call you a damn coffee addict. Naruto stares at the middle-aged man stonily. Everyone knows that ramen is the true nectar of the gods. To say otherwise is blasphemy. I remember a coffee cake recipe I looked up earlier. Maybe I should try making some. Moerie offers her input from behind the kitchen's line. Dirt smiled and nodded while her lord shrugged. She took that as a go-ahead sign and withdrew into the kitchen's interior to prepare the sweet treat. To make coffee you must first. Dirt turns back towards the boys and began his lecture on coffee. Naruto and Issei didn't understand half of it and didn't bother remembering the other half. They would normally have tuned him out by now, but, to their shock, they found themselves being enraptured by his words. His tone, his gestures, his various actions to use his tools all took their attention towards him and only him. The two could have done nothing except silently accept their fate while Dirt blabbers on about coffee. After what seemed like an eternity, approximately 20 minutes, of grilling, smoking, grinding and dripping the beans, Dirt puts 1 cup of coffee each in front of the hollow-eyed boys. The two took a sip and slammed the cup down instantaneously. It tastes exactly like regular coffee. I thought you two wanted normal coffee that tastes like the handless monkeys. Dirt evenly replies as he sips his own cup. Besides, that was just to show you two how to prepare a cup. Show me up and make a better one. The middle-aged man attempts to challenge the two. He was at least fairly sure that Issei would be all for it. Might as well. Issei harumphs loudly and stood up to attempt what Dirt had shown him. The middle-aged man took a seat and watched the young high schooler struggle with the stove. He thought that it wasn't that hard. All he had to do was follow the steps that Dirt had attempted to explain to him. Though he struggled with the tools, he didn't have much problems attempting to make his coffee, but, throughout the whole process, he felt something missing. A memory of earlier came to mind. Coffee is an energizing essence that wakes up the drinker. If the brewer is just as down as the drinker, then the essence will be lost. The key in coffee making is not skill or technique, the only true secret is unending will to get what one wants. So that's it. Issei recollected himself after days of depression and truly opened his eyes. So what if the kendo club has given such a rough beating? That should be nothing in the face of a harem king. A harem king is one who stands above all others and face tribulations after tribulations without flinching. What is he doing now? Why is he moping around? This isn't how a harem king should be. If he wanted to be a harem king then he should be standing strong with his back straight. Ooh, the brunette abandoned his earlier attempt at coffee making and begins to redo his work with renewed vigor. Everything he does, every step he finishes was imbued with the energy that would have light up Tokyo for days on end. From the roasting to the grinding and even the brewing, the boy did everything with absolute confidence and energy. Dirt smiled at the boy as he figured out what the middle-aged man was trying to do. Naruto perked up with interest as his previously lethargic friend suddenly brimmed with energy. Order up. Once the boy was finished, he poured the final product within 2 cups of coffee and served it to his 2 waiting friends. The two took the coffee wordlessly and sipped it, only to spit it back out in a simultaneous spit take that even came with a small coffee-colored rainbow. Hey, what's wrong? Is the coffee that bad? Issei was taken aback at the reactions of his friends. Sure, it might have tasted a little off, but isn't that a bit much? The hell is this, goat's milk? Naruto squints his eyes and looks at his cup suspiciously. Know this subtle taste, it's like goat's milk but it's different, this is breast milk. Dirt declares after taking 1 or 2 more cautious sips. What are you two going on? Issei furrowed his eyebrows at the two's answer and poured himself a cup. Much to his dismay, the cup that held what looked and smelled like coffee tasted like very nutritious milk. The hell? Wait a sec, if this is breast milk and Issei made this, doesn't that mean that we're drinking? Naruto didn't need to finish his sentence as everyone in the room shuddered and came to one conclusion. Issei, never make coffee again. Sir, yes sir, good, let's move on and forget that this event ever happened. Dirt attempts to get his mind off of the taste of Issei's breast milk. He gestured in Naruto's direction and said, Naruto-san, why don't you give it a try? The blonde shudders noticeably and gets out of his chair to go to the items. He stood there and glares at the tools for a few tense seconds while Issei situates himself back into his seat. Finally, the ramen chef sighs and said to Dirt, my cook's pride cannot allow me to use another's tools. Without saying anything else or even wait for a response, the chef grabbed the bag of coffee beans and walked into the kitchen's interior. A few seconds later, Moerie was gently pushed out and the kitchen's door was slammed shut before the confused Silverette could even blink and say eh. Issei and Dirt walks up to the confused girl as she stares at the door. The three stood in silence, prickling their ears against the wood to hear what the blonde was planning and then withdrew as one when a loud clang crashed from inside. Another loud clang followed and a whoosh of fire being lit came after. Soon, the kitchen became a cacophony of sound and all those who were outside thought one thing. Is he making ramen? 5 minutes passed and no change happened to the situation. Dirt and Issei walks back to the table while Moerie decided to sweep the floor again. Dirt turned on the television to find something to occupy himself with while Issei went back to his homework. An hour later, the kitchen door was slammed open and Naruto proudly walks out with a platter holding 4 large bowls of steaming hot ramen. He walks to the table and sets down the platter to distribute the bowls and 4 small plates of cake that was previously hidden behind the bowls. He gestures Moerie to come and eat while carefully reading the reactions of the other two. Issei naturally has a look of distrust against both the blonde and his mysterious unidentified bowl of ramen. Dirt curiously swirls around the ramen broth with squinted eyes. Moerie sat down at the table and stared at the bowl as well. Naruto took the initiative to show that the noodles weren't poisoned and ate first. Moerie followed in afterwards and ate it with a surprising amount of gusto. Dirt shrugged and followed soon afterwards and slowly ate. Issei gave in last and ate the noodles. Everyone had a varied look of enjoyment to their bowl of noodles. Naruto, like everything else that involved the word ramen, finished his bowl and cake in 30 seconds flat. Dirt, who looked like he ate slowly, finished next and slurped up the remaining broth with zest. Moerie was the third to clean off her bowl and cake with a contemplating lick of her lips. Issei finished last as usual and sat his bowl to the corner. The four sat in silence once more, each one taking up their own thinking pose. So, how was it? Naruto leaned back on his chair so that he can get a good read on everyone. The others gave his question some thought and it was Moerie who answered first. I liked how you instilled the essence of the Kitsune ramen into my bowl. The flavor of your dark coffee broth went well with the erratic combination that the Kitsune special had to begin with. The cake that was supposed sweetened the taste bud against the bitterness of the coffee only went to emphasize the multiple combination levels of the saltiness and sweetness within the bowl. It tasted surprisingly well for such a strange mixture. As always, Moerie gave a lengthy description of what she liked about the ramen to boast Naruto's confidence level. Though not as descriptive as Moerie-san, I thought that you handled the flavoring of the dark coffee beans quite well. To bring out its taste and natural sweetness with none of the bitterness is quite something. Dirt gave his approval after Moerie finished. It tasted good, Issei, the ever-flatulent food critic that he is, said after everyone finished. HMHMM. Naruto nodded at each of the critics that his ramen got. He smiled at each positive remark and finally said, so if you had a chance, would you eat this ramen again? I would eat anything Naruto-sama makes. I could go for it on occasions. It's better than plain pork ramen, so sure, why not? Great, then you can help me finish off the other 7 experimental pots. Dirt and Issei immediately made a run for the exit. He said that they got in line early. I wonder where they are, Issei mutters to himself as he walks along a crowded line that's waiting for the midnight release of a certain dating sim called Love School Fest. It's supposedly the second addition to the first Love School Fest. That Issei remembered he once bought an Odome version of and left at Naruto's but couldn't find any information about it on the net other than the fact that it's a ghost game afterwards. He had told Naruto about it as well as his intentions to buy the second Love School Fest. And Moerie immediately jumped at the news. Somehow or another, Naruto ended up scheduling a meeting at the midnight release with everyone. According to the text, Naruto and Moerie got there early, Dirt came a while later and Issei was the last one due to his homework. Who knew Moerie was a fan of that franchise? After walking past half of the crowd and still not seeing them, Issei pulled out his phone and called Naruto's. The blonde answered his phone on the third ring. Hey Naruto, where are you guys? You must be pretty far off if you haven't seen us yet. What do you mean by that? Just keep walking and you'll see what I am talking about, yawn. Geez, don't fall asleep before I get there. You're the one who planned this. At least have the dignity to be awake enough to buy the game yourself. Yawn, sorry, it's just really comfortable. Comfortable. It's half raining out here, how are you confer? Issei made a half choking, half snorting sound as he saw what Naruto meant. Ah, you're here, I see you over there. Hi Issei. A little distance off, Naruto started waving at Issei with one hand while he held a cell phone in the other. He was sticking his head out of a large orange camping tent that was big enough to comfortably hold 6 people. The tent had wheels under it and 2 oars sticking out on the sides. If that wasn't ridiculous enough, the smell of food that wafted out of the tent as he got closer sure made up for it. He ignored the weirded out look that he got from the other game buyers as he walked up to the tent and went inside. Ah, Issei-kun, just in time. The hot pot is almost ready. Moerie greeted Issei as he walks in. She sat at the low-lying table in the middle of the tent while cooking the hot pot's broth. Naruto was at one side of the tent playing his portable GS and rolling around comfortably on a bunch of blankets like some sort of lazy overgrown house pet. Dirt was on another side reading a magazine while sipping his coffee. Seriously, couldn't you have just waited in the line like normal people? Normal is overrated. Dirt begins in monotone, like it was a practiced line that he had prepared for this occasion. Eccentric people is what makes the world go round. Naruto finished with a smirk. Issei rolled his eyes and smiled in exasperation, he couldn't argue with that whimsical sounding line. He walked over to Moerie to help her with anything she might need help with. She asked him to prepare some plates and get the drinks from the cooler. He laid the plates and the chopsticks on the 4 sides of the table and filled 3 cups of ice for himself, Moerie and Naruto. Dirt didn't need any as he already got his coffee. Another 5 minutes of preparations and Moerie deemed it good enough to eat. Everyone, food's ready. Naruto Caterpillar crawled his way to the table and Dirt walked and sat down at the table. Once settled, everyone clapped their hands in unison and said itadakimasu. Each one began chowing down their own food of choice. Dirt ladled some soup, Issei cooked some meat, Naruto got 2 eggs and Moerie went hot pot shogun. It was a quiet meal that finished in roughly half an hour. Dirt volunteered to go throw away the disposables since he also needs a refill of coffee. Moerie cleaned the mess within 5 minutes and Issei found himself with one problem: how's he going to spend the leftover 4 hours before the midnight opening? Naruto had his portable game, Dirt got his magazines, Moerie isn't ADHD enough to lose her mentality after sitting still for more than an hour, but Issei has none of those features. He almost wished he brought some homework. Moerie, as if noticing Issei's problem, tapped him on his shoulder and brought out a pink portable PXP system. Issei-kun, would you like to help me clear some routes from the first Love School Fest? That I have trouble with. It's the Tsunere route that Naruto-sama refuses to touch no matter what. Moerie gave a sort of troubled smile at Naruto's direction as the blonde noticeably becomes lazier in his fortress of blankets. Issei had to hold himself back from jumping the silver-haired girl while screaming Moerie. You're such a bro. 5 minutes into game on the Tsunere route was all it took for Issei to nearly throw the PXP out of the window hole. Whoever the hell thought that the idea of combining the cool and collected attitude of a cooter and the abrasive words of a Tsunere was a good one ought to seppuku themselves. Seriously, there isn't even a noticeable route. What kind of bad end is it when the heroine hands the player a poisoned bento with the classic Tsunere line, "I had extra, it's not like I made it for you or anything." HMPH, even Moetsure's eyebrow is twitching noticeably. Ah, so that's it. Yes, the heroine just has bad cooking capabilities. All we need to do is raise the poison resistance stat for our character before continuing her route. Yes, that must be it, Moerie decided with a scary smile on her face. Issei didn't even want to figure out how she plans on discovering the poison resistance skill. 20 minutes in and Issei starts to slowly back away from Moerie inches by inches. The Silverette was letting loose enough concentrated killing intent to cause illusions of death scenarios to happen from the corner of his eyes if he stayed close enough to her. So far, they discovered around 2/3 of the bad ends that was programmed into game, and the heroine is still actively trying to kill them. First was the poison cooking, then came the accidental flaming arrow headshots. After came the real sword kendo fights and the bare-handed wrestling contest with her pet bears, plural. The latest attempt that ticked Moerie off extra hard was the Hyorin accidentally dropping a pot of steaming hot ramen broth onto the main character from 8 buildings up. 40 minutes into game and Naruto joined in. He gave the Tsunere one look and said, "Creepy ass Uchiha bastard." Though neither Moerie nor Issei knew what an Uchiha is, they both nodded in yes when they registered the emotions behind his voice. Naruto really did throw the PXP out the window hole when he saw the travesty she did to Ramen. Dirt walked in a moment later, rubbing his head and giving the group a raised eyebrow while waving around a pink PXP. The group silently crowded Moerie as she continued to play. 1 hour and 62 bad ends away, the group cheered as the Tsunere finally admits that she likes the main character's hardiness and occasional company. They groaned again when she drugs them and sold them off to some shady black market. Make that 63 deaths. 30 minutes after the first hour, Naruto, following Kurama's advice, discovers the hidden immortal skill that was a major part of the Tsunere route. The only way to get it though was to save the world from space-invading aliens while playing in a null fantasy-like setting. The group groaned some more and Naruto said the thing that was in the group's mind. Who allowed the idiot that wrote the game script for School Love Fest to write the Tsunere route? 3 hours and 50 minutes into the game and everyone half-heartedly cheered aloud again for defeating the third and hopefully final boss to finish the Tsunere route. They then quickly braced themselves for the death that is to come following anything that is good within the Tsunere route. After 5 seconds of dialogue and no sudden death, the group relaxes by a tiny fraction and pressed on. Thank you for freeing me from the curse that has rid my mind. Though don't let it get to your head either. It's not like I like you or anything, HMPH. The in-game Tsunere said after kissing the main character on the cheek. Finally, something that's normal, Naruto basked in the normalness of the scene that played out before him. Finally, we finished this game fully, Moerie puts down the PXP and gives a wistful smile at it. It felt good to finish one of her sister games, even if it wasn't School Love Fest. Ha ha ha, the anxiety of the game shaved off half of my coffee cup. That was truly a mind-boggling game. Dirt laughs and leaned against the tense wall to relax. Wait a minute guys, there's still some more text after the ending credits, Issei told his friends and clicked the go button. Though, that doesn't mean I won't kill you now, teehee. The ending credits was dyed in the blood of the main character and the screen showed the familiar bad end text that everyone knew by heart. Everyone held a shocked face for a few seconds before screaming aloud, "Damn Tsunere!" Just as the midnight bell rang for the opening of the second Love School Fest. Incidentally, and much to everyone's horror, the second game was held in the future of the first game and had the Tsunere as the mother figure. The first 3 minutes were filled with blood and bad ends. "Oh hey, I think I have a bite," Issei says as he feels a light pull on his fishing rod. He held his rod still for a couple of tense seconds before the line was pulled, indicating that he hooked a fish. "Really?" Moerie came over to him with a fishing net and a bucket of stream water that already held some fishes within. "Yup, a feisty one too," the brunette said as he attempts reel in his second fish of the day. Moerie fished out a valiantly struggling medium-sized fish with the net in her hands. Swiftly removing the hook, she gently displaced the fish into the pail of lake water that held a number of other fishes. "That makes 8. This number should be about enough. Everyone, we have enough now," Moerie calls out to the other 2 fishers from further along the stream. Dirt jolted awake from his nap and knocked over the fishing rod that was being held to his side by 2 big stones. The middle-aged man looks around and half-heartedly wipes off his dribble before his brain starts to process what's happening around him. Naruto looks at the fish within his hand, shrugged and threw it back into the water. He then started to waddle back to shore to dry himself off and throw on the rest of his clothes. Apparently Naruto logic equates that all ninjas must have a semi-tolerable mastery of bare-handed fishing techniques. "I'll start making the dough and noodles," the blonde said as he walks to the table that held the ramen supplies Moerie had spread out earlier. "I'll start on the broth," Moerie declares as she follows Naruto to the table. "Me and Issei will clean the fish," Dirt announces as he gets off his lawn chair and walks to Issei with the gathered tools for gutting and cleaning the fishes that were caught. Issei groans as he stands up from the spot that he has sat on for more than an hour. He stretched loudly to pop his stiff back and looks at the sun. The flaming ball was barely up to noon hours. It really is hard to believe that they have been here for hours, especially since they were all at the ramen shop just that morning. Earlier that day, YAWNNNN. Issei noisily exhales as he slumps over the remains of his weekend homework. He glances at Naruto to see the blonde staring blankly at the game screen without really reading the text. Moerie was absently standing next to Naruto with a dazed look as well, and Dirt was, well, Dirt. The guy's blood is coffee, there's no doubt that he cannot get tired or even dazed. This shop gives off a lethargic atmosphere these days, doesn't it? Dirt comments as he makes the same assessment as Issei. The man puts down his newspaper and looks around the shop. It was empty, save for maybe 1 or 2 regulars that might come later for lunch. The shop is bound to have no more customers today. Sigh, can't help it. The shop sometimes hit a funk and the atmosphere roughens up because of it. It's part of business after all. Naruto shrugs as he turns off the game system he wasn't really playing and turns back to Dirt and Issei. Perhaps a change of atmosphere might help, Moerie suggested as she went to make some tea for Naruto, Dirt and Issei. The 3 turned to her to have her add some details and she explains, "We haven't gone out to do anything fun in the sun for a while now. At most, each of us stay out for an hour to do a task before cramming ourselves back into the shop. In fact, the last time I remember us doing anything outside was when we went to buy the second Love School Fest game. Therefore, I suggest that we do something fun this weekend to liven ourselves up." The 3 males in the room shivered in phantom pain as they remembered the train wreck of a game that was Love School Fest. "It's fishing season and I know a good spot a little west of here," Naruto suggested as he remembered a certain forest in his memory. If he remembered correctly, there was multiple streams and lakes that could have made a good camping spot. "What a coincidence, I happen to have the camping tent and fishing gears required for a weekend stay in the woods in my van." Dirt throws in as he supports the first idea to do something active. "Playing games in fun but being in the sun might not be so bad. Guess I'll call my parents to say I am going to be out with you guys for a while." Issei gets up and pulls out his phone while walking to the entrance to get a better signal. He paused while dialing and turns back to the blonde. "Hey Naruto, can I borrow some of your clothes? It'll be kinda inconvenient to go back to my place and get some." The blonde shrugs and asks Moerie, who's already going upstairs, to pack a few extra pair of clothes for Issei. "Would you need any extra sets as well, Dirt-san?" Moerie asks the middle-aged man. He shook his head and pulled a duffel bag filled with clothes and other necessities. The girl nodded and continued her trudge upwards to prepare for a small trip. It took 10 minutes total for Dirt to pull up the van, Moerie to pack everything and Naruto to close down the shop for the weekend. Once everyone was comfortable and seated, Dirt turned on the van's engine and started nudging the gas pedal forward. In Dirt's van, "Oi, at least slow down, there's a curve coming." Issei held on for his dear life as the middle-aged madman drove a van far past its built-in limits. The manically grinning man stepped on the pedals of the van at seemingly random intervals for the car to gain even more speed before strongly twisting the wheel. The car drifted on the road and, for a moment, Issei leaned out the window due to the momentum and saw the railing scarce millimeters away from his door. He was slammed back into his seat as the car regains its course and continued accelerating on the mountain pass, that were full of turns. Ding. Someone stop this man already. Ahahaha, the fun is part of the journey Issei-kun. Dirt laughs off Issei's plea for salvation and pressed the gas pedal even more. According to the GPS, the next curve is in 2 minutes at normal speed limits and roughly 30 seconds at his speed. Naruto-san, Matsuri-san, can you move to the left this time? We're about to make another turn. Naruto grimaced as he moves himself and by extension, Matsuri, who was sprawled out half-conscious on his lap. He barely made it too as Dirt pulled on the wheel the very instant his butt touched the leather seating. His left hand shot up to grab the handbar above the door's window while his right hand was used to hold on tightly to the slightly more unconscious than before Matsuri. He grunted at the sharp turn that should definitely not be possible with a van. Matsuri groaned a little and he patted her back to calm her nauseousness. Issei, who had a front row seat, made a sound that almost reminded the blonde of a dying toad. His face looks like one too. Ahahaha, see, isn't this fun? Dirt airily laughs as he took the time to accelerate the van some more on the temporarily straight path. Naruto popped a comical red vein and Issei spasmically twitched. Like hell it is. Really, I like it. Only you Kurama, only you, Naruto mutters lowly as he braces himself and Matsuri for the next turn that was coming up. Matsuri whimpers as she hopes that Kurama-san didn't somehow encourage Dirt to attempt any crazier road tricks than what he has already shown. Evening at camp. Slur rrrrrrrp. This turned out pretty good for some impromptu ingredients. Naruto assesses his ramen bowl as he shovels the thing down his throat similarly to that of a starved whale. The stock made from the fresh fish definitely enriched the flavors. Matsuri confirms as she delicately sips the broth that was her handiwork. She had uneven feelings about not having the full arsenal of kitchen spices and utensils to use, but the soup that she's tasting is potentially better than even most of her better works. Does anyone want some coffee? Dirt offers up a freshly made pot of coffee. Naruto held out a cup and Matsuri declined politely. Issei rolled his eyes and muttered something about the weirdness of drinking coffee at night. Aren't we supposed to be camping in the middle of the woods? Why are we eating ramen? Issei finally throws in his voice of reason at the strange setting. Here they were, roughly 3 hours, Dirt's measurement, away from the nearest piece of civilization, surrounded by trees for hours worth of walking, having nothing to illuminate them but the stars and moon in the sky, and what were they doing? Eating ramen. Seriously, at least have the decency to make marshmallow s'mores and cracker or something. No wait, Naruto would probably attempt to turn the marshmallows into stock for his ramen. This might actually be the better route, however strange it is. In essence, ramen is the refinement of the raw materials of the earth. In order to embrace the true feeling of camping, one must also embrace his love for Mother Nature and henceforth, ramen. This is truly the only way for us campers to truly bring out the truest quality of this journey. Naruto sagely says while stroking his blonde Fu Manchu. Coffee is also an refinement of the earth. You should start embracing that as well, Issei-kun. Dirt wisely inputs while offering the pot of warm coffee once more. Tea is earthly as well. Matsuri, who didn't want to be left out of the conversation, inputs as well. The silver-haired girl refilled Issei's half-empty teacup and smiled when the brunette thanks her on pure instinct and well-worn manners. This ramen is pretty good. Yeah, nighttime inside the tent. Good night, Issei. Good night, Issei-kun. Good night, Issei-kun. I really don't want to ask, but what the hell are you guys doing? All eyes turns to Issei, who was curled up in his sleeping bed, as he asks the question. They all gave Issei a questioning stare as if to ask if it wasn't obvious enough. Issei answers with a deadpan stare. As you can see, we are obviously playing a game. Naruto answers with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I can clearly see that. However, what I am referring to is Issei twitched his hand to point at the device which his 3 tent mate are using to play their game. The huge-ass flat-screen plasma television. How am I supposed to sleep like this? I guess we could lower the brightness and resolutions. Matsuri inputs as she discovers her friend's dilemma. No, that's not it. I meant what the hell is a flat-screen television doing in the middle of the woods? How is it even functioning with no electrical supply? Actually, how did you even bring that thing without me noticing? Oh, so that's it. Well, Issei-kun, this is no normal everyday huge-ass flat-screen plasma television. This is special huge-ass flat-screen plasma television. Issei raised an eyebrow. Through the power of a whole lot of cash and even more whole lot of bullshit science, my company has completed the anti-energy powered technology. The first ever in the line of gadgets to be able to run on the power of not having any power. Don't ask how that works, I don't know either. Dirt proudly pats the television with pride. He then turns to Issei and says, and besides, you were the one that carried it here, Issei-kun. Issei stared at Dirt with a flat face and muttered, so that's why it was so heavy. Then he stared at Matsuri, and then Naruto. The brunette heaved a great sigh and crawled his sleeping bag over to the group. So what games are you playing? The second morning. Crash. Issei woke up with a jolt as a loud crash resounded in his surroundings. He took a moment to pull his mind from the barrier between awake and unconsciousness and looked around. The first thing he noticed was the demolished tent that he, Dirt, Naruto and Moerie had slept in. He then noticed that he wasn't in said shredded tent. He then felt himself being shifted and looked down to see the ground. He looks to his side to see Moerie holding one hand on his shoulder and another against a tree's trunk. It took him another moment to figure out that he was on a branch of a tree. Why? What happened? Wah, shish, lower your voice Issei-kun. We can't afford to attract the enemy. The silverette holds one finger to her mouth and spoke in a hushed tone. What's happening? Finally getting some bearings, the brunette asks the girl in a hushed tone. Crash. We attracted a bear and some wild scavengers with the lingering smell of yesterday's meal. The girl says as she immediately turns her head to another crashing sound from nearby. Issei turned his head towards the sound as well and saw a huge white tiger slam into a tree and make a giant gash with its claws. A figure darted out from underneath the tiger's claw, and when it took Issei a scant second to recognize the figure as Dirt. Wait, I thought you said a bear. Why's there a tiger? He silently exclaims to the girl while watching his friend dodge under another trounce from the white beast, all while still sipping from his coffee cup. Naruto-sama went to distract the bear but somehow led it to a tiger's den. A few incidents followed and Dirt is now distracting the tiger while Naruto-sama finishes off the bear. Moerie reports while pulling out a bamboo stick and some blow darts and looks at the tools regretfully. He also told me to support Dirt-san, but my skills with these weapons have yet to be refined in training with Naruto-sama. No, I don't think you need to refine anything like that. Issei seriously waves his hands in a no gesture while giving the girl a deadpan for even taking the blonde's insane idea of training into consideration. Ah, Dirt's voice echoed under the pair and they turned their attention to below the tree. They saw Dirt widened his eyes in surprise when he looked up and saw the two, and widened some more when he noticed that the tiger saw the two. The man stood there in silence, probably to think of an effective plan to lure the tiger's attention away from the two above and back towards him, as the tiger pounced. He squared his shoulder and bent his knees, as if getting ready to charge, when an orange and yellow blur appeared from the foliage nearby and intercepted the tiger's attack feet to face. Dynamic entry. Bam. Knocking the tiger completely off of its course, the blonde used his rebounding momentum to flip 4 times in the air before landing right next to Dirt. Get ready to bolt to the forest on my mark. The blonde with the shredded orange t-shirt and surprisingly no injuries simply said as he gave Dirt, Moerie and Issei a quick once-over. Now. As if by command, a bear barreled through the same foliage that Naruto jumped out of and crashed into the tiger. The white beast gathered enough sense after Naruto's attack to retaliate against the bear, and a fight between forest predators broke loose. Dirt immediately circled the tree and ran straight into the woods as Naruto instructed. Moerie fireman carried Issei and jumped down the tree branch. Issei grunted as he quickly separated from Moerie and bolted off after Dirt with the silverette besides him. In the woods. Huff, 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 I think we're safe now. After God knows how long minutes of running, Dirt declared the OK mark while leaning against a random tree. Moerie huffed a sigh of relief and sat against a tree to gather her breath. Issei all but fell on his butt as he caught on with his much-needed oxygen supply. Once the brunette managed a safe enough level, he noticed something grave. Hey, where's Naruto? Dirt's face became noticeably grim as he turns towards the direction where they came from. Naruto-san volunteered himself to retrieve an important object of ours. Issei tried to make sense of the statement. He didn't remember anything that important being with them in the tent, but then again, he didn't pay much attention to the camp. The brunette looks back at Naruto's direction and scrunched up his brows in worry. Don't worry Issei-kun, Naruto-sama said that he'll meet up with us at the van. Moerie pats his shoulder. When'd he tell you that? Issei looks at the silver-haired girl with a questioning look. You didn't notice him gesturing it with his eyes when he looked at us? Moerie looks back at the boy with a questioning look of her own. I must have missed the class that taught us that. Issei rolled his eyes and looked back at Dirt. The middle-aged man was looking at a compass and a protractor in his hand. He took a sip of his coffee and puts the tools back into his pocket. Alright, guess we'll have to end our trip early and go back. If I calculated this correctly, the van is this way. Dirt begins walking in a random direction with a resolute face. Come, Issei-kun. Moerie pats his shoulder once more and followed after Dirt. Issei looks at Naruto's direction once more and wished the blonde good luck and safety. The van. Thanks to Dirt's expert navigation skills, the group made it back to a familiar dirt path that leads to where the middle-aged man had parked his car. It took another half hour before they actually made it to the vehicle, but they still made it. The sun was high up in the sky, so it must be around afternoon. Issei was the first to spot the white van and practically ran to it in joy. No more walking, huzzah! When the group got near the van, they all noticed a mop of blonde hair. Naruto stood casually leaning his back against the van with his eyes closed. He twitched when he heard them coming and gave a lazy smile when they were all in sight. Moerie smiled back and walked to stand beside him. Dirt smirked and sipped his coffee. Issei grinned as he saw that the blonde's condition was no worse for wear. So did you get it? Dirt asks as he inserts the car keys into the keyhole to unlock the van's door. Of course. Naruto turned his lazy smile into a full-grown grin and reached into his t-shirt pocket. What was it that you were risking your life to get? Issei asks so that he can finally cool down his curiosity for what it is that the blonde values so much. He spent a good portion of the walk back worrying about the blonde after all. It's only natural to be curious about the object of the worries. It can only be this, of course. We did spend a good portion of the night playing it. Naruto proudly pulls out a completely unscratched game disc that they played yesterday. Issei's eyebrow twitched and the brunette screamed. Give me back my worry, damn it. Slam. The door to Naruto's ramen shop was forcibly pushed open with a loud slamming sound. Naruto and Dirt looked up from the latest dating sim that they're trying their hands on and looked at the culprit of the loud distraction. Moerie sticks her head out of the kitchen's interior in order to see who had caused the loud noise. It didn't take them by surprise to see that the perpetrator was no one other than the missing member of their group, Issei Hyodo. They were, however, surprised at the sight of the brunette leaning heavily against the door and panting. His clothes were wrinkled and he was lightly perspiring. If one had to guess, he was probably running straight to the shop as soon as school was out. The teen took in 2 deep breaths and held up a letter that was crumpled within his hands. Guess what? The midterm score came back and I don't have to take a retest. The brunette smiles in a semi-hysterical manner as he straightens up from catching his breath. He smoothens the wrinkles on his clothes and practically skips to the table where Naruto and Dirt sat. So what's the grade? Naruto quickly saves the dating sim that he and Dirt was playing to pay full attention to his friend. Dirt sipped his coffee in interest. How'd he even show emotion through sipping coffee? Nah, not yet. I wanted to open it up along with you guys. 'Cause, why no, you practically crammed the answers down my throat. Issei sits down at the regular table and thanks Moerie for giving him a cup of tea at the same moment. The silver-haired girl nodded and went to sit by Naruto's side. And you're welcome for that. Dirt curtly replies. Yeah, thanks. I appreciated the lack of sleep and the insane amount of coffee you directly injected into me through intravenous therapy. Issei rolled his eyes and tears opened the letter. He pulled out 3 thick sheets of copy paper and spread it out onto the table for everyone to read. The first was a letter that states the purpose and other technical stuff of the report card to begin with. Nobody minded the fact that Naruto crumbled it up and threw it away 3 seconds after reading it. The second was a numerical representation of the grades of each tests in color with each subject's letter. Japanese 96, English 98, Social Studies 94. Mathematics 100, Science 98, total grade 486, rank 3rd of class, special notes. Due to his failing in normal studies, it is more than surprising to see Issei-kun do so well on his tests. This concludes that under the deep exterior of a hooligan lies a studious young man. It is suggested that Mr. and Mrs. Hyodo attempt to draw out the inner student to appear in a more everyday life manner as opposed to urgent problems such as term tests. Issei stared at the score with wide eyes of disbelief. Naruto gave a ha. At the special notes the facility decided to give to Issei while thinking that they couldn't be any more wrong. Dirt whistles lowly at the ranking while sipping his coffee, and Moerie did some mental recollection of the problems that Issei might have missed during the test date so that she could tutor it to him next time. How is it possible that I've got such a high grade? Issei finally found his voice after a moment of silence that followed each grade looker's reaction. He tried to remember the hazy memories that were associated with the test. Though he did accomplish to most of the questions given, there were a few that he was sketchy on but still decided to wing. Moerie only actively went out of her encouragement zone to discreetly help him cheat when he's having too much of a hard time trying to solve a problem, which was only 3 times, if he remembered correctly. High 80s were what he was expecting, at most. It would be surprising if you didn't get such high scores. After all, Moerie dedicated quite a bit of time for hacking and organizing in order to gather up the study materials you had to go through. Naruto looks at the grades and scowls at the fact that Issei didn't make rank 1 on this attempt. He made a mental note: make the brunette study more efficiently for the next test that's coming in a month or so, the finals. Still, for Issei-kun to actually remember his crammed up study materials, maybe the special notes is onto something. Dirt smiles as he hints the blonde to help Issei bring out his inner student. Issei caught onto the hint and glares at Dirt, as if to tell him to shut up before the blonde gets any idea. Anyways, what's this 3rd letter? Moerie held up the 3rd piece of paper on the table. It was a letter that was addressed to Issei. Moerie looked in Issei's direction and the brunette waved his hand to silently allow the girl to read the letter aloud. Letter. Dear Hyodo Issei, congratulations on getting 3rd rank in your class. It is a pleasant surprise to see that a student who's worried as so much do so well on his test. Especially when said student have tied up to the measures of 2 other student council members whom have received our tutoring. It gives us great pleasure to applaud your efforts to show your academic excellence and show us why you belong to Kuo Academy. On the basis of your excellent test grades, the Student Council would like to extend a cordial invitation for you to become a member of Kuo Academy's Student Council. Here, we will be able to help you in any academic endeavors as well as curbing your capricious habits to make you into a model student. We hope that you'll consider this opportunity. Sincerely, Student Council President Sona Shitori. Issei was once again slack-jawing himself by the time Moerie finished reading the letter. He was being invited to join the Student Council. He was being invited by cool and charismatic president of Kuo Academy to join the Student Council. Him, the teenage student who gets himself sent to after-school detention every other day of the week for peeking, was being cordially invited to the Student Council. So you're thinking of joining Issei-kun? Dirt asks as Issei adopted a semi-serious thinking face. I don't know, maybe. Issei hesitantly answers the middle-aged mon's question. They're only inviting me because I made a good grade on the midterms and gave them the impression that I am a capable, if lazy, student deep inside. If I join them, I might become a more serious student and it might do me some good. Though, I am hesitating because feel like I might screw something up. What do you guys think? Dirt, Naruto and Moerie then adopted a semi-serious thinking face as well while imagining what would happen if Issei became a part of the Student Council. Naruto even pulled out a few pieces of paper to draw it out. The female council members would probably quit on the first day. Letters requesting ridiculous things such as a change in dress code to bunny girl outfits for the female side would increase exponentially. The school buildings being remodeled so that anything female-related will have two-sided see-through glass installed to every wall. The hedges and tree grooming will all be trimmed so that the plants will all have an Oppai-ish shape. The name Kuo Academy will be changed to Oppai Academy and all male students will be indefinitely suspended from the school ground so that Issei can be the only male in the school full of female members ONL. Oi, stop your imagination right there. The first two were possibilities that can happen but everything else is not. Issei cuts into the image that Naruto's drawing for Dirt and Moerie. He understands that he might be a bit of a deviant but to have such an descriptive image drawn of him like that, he's not that perverted, right? Right. I don't know Issei-kun, I can actually see this happening. Dirt rubs his chin while looking at a hand-drawn picture of a construction team breaking down the female bathroom walls and replacing it with glass panels. There was a flag with Issei's name waving around in the background. Dirt, I am sorry Issei-kun but I cannot see anything else other than this happening if you were to hold a position of power. Moerie flips to a page that shows Issei laughing manically on a throne over a group of teenage girls wearing bunny uniform. Moerie, give it up and lose all hopes of joining Issei. An Oppai lover like you have no place in an organization as prestigious as the Student Council. It'll only end up destroying civilization. Naruto pats his brunette friend on the shoulder. Issei turned around to see Naruto holding up 4 pages of connected pictures showing a world where everything was in ruins and the only survivor was Issei with nothing but a pair of striped panties in his hands. Guh. That's too much, damn it. I am not that much of an open pervert. Issei broke down immediately as Naruto deals the last blow. Pervert or not, it still hurts to be accused of being one in front of everybody. It's more of a painful blow when everybody wholly agrees with it. With the last straw smashed to fine powdered smithereens, Issei ran out of the ramen shop in tears while Naruto and Dirt followed him out the door yelling wait up Oppai. It was a joke, and Oppai-kun, we were just kidding. One could literally hear the palpable enjoyment coming from their voices. Issei only ran faster. It was a long time since the fateful night when he had awoken in an unfamiliar forest. He was now sitting at the edge of a cliff, watching the beautiful scene of a luscious green forest and a roaring waterfall. It reminded him of his precious home, and it reminded him of his guilt. At first, he would think of the beautiful village hidden in the leaves every day and every night, in every moment of his conscious thoughts. Whether he was focusing on information gathering about the new world with his clones or making a fake, real identity, his first and foremost thought would always be about his friends and the hidden village they reside in. How were they faring with the reconstruction of their home? Are they still at peace and in alliance with the other villages? How were his friends and allies doing? How were Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan coping with the after effects of war? Did Sasuke ever return to the village? Was Sasuke even alive? The blonde's last moment with the bastard was when they were free falling through the air. The blonde fell through the accursed rabbit princess tunnel and landed on the grounds of the forest with no momentum, but Sasuke didn't. Was the raven-haired teen okay? Was Hinata okay? Was Fuzzy Brow Sensei okay? His 6-path Sage Mode's Yang healing technique was rough patchwork at most. Was Chuki and Ayame okay? Did they evacuate in time with the other civilians? Was Ichiraku's ramen shop rebuilt by now? It was a number of small and disjointed thoughts, but he had thought of them every day and every night. Soon though, this changed. Every day became every other day and every night became every other night. Then every other day and every other night became every other week, then months, and now, a year. He had noticed this too late. He feared that he has lost the love he held for the village, however small the loss was. The village became a second priority on his mental list, then a third, then a fourth, and then near the bottom. The village and the leaves became a distant memory since he knew he couldn't return. It stopped being the one most important thing to the blonde. It disappeared from his mind like a fog that has been lifted by the sun. That was the cause of his guilt. He has outgrown his most beloved home. He has moved on from his one home. To him, it has become a thing of the past. His home was gone, and he was stuck here. The blonde made a decision. The week after that decision, Uzumaki's ramen shop opened. The blonde made a new home for himself and found new friends. The Leaf's Naruto is gone, only a memory that held hold to his dying breath. But now, all that is left is this Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki of Earth, and he is sure to protect the home that he's built here and the friends that he's made, just like he did with his last. This is his will of fire. Class, please turn to page 53. Matsuda-kun, can you read the third paragraph for me? Dirt finishes writing a sentence in English on the chalkboard and calls out a random name from the attendance roster. Matsuda dutifully reads the paragraph in amazingly butchered English as Dirt walks up and down the rows trying to imitate what a normal teacher would do. Issei stares out the window and sighs for not the last time of this day. The brunette looks back to his textbook to allocate where his bald friend is reading in the text and lets his mind wanders off some more. First period, it was his normal teacher teaching social studies. Second period, it was an older-looking Moerie with light makeup and an extra batch of bro-ness to teach science. Now it was third period and Dirt decides to jump in to teach English. If this is continued, then that blonde will be next to teach math. He sighed again as he figured that Naruto's probably wandering around the school somewhere, no doubt causing some sort of ridiculous trouble aimed at him. The brunette briefly sighs aloud under his breath and read the text that Dirt has assigned to him in the half-baked English skills that the man had once drilled him in. Not for the first time in a long while, the brunette thinks to himself. Seriously, what's wrong with this school's staff management system? Does this school hire anyone who signs up for an attempt at the teacher's job? The air within the student council office was suffocating. Everyone within the room has stopped moving not too long ago. They were too fearful to even twitch. There were only two people who had the freedom to move. The first was a blonde as he leaned back into his seat while he glares at the girl before him. The second was the girl as she finishes signing a document on her desk. The girl sighs aloud, or, at least enough for the man glaring at her to hear. She slowly puts down her pen and raises her head to look at the threatening person sitting in front of her. Is there anything I can help you with? Stay away from Hyodo Issei. The statement made Sona raised an eyebrow fractionally. The name Hyodo Issei rang a bell. The boy is a first year at Kuo Academy who somehow got in by the bare minimum grade for the registration exam. He is a potential sacred gear holder that she and Rias had accidentally found not so long ago at the Sano festival. He is a hoodlum who likes causing perverse troubles but apparently have a high level of intellect, if his midterms grade were anything to go by. He is, by all means, only a little above a regular teenage boy with no background involving the supernatural world besides the gear in his body. But apparently the last piece of information is wrong. Sona Citri inwardly scowls as she tries to identify the being before her. The blonde was too holy to be a devil yet too unholy to be an angel or even their fallen counterparts, the fallen angels. The blonde's magic system were too non-volatile to be that of a Yokai's yet far too developed to be a human's or even a mage. The magic system is too strong, too powerful for her to measure with just her sixth sense alone. Just trying to discern his status, whether it be holy or unholy, already gives her a headache far worse than any she's experienced since coming to this school. Who is this blonde? What is this blonde? I have trouble discerning what your intentions are. Leaving the blonde's identity aside, she continues scoping out for his intent and purpose of being here. The man literally showed up out of thin air and oppressed everyone in the room with sheer malice alone. If he is here about Hyodo Issei, then that means he has found out about the letter sent to him. Is this man also someone who is after the power of the sacred gear? You are perfectly aware of what I am talking about, non-human. He hissed out the last syllables. One of his cold blue eyes changed into a bloody crimson hue with a pitch black slit as its pupil. Sona could visibly see the tension increasing as her peerage failed to contain their flinches and shivers, but she couldn't feel anything, most likely the blonde's attempt to allow her to at least be able to talk. We both know you are not interested in him, but what's inside of him? I warn you, stay away. What power do you have to be ordering me? She is perfectly aware of the blonde's power and his claim on the boy, Hyodo Issei, but she still must ascertain who this blonde is and whom he works for. For all she knows, this person might be a devil, an angel. She highly doubted this, due to his overwhelming hostility and killing intent, a fallen angel, a yokai, or even a god. An unknown enemy in her and technically Rias' territory is bad. An unknown enemy that her information source have no records of is even worse. The blonde growled, and for a moment, she felt the pressure he exerted over everyone else in the room. True, It was extremely overbearing and deeply menacing, but there was something else in it. A trace of terrible malice that neither shows in angels, fallen angels or devil. A trace of pent-up madness that shows in the Yokai race. Something clicked within her mind. Rias warning about the Yokai Association making a base in Tokyo. In other words, Hyodo Issei is already claimed by the Yokais. I understand. I will not make any attempt to entangle Hyodo Issei within the supernatural world. Is that satisfactory? She inwardly sighs when the blonde grunted his approval and disappeared the same way he appeared, out of thin air. There was no teleportation circle or even a trace of magic being used, but the blonde's presence completely disappeared from everyone in the room's senses. She rubbed her temples as she asked her slightly disoriented vice president and queen, Tsubaki, to get her childhood friend, Rias. It would not do well for the redhead to draw the aggravation of the neutral Yokai Association into the three factions that are already feral for each other's blood. Do you think that will be enough, Kurama? I doubt it. Isn't that why you gave the perverse brat a Gudama, for protection? Somehow, I fear that isn't enough. You can't keep watch on him, for every moment of the day. This is all you can do. Then that means I still haven't done enough to protect my friend. Stop worrying, brat. Isn't it your motto, to deal with the problems as they come? Yeah, I guess I am worrying for nothing. Thanks, Kurama. Z's. He. Deal with it as they come, huh? Naruto puts on a rueful smile. Guess I really shouldn't bother worrying. Now then, I think lunch is about to start soon. I better find a good spot to eat. One random night. Are you sure we should be doing this? Issei asks for the xth time that day as he looks out from behind a dead light pole that he's hiding under. The question is, why haven't we done this earlier? Naruto harshly whispers back as he huddles up against the walls of an alleyway near Issei's light pole. It really didn't work out for him as his ninja garb is bright neon orange jumpsuit. Naruto-sama, the coast is clear. I've managed to infiltrate this block's camera systems and am now replaying the scenes from 10 minutes back. You are now free of all electronic surveillance. Matsuru's slightly static voice spoke through the blonde's and brunette's earpiece. The girl herself was dressed in her normal wear back in the Uzumaki's ramen shack with a laptop running random codes on the screen and a headset on her head. Good job, Matsuri. Issei, let's go. Naruto jumps out of the alleyway and immediately moves towards the place of target. He weaves himself in and out of the lights and shadows and kept his body moving at a low angle, becoming nothing more than a blur, a really bright orange blur, but a blur nevertheless. Issei gives his blonde friend a deadpan look and walked after him, abandoning all pretense of trying to hide himself in the darkness of the night. When he finally made it to where his friend stopped at, he sees the blonde intensely studying an electronic lock. That looks hard to crack. Is Matsuri going to put her hand on that too? No, this is a model that I am familiar with. I know exactly how to crack it open. The blonde mutters aloud to Issei before getting on his knees and lugging off his neon orange backpack. He rummages through the weighty pack before pulling out a mallet. Wait, stop. Issei jumps forward and holds Naruto's arms back as the blonde made the motion to swing the chunk of metal on a stick towards the electronic lock. Once he's ascertained that Naruto was not going to attempt to scrap the piece of technology, he immediately scolds the blonde in a hushed tone. What the hell are you thinking? Do you want to get us arrested? No, wait. This whole plan is going to get us arrested to begin with, but do you want to add more to our already growing list of criminal charges? Naruto tilts his head at Issei's action before looking down at the mallet and widened his eyes in understanding. You misunderstood, Issei. I wasn't planning on breaking in that way. Here, look. He slowly puts one of the mallet's faces near the lock again and watched as the tool Dirt gave them earlier for their mission worked its charm. While Issei watched in awe as the unassuming mallet within his blonde friend's hand started humming and clicking mechanically. The side that was facing the lock opened up and began shooting some sort of blue light laser for a few seconds. It stopped when a beep resounded from somewhere inside the machine. Something inside the lock beeped as well and a click could be heard immediately afterwards. Naruto reaches his hand at the handle of the door and gently twisted it to test if the mallet did its job. Seeing no problems occurring, Naruto nodded to Issei before swiftly opening the door and rush inwards. Issei sighs again and follows the blonde while silently whispering sorry for the intrusion. It's not exactly the right thing to say at this moment, but it's the feelings that counts after all. The place that the pair is raiding has 8 newly polished tables within it, neatly organized for efficient traveling, and a marble counter near the left middle area. Each table has an open box on it that holds chopsticks and spoons. There were posters of food being displayed in a beautiful manner and red price tags on them littered all over the walls. The air smells like Naruto's breath after lunch break. Yup, it's just as Matsuri briefed to him. They really are raiding a fellow ramen shop. Reasons. Naruto's claim in that this newly opened shop has been stealing his hard-earned customers through cheap tactics and he's here to put a stop to it. Issei claims that this whole pursuit is complete bullshit, but further discussions were denied by President Dirt via age seniority, another thing that Issei called bullshit on until the next meeting, which is scheduled for Sonwen next year on the 13th of Never. Issei followed the blonde as he sneaks behind the counter and walks into the kitchen area. From his own experience of raiding Naruto's kitchen, he would deem that the place is around the same size, if not slightly bigger. He spotted Naruto not so cautiously tossing aside some pots, pans, utensils and kitchenware in order to look through every drawer and cabinets he sees. Aha, I have found the book that holds their secrets. Issei, let us be gone before they realize our presence here. Naruto opens the kitchen window and jumps out of it, leaving a complete mess of what was once a respectable kitchen. Seeing as he already made enough of a mess today just by following Naruto, the brunette felt that another deed undone wouldn't really tip his karma scale. Issei immediately follows Naruto out of the window not a second later. In Naruto's and Motsuri's room. So this is the book that holds all their secrets, Naruto says as he roughly flops down a nondescript brown journal on the only low-lying table in the room. It looks more like an ordinary accounting booklet to me. Issei, who's sitting across from Naruto, skims through the book for anything important looking and only found a list of ramen ingredients and their prices. Judging from Naruto's intelligence insanity level, however, Issei wouldn't put it past the blonde to actually be able to make some sense out of this. Ah, that's where you're right and oh so wrong, Issei. Nothing is ordinary if you look underneath the underneath. Naruto folded one arm underneath his chest while having the other one nudge up the glasses on his nose when he put that on, so that the light shines off of them and hides his eyes. Unless this booklet turns into pornmag starring Kiko Kigatawa, I am not willing to go through the trouble of trying to understand any of your cryptic mumbo-jumbo. Ah, what Naruto-sama is trying to say is that there is always a deeper meaning to everything, even when it is something as ordinary as this notebook. If we are to trace the ingredients that are used to entice our customers away, we might be able to find a way to bring them back, I think. Moerie sets down 3 cups of tea in front of everyone in the room, Dirt having left earlier due to some important work and sat next to Naruto. That's exactly right, Moerie. Now then, without further ado, Issei, read off the list. The blonde pats Motsurie's head and exasperatingly points at Issei with the command. Yeah, let's just get this over with. Let's see now. Issei rolls his eyes and turned to the first page so that he could read it aloud. February 23rd, supplies order delivered, 4 large bags of flour, 50 pounds of organic beef, pork and poultry, 4 boxes of freshly packaged eggs, 2 fresh immigrant slaves, 10 pound of salt, pepper and assorted spices, 10 packaged boxes of Mama Yum Yum special broth, 15 pounds of seaweed, 20 pounds of fish, shrimp, scallops and assorted seafood, 4 pounds of love, 10 pounds of beans and corns, 30 sticks of fresh butter and 3 boxes of menma. Moerie, can you reread this list again to see if I am reading this right? I am sure that the lack of sleep on a school night is getting to me. Issei pushes the journal to Moerie, who gingerly takes it up and reads it twice more, once in her head and once aloud. The list did not change. The questionable items were still there. Before anyone could have said anything, Moerie took the initiative, and flipped the page and reads the next entry. It is roughly the same as the first page with a few numerical changes for the shipping quantity and prices. The silverette continues to clearly read out the next page with furrowed eyebrows. She then turns the page once more, this time not even pausing, to read again, and again, and again, and again till the journal had no more entries. Each memo reviews another little stain in the shop's history. Human trafficking, illegal organ dealing, drug trading, black market auctioning, weapon transaction and many other not-so-hidden secrets. As the girl continued to read, Issei grew paler and paler as the fact that this is clearly not a badly made joke starts clicking in. Once the silver-haired girl stopped talking, he glances sideways at Naruto to see the blonde wearing a deadly serious expression. The blonde was silent for a moment before standing up and walks to his closet. From it, he pulls out a big sports bag with heavy items already inside. He also takes out a small box and pulls a pin out from it. He carefully puts on the pin and lugs the heavy bag on his shoulder while pulling out his phone and dials a number. Moerie, get a guest futon for Issei and get some sleep, he'll be back later. As the blonde closes the door, Issei caught sight of the pin, or rather, the badge. It was an intricately designed badge with the letters NPA underneath it. The symbol for the National Police Agency of Japan. Issei was completely silenced at discovering that fact, his brain overloaded with too many questions. Both he and Moerie sat there for a small while before the girl stood up as well and walks towards the only door in the room. Moerie, Issei manages to ask as he stares at her while she passes him and reaches for the handle. Where are you going? I am following Naruto-sama. You've heard the entries too, haven't you, Issei-kun? It had an extensive list of weapons in it. I at least want to make sure that Naruto-sama will be fine with my own eyes rather than over a phone. It's dangerous, Issei whispers as an image of his blonde friend being fatally injured and hospitalized flashes through his mind. I know. That's exactly why I wish to see Naruto-sama safe and sound with my own eyes rather than waiting in slow, mind-numbing patience. With her piece said, she opens the door and walks out. Before the door could have completely closed, Issei stood up and pushed it aside once more. He twisted the lower handle's lock and closes the door, hoping that the upper lock wouldn't be needed. He turns from the door and made it to the stairs to find Moerie standing at the bottom, waiting for him. The brunette smiles briefly at how she seems to know him so well and ran downstairs to follow after Naruto. The other ramen shop. Issei looks out from behind the walls of where Naruto had hidden earlier. Moerie is hiding behind the light pole that he had took up before. The ramen shop that he and Naruto had invaded earlier is completely empty of all signs of trouble. The door is closed, the lights are out and even the electric lock looks like it is functioning as it should be. It doesn't seem like Naruto's here yet. The brunette whispers out to the girl. He turns around and sees that she's quickly tapping away at something on a black electronic pad. He saw numbers and random letters before the screen blacks out and a video started playing. The video shows 5 blurry shapes walk into the ramen shop. The first one had a mop of blonde hair, so he was obviously Naruto, but Issei couldn't make out who the others are. He guessed that they are the ones that Naruto called to help him. No, Naruto-sama went in earlier with his helpers, but no signs of any activity is recorded after this. Moerie furrows her eyebrow in worry and exited the video screen to type up for anything that could tell them more. Should we go in? Issei asks as he sees his silver-haired friend getting no results for her efforts, judging from her unchanging frown. That could possibly be the only way. Moerie tched and puts the tablet back in her handbag. She adamantly walks up to the ramen shop and Issei quickly follows the strangely passive-aggressive girl. Once they got to the door, Issei decided that he should be the one to go first and the brown-haired boy reached for the handle. It was unlocked, which wasn't really that strange since Naruto came in earlier. He carefully pushes the door open and jumps back when it pulls itself forward, without his help. He lets go of the handle to pull back when he feels a strong grip on his shoulder. It was a grip that he was well acquainted with. It was Moerie's signature anything for Naruto-sama insert smile grip. Before he could turn around, the silver-haired girl pushes him forward and straight through the open door. Issei yelps as he feels himself getting grabbed from the shirt collar and roughly dragged into the darkness involuntarily. He was roughly spun around and then pushed on his butt into a wooden chair by the mysterious hand. The brunette instinctively tries to get up, but he was then pushed once more backwards on the chair. The chair is stopped a moment later, and before Issei even squeaked at the impact, he was roughly blindfolded. It was only around now that he starts hyperventilating. His brain is completely overloaded with what's happening so far and he has no way of processing any of what's happening to him, besides the fact that he's being manhandled. From the edge of his blindfold, he could see darkness taking on a brighter tone and figures that the light must have been turned on. A few shuffling noises could be heard around him and he hears someone taking a decisive step behind his back, which is glued to the chair. He feels a pair of hands undo the knot for his blindfold. As he feels the blindfold lower from his eyes, he squints in. Bang. PFFTHRUUU. Bang, bang, bang. Happy birthday, Issei. Jumps back in surprise once more as a cacophony of noises exploded around him. He blinks and sees the ramen shop is now decorated everywhere. The door has a banner that says happy late birthday. The tables stacked together into a bigger table with wrapped boxes and a birthday cake in the middle. There were birthday balloons and confetti floating around everywhere. Strangely enough, there was also a realistic statue of a napping nine-tailed fox in the corner of the room with a party hat strapped on its head. Issei blinks again and looks at the faces of the people in the room. The first one he saw was Naruto as the blonde smiled goofily and popped another party popper in his face. He sees Dirt sitting at the table sipping coffee and blowing on a party horn. He sees his parents sitting next to the middle-aged man while smiling almost as widely as Naruto was. His mother snapped a picture with the camera in her hand. Matsuda and Motohama standing off to the side of the counter and giving him a mischievous grin. He turns around to see the person holding his shoulder and sees Moerie smiling down at him almost apologetically. Wah. He blinks again and after a moment, another one before something clicks in his head. It was a surprise party for someone's birthday. It was his birthday today. This is a surprise party, for his birthday. Ding. This is too much, damn it. Issei sheds his tears and cries aloud, whether it was out of anger or happiness, even he did not know. Either way, he refused to talk again for 10 minutes until Dirt gave him his present as an appeasement offering. Naruto's birthday ramen cake tasted surprisingly good, not that he told the blonde. He was still mad at the damned whiskered teen for giving him an almost heart attack. Really, to celebrate his birthday that passed months ago. What was the blonde thinking? My stomach growls to show its hunger just as my latest client happily closes his door. I rub my stomach as a wave of hunger spreads through my body and was about to summon a teleportation circle to bring me back to the clubroom when I remember that there is no more snacks waiting for me there. With that thought in mind, I descend the flight of stairs and walk to the market area that is nearby. I probably could have waited until after I've made the report to my king that I have finished my mission, but the red-haired devil was never one to hold on to strict rules. A little violation now wouldn't cause me much trouble. Like that, I wander through the marketplace, looking around for a convenience store of sorts to buy some snacks from, or maybe a shop that might have something appetizing to eat. I have never been in this particular part of town before, since my apartment is on the other side of Kuo Academy's middle school division. My stomach growls once more and I decide that I must hurry. I tilt my head slightly higher than normal to take small sniffs of the air. I facilitated any strong smells from the weaker ones as well as differentiate any good smell from the bad ones. After a moment, my eyes widen a bit as I caught onto a most delectable scent. It is spicy yet mild, strong yet subtle, salty yet sweet, and so much more. As I wander towards the smell after locking onto the scent, it leads me to what looks like a run-of-the-mill ramen shop. The shop has nothing special looking about itself for such a wonderful smelling concoction to reside within, but I trust my nose and my nose tells me to go in. I reach for the door and walk into the ramen shop, Uzumaki Ramen. The inside of the shop is as generic as the outside. There are tables lined up efficiently to make enough room for the customers and anyone walking in between. There is a counter in the right-hand side that leads to some stairs in the kitchen area. There is a potted plant somehow thriving in the corner with no sunlight reaching it. Overall, everything about this place is about as generic as it can get. Well, except for a certain table near the end of the shop. The table is close to the only television in the room, a surprisingly big one at that, and it was moved out of symmetry with all the other tables. Residing in it is a strange group of people. The first and most noticeable is an old teen with golden hair. He has on an apron and a rolled-up sleeves shirt. In his hands is a game remote and on his face was a scowl aimed at the television. Next to him is the second most noticeable person. A girl that looks to be in her late teens as well with flowing silver hair. The girl has on the same apron as the golden-haired boy and a serene smile on her face as she sips her tea. To the girl's right is yet another teen, though, this one looks a bit younger. Perhaps the same age as the knight of my group. The brunette boy has on the same uniform as well, what a coincidence. The younger teen is scratching his head with a pencil as he works on a stack of paper on his side of the desk while sometimes glancing at the blonde teen and saying some things before returning to work. Did the high school division of Kuo Academy give out that much homework? I do not remember the knight doing so much paperwork. On the opposite side of the brunette teen is a middle-aged man reading a newspaper, though, his presence seems to be strange. He is human, but at the same time, he seems like a human replicating a human. The man smells like a human, looks like a human and seems to be, in all sense of the word, human. Yet the word human does not fit him. I blink as the man slowly turns towards me and any further thought leaves my mind. I gently close the door only for the bell on top to jingle and get the table's occupants to notice me. The golden-haired teen stands up and gently pushes the silver-haired girl down with a smile as she too made to stand up. He walks towards the door with a professional smile and ushers me to a seat before asking me for my orders. I look at him for a stretched moment while trying to decide what flavor the delicious smell could be when something in the teen's eyes flashes and he grins, making some extremely light marks on his cheek become more apparent. He tells me that he knows exactly what I would like and went to the kitchen before I could get a chance to say anything. As I waited, I take a look at the table again to see that everyone returned to doing what they were doing before the blonde got up. Though, the face the silver-haired girl is making as she tries the game is quite amusing. 5 minutes later, the blonde returns with a steaming bowl of ramen and a glass of water. I gulp loudly as the teen sets down the bowl and immediately digs in as his hand leaves. The ramen is beyond any doubt of the word, delicious. Everything about it is perfect because it literally has everything that could make it perfect. The broth, the condiments, the very noodles itself, all of it is without doubt, delicious. By the time I become aware of myself again, the bowl laid empty before me and the blonde was coming back with another bowl. I somehow managed to thank the blonde in between bites, probably. After that bowl is demolished, one jump onto another, and then another. It is by the end of the 6th bowl that one had to consciously stop myself from eating more. Because it is so perfect, the ramen is probably pricey and I only have so much pocket money. Taking the last gulp of the broth, I stare solemnly at the bowl before standing up and walking to the cash register. As he rings up the amount due, I asks him what the name of the ramen was and he answers Kitsune Special while giving me a vulpine grin. I blink in surprise at the name and looks at his face before internally admitting that name does fit the dish, since its chef has such a smile. He gives me my receipt and I stare at it for a prolonged moment before looking back up and giving him a questioning look. The price is surprisingly cheap. He wrinkles one of his brows and asks if something was wrong, to which I shook my head and reached to take out my wallet. As I pull out the necessary amount of money, I asks if I could buy another Kitsune ramen to take home. The blonde's grin came back full force and he pulls out a paper bag from under the counter that smells like the delectable ramen. As expected of a professional chef, to be able to read the customer so precisely. I gladly paid for the to-go bag as well and leave the shop with an extra skip to my step. After the first visit, I returned to the shop multiple other times, and each time, the blonde would slowly usher me closer and closer to the last table before, somehow or another, I ended up sitting with them as I ate my meals. Was it because I come at odd hours and it's easier to cater me if I am close by? Was it because everyone just want another member to the group and I am the most closest one? Was it because I secretly want to join in the fun that they seem to have so much of? Whatever the case, I joined the little group, sitting next to the classmate or is it year mate of my peerage's knight, Issei, and the shop's silver-haired waitress, Moerie. Ahem, everyone, I have an announcement. The blonde ramen chef sitting beside Moerie, Naruto, soberly declares while he continues to put his focus into the game before him. Everyone stops what they were doing and looks at the blonde. The middle-aged man, Dirt, puts away his newspaper and sips his coffee as he waits for the news. Issei pushes aside his homework and looks at Naruto questionably. Moerie looks at the blonde next to her with patience and I slurp down the remainder of my bowl of ramen before turning my head towards the blonde. The blonde took a moment to save his current progress on the game and puts down his remote before standing up and out of his seat. He takes a step back and rectifies himself into full height before commandingly saying the ramen shop is not getting enough customers, therefore, we will now start to actively attract them. Does anyone have any ideas or suggestions? We could try to pass out some flyers. Moerie was the first to suggest something, even though it's a pretty mundane idea. I have done that already. Once a week, I post up posters and flyers that advertises the shop. The results is as you see before you. Naruto shakes his head as a negative and spreads his right hand to present the ever-empty shop. How about we go to make a few signs and wave them around in crowded streets? There's bound to be someone who'll notice that, right? Issei was the next to suggest an idea, but it was immediately shot down and rejected when Naruto says, then would you be the one to wave around that sign? Another moment passed and finally, I come up with the most logical idea for getting attention: commercial advertisement. That could work. I've got a friend in the commercial industry that I could call for an open slot, but then, we are missing the filming equipments. Naruto contemplated the idea and confirmed that it's doable, but he's also missing some items. It is at this point that Dirt enters the conversation by slamming a thick suitcase onto the table. Well, would you look at that? My company just so happened to have been making some portable and efficient filming devices and they gave some to me to test it out as a trial run. The middle-aged man opens up his suitcase to behold brand new, shiny devices. Good job, Dirt. Well then, let's go guys. I want to finish this by the end of today. Deciding that making a commercial is the plan to take, Naruto pulls out a notebook and starts writing something before walking out the door. The sign was a good idea too. Issei sulks as he puts his homework into his backpack and leaves it sitting next to the television stand before following after Naruto. Dirt closes his suitcase and glides out of the shop while sipping his coffee. Wait, we must close the shop up first, Naruto-sama. Moerie quickly turns off the stoves, pushes in the chairs and cleans up the mess that has been made that day in record speed before grabbing a handbag from behind the counter and follows the group out. I quietly stand at the entrance, not exactly sure what to do before Moerie grabs my hand and jog to catch up to the group. The silver-haired girl gives me a small smile when I give her a questioning look. It was a smile that says please go along with it. At a random park. It took 10 minutes for the group to make it to the park where Naruto wanted to do the filming, another 5 minutes for everyone to get their lines and a last 5 minutes to get everyone into the costumes of their roles, which dubiously came from Moerie's handbag. Naruto's 10-minute masterpiece, which he wrote while making it to the park, is a 1-minute video about a villain, Dirty Instant Ramen aka Dirt, wearing a cape that's held together by a bag of instant ramen trying to rule the world with instant ramen. To do so, he must defeat the hero of homemade ramen, Ramen Rider Red aka Issei, wearing a bra on his head and a visor plus armors made out of noodle flour. A fight occurs and as Ramen Rider Red is about to be defeated, he is saved by the hero of store-made ramen, Uzumaki Baseball aka me, wearing a pair of white cat ears and a Naruto-maki hair clip. Together, Ramen and Ramen defeats Dirty and saves the world from instant ramen-induced apocalypse. Everyone, including myself and Moerie, gives the blonde a dubious look for his so-called masterpiece of a script and very nearly left before he offers up free ramen of any flavor for a week. We decided to go along with it and got into our roles. Naruto became the director, editor and stage preparation personnel while Moerie became the person to write down cue cards for what we'll have to say. The script is surprisingly detailed for such a weird plot. Alright, everyone get ready. We'll take this in one take. Dirt, start leveling up. Issei, keep looking like normal. You got the perfect look of defeat on you. Sitting in a lawn chair with Moerie holding up a big whiteboard behind his back, Naruto pulls out a megaphone and tells everyone to get into position. Issei sent the blonde a dark look but otherwise did what he was told, nothing. Action. Muahahaha. Today shall be your last, Brahmin Rider read. Dirt extravagantly flaps his cape and holds out his hand. Goo, not yet, it's not dirty instant ramen. While saying his line, Issei took a step forward like his script told him to and blew up. I stare in surprise as the brunette squawks and flies a couple meters into the air before landing in a soft patch of grass and blowing up again. I hear a click behind me and turn around to see a madly grinning Naruto holding a switch that he clicks on periodically. Each click corresponds with an explosion as the script continues. By the time it was my turn to enter the scene, Issei is literally smoking from his entire body, though he didn't look hurt at all. Effect explosions maybe. Ha 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 ha. This is it. Die Brahmin Rider read. Dirt makes another extravagant flap of his cloak and raises his hand towards Issei's direction when I take step in between with arms crossed in front of me. Though I expected it, I couldn't help but tighten my muscles like my training tells me to do as the ground before me blows up from the fake explosion. I felt nothing but a breeze passing by me, but the ground tells a different story. Truly, Naruto is a genius at blowing things up. Stop. As the smokescreen dramatically gets blown away by a random breeze, I am shown to be gallantly standing before a heavy breathing and smoking Issei. You stopped my attack. You, who are you? Dirt's cape starts draping itself over him as he scowls at me and Issei. Uzumaki Baseball. Lightly blushing at the weird name I am calling myself, I lean back into my boxing stance and await the next scene. No, it couldn't be, the Uzumaki Baseball of XXX Street on the corner of XXX, whose phone number is XXXXXX4X and is open for business at the convenient hours of 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Dirt takes a horrified step backwards and says his lines perfectly without breaking facade. Even I was struggling to look at him directly without giggling. From behind me gave a loud snort and starts rolling around on the ground laughing loudly. Yes, failing at keeping my voice from quivering, I said my lines and actually thanked Naruto for giving me one-word dialogues. Ku, even you shall not stop me from my plans. Dirt screams aloud and charges. I pushed forward and met the surprisingly agile man in combat. Issei finally gets up from laughing and joins the fray a minute afterwards, turning the artistic sequence of blocking, dodging and attacking into an all-out brawl. I couldn't help but giggle very quietly when Naruto, with his vulpine grin, blew us up and joins in himself after screaming cut into his megaphone. The rest of the afternoon was spent on us dragging each other back to the shop. Only Issei needed the dragging really, and letting Moerie bandage any scratches we might have had earned. Naruto allowed us exclusive views of the final draft a few days later, and instead of being a commercial, it turned into a full-length video called Ramen Days that Naruto posted up on YouTube for fun. It turned out to be surprisingly popular, as I found out later when my classmates starts pestering me to make more. Naruto and I also got more clients out of the deal as well, so it was a win-win situation. The clubroom is closed today due to Rias having to go to hell to meet her parents. Akeno joined her in the trip and Kiba went out of town to do something. Therefore, since I have nothing to do, I decided to go to the place where I've recently took up to loitering in, Uzumaki Ramen. As I leave the middle school division and got to the high school divisions, where the gates are closer to the marketplace than the middle school divisions, I see a familiar head of brown hair among two others. I curiously stalk closer and see that it definitely is Issei, though he is busy doing something with two of his classmates. Not wanting to bother them but also curious as to what he's doing, I hid behind a nearby tree and watch from the shadows. The trio quickly paced to a certain point at the school building before walking to a window in the wall and tiptoed themselves up to look into. With my enhanced senses, I picked up the noise of giggling, very perverse giggling, and I immediately figured out what the trio was doing. Issei-senpai, pervert. I deadpan to myself, and without looking any further into this event, I walk off and follow the path that I had been taking before. A few moments later, I hear the screams of many angry girls, the smacks and thuds of shinais on skin, and three differently pitched shrieks of agony. I smile a bit when I finally figure out why Issei sometimes would limp or have a bruise on his face. As I make it to the front of the high school division's building, I caught sight of another familiar head of hair. This one, however, is longer and far too styled to be the same as the one in my memory. It must be a coincidence. The closer I walk towards the figure though, the more unsure I become of myself. The person that I am looking at is without a doubt Naruto, but at the same time, this person cannot be Naruto. The reason: Naruto Uzumaki is a male and this person is strictly female. From looks to smell to the very pheromone this person reeks of, she is without doubt female. At the same time, however, she has the same sunny aura as the blonde in my memory. She has that slight ramen-flavored tang to her scent as that of the male blonde. She has the same vulpine grin on her face as when he casually smirks, and the same glint in her blue eyes as when he's about to cause mischief. Simply put, this woman is also without doubt Naruto. I pause a few steps behind the woman as I confusedly decide on her identity. As if she could sense me, the woman turns around as she looks up from the stack of paper she was grinning at. She has on a momentary look of questioning before her grin returns with a vengeance, aimed at me. Yo, Ramenyan-chan, what are you doing here? A little far off from the middle school side, don't you think? I twitch my ears at the name and give him a glare. Only Naruto actually calls me that, and he only does it to poke fun of me. I decide that since today was the last day that the video deal is in effect, that I am going to eat him out of his business. Ah, don't be like that, it's a cute nickname. They even made a fan club page dedicated to you. The blonde jokingly waves off my glare and tell me something I did not know, nor is it something I want to know. Now I understand what those strange looks my clients give me are for. They were part of my fan club. I would have thanked God for those contractee having some common sense and decency if she were not a devil. Oh, you didn't know about the fan club? Well, now you do. Ha 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 ha. The blonde walks over and pats me on my head. I glare at him but didn't attempt to escape. If there was anything I learned about the blonde, it's that he's very good at head petting, well, that and making ramen. As I indulge myself, my glare turns into an inquisitive look and the blonde notices immediately. Hey, why am I at school? I nodded my head in confirmation. Well, I sort of work here. In fact, Moerie and Dirt also works here as well. We're also students too. Ha 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 ha. My brows only scrunches up more in questioning. Originally, it was part of a prank for Issei, but somehow or another, it became a permanent thing. Me and Moerie are supposedly homeschooled students who are technically enrolled within Kuo Academy. We, including Dirt, are also substitute teachers whenever they need an extra hand as well. The blonde starts explaining how badly he messed with the system when I smelt something familiar coming towards us, only with a bloody tang to it. Ah, Issei's finally here. Yahoo! Issei Kian. I blink owlishly as Naruto tunes his womanly switch up to 11 and pulls off something akin to Leviathan effect, which involves a subtle dimensional shift of the surrounding area into an isolated realm that was filled with sparkles, flowers and a pink sky. The effect is named after the inventor of said effect, one of the 4 current Saiyans, Seraphal Leviathan. Naruto. A slightly bloodied Issei said as he looks up from the stick that was acting as his crutch, only to be slammed down by a flying tackle from the blonde he mentioned. The 2 more bloodied boys behind him watches in humor as their comrade gets knocked down, then screams in resentment as they notice the one doing the knocking down, then anger as Issei harshly throws Naruto off of himself, and then fighty as they get into a brawl with the brunette for dissing off a perfectly fine woman. I watch in amusement as students starts crowding around the front of the school to watch the spectacle. Since most were preparing to leave or already leaving the school campus, there is a lot. Some were taking pictures while others gossips about the perverted trio finally having infighting. Naruto came back to my side with a satisfied face and a camera in hand. I didn't bother asking and he didn't bother commenting. It took another 30 minutes for the crowd to break up and Issei to crawl his way towards us. We proceeded to drag him back for Moerie to work her bandage magic. Though the blonde excused himself for his actions with the pervert needs to repent for peeping on women when Moerie asked, it didn't help that he had a huge smile while trying to decide which picture of Issei getting beaten would go best into a photo album called Pranks Gone Right. Issei scowled and helped me clean the shop of ramen. I've never seen Naruto cried so hard before. Ding-a-ling. Sup. Issei walks into the shop casually with his hands in his pockets and his bag hanging between the crook of his elbow. I turn my head to give him a nod of acknowledgement as he takes his seat next to me. Where is everybody? I know Dirt is out on a field trip since he told us yesterday, but should NT Moerie or Naruto be manning the shop? Issei asks after he finishes fishing out his homework. I want to ask that too. I only just got here earlier, but the pair was missing and the door was left opened. Maybe they had left to go shopping and forgot to lock the door. So they weren't here when you got here either, huh? Sheesh, how could they have forgotten to lock the door? Issei grumbles in agreement with me as I shook my head and stands up to search for something behind the counter. He pulls out a pair of keys and walks towards the door while saying, "Come on, they're probably at the shopping district. Maybe we could help them out." I look at his unattended homework and raise an eyebrow when I caught on to what he was attempting to do. Issei resolutely ignores my stare and I shrug. His grades, his problem, and unless he's a client, not my worries. I get out of my seat and follow after him. If Naruto comes back faster, then the Kitsune ramen will also come to me faster. In the end, Issei went back to take the homework with him. Together, Issei and I navigated the mildly crowded market street while trying to find a trace or hide of the ramen pair. Along that way, Issei treated me to a chocolate bar and a liter of Neko pop. He also treated himself to a visit at a local eroge shop and bought a newly released game. A little more walking happened and both of our stomach growls. He puts on a contemplative face before asking me if we should keep searching or get a quick bite to eat. Our stomach did the answering and we ended up at a maid cafe outside of the marketplace. Issei chooses a large hamburger and some fries from the menu while I went for some omuris and a large sundae. As we ate our respective meals, Issei pulls out his homework and attempts to do it. I got curious and scooted over with my large sundae to see what it was that he's doing, since I might have seen it worked out with Kiba already. The end results involved the both of us clutching our heads in despair, though, for completely different reasons. I just got a minor brain freeze in my case. It was at this moment that one of my clients decides to show up in the shop and spots me. He comes over to say hi and sees the stack of homework before offering up help. I nodded when Issei cried out tears of joy. For such a seedy-looking man, my client was surprisingly efficient at teaching Issei his materials. Even I, who was a grade below, understood it rather easily. After my client was done explaining, he gets up and leaves with a wide smile while saying enjoy the rest of your date Ramen-san. I twitch at the nickname and glare at him while deciding to charge extra the next time he summons me. Issei quirks his eyebrow at the word date but shrugs indifferently and stuffs his finished homework into his bag. We meander back into the marketplace and decides to ask a random stall owner if he's seen the pair. After buying 4 bags full of fruit, the stall owner gives us news that Naruto challenged a visiting curry guru from India a few hours back. The stage was set at the artificial river bank that's a 5 minutes walk from here. The store owner waves us off and tells us that if we hurry, we might just catch them. With a nod to each other, we quickly ran to the location. It was not particularly hard to find because apparently, the match attracted quite some attention. There is a small crowd of observing people circling the bank, most are sitting on the grass slope. The ground area has 5 noticeable people. The first 2 is at the kitchen area efficiently moving around so quickly, they were leaving after images. One is the person that we've been looking for, Naruto, while the other is a lean but well-muscled half-naked Indian man with white eyes. Behind the kitchen area, near the slopes, is a giant golden gong and a table that seated the other person we were looking for, Moerie, doing play-by-play commentary for the crowd. In front of the kitchen area, with their backs to the river, were 3 people sitting at a judging station, completed with their own electronic scoring board. Issei sighs in exasperation as he palms his face and walks down the slope towards Moerie's direction. I quirk an eyebrow at the scene and follow after the brunette. Moerie seems to notice us as she gives us a quick smile and pats the 2 chairs waiting next to her sides. We both took a seat, Issei on the left and me on the right, before she continues commenting. Issei shrugs and pulls up a microphone to help the comment session as well. I started feeling a little left out and pulled one towards my side to join in. I didn't say much, but it's the thoughts that count. As the match continues to the finale, both combatants closes their pots at the same time and starts glaring each other down. Why are they staring at each other? This is the most important match in the long series of their battles, Issei-kun, the match of wills. Match of wills, yes, using their cooking spirits, both chefs enter spirit combat where they do back and forth combat to defend their cooking. The match is split into 4 mini-matches. Whomever makes it to 4 points first wins and gets a slight blessing of taste from the cooking gods. Oi, that's basically the rules to tennis. 15 Love, Naruto. You mean he's winning? How can you tell? After the match of will, which the guru won by a turnover attack, both contestants shook hands and went to their pots to finalize their dishes to bring to the judges. Naruto took out 3 bowls filled with handmade ramen noodles and ladled some of his curry onto it, while the guru took out 3 plates of plain white rice which he ladles his curry on. As one, they finished the final touches to their dishes and both went towards the judge. It seems that the guru agrees for Naruto-sama to go first. Issei-kun, can you tell us what dish Naruto-sama has planned? He wrote down coffee curry ramen. In one line, by the way, with no commas. Eccentric. It truly is. After a year of riddling through his debts, Naruto-sama has mastered the art of replacement so well that he can easily make anything out of anything as long as it involves the word ramen. I am pretty sure that's not a good thing. Points. Naruto 24. And Naruto-sama finishes with a devastating 24 out of 30 points given by the judges. How will the guru compare to this blow? Issei-kun, what is the dish the guru prepared? Plain curry. Oh, proving his skills with the most basic dish, the guru goes with plain curry. WHOSHHHHHH. BOOMMM. ... What the heck is that? That was the legendary taste bud explosion technique, Issei-kun. The rumored final skill that all chefs work their whole life for to get. Since when did cooking have something like hat? 30 points. Guru wins. I see, not even Naruto-sama could stand up against him. Issei-kun, please call for an ambulance. An ambulance? Why, isn't it obvious, Issei-kun? The judges just experienced having their taste buds exploded. Look, the middle one is coughing up blood. Taste bud explosion wasn't a figure of speech. Didn't the guru just fed them explosives then? Delicious. Oi, don't eat that. The rest of that day was spent eating the leftover curry from the competition while watching the sunset. Most of the crowd chose the safer path and ate Naruto's curry while some brave, red as stupid fools tried the guru's explosive curry. There's a group of emergency ambulance for those who actually ate the guru's curry. Surprisingly enough, only Naruto and I survived the taste bud explosion, even the guru succumbed to its explosive powers after the third bite. His last words were I had no idea what I was doing. #blind as heck lol. His loss was greatly mourned for. Hey Ramen, which choice should we pick? I look up from my bowl of ramen to see Naruto and Issei concentrating intensely at the game on the television. I put my bowl down next to Issei's forgotten homework and look at the screen to read the choices. 1. Challenge her to a fight to the death where the victor takes that loser's love. 2. Get on your knees and ask her out for a marriage interview like a man. 3. Kill her family, kill her family, kill her family, kill her family, kill her family. ? I read the text a second time and gave Naruto a face that says, well, implies the hell. ! Naruto looks at my face and nods in understanding. He then pulls out the box that the game came from and handed it to me. I read the text on the box and find that there's nothing wrong with the commercializing. The box is colorful and attracts attention, the art is pretty good, my senses were trained by the Otaku Lord, Moerie herself, so I should know, and the summary attracts the interest of readers. Overall, there's nothing about this game that implies whatever those options on the television count as. Again, Naruto nods in understanding and says, I know exactly what you're thinking. The company that created this game is completely sane and normal, but the problem is one of their writers. For some reason, the souvenirs route that this company lets out is written by the same madman time after time. In the last game, it took the efforts of all four of us, me, Moerie, Issei and Dirt, to defeat this route. I scrunch an eyebrow at his explanation and reread the choices. Out of all of them, choice 2 is the safest option, but if what Naruto says is true, then that means that one guy wrote this whole script, which would make choice 2 an unpredictable wildcard. Going by that logic, the craziest one is the one with the most results. Choice 3, Naruto grunts and presses the option for number 3, Issei nods in understanding, holds his breath. I watch curiously to see what will happen. The end result of that choice ended in the main character dying via girl and making the 2 restart from the very start with no skip button as a penalty. Both Naruto and Issei screams damn souvenirs, in impotent rage. I quirk my eyebrow and continue eating my ramen bowl. I memorized the name of the game and took note to ask my crimson-haired king about it when she comes back from her trip to hell. She might know how to beat the game. Naruto curses aloud and I curiously gave the television a glance to see that the game turned from a dialogue playthrough to a beat-them-up action RPG. Really, this is what accounts for love these days in the gaming industry. It looks interesting though, so maybe I can ask Naruto if I could have a turn at playing. The rest of that day was spent with us playing games and cursing out the game developers. Honestly, this is coming from a real-life devil here, the souvenirs route is really screwed up. Even more so than most of the stray devils that Rias had them fight as training. Those devils are like small onus compared to the amount of insanity the writer shoved into half of this route. Alright cast of Ramen Days, we're making a music video. On the morning of a typical weekend Saturday, Naruto makes a bold declaration as everyone did their thing. Moerie blinks with her cup of tea halfway towards her lips. Issei looks up from his plentiful packages of homework. Dirt raises an eyebrow from just atop his newspaper. I blink lazily as I chew my ramen-flavored manju. Can I ask what brought this up, Naruto-sama? Moerie sets down her cup and tilts her head. Naruto nods and says, the management of MeTube seems to like the video so much, they contacted me and see if I can make more, or if not, sell them the rights to the idea so that they could branch off into their own series. I decided to sell it an O. That reminds me, the blonde searches his pants pocket for a bit before pulling out 4 plastic bank cards and hands them to each member in the table. Here, take this, it has the amount that the video was sold for divided by 4. It's quite a sum even when split. Now then, where was I? You sold the video, Issei offhandedly says as he checks out the snazzy new debit card in his hand. His face grinning like mad when he comes up ideas on how to spend the money. I have no doubt that he's planning on spending it on questionable magazines and games. Right. So as I sold the video, one of the guys asks if I could make a theme song for the Ramen Days series. So yeah, who's good at singing? Naruto blandly finishes as he pulls out the video recorder Dirt left at the ramen shop from the last shooting. Everyone at the table stare at each other before shrugging and gets up from their seats to get ready. After 5 minutes of clearing up each of their prospective mess, the crew shuffles out the door almost lethargically. We walk to the park of the last filming without much small talk as the sun satirizes our skin with good old skin cancer rays. Once we got there, Issei asks what Naruto is planning on doing and the blonde responds with a cryptic random actiony things that'll be thrown together with a snazzy beat and a good singer. I took a moment to process the blonde's words and decided that Naruto has no idea what the heck he's gonna do either. You have no idea what to do. Issei thought the same and states it aloud. The blonde puts on a nervous smile while whistling and looking into the far-off sky. Issei sighs and drops back first into the grass with his eyes closed. Dirt laughs and sat down by his left side. I sat down by his right side and together, we watched the clouds go by as Naruto tries to come up with something coherent. He gives up a while after and watches the clouds with us, next to me and with Moerie by his side. We stayed like that for the rest of the morning till late afternoon. Eventually, we got up and returned to the ramen shop where we spent the rest of the day lazing around and playing video games. On the plus side, I actually helped them finish the Tsunere route. I still question the route creator's mentality, seeing as the quickest way to getting a good ending is greet by fist to face, challenge her to a fight to the death where the victor takes that loser's love, spare her and take the hands of the boy she likes, kill his family, kill his family, kill his family, kill his family, flaming burritos, venom doesn't kill me that quickly, I can't live without you, die. It really makes for disturbing dialogue when the both of you are trying to kill each other only to instead fall in love. In the end, the ending was nice and Moerie seems to really like the melodramatics, but this is only because she started playing with us near the end. Issei and I have mixed feelings about the route as a whole, and Naruto straight out hated it. He used that hatred as fuel in order to make the music video out of the unused scenes from the previous the shooting and finished in record time. It was surprisingly good considering he was working with leftovers, but that left the problem with the song. Without further ado, Naruto drags the group to our newest location to spend the evening, a karaoke bar. Even though half of the group is underage, Naruto somehow got us through into the crowded bar and orders that we must each go to the stage once to sing. Whomever gets the most votes from our fellow barmates is the one that's going to sing in the music video. Issei was the first to go up with the encouragement Rita's harsh push, using the feat from Naruto. He searched the song list for a few seconds and then found a song he liked immediately. The title is 99 Words for Boobs. The crowd seems to have loved it even though his singing was somewhat subpar and gave him a whooping 85 points. Most of it came from the fact that Issei had enough balls to sing that crap. Moerie went next and found a song that she likes after a few minutes of searching. She sang the tea song beautifully, and though the lyrics were on the questionable side, the crowd were moved enough by Moetsure's voice alone to actually give up their alcohol and drank some tea. She got a huge 95-point judgment from the crowd. The remaining 5 points were from people who were too drunk and were busy hurling in the corner. Dirt was immediately skipped over by Naruto when he wondered if there was a coffee song allowed. The depressed man joined the hurler's corner. I was urged next, and just so I wouldn't have to waste time memorizing any lyrics or worry about messing up the words, I chose the easiest one in my repertoire, the Nyan Cat song. Taking in a huge gulp of air, I started nyaning continuously for the next 10 minutes. When I finally got tired, I left the stage with the following of a few awkward applause and a score of 70, surprisingly enough. I glance at Naruto and smirks at the twitch he has on his right eye as he stares back at me. It almost made up for the sore throat. I went to the bar area as Issei was made to go up again and sing a legit song. The bartender was nice enough to give me a glass of warm honeyed milk without me even asking. I gave a gracious nod and spent the rest of the stay at the bar drinking milk, watching Issei and Moerie have a sing-off and then see Naruto, in the female disguise that he's so good at, conquer the whole thing pop idol style. We split off afterwards to go to our respective homes, Naruto with his huge trophy and I with a teddy bear, and At Least You Tried prize were the ones that the majority of the crowd cheered for the most to come back. Faster, better, smarter, stronger, do not hold back Issei. Walk forward and do not pause. A moment's hesitation is the end. Naruto, in a white kimono and blue hakama, slams the bamboo sword in his hand to his side and makes a powerful crack with the wind. Will you stop yelling? It's more distracting than helpful. Without turning his head away from the piece of paper before him, Issei snaps at Naruto as he quickly writes down equations and solutions with amazing speed. Pages after pages of seemingly random questions about math, social studies, Japanese, English and science flies by and Issei scrunches his brows to quickly do them all. Do your best, Issei-kun. You can do it. Sitting next to Issei, Moerie encourages the boy on with her words of motivation. Issei responds with a grunt that sounded almost like thanks bro, before quickening the already insane pace he was doing his worksheets with. A vein becomes visible on his forehead, under the headband with a rising sun on it, and his eyes becoming slightly more bloodshot. Subject is experiencing the after effects of coffee distribution injection. A new dose if black coffee is now ready for injection. This will only sting for a bit, Issei-kun. Dirt taps the tip of the needle in his hand twice and then quickly shoves it into the brunette's shoulder with no prior warning. Just as quickly as he shoved it in, Dirt injects the black concoction within the needle into Issei's vein and pulls out before bandaging the wound with expert skills. Question mark, exclamation mark. For a brief moment, Issei stops moving altogether. His breath cuts short and his eyes dilate into almost pure whiteness before he returns to normal and continues at his previous assault on the packages of worksheets. In between page flipping, he gives Dirt an evil glare and says, stop doing that. I feel like I am losing a year of my life whenever you shove that into my system. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing as drastic as that at all, Issei-kun. It's only a week or two, maybe a month at most that you're losing. The middle-aged man laughs off Issei's evil eye and sips his coffee. You mean I am really dying? Issei almost stops to look at the man in horror, almost. Focus, Issei. No hesitation allowed. Naruto slams his bamboo sword into the brunette's head in a well-placed motion that reminiscent to what his old toad teacher did to him when he learned sage art. Amazingly enough, it works pretty well. I silently watch the group as they continued their review session. It's fascinating to see a normal human work at a speed that would be enviable even to magic users. Then again, it might have had something to do with the drugs that Dirt is pushing into his body. That stuff cannot be healthy. As the boy finally finishes the last of his worksheets and hands them over to Moerie, he collapses in exhaustion. I tilt my head and sedately walk over to his prone body to nudge it while the others are busy organizing the mess of pages. I stare at his snoring form and use my enhanced senses to check if he was alright. Aside from the strong smell of coffee, he at least smelled like he is going to live. I nodded and walk over to the others who have started grading the papers. I stared for a bit before Naruto caught the hint and hands me a package, an answer sheet and a highlighter. I took it and sat next to him to start grading Issei's fake final exam. Unsurprisingly, I didn't need to use the highlighter that much, or at all. The math test's result is 100%. He only had one problem where he had to make a guess, but he narrowed it down to the right choices and got the right guess. I guess this is only to be expected of the one whom Kiba had, in the passing, called a genius pervert first year who got such a high score on a test that is far harder than the mandated average, as per set by Kuo Academy's standards. But really, I know the truth of the matter. Issei is nowhere near being a genius. He just happens to work more efficiently than others of his peer. With the daily doses of homework packages from Naruto, help from Dirt and Moerie and a lot of encouragement again from Naruto, Issei has a better study plan than even a third-year student, theoretically. He's no genius by any stretch of the word, but he's a hard worker. Naruto seems to agree with a merry grin as everyone finishes grading and hands him their results. Theoretically, he would have made a total of 500, the perfect score and 7 points higher than the current rank 1 of his year, Momo Hanakai, from her previous test. The blonde pats the unconscious brunette's shoulder lightly as a show of approval and tells Moerie to prepare the guest futon. I gave a long yawn and looks at the clock that reads 11:30. Supposedly, this is a lot earlier than the previous attempt to cram things into Issei's mind. Once the bedding is secured, Dirt takes Issei to the rightmost futon and left him there before taking his own mattress next to the team. Moerie and I took the two leftmost futons and slept, leaving the middle one for Naruto. I cautiously angle a watchful stare at the blonde as he pulls out a laptop and types away at it. The smile on his face tells me something foreboding. Morning the next day. I am late. Equipped with a piece of buttered toast in his mouth, Issei rushes out of the ramen shop calculating that if he runs straight to school now, he'll barely make it in time. Good luck, Issei-kun, Moerie calls out after the boy as he runs off. He gave a backhand wave in return to show his acknowledgement. Ya www. I gave a mouth-gaping yawn as I rubbed my eyes and tried to straighten the tie on my neck. I know that I am also late for my own class, but I am not that much a morning person. In fact, I usually have 2 to 7 alarm clocks ready in my bedroom to wake me up each morning. They obviously weren't here, and so, I am awake and sleepy. Relax, Ramen. I mailed your teacher earlier stating that you're not coming to school today. You're not missing much either, just some review works. Naruto pats my head as he walks by with a bowl of morning ramen. I blink drowsily at him and process his words. Blearily, I follow him to the table and sit in my usual seat. Moerie brings me a cup of fresh orange juice and a bowl of cereal a while after. I thank her as she took her seat next to Naruto before lazily scooping the meal to my mouth. So what's the plan this time? Classic teacher-student support staff. Dirt sips his coffee and asks Naruto. Yes, that is the plan that we're most consistent with. We will leave in 10 minutes by car and make it there before Issei. It should give us enough time to go to step 2 of the operation. Naruto nods and hands everyone in the table a folder. I look at mine and reads Watcher Brain. Naruto had the same one as well, while Moerie had one that's labeled student. I turn to Naruto with a questioning stare and he gives me a grin while holding up a camouflage suit around my size. I blink. Kuo Academy. Target is moving in school, reaching the 2nd floor in 2. Moerie, hold position. Dirt, report. Naruto broadcasts into his mic as he looks through a binocular. I bite a ramen-flavored manju in my hand and looks through my binocular as well. Apparently, the group has a long-standing tradition of helping Issei on his major tests, starting from the last midterms till today. Yes, Naruto-sama. Moerie gave her affirmative and continued looking over her textbook in her classroom. Test acquired. Reading proves that 99% of the test was predicted accurately. Dirt's voice rang through the radio's earphones and I caught a frown growing on Moetsure's lips. That's okay, Moerie. You worked well with that percent error. Improve next time, Naruto calmly states. Yes, Naruto-sama. Moerie dutifully agrees and puts up her textbook as Dirt walks into the room. Here, I voice myself moments before Issei rushes into the classroom, sweating and out of breath, and jumps into his seat next to Moerie. He didn't even give her or Dirt's presence a second thought as he gulps down the drink she hands him. Surprisingly, nobody gives him a second glance either as they turn around and listens to Dirt's instructions. I wonder if this is already normal occurrence for the class. Having random classmates and teachers show up, I mean. The test helping was quite simple once we got into it really. Naruto and I just keep watch of Issei while munching on snacks in the tree we're on and see when he starts slowing down. If he pauses, which he rarely does, we ring up Moerie on the problem and she discreetly help Issei out. I don't quite understand how Issei always seemed to understand the vague gestures that the Silverette do, but it works. Dirt's only job is to walk by the room and get everyone to pay attention to their own test instead of looking around and potentially spotting Moetsure's helping. Not that they'd be able to understand it anyways. After 3 tests, the students takes a lunch break and we all decided to camp out on the empty roof of the building eating Moetsure's pre-packed lunches from this morning. The sky made good eating weather and I managed to doze off for a bit while the others talk. Lunch was an enjoyable affair. I like the dessert Moerie made. As the half hour passes by, Issei, Dirt and Moerie returns to the classroom while Naruto and I stayed on the roof. Since the last 2 tests are something that Issei is confident in, Naruto and I decided to give the brunette the benefit of the doubt and lays out on the tiled roof to watch the clouds. The ramen-flavored dangos that Naruto brought tasted pretty good too. At about the end of the last test, Naruto gave me the uniform for Akuo Academy's high school division and pushes me to the bathroom to change. I questionably got dressed and walks out to find Naruto in his female disguise and Akuo Academy's uniform as well. He takes me to the classroom that Dirt, Moerie and Issei resides. As he reaches for the handle, he tells me to put on a big smile and say NYA on his cue. I looked questionably at him again but consented. His devious vulpine grin came with a vengeance as he swung open the door. A random street between Kuo Academy and Uzumaki's Ramen. Ouch! Issei groans as he wobbles about. He glares at Naruto's direction and says, "Do you really have to do this every time you show up at my school?" Yes. Naruto looks up from the camera in his hand and grins at the brunette. "You're a bastard," Issei grumbles. Correction. I am the bastard. Naruto wiggles his brows and references to something obscure he found on the internet. Now Naruto-san, we should NT jab at Issei-kun for defending the honors of his beloved ladies. Dirt grins from behind the group and takes a jab at Issei. I am sure that if you had explained it calmly, you could have got away with a few less bruises. Moerie calmly says as she gives Naruto and Dirt a reprimanding glare. The two withered back and whistles off tune while looking at the sky. I stare in humor at their antics and nibble on a Pocky that won the many students who confessed his undying love to me and Naruto, and Moerie offered while Issei fought off a crowd of his classmates for either having such an awesome harem or being a lolicon bastard. I am starting to see the ambiance of pranking Issei, it's delicious. But yeah, this one is being overdone, so he'll stop and come up with something else. Naruto waved his slender hand in the air and winks at Issei. Am I supposed to be happy because Issei glowers at the blonde and begins saying something as they turn for an intersection in the street. He misplaces his step and trips on a crack in the road, which ended with him falling on the side of the road, just as a car that was speeding past a yellow light from a moment ago rushed towards him. My eyes grow wide as I hear the honking of the car in my ear, and I made to quickly run towards the brunette, fully intending on stopping the car with my body. Even with my natural speed though, I could see that I would be too late to help. I was too late from the start. The car was going too fast to begin with. Scenes passes across my sight as I could already see what was going to happen. Issei getting hit, blood splattering across the street, me making it to the brunette first after failing to do anything. Me helplessly trying to aid him as he loses the light in his eyes. Me failing to make a difference, once again. The moment passes and I choke down a cry as I try to put more strength into my limbs to take a bigger step, even if I know I wouldn't make it. The car continues its ever closer path towards the teen. A meter, 2 feet, 1 feet, 12 centimeter, 1 centimeter. And at that moment, I close my eyes, not wanting to see the gruesome scene, only to bump into something soft and silky. It took me a moment, but I take a confused step back and open my eyes for a teary look at Naruto, holding Issei by his collar, with a scowl and whisker-like marks that was once too light to be discernible on his face. His body thrums with a familiar energy and his eyes outlined with red eyeliners. His pupil a mix of red and yellow with a cross as his irides. Another image overlaps him for a moment and I take a choked, horrified gasp. Naruto's hair took on a black hue, his uniform turning into a shortened black kimono, his scowl turning into a playful grin and his pupils into slitted cat eyes. Naruto, used senjutsu. Well, I guess I can make it home from here. Thanks for the help earlier, Naruto. In the setting sun in front of Uzumaki Ramen, a pale Issei Hyodo attempts to give his group of friends a cheery grin as he walks off on unsteady legs. It looked more like a grimace than anything else. Are you sure you want to walk home by yourself? I'd be glad to keep you company. Naruto scrunches his eyebrow in a show of worry and offers help. The brunette shakes his head in negative and says no thanks before marching off slowly. The blonde worriedly watches as his friend walk away with faltering steps into the distance before turning the corner and away from sight. He has an inkling of what Issei is feeling. His first impression of a near-death experience in his first C-rank mission shook him up as well, even though he was trained for such a thing. The almost car accident from earlier is taking its toll on the brunette. I better be off as well, it's been a long day, ha ha ha. Dirt tries to lighten the atmosphere with his laughter, but it came out rather strained sounding. He walks off in another direction as Naruto watches his back with narrowed eyes and a small frown. I'll go buy some ingredients for tonight's dinner. Would you like anything in particular, Naruto-sama? Moerie turns her step towards the fresh produce open stalls area and asks the blonde for suggestions. Naruto shrugs his shoulders and says, anything's fine, just buy a lot of extra. Besides Ramen-chan here, I feel like we might get a few more guests coming in for dinner. Moerie smiles sweetly and lightly bows her head towards the blonde before walking off to procure ingredients. As she gets out of sight, Naruto turns towards the shop's entrance while fishing his pants for the shop's keys. He unlocks the door and walks in before stopping to beckon the hesitant middle schooler behind him to follow. Koneko bites her lips lightly in thought and proceeds to follow the one whom she has recently come to consider a friend. She follows him into the shop and is led up the flight of stairs to his and Moetsu's room. She follows his invite for her to take a seat at the low-lying table in the middle of the room and accepts his offer of warm tea. As Koneko sits silently and drinks the prepared tea, Naruto slowly forms a gudama in the hand that's out of her sight and below the table. Manipulating it for a bit and adding a Sora's chakra to it, he slowly raises the newly made sword of Nunoboko and stabs the ceiling. As the roof and walls flicker like static, Naruto pours himself a cup of tea and watches as his surrounding change from a room to a desolate green meadow. Koneko watches intently as Naruto pulls out a helix, staff, blade, rod, from below the table and impales it into the ceiling. What happened next is beyond what she could understand. She felt the room shifted. Before her eyes, the room changes into a plain with nothing but grass for as far as her eyes could see. The floor of the room and everything on the floor was still with them, but besides those, nothing else is there. The wall is gone, the ceiling is gone, the lower floors is gone, and the very neighborhood is completely gone. She tested to see if it is an illusion, only for her senses to tell her that it's not. The sun's warmth feels too real, the smell of grass is too real, the very minuscule sounds of the grassland bugs is too real. Despite the situation, however, she did not feel panicked. In fact, if anything, she feels calm, at peace. Like the very world is welcoming her presence and is actively making her feel safe. I thought we could use some privacy for our talk. Don't worry, in this world, there is no chance that anyone will stumble in on us. So take your time and think about what you want to talk about. We have all the time in the world right now and I'll answer anything you want. The blonde sips his cup soundlessly and stares off into the distant sky as he talks to the girl before him. Koneko blinks and stares some more at the blonde. A minute passes by, and then 2, and then 3. The blonde stayed silent throughout it all and did nothing but sip his tea. The white-haired girl lowers her gaze back towards her still steaming tea after affirming that the blonde really was planning on doing nothing other than sip tea and wait for her to start. She thought about his words. Is there something she wants to talk about? Besides the surprising use of senjutsu earlier that the blonde used to save Issei, is there anything she wants to talk about? Speak your mind, do not keep them in your thoughts. Even I cannot understand such things. Naruto stares at the golden-eyed girl before him with his own sapphire orbs and calmly states. How did you use senjutsu? Koneko took a deep breath and asks the one thing that's plagued her since the car accident, well, that in her brunette friend's mentality. Senjutsu is a technique that uses the untapped energy within nature and embeds it into one's own body to give an aggregate amount of boosts to a number of parameters. The way I do it is as simple as breathing. I merely let the energy of nature flow into my body and mixes it with my own internal storage. Does that answer your question? Naruto lists off what he remembers from Old Man Toad Fukusaku and inputs his own experience with the technique to answer the girl. He already knew that this wasn't what she is looking for, but he also didn't know what that is that she is looking for to begin with. No. Koneko shakes her head at his first attempt at answering her question before deciding to specify it. How did you not fall into insanity, like my sister? Senjutsu is regulated into the body by using one's inner energy. Out of all known substances that reacts with emotions the most, inner energy lies at the very top of the list. If one's emotions is in turmoil, then the inner energy will be the same. If use of senjutsu is done in this state of turmoil, increase in aggravation might be a result. Because of that, I was taught to use senjutsu after long periods of meditation which empties my mind of any thought. Starting to understand the white-haired girl's problem a slight bit more, Naruto explains his own experience, though changing a fact here and there and replacing the word chakra with inner energy. Even if senjutsu is also a thing in this world, he has no guarantee that anything else he knows is. No. Once more, the girl gives a baffling shake of her head and argues, senjutsu absorbs the world's malice. How could you ignore that? Unlike my sister. Senjutsu itself is an act of tapping into the latent power of the world. The world itself is not predominantly evil, therefore it has no malice nor love to entice the users of senjutsu with. As I've stated before, senjutsu gives a boost towards certain parameters. Emotion is very easily one of these parameters. Naruto puzzlingly looks at the girl before him. Though he measured his words carefully before using them, he's been doing nothing but aggravate her more and more. But that can't be. Koneko grimaces and looks down, completely covering her eyes from the worried blonde's sight with her bangs. Senjutsu makes you mad. I am only talking from my experience. Using senjutsu does amplify one's emotions. Though not to a point of insanity, I was definitely more impassioned than I would be otherwise at times in the past. Naruto points out as he collects the energy of nature into himself and mixes it with his own worries for the girl before him. He then leans over the table and pats the girl's lowered head gently, slowly offering the newly created batch of nature chakra that he just made. Koneko tenses as she feels the touch but relaxes as she feels the familiar warmth. The warmth that, in her memories, her father and mother had bathed her in. The warmth that her sister had tried to give her before the incident. The warmth that Naruto used to save Issei. The warmth of senjutsu, hinted with Naruto's worries and doubts. And this warmth is not evil. A single tear creeps into her eye as she realizes that she knew this. But if this is true, then that means her Ne-sama killed their saviors voluntarily. Her beloved, kind, caring, affectionate and compassionate sister killed the man who had helped them and abandoned her to death. Why, Ne-sama? So your sister is the cause. Naruto sighs as the resemblance he noticed on the first day of their meeting deepened. This girl, she's similar to Sasuke. He looks at her as a teardrop falls from the shadow of her bangs and sighs mentally. Someone else I knew had the same sounding problem. If you don't go into details, his life pretty much summaries into a tragic play where his brother betrays him out of love and duty and he goes to take revenge. My friend deeply regrets what he did to his brother because he was too late to see what's underneath of the underneath. Please, don't let it happen to you. Koneko feels the blonde pet her head one more time before lifting up his hand up and withdrawing. Along with his hand leaves the warmth of senjutsu. She shivers at the small loss of heat but chooses to focus on the blonde's words instead. She knew what it means. She had heard the blonde repeat it offhandedly multiple times before to Issei when a prank succeeds. To see what's underneath the hidden, the true meaning of the truth. So, is there a truth behind why her sister killed their benefactor and committed so many other crimes to alleviate herself to the ranks of an SS-class strayed devil? Is there a reason for her sister to abandon her to death? Is there any reason for her beloved sister to commit such atrocities besides simple madness like what she once thought? Koneko couldn't find the answer. She doesn't understand the mind of her beloved sister. She didn't want to understand the mind of her beloved sister. She was too filled with pity for herself to try and understand her older sister. She hated her older sister and, she still hates her older sister. But even so, Kuroka is still my beloved Ne-sama, and, as Ne-sama's little sister, I will find out why she did it, and find it in me, to forgive her. Even if problems and conflicts arises between them, they will still be able to find it in their heart to forgive the one who's wrong. That is what siblings are, a bond that goes beyond hatred and trust. That is what Koneko wants to believe she shares with Kuroka. Through the memories of their time together, through the love that they shared for each other, through the trials that is left for one another, Sharon wishes to trust that Kuroka still loves her like she loves her older sister. For that, shall search. Good, you've finally decided then. Naruto's worries eases up as the girl lifts her head again. She simply nodded. Her face free of all the troubles that had plagued her before and a gentle, almost serene, smile is attached to her lips. Naruto grins at that and once more reaches his hand upwards, grasping what should be air and pulling down the sword of renewal. The field of grass flickers like a bad television channel and returns to the four-walled room that it was earlier that day. Looking at the clock on the wall, he widens his eyes a bit and promptly gets up. He motions Koneko to do the same and says, "Come on Koneko, we better hurry before Moerie finishes cooking. She's making everyone's favorite today." Sharon, Koneko says while following the blonde as he rushes downstairs. The older teen pauses mid-flight and turns to look at her with a question in his eyes. She decides to elaborate. "Please call me Sharon. If that's what you want." "Come on Sharon, I can smell Moerie's ramen finishing cooking." Still with a small hint of confusion in his eye, the blonde grins descends the stairs once more. The white-haired girl follows with a small smile on her lip. Earlier. I better be off as well, it's been a long day, ha ha ha. Dirt waves at the three standing before him and trudges off as they gave their goodbyes and acknowledgements. He walks down the worn road and lets his thoughts wander about. Looks like I've been a bit careless, for someone to find me in this form. He smiles bitingly and puts his hands in his pockets. It might have been a coincidence that the agent of Ouroboros found him, but he's also at fault for letting the agent recognize his true self. Fortunately, he at least managed to stop information about his form and identity from leaking upon the agent's notice, but when will it be until the next coincidence occur? He pauses and leans to the side as a group of small boys and girls runs past him, all giggling and happy, without a care in the world. He smiles a bit when the thought that he is the same strikes him. Spending time with the people he met in the mundane ramen shop changed his views quite a bit. Spending time with them, not as an overseer or a watcher but as a participant, gave him new insights. The feelings that they have together, the joyful feelings that they experience together when doing something fun, the anticipation of waiting together for something nice, the frustrating feelings of trying to solve something seemingly impossible together, the victorious feeling of conquering the impossible together. These are things that he had never felt before, living in the void. These are the things he enjoys feeling now, living with the beings of Earth. And these are what he wants his fellow companion of the void to feel. He hums as he shifts his hands in his pocket to get into a slouchier walking position when he feels something within the socket of his pants. Pulling it out puzzlingly, he finds a small folded note with a short message in it that reads, "Come to the park before burning in a flash of fire." His smile strains a bit when he recognizes the handwriting and rubs the soot off of his hand. For a moment, he mirthlessly laughs at the thought of the blonde not over-exasperating everything. Truly, that'll be the day. Stuffing his hands back into his pocket, he changes directions to the park. Park. Ah, so it was you who gave me this after all, Naruto-san. Dirt walks towards the familiar blonde teen that he said goodbye to not 20 minutes ago while waving around his still sooty hand. Though, I must admit, I am quite shocked to see that you're confessing to me. Moerie-san and Issei-kun would be crushed when they hear the news of our new relationship. Moerie just has a strange sense of obligation. Naruto twitches his eyebrow in irritation and tries to justify the reason why the silver-haired girl stays by his side for so much of their time together. The smile that Dirt gave says that he's not convinced or even listening properly. This makes the blonde twitch his eyebrow at a faster frequency. Anyways, the reason I called you out is because of this guy. Oh. Dirt walks closer to Naruto and takes a look at the man sitting next to the blonde. The new person is a nondescript man in his late 20s. His hair is a shade of dirty blonde, indicating that he's a foreigner or at least of foreign blood, and he wears a pair of casual black khakis and a white buttoned-up dress shirt with a gray tie hanging off of the collar. The sleeping foreigner looks like any businessman in all sense of the word, and nothing but one thing displaces him from others. The foreigner has an unusually large, unnatural magic system. Dirt looks to the mont's side and back at Naruto. Is this the man that caused our problem earlier? Yeah, he's the idiot that used the unknown wide area technique when we were walking back to the shop. I had no idea what the technique was, so I prompted to track, capture and interrogate him instead. Naruto scowls at the man and gives the foreigner a look that practically screams of his urge to punch the sleeping form. The technique is an illusionary spell of avoidance. The area that is targeted will turn into a field where people without certain levels of magical power will avoid with a vengeance. That's the reason why Issei and that car's driver is affected but not everyone else. Dirt offhandedly says as he sips his cup of coffee and takes a seat to the right of the blonde teen, with the foreign man on the teen's left side. He looks over to the scowling blonde and asks, so did the interrogation go well? The interrogation? Oh yeah, that went perfectly well. Scared him so hard, he pissed himself and started talking even before I could question him on anything. Naruto sarcastically tirades to the middle-aged man on his right while waving his left hand in the air as if to shape out the abstract scene. The man next to him raises an eyebrow to ask the silent question, and Naruto sighs before saying he began talking the moment I appeared and then fainted. He's been like this ever since. What did he say? Dirt inquisitively asks as Naruto slapped the foreigner's cheek in an attempt to wake him up. It didn't work. Some crap about how the Great Office is going to defeat the apocalyptic beast, Great Red, and take back what's rightfully hers or something like that. The blonde pauses and reaches into his pocket to pull out a Ziploc bag with a small thumb-size marble figure of a snake. He also spat this out after it became a choking hazard. What do you do to piss off this nutcase and his boss? Ho, what makes you think I am involved in this, Naruto-san? Dirt smirks and leans onto one hand that had its elbow propped onto his knee while staring at the blonde. The blonde glares at him irritably. Dirtayer Apocalypse. Naruto pronounced every syllable with narrowed eyes and a glare that makes the middle-aged man smirks wider in enjoyment. That's the name you introduced yourself as to me and Issei. I didn't see it at first since it had no significance, but now that I have a reference, Naruto kicks the foreigner's shin. I'd have to be an idiot to not see it. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Dirt's smirk held for a grand total of 3 seconds before it is smashes by his urge to howl in laughter. Laughter at a private joke that Naruto didn't know. This pisses the blonde off enough for him to kick the middle-aged man in the shins as well. Ahahaha, it was a joke at first, ha ha ha, but after you two took it up so well, ahaha, I had to stick with it. Between short bursts of laughter, Dirt explains why he kept the made-up name and tries to dissuade the irked Naruto from kicking his shin anymore. As his laughter starts dying off, he looks at the blonde with a slight loneliness in his eyes and says, I guess, you'd want to know what I've dragged you into, huh? Not really, no. Naruto waves off the offer and blearily blinks at the mon's dumbfounded look. He grins back and points at the mon's chest. I just wanted to know if a friend of mine is in trouble and if there's anything I can do to help said friend. Anything else is unneeded if that friend wants to keep it hidden. You can tell me anything or you can tell me nothing, I wouldn't mind either. As long as you come to me if you need help, I'll be happy. No, me, Koneko, Moerie, Issei, well, I'll be happy to help, because we're friends. Ha 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 ha. The man blinks once more in befuddlement and then snorts another bout of laughter. This one didn't last as long as the last, and it ended with Dirt's gratified smile at Naruto. It would seem so. Well, I'd still like to tell you the gist of the problem, so sit tight and listen carefully. Go ahead. Upon hearing that Dirt is planning on telling him the situation anyways, Naruto slouches into the park bench and pulls out a cone of ramen-flavored ice cream to enjoy while listening. Let's see, where to begin? I guess we'll start with who Opus is. She's my shut-in older sister. She likes to stay inside the house and do nothing. One day, she went out to do an errand and quickly came back. Before she could enter the house though, I found it wise to lock the door and make her interact with the world more. She hasn't come home since. Nodding at the distorted version of the true story, Dirt pridefully tells it to the blonde next to him. Said blonde gave him a narrow-eyed deadpan. So your sister, Opus, decided to hire people with supernatural powers to take care of you because you locked her out. Naruto points his cone of ice cream as the stilled foreigner besides him and raises a disbelieving eyebrow. That's one way to say it. Though, rather than some people with supernatural powers, I think she's gone and made a whole organization. Dirt dryly laughs aloud after a sip of his coffee. I am not going to ask. Just let me know to help when your sister lets them loose again and if you need help. Naruto takes one last lick of the cone in his hand and chomps the rest down. He then stands up and starts walking to the park's exit. Come on. We're too late to find any good dinner and Moerie's making a seafood hotpot ramen. Dirt raises an eyebrow when Naruto left the sleeping man on the bench but shrugs and follows after the blonde. Seafood hotpot ramen, whatever that is, sounds nice right about now. Earlier. Well, I guess I can make it home from here. Thanks for the help earlier, Naruto. Issei says with a strained grin as he turns around and walks towards his house. From behind him, he hears Naruto's offer to walk him home but he politely rejects. He wants to deal with his problems by himself right now. As he turns several corners from the shop and was sure that the others couldn't see or was following him anymore, his shoulder sags as the burden of a near-death experience takes him in full. He grimaces as the feeling of helplessness resurfaces and feels something rise from the back of his throat. He takes a look around to find someplace he could take a seat and maybe recollect his nerves. What he found leads him to a familiar family restaurant that opened around the same time as when Naruto's shop opened. He walks in and a fairly nice-looking waitress greets him and takes him to his booth table. He orders a pot of hot tea, remembering how calming the cups served by Moerie could be, and slumps into his cushioned seat. His thoughts returns to what had happened. He was walking home with the group, joking around like always with Naruto when he suddenly felt the urge to leave. Leave where? He did not know. He just knew he had to leave. Thinking back, that urge was very strange. In fact, he still thought it was strange even at the situation. That was the reason that he tripped himself. If it wasn't for that feeling, I would have never gotten into that near-hit incident. He swallows loudly again as the incident flashes before his eyes. His muscles tensed and he starts feeling sweat drops growing larger and larger from the pores of his back. The images of the almost hit and run incident flashes before his eyes and even some in-body experience of dying passes by as well. His mouth becomes drier and his breath becomes shorter. A soundless video of Moerie panickingly calling for an ambulance and Naruto trying to get him to stay awake flashes in his eyes. Dirt is in the background holding back Koneko from seeing the gruesome image of his to-be corpse. His hand clenches harder on the folds of his pants. The soundless video continues to grow dimmer and dimmer as the image becomes blurrier and blurrier. He lost sight of his friends one by one. First was Koneko, then Dirt, then Moerie and finally, N. Here you go, sir, a pot of freshly brewed green tea. If there is anything else you would like, please don't hesitate to call me. His trance is broken when the waitress returns with a pot of steaming hot tea in a ceramic cup that doesn't look like something a family restaurant owns. He blinks and blanks out for a moment before automatically thanking the waitress for bringing his order. He pours himself a cup and quickly gulps it down, letting the burning hot pain clear up his mind. He regrets it a second later and slowly sips his next cup. Ah, that's right, it's just my hyperactive imagination. I wasn't going to die. Naruto saved me. Issei's thoughts focused on his blonde friend instead, now that he's calmed from the previous episode. He remembered that the blonde was quite far away from him when they were walking and was on high heels as well. Yet, it was also the blonde who had been the one to pull him back from the road as the car passes by with a speed far above the allowed limit. Perhaps it was just him and his warped perception of time and reality, but Naruto definitely moved too fast to save him. But here he is, safe and sound, thanks to the blonde. Thanks to Naruto. Finishing his second cup, Issei pours another one and finally tastes it seriously. It reminds him of Moeorie's calming tea, perhaps the same brand. His thoughts diverts to the waitress of the ramen shop, and then the shop's owner, and then how said owner saved him. Perhaps, I should buy him a thank you gift. Thanks for saving my ass. Even though you're a bastard sometimes, you're a great friend. Would probably be what I'd put on the card. What would he like as a gift? All I know is that he likes ramen and playing pranks. Somehow, a whoopee cushion in a box of packaged instant ramen doesn't sound very sincere. Maybe I should change the phrasing of the note. Taking a deep breath and finally calming his nerves down enough after finally organizing the mess in his mind, Issei drinks the last of his tea. He puts down the cup and looks at the clock on the wall to find that quite some time has passed by. He sees the waitress that had escorted him to his seat and wonders if he should order something to eat. His parents were going out of town for a week starting a few days ago and left him enough money to get takeouts for a number of meals. As he is about to call the waitress with her back turned towards him, his cell phone vibrates and sounds out a familiar ringtone that he gave to only one person. A ringtone of a narwhal imitating Naruto's ramen eating style. He pulls out his phone in curiosity and reads the simple message. Moerie's making seafood hot pot ramen, get over here so that we can eat. Ramen and dirt is also coming. Hurry. Issei smiles and stands up to pay at the cashier before quickly leaving the store and retracing his steps to the Uzumaki ramen. He texts a short reply saying that he'll be there in a moment before running towards the shop again. From the interior of the shop, the waitress that had attended Issei smiles as her phone vibrates from receiving a message. She pockets the ceramic teacup and the pot of tea that Issei had used before disappearing into the shadows without anyone's notice. Moerie will be mad if she realizes that a major part of her favorite tea set has gone missing. Occult Research Club. Tick-tock tick-tock tick-tock. Every few seconds, Koneko would look up from her snack and glance at the clock for time. The glances won't last very long and she'll go back to her snacks immediately, but in the end, she still make minuscule glances. These glances, though not very noticeable, are very easy to spot since the girl herself is usually very still. As such, it did not take others in the room very long to notice. Rias, not being one to miss out on a juicy rumor, overheard a number of gossips floating around since yesterday about a certain genius pervert in the first-year classes having multiple beautiful girls barging into his classroom and randomly hugging him, including one very cute cat-like middle schooler with white hair and golden eyes. Not wanting to cause awkwardness due to her quick judgments and faulty information, she asked Kiba to gather more descriptions of the perverted genius middle school girlfriend from his fellow first-year classmates earlier that morning. He came back at lunchtime with a stack of pictures showing 3 very dazzling beauties. The first is a silver-haired girl with a gentle smile that wouldn't look out of place on the face of any saint's statue. The second is a golden-haired twin-tailed girl with a smile that strangely reminds of a fox. And the third confirmed her suspicions. With a knowing smile, Rias sits in her chair drinking Akino's tea and secretly watching her rook glance at the clock in impatience. Akino, having shared theories with her king earlier at lunchtime, smiles tranquilly as the little girl before her fidgets almost imperceptibly. Though she isn't the one to cause the fidgeting, she's still taking the sight in with joy since it's her first time ever seeing the stoic middle schooler like this. Kiba, who's also in the little conspiracy happening against the smallest girl in the room, tries to act normal and reads his book on a chair in the corner. He still manages to make a few discreet glances at the girl when he thinks she's not looking. Unbeknownst to everyone, Koneko has already noticed the glances she's been receiving the moment she first set step into the room. At first she thought nothing of it, but as time passes by, she begins to worry. Did the group already know about her newfound resolve that she has forged with Naruto? Did they want to talk about it? Did they want to know what she knows about the blonde? Though the ramen chef has given her free rein of the information she knew about him, she's decided to keep it a secret between them since she's never heard of him prior from Rias and figured that he'd want to keep his anonymity. Though she's willing to tell her king what she knows should she be ordered to, she's also inclined to keeping the blonde's secret between them. Whether out of thanks for helping her make a new resolve or out of obligations as a friend, she's willing to do it voluntarily. So, why exactly is her fellow peerage members giving her their strange looks and smiles instead of asking her questions, if they knew? Feeling extremely uncomfortable under the not so discreet glances, Koneko looks at the clock once more just as it hits 6. Tick-tock, ding-dong ding-dong. I'll be leaving. With her mouth almost breaking into a relieved smile, Koneko packs up her materials and immediately leaves for the entrance, to escape the strange looks and smiles. As she closes the door, she gives everyone one last glance and shudders at the smirks they have on their faces. Something is definitely wrong, her Naruto-hone trouble senses is telling her so. On the way to the front of the high school division school building, she meets a wobbling Issei walking alone towards the entrance as well. She gets into pace with him and finds out that he's held back after class due to his extracurricular activities during lunchtime with his friends. Koneko gives him a half-hearted reprehending glare and he at least had the decency to look impish. Together, the two walks out of the school's territory and Koneko caught sight of a certain familiar bat flying towards the old school building. Once more, her Naruto-honed senses tingle to warn her of incoming trouble. Pack up, we're taking a trip to China, Naruto declares one day as he stands imposingly over the table. Dirt looks up from his coffee, Koneko from her ramen-flavored snacks, Issei from his homework and Moerie from her tea. Together in practiced synchronization they vocalize the word. It's not a well-known tradition but this market area has its own sets of legends during July 7th. Each year, on that date, the goddess Tanabata and the farmer Mikaran meets at the highest point of the tallest bamboo tree and descends the heavens to the shop that the tree resides. In having those two eat at the shop that the tree is in, the wishes on that tree will come true and the shop will gain a year's worth of good fortune. Naruto points his thumb in the general left direction of the shop. Last year, the crappy dango shop from over 4 shops down won by a landslide with a bamboo tree that they grew since they were a child. Now, as a firm believer that ramen is the food of the gods, I will reclaim my shop's rightful place as the shop in which a goddess and her boyfriend meets up to pig out in. As he finishes his speech, everyone else puts on a complicated expression that ranges from either "is this guy serious?" to "I can't believe I am listening to this." Oi, that sounds like a bunch of folklore legends you threw together, blended in a juicer and then desecrated beyond all imaginable possibilities. Apologize to all ancient folklore tellers, damn it. Issei is the first to give in to his impulse as he slams one hand on the table and uses the other one to point rudely at Naruto. The blonde is completely unfazed with this accusation and retaliates with a resolute, "I shall apologize to no one until the ramen gods have been appeased by my defeating of all the others in this district." The uncompromising fire that burns in his eyes said it all. Moerie, Dirt and Issei knows that look quite well, the look of the ever-troublesome serious Naruto. Koneko, who had not gotten a chance to meet this form of Naruto, looks slightly put off by the look but stood her ground, chair against the overpowering pressure of the blonde's resolution. "I'll go pack the luggage for a week-long stay." Moerie was the first to give in to the blonde's verdict and goes upstairs due to what she said she'd do, all while worrying about various things pertaining to the shop. One would think that she's the owner rather than an employee with what she has to worry about. "I'll go get the van ready." Dirt sighs and sips his coffee as he saunters out the front entrance of the shop. Somehow or another, he has obtained the position of being the group's appointed chauffeur. Not that he really minded or anything, it is fun seeing them squirm in their seats whenever he steps on the gas pedal. "I'll give my parents a call and tell them I'll be gone for a bit with you guys." Issei sighs aloud and pulls out his cell phone. He walks out the shop after the middle-aged man and asks if the man could give him a ride to his house so that he could pack some clothes as well. Dirt complied graciously and they went out together. "I'll contact my guardians." Tilting her head to the sides in slight puzzlement at the group's quickness to go with the blonde's idea, she pulls out her phone and starts calling her king while walking out the door as well. Rias will probably allow her to take a trip as long as she promises not to do anything idiotic. If anything happens, the high-class devil can teleport to her location immediately anyways. Somewhere in China, a random bamboo forest. "Koneko, over here," Issei yells as he ducks behind a large pile of rocks with a hail of flying needles following him only to impotently bounce off of the rocks. Koneko follows the brunette and barely makes it to the covers of the rocks before her own rain of needles strikes hits the stone pile. She tunes her heightened senses and waits until the sounds of needle throws stops before whipping her head to the side, just out of the rock's protective covering, and accurately shoots 4 tranquilizing darts from her makeshift bamboo blow dart gun. As the darts hits, she feels a small surge of pride for her accomplishment before it's crushed by the sense of shame for actually landing herself into this ridiculous situation to begin with. "Shoot, they're circling us. Come on, Koneko." Issei, who's on high surveillance with the data that Moerie's streaming to him constantly, sees a dozen dots moving in an oval shape, encircling in on his and Koneko's current position. He tugs his white-haired partner in crime's arm to break her out of her remorseful reverie before breaking into a run for their next cover, a large patch of bamboo clusters. The white-haired girl blinks for a moment and then nods in affirmation before taking her role behind the brunette. Whether he knows it or not, she has been the one to cover them by blocking the flying needle strikes with her iron skin. A byproduct of using both her Rook's gifted power and Naruto's steady senjutsu lessons. As they do a flying body lunge towards the cover of the bamboo grooves, numerous loud booms exploded from the rock pile formation where they last hid. The sound of enemies screaming in anguish rang through the air, and the laughter of a certain ardently devoted member of the Ramen cult rang even louder, far more gleefully than what should be allowed in the situation. Pest control finished, all stunned and disabled. Sector 14 captured. Where to next, leader? Naruto's voice comes from the headset that each member of the raiding group has on, and Moerie answers immediately. Job well done, Private Naruto-sama. The next location for attacking is up north, approximately 20 meters from the bamboo forest. Scale the walls and infiltrate while the enemies are working to gain back control. Hurry, you have approximately 10 minutes. Will do, keep up the updates. Ramen, Oppai, we need to move. With that said, the blonde rushes off in a random direction to do his job of making loud distractions for the rest of his team. How the hell did this happen? Following shortly after the blonde, Issei wonders out loud as he pulls on the uncomfortable collar of his normal camouflage gears. The word normal is stressed because unlike Naruto, whose definition of camouflage is bright neon orange, theirs is a dark shade of bamboo green. No idea, Koneko helplessly shrugs as well, since she too didn't know when things became so strange. Yesterday was quite normal really. They landed in some province of China early morning and toured around the area for a bit. They ate some of the local dishes, took a few pictures and even bought a few interesting looking souvenirs before renting out a large hotel room with 2 king-sized beds, one for her and Moerie, the other for Dirt and Issei, and Naruto went out information gathering. This morning wasn't that strange either. Naruto, who had a suspiciously large sports bag that she now knew was filled with Dirt's approved tranquilizing weapons, invited her and Issei out for some quick breakfast and a walk through a famous local bamboo forest. The first half hour of the walk was surprisingly calming and relaxing, so it still confuses her as to how the situation devolved so quickly into this. Koneko-san, Issei-kun. Naruto-sama is tasked with the job of spreading enemies thin again. They regrouped faster than I had anticipated. Please continue to go straight and continue the mission. I will send you a map of the best route to take. Moerie's voice comes through again and updates the group on the situation. Apparently, she and Dirt are the brains of the operation. Got it, thanks Moerie. Oi Naruto, you owe me free ramen for this, come back safely so that I can get my pay. Issei clumsily wishes the blonde good luck and runs straight ahead with a slight blush to his cheeks. Good luck. Tying a headband onto his forehead, Naruto loads grenade bullets into his rotary grenade launcher and gives them a thumbs up. He then runs off into another direction, his neon orange wear blending into green surprisingly well seconds later. How far is it? Koneko asks while following after Issei. For obvious reasons to her and Naruto, Issei is put as the information technician of the group while she is the brawler to anyone who gets past Naruto. Next to Moerie and Dirt, Issei is the leading commander in charge of the operation, according to Naruto. According to the map, it's just up ahead, Issei says as he looks at the tablet he pulled from his knapsack. Immediately after he says that, the two rushes out of the bamboo forest to see an open gate with a flashy welcome sign right next to it. Suspicious, was the first thought that screams into their mind. The seconds was to dodge, aka get the heck out, as a giant shadow looms above and a large creature falls from the sky and lands just where they were. BOOOMMM. Smoke and dust kicks up from where the unidentified large being lands, and Issei takes that moment to fall back with Koneko, both taking out the gear that Naruto armed them with to fight off enemies. Issei's gear is a futuristic-looking tranquilizing gun of sorts that Dirt guaranteed has a 100% hit rate, and Koneko's is a pair of boxing gloves that has a shocking punch. Both took up their ready pose as a gust of wind wipes away the dust in the air to show an extremely muscled man wearing something that you'd see in an old Chinese martial arts movie. He even had the Fu Manchu and all. So you two are the intruders who are after what we've safeguarded for over 1,000 years, the man booms in perfect Japanese with an energetic hint to his voice. He towers over the two and they flinch at his crushing gaze. Before they could say anything, however, Naruto rushes out of the forest as well towards the large man, his shirt missing and his gun gone. In the name of my god, I shall be demanding this year's bamboo tree, lariat. Serious Naruto meets eyes with the towering giant and slams a wide haymaker at the man's throat. The man lifts up both his arms upwards to block the move before twisting one of his blocking arm to grab the blonde's offending limb and makes to throw him. Naruto retaliated by slamming one of his foot into the man's face mid-throw and leaps off after the man releases him. He lands in front of his two partners and without taking his eyes off of the man, the blonde speaks to the two behind him. Ramen, Oppai, hurry. The two didn't need any more words of instruction as they immediately listens to the blonde's words and dashes off. From behind them, the sounds of fist colliding with fist resounded throughout the temple ground and the bamboo forest. Once inside the gate, they followed Motsuri's map and make numerous twists and turns, going through many doors and pathways. Issei got extremely proficient in hitting enemies on sight with his sure-hit gun, and Koneko uses her instinct to take out anyone that tried a sneak attack in close combat. Together, they quickly navigated the catacomb of the temple ground quickly. As they turn the last corner, their eyes are momentarily blinded by an amazing sight. Before them, a single graceful bamboo stalk that screams of holiness stood in the empty field. Koneko and Issei looks dubiously at each other as they had no idea what to do. A grouped sneak attack from earlier had took out their headgear, and Motsuri never told them what to do should they have made it this far. Koneko shrugs and nudges Issei forward to touch the tree. If it's nearly as holy as it looks, then she should definitely not be the one touching it. The brunette gives her a raised eyebrow and she shrugs again before turning to the entrance to keep guard. Issei nervously trudges forward to the bamboo tree and hesitantly reach out. He touches it and feels a cool smooth feeling in his palm before the tree explodes into 1,000 grains of fine golden powder and something shoots upwards from the remains of the tree. Was all he could say as firework explosions appear continuously in the air for a whole minute. Soon after that, the ground trembles and quake and the walls around them shake. Koneko swiftly returns to his side and enters a boxing stance as he looks at his hand, which had instinctively grabbed some golden dust. The walls fall to show a large crowd of people, all applauding them, some cheering, some booing and others with a grudging look in their eyes. Issei and Koneko blink owlishly at this and stood stock still. The massive man from earlier in the ancient Chinese robe comes up from the crowd and grabs both Koneko's wrist and Issei's wrist and raises them both up into the air while declaring loudly in two languages at the same time. The victor of the 143rd Bamboo Temple contest is Team Cult Ramen. The man then lets go of their wrists and let their hands go limp by their sides as the crowd renewed their applause, making the temple echo with clapping. He turns around and gets on one knee with a huge smile on his face. Congratulations, foreigners. You have fought valiantly and shall claim your prize. Both Koneko and Issei continued looking at the massive man stupidly, as if not understanding his words even though he was speaking in their language. Before they could say any more, however, the massive man stood up and they were crushed by a group hug consisting of 3 people. Ha ha ha, good job guys, you did the ramen gods proud out there. One of the huggers, Naruto, energetically laughs as he moves to hold Issei in a headlock. It seems that he's found his upperwear again somewhere during the fight with the giant who congratulated them. Excellent work you two. Motsuri gives the both of them a huge smile, almost equaling Naruto's, and a quick hug before handing them a bottle of refreshingly cool water and a towel to wipe off their sweat. She has on her normal wear with a neon orange camouflage jacket draped over her shoulder. You used those tools like a true soldier. This old man is proud to have lead you, privates. Dirt jokingly says while squeezing both their shoulders with just the right amount of pressure to be reassuring. The man had went full out like Naruto and was wearing classic soldier wear. Caps, boots and all, even though his only job is to sit next to Motsuri and drink coffee. Come, the prize that you seek is awaiting up this path. The large man in the Chinese robes allowed us a moment of reunion before walking towards a random pathway on the temple ground. Naruto, with a wide grin on his lips, slung an arm over both Issei's and Koneko's shoulder before following the man. Dirt and Motsuri quickly took up to following behind the blonde. What's happening? As they walked down the corridor behind the Chinese giant, Koneko found it in herself to recover from the strange happenings first and asks the question of the day. Issei recouped soon after and nods in agreement with the white-haired girl's question. Motsuri, who was right behind the middle school girl, tilts her head in questioning and asks in return. Did Naruto-sama not tell you what we were doing? It was an innocent question from a completely innocent bystander involved in the fiasco, but it caused a strong impact. Together as one, Koneko and Issei both whips their head towards one location and glares heatedly at the person residing inside the general location. I knew I forgot something when we were getting breakfast. Taking his arms off of their shoulder, Naruto loosely hangs his left arm to the side while using his right hand to scratch his cheek abashedly. His cheek grows a slight blush when he notices his two side companions' glare increasing in intensity and feels the burning sensation of Motsuri's reprimanding frown on his back. He takes a step ahead of the group, turns around, and as he closes his right hand into a fist, he lightly knocks it onto the top of his head, winks his left eye at Koneko and Issei and says, how do I say this? Sorry, I forgot, Tehapero. Both the white-haired girl and the brunette grew a comical red vein on their foreheads as they too clenches their hands. Naruto notices immediately and wisely retreats by standing nearer to the intimidating Chinese giant. The two huffs in annoyance as one as well and both turns towards Motsuri with a question in their eyes. The silver-haired waitress of Uzumaki Ramen sighs in exasperation before taking up her teacher's pose, something that came with becoming a pseudo-teacher in Kuo Academy when pranking Issei, and starts explaining. Yesterday, when he was out gathering information, Naruto-sama went around town to ask if there was a location he could buy living bamboo stalks from, and he got instructions about a contest for the highest quality bamboo of this region. Supposedly, these bamboo stalks are offsprings of a 1,000-year-old bamboo tree that has great qualities to it, requiring 10 years to plant and cultivate. Originally in ancient times, the contest was held between different martial arts clans to see who was the strongest clan, but as time passes on, this tradition became more of a free-for-all race with tranquilizing weapons allowed. There is a bit more technical details to it that I am still uncertain about, but I am sure Naruto-sama can give a better description of the race's objectives. With a slightly vexed smile, Moerie tilts her head and finishes informing the two students of what they were doing the whole time. So that was why they were attacking us, all for a bamboo tree. Twitching his eyebrow uncontrollably, Issei starts massaging the side of his head to see if that'll appease the twitching. Koneko silently agrees and decides to look at it from another perspective. At least she's getting some experience for future rating games, sort of. It's not any bamboo tree, you know, it's a super bamboo tree. The Chinese giant helpfully inputs from up ahead. Issei twitches at the sight of the giant fist bumping Naruto like old friends. So how are we going to take the tree home? I am sure that we won't make it to Japan and prepare everything in time for Tanabata if we're going through the regular airports like how we came here. Issei gives up on rubbing his head and decides to focus on the reason he was stuck in this situation in the first place, besides the obvious answer of, because a certain blonde. Ah, you don't have to worry about that. I've offered Naruto-san to give everyone a ride back to Japan and he accepted. Dirt's cheery voice rang in on the conversation, and its topic completely stops Moerie and Issei in their tracks. Koneko pauses to look as well when she sees the silver head and brunette mechanically turn their head towards Dirt, who's holding up a thin card. A flying license card. Uzumaki Ramen. Click click, slam, ding-a-ling. Moerie, prepare the decorations and open the shop. Koneko, get some rest. Dirt, try to revive Issei. Go make some ramen for lunch. Opening the door to his ramen shop roughly, Naruto staggers in with a large bamboo tree on his shoulder and a bag of bamboo branches in his hand. Behind him Moerie and Koneko walks in with unsteady legs, leaning heavily on each other, as if their continuation depended on each other's support. Trailing after those two is Dirt and Issei. Dirt is casually sipping his coffee with a shiny sheen to his face while Issei isn't really moving or breathing. Apologies, Naruto-sama, I will have to postpone until recovery is made. As Naruto slams the bamboo tree on his shoulder down in the middle of the shop, Moerie leans Koneko down into her seat and takes a seat herself. Dirt does the same with Issei and takes the television remote to turn to a comedy channel. 30 minutes later, Naruto comes out with 5 large bowls of freshly made bamboo ramen and spreads them out to the group. Issei manages to revive himself due to hunger after Kaneko's 3rd bowl and Naruto's 5th bowl. They spend the rest of the day doing nothing but laze around the table, recuperating. At around 7 or 8, when the sun completely disappears from the sky, they each slowly gets up from their spots and pull out a blank piece of paper to write on and hang off of the haphazardly placed tree in the middle of the shop. Of course, since there is a festival going on around them, the group wanders outside to join the festivity, Naruto forgetting his job of manning his own shop. They spent the rest of the night goofing around the various stalls at the shopping district and having dinner out as well. They each left after their own farewells and departed towards their prospective houses from Uzumaki Ramen when the clock ticks midnight. I'll be going. Thank you for treating me to dinner. With a roasted squid held in her mouth, Koneko bows down slightly and leaves with her large bag of toys and snacks. I'll be going as well, it's been a fun day. Have a good night everyone. With a wave of his hand, Dirt turns around and walks to where he last parked his van. Yawn, damn, there's school tomorrow too. Night you too. With drooping eyes and a loud yawn, Issei walks off towards his house with a festival mask that he bought earlier between his hand. I'll prepare the futons. Remember to sleep soon Naruto-sama, it's been a long day. Moerie warmly advises her blonde roommate after walking into the shop and heading towards the stairs. Seeing him nod once in acknowledgement, she walks up the flight of steps and leaves her caretaker to do what he wishes. So it was true, after waiting for Moerie to at least open the door to their shared room, Naruto walks up towards the table that he and the others usually occupy, past the newly acquired bamboo tree that is noticeably missing the wishes tied to it earlier. He makes it to the table and narrows his eyes to see the objects in front of each chair and 2 empty ramen bowl in the middle of the table. He picks up the note tied under the ramen bowl and reads it in his mind. Thanks for the ramen, it tasted great. As a gift, I tried granting the wishes on the tree to the best of my ability, have fun with them. Sign, Goddess of Reunion, Tanabata. Putting the note down, he looks at the objects on the table. The wishes were placed in order with each seat's usual occupant. Starting from the left with Dirt's I want a completely new extraordinary way of making coffee wish, a book named New Extraordinary Way of Making Coffee and a note reading I hope you like it. Was left on the wish tag. Next to it is his own wish of wanting to protect his friend. The gift he got is a gun with 4 full cartridges of bullets. For some reason, Naruto is really doubting Tanabata's goodwill. Sitting innocently alongside his gun gift is Matsuri's wish for world peace. The goddess left a note that says, that's super hard, how about inner peace instead? Here's a goddess-certified love charm. And in pink omamori with the kanji for love on it. Rounding the table's corner, Kaneko's wish for being able to understand Ne-sama better is paired with a book that's titled How to Get Closer with Your Close Ones for Dummies. Besides Kaneko's wishes, Issei's not so surprising. I want to become a harem king. The goddess answers seriously with a note that says start by being friends first and another omamori with the kanji for friendship on it. He. Naruto chuckles at each gifts and gathers them up to put under the television cabinet. Once he closes the cabinet, he yawns loudly and walks upstairs to join his roommate. Too bad Tanabata didn't stick around. He gets a feeling she might be a good conversationalist in the arts of pranking. So you have no idea what you wish to do for Naruto-san, just that you want to do something for him. Dirt raises one of his eyebrows in questioning as he gathers what the nervous boy before him said. He then smirks connivingly and says, My Issei-kun. How daring of you to make the first move. Why, not even Matsuri-san, whom lives with Naruto-san, had mustered up the courage to do what you're subtly implying. TCH, are you helping me or not, old man? 'Cause if not, I can always find someone else to get help from. Issei scowls at the middle-aged man with a twitch of his eyebrow. Honestly, he had a hard time debating on whom to ask for help in finding Naruto a gift, and Dirt came out as number 1 simply because he knew Naruto the longest, tying with Issei. Matsuri was out since she's the type to think of everyone and will only advise Issei on getting something mundane, while Koneko barely knows the blonde for more than a month. Ahahaha, it's just a little joke, Issei-kun. Dirt chuckles lowly from the top of his coffee cup and smiles at the brunette in a grandfatherly way. But why would you want to buy him a present? If it's about him saving you from the near accident, I am sure he did it without expecting a gift. Anyone with a proper conscience would. After all, I think a polite thank you is all that's needed as thanks for someone like Naruto-san. Well, that or an orange whoopee cushion and a box of ready-made instant ramen. It's not just for him saving me. He's done a lot of things for me since I've first met him. He gives me advice and accommodates me with my high school lessons as well. I just want to thank him for helping me out so much. The teen furrows his eyes at the look the middle-aged man is giving him. Somehow, he doesn't think that what he's thinking is what the man's thinking. What youthful innocence. Ah, how good it is to be young. The man sighs with a grin and takes a long sip of coffee from his cup before slamming it down onto the table. His grin becomes a wide ear-to-ear smile as he proclaims, very well, Issei-kun. This Dirtirg is willing to help you in your endeavors in any way possible. Be it money to resource to the greatest technologies in the world, I give you free-range access to use it all. I don't really need any of that. It would defeat the purpose of me being the one to get Naruto a gift. Just a little advice is all that I need. Thanks for the thought though. Issei waves off the generous offer from the extremely wealthy coffee addict and slouches back into his chair to get into a comfortable position. If it was money, it would have been a lot easier. Dirt pouts as he sits back into his chair and takes another draft of his coffee cup. Issei raises an eyebrow at what he says and he clarifies. In case you haven't noticed, we know next to nothing about Naruto-san. It's not that we're bad friends, but rather, it's because he never tells us anything about his past. We merely know some random facts that could be found in his registries and government-kept paperworks like his birth date and schooling, but no real personal experience. From my memory, I only know for a fact that Matsuri is an unofficial relative of Naruto's and that he traveled the world before opening the ramen shop. You're right. Issei holds his chin in between his thumb and index finger and tries to recall what he knew about the blonde in topic. Nothing pops up and it only reminds him of the reason why he's looking for help in the first place. He throws his hand into the air in surrender and sighs out, dang, so I am at a dead end, huh? Not exactly, no. I think I might have an answer to our predicament. The middle-aged man rubs his stubble and mutters something. He then stands up and goes to pay the bill for the curry and hamburger that both he and Issei ordered before walking out the door of the restaurant, with the brunette following closely behind. As he walks towards the direction of his van, he asks his brunette friend, Issei-kun, can you call Koneko-san and acquire her help as well? I have an idea that just might work. Koneko, sure, if she's free I guess. Issei follows the man with a questioning raise of his brows as he pulls out his phone and complies with the man's request. Unknown hospital basement. Where what? Koneko pinches her cheeks and slowly pulls as she muffles out her question to what Dirt just said. Issei did the same thing as well. I want you and Issei-kun to use these untested virtual reality mind-jacking machines that my company had made a few weeks earlier to access Naruto-san's memories and dreams. Once inside, I would like you to look around and find any information about a good gift to give Naruto-san. The middle-aged man replies simply as he types on a keyboard in front of a glowing futuristic-looking machine. And pray tell, what is a virtual reality mind-jacking machine and how does it enter the mind of someone? Issei asks as he pinches the bridge of his nose. Honestly, there were plenty of other questions he wanted to ask as well, like, why are they in a creepy basement under an abandoned hospital? Why Dirt's company felt the need to make something that's basically an interrogation tool? Why they thought it was a good idea to leave something so ominous sounding out in the middle of nowhere, and so many other questions. He just felt that these two questions were the slightly more important and on-topic ones. The rest might give him more of a headache than an answer. Well, the virtual reality mind-jacking machine is just what it sounds like. It hijacks the user's mind and inputs it into a virtual reality that is closely akin to a mirror of the mind. As for the memory and dream programs, Dirt stops typing and looks up from his keyboard filled with too many buttons to turn his gaze at the pair of observers. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a plastic card with a single strand of yellow hair in between it. It is just a gimmick that one of the lab monkeys created to get to know his girlfriend better. It ended up with him breaking up with his girlfriend immediately after. The middle-aged man walks past the white and brown-haired pair to access another machine that's held together by lots of wires to all the other machines. He puts the plastic card into the new machine and continues typing while giving Issei and Koneko a sideway glance as they starts talking. So we're going to look into Naruto's dream to find a perfect gift for Issei to buy. Koneko tilts her head sideways in confusion as she doesn't quite understand the urgent need for her own presence in this situation. Ah, that's where the problem comes from. Navigating the memories and dreams of someone is like sorting through a complex puzzle. It's hard, so the tech monkeys decided to turn the thing into a literal puzzle and made the whole machine into a sort of puzzle game. Dirt finishes typing on the keyboard and gestures the two to follow him towards two beds with weird helmets attached to it. As I expected, Naruto-san's memories is sorted straightforwardly into a dungeon that only goes down. It has 100 floors and each floor has a guard of sort. The guards are a part of Naruto-san's dreams and are either a person or an embodiment of his memories of some sort. Your goal is to navigate to the end of the dungeon and complete the navigation. From there, we can collect the data of the dream and pull out the potentially perfect gift. That sounds needlessly complicated. Issei scrunches his eyebrow and looks at Dirt suspiciously as he pats the beds, gesturing them to lay down on it. Nothing I can do. This is the best bet we have. Dirt shrugs his shoulder and takes a sip of his coffee as he moves sideways to make room for Koneko. Issei soon follows the white-haired girl's lead and sits on the bed. Don't worry about time. I've regulated it so that the dream is much longer than reality, so unless you spend around 10 years in there, well, have enough time to buy the gift as you finish. Issei and Koneko gives the middle-aged man one last slightly doubtful look and puts on their helmets. They both lose consciousness immediately and Dirt smiles mischievously. He walks over to one of the machines, taps a few buttons and falls backwards as a large cushioned chair appears underneath him. He pulls out a large tub of popcorn and slumps backwards as a large flat-screen television slides down from the ceiling, showing the image of the two teens looking around confusedly in a stone cavern corridor. Separation from reality, check. Time flow stop, check. Record function, on and check. Popcorn, double check. It's good that I have the power to basically do whatever I want, but really, it's so tiring. I guess I can indulge my friends from time to time though. With a large content sigh, the humanoid dragon amongst dragons pops a small piece of popcorn into his mouth and watches the chaos unfold. Cavern of memories. Whoa. Issei blinks a few times as his surrounding changes from a technological madman's lab in a hospital's basement to a large cavernous corridor. He looks besides him as Koneko grabs his sleeve and steadies herself. Apparently she couldn't take the sudden change in environment as well as he had. It feels so real. Once steadied, the white-haired girl looks around the cavern and touches the wall. Yeah, this is pretty amazing. Issei nods as well as he taps the floor with his foot and hear the echoing thud rang through the corridor as a result. RINNNNNG, RINNNNNG, RINNNNNG. ... The two looks at each other in confusion and looks down at their own respective pockets as something in it vibrates and rings. Reaching for the pocket, they each find a ring and a small folded note. Quizzically they both open the notes at the same time and reads them. Koneko-san, put on the ring. It will allow you to access your rook powers as well as chakra and senjutsu for the upcoming challenge. Koneko blinks in surprise at the note and rereads it a few times to figure out that Dirt knows of her abilities and current race. She scrunches her eyebrows as she figures that Naruto probably told him and puts on the ring. Immediately, a rush of power enters her body as chakra flows evenly through her veins without her guidance. She mentally puts a stop on it and glances sideways to blink in surprise when Issei puts on his own ring. Issei-kun, put the ring on your left hand. It will allow you access to a tool called the boosted gear. Just focus on your left hand, think the words boosted gear and it'll work. Use it for the upcoming challenge. Issei raises a brow at the note as it catches into flames and lets go before the flames touches his hand. Following the note, he puts the ring on the left hand and thinks the word boosted gear. Immediately, a red flash appears with his hand as the center, and when the light dies down, his hand is covered in an extremely decorated red gauntlet with numerous green jewels imbued into it. Whoa! Issei blinks as the jewels glow a bit after the word boost echoes through his mind and feels himself grow more energetic. He feels his muscles grow stronger, his limbs grow limber, himself grow more powerful, and many more. He whistles inside his head as he feels one of the many things the strange middle-aged man can do with a bit of effort. He turns around to see Koneko not having a similar weapon but just the ring on her finger. He raises an eyebrow at this and asks, "You didn't get a weapon?" Status upgrade. I am more durable. Koneko blinks in surprise at the question and answers with a bit of deliberation. She assumed that Issei knew of her powers but now doubts that, as he just asked her if she had her own sacred gear. The fact that he's marveling his own weapon with such interest tells her that he didn't know he owns a sacred gear at all either. She makes note to not speak of the supernatural around Issei, assuming he doesn't know about it already. She secretly wonders why Naruto hasn't told Issei already. Oh, looks like the first stage is ready. Let's get this over with, right Koneko? Though he says it like it's a chore, Issei is literally bouncing down the newly lit path in the corridor. Koneko rolls her eyes at the boy's liveliness and jogs after him. Floor 1. Ebisu. Issei. Behind. Koneko gives a quick direction as she senses the man wearing the shady-looking shades move quickly behind her friend. Goo. Issei lifts his gauntleted arm up just in time to block his neck as the man appears at his back and strikes with a knife. He grunts while holding his ground as the force behind the attack was surprisingly strong and attempts to grab the man's arm. The man disappears again in a burst of speed and reappears on the other side of the room. The man discards the knife which broke from the confrontation with Issei's gauntlet and pulls out another one before disappearing. Left, right, front, up. Koneko tracks the man's movement and expertly makes an uppercut timed using only her senjutsu as her sense. She grunts as her strike matches his and the ground she stands on craters. Dragon shot. A red beam of energy blasts towards the shaded man and strikes him with a satisfying roar. Issei whooped in victory as he fell to his knees in exhaustion of the reset as he calls it, but Koneko kept her senses on full throttle. Issei. Behind. The white-haired girl screams in urgency as the brunette turns around at the same time only to meet a kunai to the face. A burnt piece of wood falls from the dissipation of the earlier energy blast and the brunette falls. Issei. Koneko didn't make it very far either as the man takes advantage of the moment of pause to trap her in a rope of hidden wire with pieces of paper on it. The man puts two fingers in front of his face and announces Katsu. Everything went white. Gah, that's the 7th time we've lost to him. What kind of dungeon is this? The first level is a last boss level. What happened to the slime level, damn it? Outside the entrance of the first level, Issei tears at his hair and rolls around in frustration. He's a part of Naruto's memory. Koneko mutters in wonder as she re-evaluates the challenge of the task before them. It's just the first level and they've already met someone who's stronger than her and as fast as Kiba. She narrows her eye as the hurdle raises itself higher when she figures out that the man is probably only the tip of the iceberg. If Naruto can use senjutsu, his teacher who taught him is probably somewhere within the dungeon as well. Well, at least I am catching up to him. I can react to his speed at the 5th boost and sort of match him on the 6th boost. His strength can be reached on the 6th boost as well, but Issei makes a gesture while trying to find the word that he needs. He gives up in the end, but Koneko got the gist of it. Fighting experience, the man is full of it while the pair has a grand total of a few small scuffles in comparison. The man fights with grace, technique, decisiveness and absolute certainty of his victory. Meanwhile, Koneko and Issei flounders around to keep up with the man as he slowly chip away at their defense, waiting for the chance to strike a killing blow. The difference between reaction time and strategy trumps over them even if they were a match in terms of strength and speed. Rinnnnng, Rinnnnng, Rinnnnng. Issei stops his floundering as he feels his pocket vibrate. He reaches in and pulls out a note. He opens it and holds it so that both he and Koneko can read it together. Not 10 seconds later, Koneko grabs the note and punches it to oblivion, it along with the ground under it. It seems that you're having a lot of trouble. Since I am generous, I'll tell you this after watching you for so long. First, he doesn't have any memory of previous fights. Every time he fights, he has to re-analyze your fighting style, use that time of analyzing to your advantage. Second, Issei-kun gains access to a new boost the longer time goes on. Each time is around 10 seconds, so stall if you can until you can outspeed him completely. Third, Koneko-san should be careful about your kicks. He's been getting sneaking peeks under your skirt. On that side note, cat patterns fit you. Good luck, Dirtiered. So he has been watching us this whole time. Che, he only choose to help us now. Issei sighs exasperatingly and looks over at a steaming Koneko. He chooses wisely to not mention anything near her lower body and instead plan for a strategy against the enemy. Secretly, He wants to just give up and buy the blonde a box of ramen, but that would insult everyone's help. What do you think we should do? Do you think you can beat him after 2 minutes of using your boost? Koneko asks as she realizes that each fight so far has lasted for a minute at most. If what Issei says is true, then 12 boosts is more than enough to outrank the opponent in terms of strength and speed. Hopefully, it is enough so that he can ignore the handicap of experience in fighting. No, at the rate boost was powering me up, 7, maybe 8 is all that's needed to outmatch him. That's what I feel anyway, Issei determinedly says as he rebukes Kaneko's claim. The girl nods in acknowledgement and frowns in concentration. We have to hold him out for a minute at the least. Koneko feels a slight touch of encouragement from the brunette's words but squashes it down as a wave if depression hits her. In comparison, her sister, the person she wishes to catch up to and reunite with, is much stronger than this man, and here she is, planning to stall him rather than defeating him. If it continues like this, she'll never catch up her Nae-sama. Well, think of something. After all, we still have 99 more floors to beat, right? Issei notices the white-haired girl's melancholy and pats her head with a stupid grin, so told by Naruto. She looks at him in surprise before nodding her head once with a little smile of her own. They take another moment to calm themselves, then stand and face the door to the room once more. Phew, I gotta finish this quickly and find a gift for Koneko and Dirt for helping me as well. Yeah, let's do this. Issei pumps himself up and pushes the door open while taking steady strides into the room. I am not by myself, there are others to help me reach Nae-sama. Together, we can reach her. This is just the first challenge. Koneko nods at the solution. She reaffirms herself when Issei patted her and walks in after the brunette. 3. Issei mutters as he keeps look at the man, and another boost rang through his mind. Unlike the other times where they both rushed in to attack the man, this time they waited back. Seeing as the man isn't attacking, it's safe to assume that Dirt's advice is correct and that the man is analyzing them before attacking. Besides the brunette, Koneko stands completely still as she processes nature energy into her chakra. Her senses heighten and she enters a stage of awareness that Naruto trained her to use for advantage. In this stage, she can predict movement and sense energy almost at a high bishop's or queen's level. This is a stage that she only managed to reach twice during the 7 fights against the man. Naruto had said that there were higher advancements in using senjutsu but recommended that this stage is the one she stops at until she gains more experience at using the art. She silently apologizes to the blonde as she broke the rule and continued to process nature energy. 6. Issei feels another rush of energy as a boost occurs and tenses his muscles as the plan is now at the critical stage. The moment he shifted, however, the man disappears in a burst of speed and appears in front of the both of them with a knife readied. Issei foresaw this move ahead of time from experience and swings his fist at where he felt the man would most likely be at. Clang. Ku. The sound of metal hitting metal echoes outwards from the point of impact. Issei grimaces as he feels the recoil of the strike rippling through his arm. Using the recoil to his advantage, he quickly pulls back his left fist and leans his upper body backwards with it for a kick. The man spins once to roll past Issei's sloppy attack and uses the momentum to swing another knife that he pulled out from his waist bag after discarding the one Issei broke on contact. Done, Naya. Koneko sensed the man's intention and punches at the knife before it touches the brunette. She widens her eyes in surprise as her fist didn't just knock back the knife but broke into it and continues to strike the man in the stomach. Bam. Close. Koneko lowers her fist as chips of wood falls from where she landed her punch and turns towards where the man reappeared, on the other side of the room. She feels her ear twitch and tail sways and wonders when they got loose from the bindings used to hide them. 7. Issei straightens from the odd posture he gotten into during the conflict and punches his fist into the gauntlet's palm. Beside him, Koneko nods in acknowledgement and settles into what looks like a modified boxing stance. The man pushes up his glasses with the index finger of his left hand and uses the other hand to pull out another knife from his waist pouch. A moment later, everyone moves into action. Floor 2. Jiraiya. In my defense, I did not know he could breathe fire. Outside the room for the second floor, Issei tries to placate a glaringly mad Koneko. The battle lasted longer than they had both thought due to the man having more tricks up his sleeves than just disappearing and attacking from behind or replacing fatal hits with wood. The clash ended when Issei calls forth a rather ingenious plan from the deepest crevices of his brain where Koneko boxes the man in from the front and he blasts him with a dragon shot from the air. Don't ask how he got into the air. What he didn't account for though, was that the man can breathe fire. The dragon shot landed head-on and disabled the man, but the impact caused the flames to spread out and hit Koneko, burning most of her clothing in the process. Funnily enough, the man's first and last words were cat panties, Mo. Issei gave him a discreet thumbs up in agreement as Koneko landed the finishing blow, repeatedly. Koneko continues to glare at the teen as she moves slightly but noticeably away from the teen while hugging her uniform, which repaired itself after walking out of the floor's exit. She harumphs and pushes the door open, ready to vent her anger not on the boy who was technically at fault but on the next target. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. A strong gust of wind blows into their faces the moment they step into the room and allow the door to close. They both cover their eye and began their own perspective battle mode initiation. By the time the wind dies down, Issei gathered his first boost and Koneko juggled between preparing to fight with and collect more nature energy. Dum badum dum 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 ding. Question mark. While still in battle mode, the two confusedly looks at the direction where music of some sort is coming from. Since the gust earlier knocked up a lot of dust, they didn't see much. Another gust of wind blows by and knocks away the dust, showing a giant frog at the far end of the room with smaller frogs surrounding it, playing music. Listen up, you chicks. Open up your beady little eyes and take a good look. Behold, the divine ninja Jiraiya's free and uninhibited, wild dance. Atop the giant frog, a man wearing a green kimono and matching pants with a red haori over the kimono dances on his getas. He exclaims something completely incomprehensible and flips around his ridiculously long spiky white hair. Koneko and Issei stand stock still in battle position and gives the man a duel to hell. Face. The music dies down and the small frogs bows before disappearing in plumes of smoke. They stood silent still. A tumbleweed passes by somewhere in between. Lord Jiraiya, why are the enemies not doing anything? The large frog shifts from its still position and whispers as quietly as it can. Issei's and Kaneko's the hell. Face gains a new level of intensity. They're just wallowing within our amazingness, Gamagachi. It is honorable to give them a moment of reprieve to burn my gallant figure within their mind. Without shifting from his one-legged pose, the man whispers back just loudly enough for the teens to hear with a completely serious look on his face. Like hell, Issei, being trained for a year to be Naruto's straight man, throws a 5-boost dragon shot at the man from across the room. He immediately falls on his face as he loses all the energy he had gathered into the shot and was only saved when Koneko lowers herself to heal him with her senjutsu technique. Not enough. Koneko narrows her eyes as her senjutsu given sense locks back onto the strange mon's energy. She quickens Issei's stamina recovery by offering her own store and while continuing her multitasking of gathering natural energy and locking onto the man. Ho, not bad kid. The smoke blown up by dragon shot settles to show the man standing crossed-armed with not even a scratch on his body. The only relief they have is that the giant frog is gone. That would have ruffled my clothes if you hadn't done it so far away, ha 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 ha. Why the hell is everyone in Naruto's memory so overpowered, damn it? Issei shakily stands back on his feet as his stamina recovers and he summons the gauntlet again with a quick mental order. He stands straighter after the first boost. Of course I am strong. I would have whooped the brot's butt more if head thought otherwise, ha 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 ha. The white-haired man laughs loudly and disappears from their sight. From their previous meeting with disappearing characters, both Issei and Koneko quips their head behind them only to meet two large palms tapping their center and push them down onto their butts effortlessly. Koneko widens her eyes as nature energy leaves her energy at a rapid pace and kills her ongoing momentum, leaving her effectively disabled until she can balance her internal storage back to normal. She flinches when she feels the man pats her head gently. You're good to be able to control senjutsu like that at such a young age, but don't overwork yourself. It'll be a shame for a cute kid like you to turn into a statue before you even hit puberty, ha 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 ha. The man takes 2 long steps from behind the 2 down teens and flops on his butt after turning around. He puts on a huge smile and leans his head into one hand while propping the arm on his knee. So, what are kids like you doing here in the shades of the brot's memories? Huh, Issei blinks in confusion as he looks at the strange man with a slight tilt to his head. Well, that intelligent answer rules out that you're Yamanaka. The man mutters under his breath before rubbing his chin a bit and asks with a raised eyebrow, you kids do know where you were right. We're in Naruto's dreams and memories, correct? Koneko answers this time with more certainty to her voice than her brunette friend but still kept it a question. The situation is strange enough as it is. Talking to Naruto's memories isn't exactly making it worse, in fact, it might actually clear up a few things. To an extent, yes. So that means you're here on purpose. Seeing as you don't mean much harm though, why are you looking through the brot's brain? The white-haired man continues the back-and-forth questioning session with a raised eyebrow. Koneko narrows her eyes as she feels something off about the casual tone he used. Before she could put any thought into it, however, Issei answers. We wanted to find a good present for Naruto. I kinda feel like I owe him, haha. The brunette teen rubs the back of his head sheepishly and lets out a dry laugh. The man pauses for a moment, as if trying to process the words the teen had spoken, and asks for the brunette to say it again. After Issei repeats himself, the man blinks owlishly at the teen and looks over to the girl for confirmation. The girl slowly nods her head while not meeting the mont's eyes. You used an advanced yin release technique to infiltrate the brot's brain and find him the perfect present. Yes. Koneko nods again as she looks over at Issei, who looks confused about the phrasing as well but nods anyways. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. The boy struck gold. He's found comrades who have even less common sense than he does. The man laughs loudly while rudely pointing an index finger at the two teens before him. The laughter did not die down until a good minute later, and Issei contemplated throwing a 15-boost dragon shot at the man before deciding to save up some more for a sure kill blow. Have you tried treating him to a full course of all-you-can-eat ramen fest? The brat used to love it when he ate me out of my money. I would, but he owns a ramen shop. There's not much a point. Issei sighs as he slumps over and leans his head onto his gauntlet hand. Oh, so he stopped and chose another career path. The man straightens his posture immediately and solemnly asks the teen in a soft-spoken serious tone. Aren't you his memory? Shouldn't you know? The brunette asks with a confused look on his face. I am a part of his memory, not his whole memory. Remember what I said before. You're in the shades of the brat's memory. Everyone here, excluding you two, is a portion of the brat's memory dedicated to keeping notes of what that person is like. Think of us as folders for sorting out faces. The man takes a moment more to contemplate what he should explain next before pointing a finger at himself and saying we're not him. We're what he remembers us as. We're the embodiment of memories, the shades of memories. Therefore, anything he thinks we don't know, we won't know. But, you sound like you're close to him. Shouldn't you know that he had quit his career? Koneko slowly asks as she still finds what the man says to be slightly paradoxical. The man sounds so cheerful when talking about the blonde. If Naruto remembers the man as someone who's close to him, then shouldn't his memory of the man be more caught up to current time? I've said it before, if he thinks I don't know then I won't know. The only reason we shades won't know something is because he thinks he's keeping it a secret from the real us, because he's lost contact with the real us somewhere down the line or most like. The man speaks softly, almost melancholically, and puts on a smile as he sadly trails off the last one. Koneko widens her eyes as a thought reached her mind. Or most likely, Issei puts on a grim face as he too understood the underlying tone. Because we're dead, the man completes with certainty, implying to them that he's one of those within this category. Well, enough about that. I've kept you kids waiting long enough. Just go ahead downstairs and have your adventure. Quickly putting back on a bright smile, the man stands up and pats the dust off of his pants. He points at the other side of the room and an entrance into the walls materializes out of nowhere, similarly to the first floor after Koneko defeated the man wearing the sunglasses. Are you sure you're supposed to just let us pass? Issei raises an eyebrow at the blatant disregard for the built-in rule, a beat. There isn't any written but it's implied. If you mean any harm, one of the other shades will just kick your ass till you give up. It doesn't really make any difference since you're low Junin level at tops. I am sure Hitaki or Tsunade will be happy to take over. The man shrugs and says some incomprehensible but ominous sounding words. You both have such a carefree attitude towards the important sounding things. Koneko states with scrunched eyebrows and a small scowl. It runs in the family. He is my godson after all. Now, go on. Shoo, find a shade that knows the perfect gift for the brat. I never really gave him anything good anyways, so I wouldn't help much. If all else fails, just treat him to a popsicle. The brat has a sweet tooth for the orange-flavored ones, though, blue ones are good too. The man makes shooing motions with one of his hand while using the other to push Issei, who in turn pushed Koneko, towards the exit with a small piece of advice. Sure thing. Thanks for the info, old man. Issei grins and thanks the man before running towards the exit. Thank you. Koneko gives a slight bow to show respect and follows the brunette. Jiraiya looks at the two teen as they jog towards the entrance and watches as it closes behind them. The room grows dimmer and he feels his own presence fade. He smiles fondly and says before disappearing, "You've found good friends, Naruto." Floor 3. Boxing kangaroos. URAAAH. Show. Bam, 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 bam. Gah. Issei flies back towards the entrance of the cave after taking a hit on his unguarded stomach. He slams onto the closed entrance of the room and staggers back to his feet as a boost flows through his body and reinforces his stamina and endurance. Even with his 5th boost though, he still feels in pain racking his body. GEU. A moment after Issei got knocked back towards the entrance, Koneko follows as she's unable to match the flow of the 5-gloved pair of kangaroos. She twists her body in the air and lands in a crouching position with one hand holding her throbbing sides. It's no good. We can't beat them like this. Their combination attacks are too synchronized for either of us to keep up with. Issei glares at the kangaroo wearing 3 boxing gloves. What do you think we should do? Koneko twitches her ears and sways her tail while she wearily keeps the bouncing kangaroo in sight. She pulls back into her modified boxing stance and chants a look at Issei. Issei grinds his teeth as he racks his brain for a plan that could counter the multiple hits. Suddenly, a light bulb appears out of nowhere and smashes into his head. Ding. He widens his eyes as the answer comes to him from nowhere and turns towards Koneko with a serious look. Koneko, I have a plan. Work with me on this one. The girl looks into the teen's eye and sees firm determination. She smiles slightly and nods. Soon after, the two of them rush back into battle. Koneko, who hanged loosely from the straps that Issei tied to his front to hold her, think baby strap carrier, blocked all attacks from the blind spots while Issei engaged the adult kangaroo in a straight-out fist fight with his continuous boost. They won beautifully with their teamwork. Floor 4. Genzo, stay still you two. This is a serious picture for your future career. An old man pokes his head out from behind an old-fashioned camera and berates his two newest clients. Koneko inwardly raises an eyebrow as she stands without movement. Besides her, Issei fidgets some more before stopping and looks anxiously at the camera, as if expecting a beam to come out of it or something, though knowing Naruto, the chances aren't that slim. On 3 now. 1, 2, 4. The man speaks in a monotone voice and says his lines. He clicks the picture on 4 and sends them out of the room to the next level. The whole way to the door, Issei keeps looking behind his back, his gauntlet readied and boosted the whole way through. Floor 5. Issei Hyodo. Wait a minute, why the hell are we fighting me? Issei yells loudly as he points one gauntlet finger at himself across the room. The same question goes for me. Why would I be inside Naruto's shades of memories without his presence and with Koneko instead? Wait, could this be a date? Real me. Dating a minor is illegal, you know. The other Issei exclaims loudly and looks at them in alarm. He uncrosses his arm and looks at the pair in no hidden shock. We're here to find the perfect gift for Naruto. Can you let us through? Koneko answers the other brunette with a twitch to her eyebrows. Though they are the same person, the other across the room is more exasperating than the one next to her. Is this what Issei is like from Naruto's point of view? A gift? What for? His birthday is not until October. The other Issei blinks in surprise and gives them a questioning look. A gift for saving our asses. Remember, the near hit-and-run car accident. Issei looks incredulously at his alternate and explains the need for a gift. Oh, so the real me is still on that, huh? The other Issei owes in understanding and takes a thinking pose for a few moments before snapping his finger with a large smile. Have you tried giving him an orange whoopee cushion and a box of ramen? Why does everyone think to suggest that I do something as insensitive as that? Stomping his foot down on the ground, Issei grabs his hair in frustration and screams aloud. First it was dirt, then Koneko, and now Naruto's living personification of himself. Why does everyone think hell skimp out on giving a well-thought-out gift? Not good, huh? Well then, I guess you'll have to pass me in order to get to the other shades. The other Issei laughs sheepishly at his true self's reaction. It looks like he stepped on a landmine created by himself. Straightening himself, the teen pulls out a futuristic-looking tranquilizer gun from his back pocket and aims it at Koneko. Bang! Exclamation mark. Through many hit and fail trials, Issei and Koneko shoots off immediately with their augmented speed and blitzes their enemy as he slowly initiates his attack. By the time that the shot was fired, the two of them were already halfway across the room and were still accelerating towards the other brunette. Ha! Hup! Quickly finishing the rest of the distance, Koneko and Issei punches forward as the other Issei lowers his hand with a surprised look on his face. Bam! Bam! Ha! Issei looks in surprise as his gauntlet fist strike a black wall where his other self's face was a mere moment ago. Before he could make sense of anything, however, the black wall pulses and shoots him back to the wall of the entrance with a strong gust of wind. Question mark! Exclamation mark. Koneko, who's a step slower than her partner's boost height and speed, sees the teen as he flies backwards and immediately jumps away on instinct with widened eyes. Not even a moment later, a beam of red-hot energy incinerates the floor where she stood. Not chancing something completely unknown, she pulls back for a tactical retreat and was at Issei's side a few instants later. She notes that the black substance to cause the retreat did not do anything else but cloak itself over the other Issei's shoulder. Her Issei heavily pulls himself onto his feet after the crash into the wall, and together, they cautiously gauge their enemy. Whoa, did you guys train behind Naruto's back to get revenge on him for the pranks? Because you are fast. Alternate Issei looks at the pair with starry eyes as he whistles lowly and switches his gun to semi-automatic fire nonchalantly. Seriously, that was like twice Olympic running speed. I didn't even see you move. The same question goes for me. Issei grunts as he straightens his stance after another boost comes and reduces the pain from the attack. What the hell is that thing on your back? I am pretty sure I've never seen that in my life. You too. I have no idea what it is either. Alternate Issei shrugs his shoulders and looks at the cape in curiosity. A moment later, it changes into another gun similar to his first and then into a gauntlet similar to Issei's, both keeping the blackened shade. Alternate Issei whistles lowly and turns it back into a gun before pointing both at the pair. Sure is useful though, apparently it can change shape. Bang! It took Koneko and Issei 3 retries to pass the level. On the second try, Koneko managed to pass the hails of elemental bullets and struck a lucky hit on the black wall weapon, cracking it with her senjutsu augmented strength. On the third try, They took advantage of the knowledge restart on the alternate's side and had Koneko attacked him first with a full-out senjutsu blow, penetrating the wall and striking down the other team. Alternate Issei's last words were directed to the real Issei. At least wait until she's 18 before initiating step 2. 6B of the harem plan, dies. Issei ignored all of Kaneko's questions about the harem plan on their way to the next level. Floor 6. Madara Uchiha and Jubi. I get the feeling that if we open this door, we'll be seeing immediate death. Issei gulps loudly as he looks at the innocent-looking door handle. It might have been either his sense of self-preservation or his well-honed Naruto trouble senses, but something is telling him to use the GTFO maneuver. I think we should follow Jiraiya-san's word and treat Naruto to some ice cream. Koneko vigorously agrees with the teen as she too feels something very wrong coming from the other side of the door. It might be because she's currently really in tune with nature right now, or because her kind has sharper instinct than most other species, but something is telling her to abuse the most used of the 36 stratagems: retreat, forever. So, retreat. Issei gives his white-haired partner a side glance and asks the most obvious question. She returns his look with a definite nod and together they turn around yelling, "Dirt, get us out. We're done here." Not a moment later, their vision blackens as if they blinked and wakes up in the beds under the hospital basement again. Uzumaki Ramens. The shop sure is empty today, Moerie sighs in the quiet shop. She looks down at her tea and raises the cup to take a sip. It's been a slow week, we've made enough from the lunchtime rush. Naruto simply says while leaning his back against the chair. His head is tilted back in his seat with his nose facing the ceiling. His hands gingerly gripping the cup as the clock ticks by. Only enough to meet the quota for the month. We've been skimming by for a while now, Moerie frowns as she remembers her earlier bookkeeping. They've been barely making enough per month to keep the shop afloat on the green zone. Do not worry about money trouble. I can always find a way to work that out. You're young so you forget. The blonde pulls his face back towards horizontal and smiles at his silver-haired roommate. That I've kept this shop running on worse condition. In human years, you're not old enough to brag about age seniority, Naruto-sama. Moerie playfully a smile back at the blonde before standing up and goes to make more tea for the two of them. As she enters the kitchen, however, the doorbell rings open and the two of the missing group members' voice is declared throughout the shop's empty interior. Yo, we're here, hello, for 5 it is. Moerie smiles as she pours more water into the pot on the stove. She then carefully goes to the cabinet to get more of Naruto's handmade tea leaves and waits for the water to boil. Hey, Moerie, we've brought some of ice cream. Thought you might want to try the green tea flavored one, so come out and eat before it melts. Iz's head pops out of the entrance and the teen gives the silverette a greeting and a wide grin. Thank you very much, Issei-kun. I'll be out immediately. Moerie returns the smile and the brunette nods before ducking back out again. Outside the kitchen, Koneko plops into her usual seat and pulls a random stick of ice cream from the bag. She blinks in surprise when she pulls out a 2-in-1 foodie bar packs and remembers Floor 2's old mont's last word. If all else fails, just treat him to a popsicle. The brat has a sweet tooth for the orange-flavored ones, though blue ones are good too. She looks down at her bar and sees that it's a light blueberry flavor. Inwardly shrugging, she pops open the bag and split the stick into 2. Holding one out to her blonde friend, she asks, "Want one?" "Thanks, blue ones are my favorite." The blonde blinks at her for a moment and glazes over his eyes when he sees the blue bar. He quickly returns with a big smile and accepts the blue stick. As he ate, he turns on the television and the game system while handing the white-haired girl the controller. In the game system, he inserts the newest version of Love School Fest, which has been said on the net to have every route as hard as the regular Tsunere route. Koneko narrows her eyes at the challenge and took the controller from the blonde before starting a new file on the game. She takes a peek at the other files and widens her eyes at the completion rate the blonde chef has on the game, especially since it only came out 2 days before. Firing up from the challenge now, she finishes her fruit bar and quickly grabs another ice cream stick while quickly reading through the walls of text. Issei got out of the kitchen to join them when Koneko enters her 3rd stick of ice cream and quickly makes to retire at least one for himself. Moerie came out of the kitchen with 2 buckets of Naruto's specially made ramen ice cream to share with the group along with her tea. She quite enjoyed the green tea flavored treat. Dirt joins in on them after parking his van and treats the group to another bag of ice cream when Koneko decimated the first bag while trying to rush clear the cooter little sister route. Tears flowed freely from her eyes as she reads the heavy but extremely emotional dialogue, but she persisted with great determination. Kurama complimented her on her powerful gaming aura and Naruto smiles lazily while watching the scene, ensnaring the image into his mind for a long time to come. Like that, they spent the rest of the day sitting around. Issei finally got what he wanted before he left with a quick thanks as he walks out the door. Omake. Extra levels. Floor 4 alternate Hyodo. Huff, 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 do you really think you've got the best of me? The fake priest throws away his broken glasses and rips off his ripped clothes to show a lean body that's riddled with bruises caused from the fight he had earlier with the fools in front of him. Sorta. Yeah, you're on your last leg, I am on my last leg and Kaneko's ready to go. Issei struggles back onto his feet while Koneko emphasizes what the brunette said by shadow boxing energetically next to him. The brunette straightens his back and gets into a stance that worked after another boost ran through him. Never mind, now it's just you who's on your last leg. HMMP, impudent fool. I've only begun to show my power. For you see, this the man gestures his body, isn't even my final form. You are AHHHHHHH. What? Issei takes a step back as the man bends down and begins screaming. Before the teen, the man is engulfed within a giant spiking aura of green and he changes form. What was once human starts looking inhuman and by the time the aura dissipates a bit, the man is turned completely black. His power level, it's over 9,000. Koneko stares in odd horror as her senjutsu senses give her an approximation of the mon's dangerousness. What, over 9,000? But that's impossible. Issei looks at his partner in shock. Kukuku, shall we begin? The blackened man chuckles and disappears. The pair grits their teeth and moves as well. After a while, they were able to win with using 2 dragon shot, one completely normal while another made out of nature energy. Floor 6 behind the scene, Madara, Uchiha and Jubi. Posing in a rather dramatic fashion atop the Jubi, Madara intently stares at the closed wooden entrance with his Rinnegan eyes. Though the lights were dimmed for dramatic effects, he could still see relatively well past the marbled wall and at the intruders, or rather, their chakra outline. Below him, the Jubi prepares its giant party popper and holds it at the door. Its tail wags back and forth as it too waits in anticipation for the enemies to come. He squints his eyes when the chakra shapes shift around in front of the door but didn't enter. After a while, the shapes disappear and he feels the Jubi drooping in disappointment underneath him. He pats the beast and says encouragingly, maybe they're tired from navigating this far. Do not worry, a worthy enemy shall appear for us to fight soon. The Jubi grows a hopeful eye on top of its head and looks at Madara. The man puts on a reassuring smile and gives the eyeball a signature good guy thumbs up. The beast rumbles in joy at having such a great friend and turns around to put down the party popper. Madara jumps down the beast and begins putting the food he had prepared away in the refrigerator. It was his hopes to celebrate with the intruders for being the first to enter his new humble abode. Hashirama did not count, he was an uninvited guest. He pouts in a bit of sadness as he thought about how the other shades never visited him. It's not like he's going to try to kill them or anything, at first anyways. Behind him, the Jubi rolls in its cushioned bed and began gnawing on a bone it got from gods nowhere. Floor 32, Namikaze Minato. Wow, you two have good teamwork. I might actually have to get serious, ha ha ha. A blonde man who could almost be a clone of Naruto laughs aloud as he takes off his burnt overcoat and sets it aside. He then looks at the tired pair before him and nods. They were trying their best to defeat him, so he should be doing the same. You mean you weren't? Issei squeaks. He had just put his all into the last dragon shot in a beam shoot-off with the Mons Rasengan beam. He had won the battle, but the man came out relatively unscratched while the brunette is on his knees. Koneko does her first aid with senjutsu as the man says the ominous words. Shaw. The blonde man angles his fist to hang by his sides and closes his eyes in concentration. He then opens them quickly as the ground cracks under him and a wave of golden energy surrounds his body. The energy swirls around him until it fully encases his body and dissipates slightly to show in within a new golden overcoat. Rasen. He bends his knees and cups his hands to his sides. A blue orb of energy appears within the two hands and the man tenses his body. Gone beam. Issei and Koneko watches in odd terror as a beam even bigger than the first shoots itself from the Mont's hand and heads towards them with amazing speed. Floor 55, Koneko Tuho Sharon. Great, now we're fighting you. Anything you wanna tell me about that's up your sleeve before I find out the hard way. Issei groans out as he looks at another alternate version of the two. Unlike alternate Issei, however, this Koneko is acting completely different from her usual self as and is literally running around in circles chasing a butterfly. I punch hard. Koneko raises an eyebrow at her alternate's behavior and searches her brain for anything that might have made Naruto think that this is her. The search ended up inconclusive. NYA. Alternate Koneko makes a mighty swipes and pins the butterfly down to the ground with a triumphant cry. As she was about to inspect her hunt, however, she finally notices the two invaders in her room and stares at them. A few minutes passes by with her just staring unblinkingly at the two before Issei couldn't handle it anymore and raises a hand to slowly wave a hi at the girl. At the action, the girl's eyes shines and she leaps comically but mightily at the pair. The ground fractures under her power. Ramen. Transform. At the apex of her leap, she pulls out something from her skirt pocket and holds it up dramatically. A flash of bright orange light shows itself from the thing in her hand and makes both Issei and Koneko look away. Immediately following that, a mighty crash sounds itself from the middle of the room. The pair blinks the dots away from their sight for a moment and looks back towards the sound. They gape as they see alternate Koneko wear a ridiculous ramen-themed outfit. The alternate gives the pair an impassive glare that resembles the real Koneko remarkably and points a wand with a large Naruto maki on the end at them. Slowly, calmly and coldly, the alternate declares in a tone that makes both the brunette and whitehead shiver in instinctive fear, "Magical ramen girl, Uzumaki Ramen." Koneko was right, she punched hard, floor 67, Tsunade Senju. Dragon shot. Issei throws all of his strength into hitting the woman with the greatest oppai he's ever seen in his life. Normally, this act would be a great sin for him to do, but he has to do it lest he risks the danger of Koneko. He tries to reason with his mind that he's not actually hitting a woman with great oppais but rather Naruto's memory of a woman with great oppais. It worked somewhat as he gained the ability to fight again, but it still pains his heart nevertheless. If he had Uchiha blood within his veins, he would have evolved his Sharingan from one Tomo to Mangekyo after the first punch. TCH, not fast enough. Either ignorant of or ignoring Issei's pain, Koneko clicks her tongue as the woman disengages her and dodges the beam of dragonic energy with fluid ease. The middle school girl did not know why oppai, but whenever she looks at the woman oppai, she gains a strange feeling of hatred towards her oppai. Whatever the case, she draws on more nature energy and starts furiously attacking the woman. Issei follows with tears streaming down his eyes. "They're over there. Get them, girls. How do they manage to always find us so quickly? Worry about that later, run first." Following another peaceful and completely ordinary day of school at Kuo Academy, Issei, Matsuda and Motohama find themselves running for their lives from the track team, the kendo team, the archery team and the chemistry research team. While the first three were indeed faulted and have the rights to be mad at the trio of perverts, the fourth is only joining into the hunt for educational purposes. Issei calls it them being malicious since they have nothing better to do. As of now, half an hour into the hunt, nobody has bothered to correct him on that. "Shit, they're catching up to us. I've got an idea. Matsuda, take the left. Issei, the right. I'll go straight up that path and turn tracks. If we split up, they'll have less of a chance at finding us. Be sure to not get caught." "Good plan. Run for our life, got it. Right, break." In a moment of ingeniousness and perseverance to survival, Motohama calls forth the best plan that he's ever devised in his entire life: split up and continue running, aka plan hope for the best. Surprisingly, Issei and Matsuda accepts the plan almost immediately and begins to run their separate ways even before Motohama says break. They each cast a prayer both onto themselves and to the other two escapees, hoping that one of the others will act as bait while they themselves stay safe. Following another peaceful and completely ordinary day of school at Kuo Academy, the ear-piercing howls of the perverted trio's screams ring through the campus, signaling the end of school and the beginning of club activities, much like how the school bell should have done it. "Drink this slowly, Issei-kun, the pain should ease off after a little while." "Thanks, Matsuri." Lying on four conjoined chairs, Issei is given foul-smelling, pasty-looking medication and a cup of herbal tea to drink. Instead of blanching at the rancid medicine, he opts to quickly swallow it and gulps down the entire cup of tea in one go. The both of it went down easily, leaving no bad taste in his mouth to gag on. He mentally thanks Matsuri for that. Exactly like how she prescribed it, the pain disappears like mist in the desert sun. Within 30 or so seconds of intake, Issei sits up in his chair and allow Koneko and Matsuri to retake theirs. "Wow, don't know what that was, but it does wonders. Any side effect I should know of? Losing 10 years off of my life, early balding, sudden urges to praise Naruto's ramen." From his seat, Naruto scoffs at the questions. Matsuri smiles soothingly and pours Issei another cup of tea. The only after effect should be some acute muscle pains at sudden movements. The medicine only helps numb the pain and aid with decreasing inflammation and swelling. Stressing already hurt muscles will make your case worse, so I will suggest that you hold off on your after-school activities for a few days to heal up. Keep it down and don't get caught, got it? Matsuri gives Issei a stern glare at his joking answer. He caves in immediately and repeats Matsuri's instruction word for word. Seeing that he understands, the silver-haired girl nods agreeably and returns to her smiling appearance. TCH, they didn't make this game to be played, they made this game to torture gamers. Hearing Naruto's frustrated voice, Issei turns around to pay attention to what the blonde is doing. He's playing the new installment of Love School Fest, the game that is advertised to have all character routes as equally as difficult as the Tsunere route of the previous release, that is to say, hair-pullingly frustrating and nigh impossible to play. Naruto roughly slams the controller onto the table as the familiar "you lose" lettering appears on the television screen. The table shakes and Kaneko's carefully stacked tower of ramen bowls fall. Matsuri deftly catches the bowls and the leftover that fell out from within. Again, catching her falling bowls as well with her cat-like reflexes, Koneko turns an annoyed look at Naruto. The blonde catches the look with an uneasy smile. He rubs the back of his head and apologizes to the white-haired girl for the umpteenth time since she's come to the shop today. Sorry about that, Koneko-chan. The game's just so hateable. Why play it then? I never stand back down from a challenge. Saying this, Naruto reluctantly pushes his untouched ramen bowl over to Koneko in an offer to placate her. The middle school girl readily accepts the bribe and slurps down the ramen bowl being given. Naruto gives her a wistful look before turning back to the game controller he's discarded. He takes it up and navigates the game to start up again. Moerie quietly take away the finished bowls of food and comes back out of the kitchen with 2 new ones for Naruto and Issei, some desserts for Koneko and a new pot of tea for herself. She takes a seat after giving the unasked orders to a gracious Naruto, a still hungry Koneko and a recuperating Issei. After a while, Issei gets bored of watching Naruto play his game and Koneko eating the snacks Naruto's cooked up some time between yesterday and today. He reaches down to his backpack and starts on his homework. This math problem is wrong, Issei-kun. You're not supposed to carry out this variable until you do this first. Ah, thanks. I didn't get that one. I see it now, thanks. Curiously looking at the math homework Issei's doing, Moerie helps the brunette by pointing out various problems he's getting incorrect from the parts he's already finished. Obediently listening to the academically superior Moerie, Issei quickly goes through the homework in front of him, turning it from half-finished pages to something that's presentable to the teachers who handed it out. Thanks for the food. Finishing the last of the food presented to her, Koneko claps her hands together and thanks both Moerie and Naruto for treating her to another meal. Moerie smiles pleasantly while taking the empty dishes and bowls into the kitchen. Naruto makes an acknowledging grunt while cursing the game he's playing. The game soon shows Naruto the "you lose" screen again, which in turn makes him rage over his most recent loss. Koneko, predicting what Naruto was going to do beforehand, intercepts him and takes the remote away as he was about to slam it. She navigates the game's menu and starts a new game of her own. Naruto stares for a moment and shrugs indifferently at the act. He turns to the slightly soggy, still untouched ramen bowl that Moerie got for him and digs into it. Moerie comes back out of the kitchen and pours him a cup of tea. Is the game really that hard? Impossible is a better description of it. Curiously watching Koneko methodically push through the game panel by panel, Issei puts down his pencil and questions Naruto about the game's difficulty. The blonde store owner looks up from his bowl of ramen and answers with a frown. The painful memory of his latest loss is still fresh on his mind, hurting and frustrating him even when ramen is healing his spirit. I've seen some ending scenes on YouTube, so at the least, it's not impossible. Those people who've put up the videos are the game developers. They're trying to give us players the false hope that the game is beatable. Those videos are probably unused test datas. Issei pulls up the video of the last fight scenes from one of the game's many routes and shows it to Naruto. The blonde adamantly stands his ground, proclaiming to everyone at the table that the game is a hoax. Ah, I've finished stage 1. A moment after Naruto's declaration, Koneko adds in her own surprised-sounding input. Naruto and Issei turn their attention back to the screen to see with disbelief. In Naruto's case, the Koneko is handily maneuvering the game character through the so-called impossible levels with unnatural ease. Every female opponent is taken down handily and every male foe is turned into another swooning schoolboy by Koneko's skillful hands. Picking up speed, Koneko runs through the game with ease. Rapidly and efficiently, the white-haired girl goes through the next stage and the stage afterwards, barely taking a breather to save her progress in between. She takes down all opposition with awe-inspiring expertise and soon makes it to levels that Naruto, the only person in the group to have above an hour's worth of saved playtime within this game, didn't even know existed. What the hell is up with that boss? There are way too many tentacles in this stage. What's up with Koneko? How's she doing any of that? It looks like the developers have taken to referencing Lovecraftian cosmic entities for this heroine. I remember reading a magazine about this particular fictional god. It was titled Cthulhu and You, 101 Ways to Find Inner Peace. The fact that you're reading something like that is concerning me. Do you need some break days, Moerie? The shop's empty for most of the time, you get some rest whenever you feel like it. Don't worry, Naruto-sama. I was just curious. I read the magazine mainly because it had an interesting recipe for green-colored sponge cakes. Oh, I remember those. They were pretty good. Thank you for the compliment, Issei-kun. Would you like some? I still have another batch that I was saving. Really? I'll have some. Me too. Of course, I'll get some for you too, Koneko-chan. Speaking of whom, how many levels did you just clear through? 7. While Naruto and Issei exclaims this, Moerie leaves the table with her teapot to go into the kitchen again. Naruto looks dazedly at Koneko's masterful playing and gives a hollow laugh every once in a while after finding out just how far ahead of him she is. Issei clears the table of his finished homework and sets aside the ones that aren't completed to do later. He curiously watches the middle school girls play as well. A few minutes passes and Moerie comes out of the kitchen with 4 plates of sponge cake slices. Naruto continues to languidly stare at the television's direction and Issei starts gulping in apprehension as he watches on. The choices that Koneko was making, it made no sense to him. Why would she go here when it is more obvious to go somewhere else? How did she know to use the disposable items at this moment rather than saving it up to be used later on in the story? How did she know what the answer is by glancing at it once from a list of 30 other choices? It didn't make sense to him what the white-haired girl is doing. This only gets more confusing when Moerie starts actively playing with Koneko. Their clearing streak intensifies in speed and quality. Issei starts having trouble keeping up with the dialogue at times. After a few more levels, they completely lost him while being immersed in the game. Issei gave up following them after they passed through another seemingly impossible level 8 levels ago. He gulps down his tea and pours himself another before looking at the oddly silent Naruto. The blonde has on a look of deep concentration. An aura exudes from his body and his eyes move manically back and forth on the screen. Naruto had to actually switch to his serious mode to follow the female in their play. For that, Issei gave the 2 girls a silent mental applaud. Phew, done. That was certainly interesting. I liked this one more than I thought I would have. MN, especially when the final boss showed up after we only. The game is soon beaten mercilessly by Koneko and Moerie. As final boss fades away and the ending credit roll in, Koneko gently puts the controller down on the table and have a heated conversation with Moerie. The topic about the game went straight over his head, wounding his pride as a gamer and lover of these types of games. Finally, Naruto stands up from his seat to looks in Issei's direction. Issei catch the blonde's eye as it flickers towards the kitchen area. He understands the blonde's intent immediately. He gets up from the table as well and walks towards the kitchen entrance. In the corner of his eyes, he sees Naruto giving Moerie an excuse for her to keep talking Koneko about the game. After making it into the kitchen and waiting for a few terse moments, Naruto comes in with a platter of the used dishes that he and Koneko made. He quickly dumps it into the sink to soak and sits down on a stool nearby. He gestures for Issei to take a seat on one of the stools near the dish racks as well and the brunette complies. A moment passes by as Naruto, who's still radiating a serious aura, contemplates his words. What he says afterwards rang true in Issei's mind as well. Women are complicated creatures. Issei merely nods at this. Naruto continues after seeing that Issei gets the gist of what he's saying. We, as men, will probably never understand their ways, why they do this, why they think that, we might never understand. Again, Issei gives an affirmative nod in agreement. But with that said, it hurts my pride to lose like this. Issei gives the blonde a sympathetic yeah. Therefore, we will train hard to be like them, so that we can understand them and then surpass them, until the day when we can beat the game just as fast as well. Issei makes a nod without thinking about what the blonde just said. He then takes a moment to process the new information. Wait, what? Because we can't outgirl them as males, we will have to infiltrate their ranks as females. Issei raises his voice with surprised confusion coloring his expression. No, wait, hold up a minute. Of course, we can't just infiltrate their ranks as we are now. We'll need a new identity, a new life, a new perspective. We'll live and breath as girls until we're ready to re-challenge this game. Naruto ignores Issei's request for a pause and manically continue with his tangent. I've already got some fake IDs ready in case something like this happens. We'll leave today and go around to gain experience in being a girl. I don't know when we'll come back, so I'll bring some money and clothes. I will also have to bring. Coming to a slow but full understanding of what Naruto's mad ranting is about, Issei makes to stand up from his stool to shake Naruto out of his insanity. The blonde snaps his finger and a rope comes out from beneath the stool seat to tie down Issei. Alright, everything's planned. All that's left is the execution. You ready, Issei? Issei grunts in an attempt to snap out of the ropes tying him down. It didn't budge in the slightest bit. He looks alarmingly at Naruto. The blonde is pulling items out of a cabinet near the sink. A brown wig, a large makeup kit, some cosmetics and napkins. He shivers for no reasons at the sight of the napkins. The blonde closes the cabinet after pulling out the items and turns to Issei with his hand laying on the makeup kit. Issei opens his mouth to give the blonde a word of protest but is muffled immediately by a gag that appears out of nowhere. The brunette muffles out another few sentences in muffleness before realizing that it's futile. Relax, I am pretty good at doing this. It'll be over in a moment. Issei could only sit there and bear the unbelievably scary smile that Naruto's put on. In his mind and from the back of his throat, a small squeak of fear rings out. Hey, Moerie, we're going out. Watch the shop K, I might be out for a while. Of course, Naruto-sama. Don't stay out too late. Yeah, got it, see you later. Telling Moerie that he's leaving, Naruto casually walks out of the shop with an prettied up Issei vacantly following him. The brunette is now dressed up in a neat librarian girl get-up which contrasts his usual sloppy dressing style. The knee-length blue skirt, black pantyhose and woolen sweater looks nowhere out of place on his body. Koneko gave Issei a thumbs up for look and tells him to go get him. The brunette coughs weakly and wipes away a red, lukewarm stain on his lips afterwards with a dazed look. It seems to Naruto that the teen is still withdrawing himself from the reality that's in front of him. The blonde understood Issei. It's not easy to lose to someone you know so well. You can't hold a grudge against them either, only silently watch on with a look of fake happiness as they succeed. Thinking of this renews Naruto's vigor to get his new mission started. His eyes blazes with the will of fire and he pulls Issei out of the store, staggering the brunette out of his hazy stupor. Breaking out from his Naruto-induced trance, Issei takes a moment to reassess his situation. Having the memory of Naruto closing in on him as his last fully conscious thought, the brunette immediately knew what was going on when he feels a breeze between his shins. He tries to dissuade the blonde pulling on him again, this time unhindered, but it was too late. The fire has been lit. There are 3 criterias that we need to complete in order for this mission to end. Sitting cross-legged at a table with a cup of red bean soup in front of him, Naruto speaks clearly in a feminine tone for Issei to hear. He holds up 3 fingers to the fidgeting brunette's direction and begins listing off his self-imposed challenges. The first objective lies in our seductiveness. This is a gal game we're trying to conquer. It was foolish for us to have come in with no experience in wooing men. Women are, inherently, very good at wooing men. We, as men, are much less capable. Naruto pulls down the first finger out of his 3 raised ones while saying this. Issei deadpans at it as soon as the blonde finishes. And you think Koneko has the ability to do that? More than we do, in any case. The blonde shrugs his bared shoulders and continues on under the brunette's stony glare. The second objective is based on our girl power, in other words, how strong we are in comparison to other girls. So what? We fight them. You have more than enough strength to fill for the both of us. Issei's deadpan continues to thrive by being fixated to the blonde. Naruto shakes his head to deny the brunette's claim. Actually, no, I've never fought while wearing a skirt so I don't know of any methods to keep it at minimum fluttering. If I were to flashily show my skirt's contents whenever I fought, forget girl power, I'd just be channeling my pervert power. This might actually reduce my fighting capabilities by up to 90%. This coming from the man who cross-dresses at least once a week for his own twisted amusement. Issei's deadpan starts to break under the pressure of his twitching eyebrow. He stares humorlessly at Naruto as the blonde continues unencumbered. The third and last objective is something that the game makes us work for, the ability to rise above the occasion and conquer every challenge in our path whether they be mental, physical or spiritual. You lost me. What's our last objective? We have to be able to get someone to propose their undying love to us. Issei's twitching eyebrow halts with an almost audible creak. His face twists in disbelief as he runs over the words Naruto said just now in his mind. Sorry, I must have misheard you. Can you say that again? We have to be able to get someone to propose their undying love to us. Why, that's how all the game ends in the school love series. If we can do it in real life, we can do it in the game. Issei splays his arm in Naruto's direction while putting on an expression that clearly states, "Are you an idiot?" Naruto takes a sip of his red bean soup and answers Issei's unasked question with a raised eyebrow that silently says, "Of course not, I am completely sane." The brunette takes another few minutes to uselessly flail around. Naruto, in the meantime, goes to the cash register of the cafe they were in and pays for their orders. He also buys a cheesecake to go before returning to the still flailing Issei. After a moment, Issei pauses altogether and turns mechanically to look at Naruto. Staring at the blonde straight in the eyes, Issei slowly gets up and away from his chair. Immediately after he's clear of the chair, Issei turns his back to Naruto and makes a mad dash towards the exit. Naruto sighs aloud and snaps his finger. Like earlier with the stool, ropes come out from below Issei's abandoned chair to tie him up and sit him back down. No, not like Team. The teen screams loudly just before another gag appears out of nowhere to restrict him of his capability to talk. Naruto takes a look at the brunette, then at the bag with the cheesecake in his hand and then at the waiter who was frozen in shock at the event that occurred moments earlier. "Excuse me, can I get a plate for this and another red bean soup? My companion and I still need this table for a bit longer." This is stupid. It's also crazy. This is stupid crazy. Why can't you just look up a game guide or something? Because that would defeat the purpose in doing it by ourselves. We need to restore our honor as a gamer by completing this without any intervention. Gamers don't go this far, ever. Most don't even get past their house's front gate for regular occasions. Grumpily following along with Naruto, Issei continues to try and dissuade Naruto of his insane scheme. He was sure that deep down, the blonde knows that he's following an idiotic pursuit. Issei just has to dig really deep down. UGHH, where's Dirt when you need him? Head talk you out of this dumb idea. Mumbling this to himself, Issei continues walking. Naruto perks his ear to hear the comment and curiously pulls out his cell phone. You're right, where's the old man anyways? Dialing the cell phone number of the man in question, Naruto and Issei stops at a crossroad intersection. Naruto leans against a nearby signpost while Issei puts his face closer to the blonde to listen in on the conversation. The phone rings 3 times before static starts filling its speaker. After a moment of static, the other side clicks and Dirt answers. Good afternoon, Naruto-san, or is it good morning? Maybe evening even, I can't tell time very well from my current location. Everything's just distorted. It's early afternoon here. Where are you? That's a difficult question. If I had to put it into human terms, I am at the place where time and space ends. No, maybe it's better to call this area as the land of apocalypse's beginning. Actually, it's not much a land but more of a, well, don't mind my location too much. Naruto's eyebrow twitches. He pulls his phone away from his ear to look at the caller ID. It was still connected to Dirt. The sound of something detonating erupts in the background of the call. What? I think it's best to just say that I am off on foreign soil to do my job. There's been complications with this area ever since I've played around with space-time continuum to help Issei-kun find you a present. I've been busied solving issues that have been popping up left and right. The middle-aged man sighs forlornly on the other side of the phone. It was followed by another explosion and a long-winded sip of coffee. I'll most likely be working on this for a while, so don't worry about me too much. Also, if you're near Issei-kun and Koneko-san, can you tell them to not use their rings until I come back or in case of an emergency? It would be great help. A particularly loud boom rings out somewhere, cutting the man off mid-sentence and making Naruto pull away with a flinch. Dirt curses aloud and quickly says his goodbyes to Naruto before hanging up. Naruto stays on the line for a couple of seconds to hear more explosions. When the call cuts off with a do Naruto makes to trace the receiver's end only to find that it's out of service range. Blankly, he turns his head to Issei's direction and mutter present. The brunette shakes his head in denial at any accusation the blonde might be directing at him. It was a group decision, Kaneko's, his and Dirt's, to keep the fact that they delved into Naruto's memory a secret. After rethinking it, they felt it might have been over the top and too intrusive, even if it was technically Naruto, in the end, who's deciding to give out any personal information. As for the space-time continuum thing, the man only sipped his coffee once during the whole conversation. He's probably teetering off the cliff of delusional already. Naruto shrugs and makes a call to Koneko to pass along Dirt's message about the ring that she and Issei ended up obtaining from the adventure in Naruto's mind. Issei reaches into his pocket to feel the 2 items within, Dirt's ring and Naruto's pitch-black Moerie. Ever since either of the 2 items has been given to him, he's made a habit to bring them along wherever he'd go. Idly, he remembers the 3rd charm that he never carry around, another Moerie, one of friendship, that Naruto's given him the day after Tanabata. Whenever he carries it around, he'd get weird looks. He wonders why. Well, I don't know what that was about, but Dirt's out of the equation for now. Naruto shuts his phone while Issei is pondering and catches the brunette's attention. The blonde points at the 3 street signs above the post he's leaning on. Let's get back on topic. Since this was my idea, I feel like it's best that you make the decision on where to go. Left is for seducing guys, right is for girl power sparring, and straight ahead, if you dare, is hands-on marriage. You chose, where to? If you're trying to give me some sense of gaming choices, I chose the off option. Naruto raises an eyebrow and slowly rubs his thumb and middle finger together, as if he's preparing to snap his fingers with them. Right, I chose right. Issei promptly raises his hands up in surrender and picks the path of least evil while looking around frantically, trying to spot any chairs that he might get bound to for another session of Naruto's convincing. His spine shudders at the thought, even though he himself cannot remember much of it. He knows that the memory repression is for the best, so he stays clear of any thoughts that might trigger the memory to resurface. Naruto nods approvingly at Issei's choice in direction and turns in said direction to go towards. He puts a vice grip on Issei's left arm and drags the brunette along. Naruto didn't want to give the younger teen a chance to come up with any more delusional ideas of giving up their quest to becoming the strongest of females. Apartment complex. There is our first opponent. I can sense a powerful amount of girl power coming from this person. Crouching down by an apartment complex window and peeking inside with narrow eyes, Naruto mutters to himself and Issei. Issei, standing much less conspicuously than Naruto, looks above the blonde's shoulder to see the poor fool who's about to get roped into Naruto's scheme. The brunette blanches at what enters his sight. Inside the apartment room, a muscular man is repeatedly punching a sandbag easily twice the size of Issei himself. The muscular man moves with great hustle and agility, blurring his punches but somehow still allowing Issei to see the chiseled brawn of the man. Though he couldn't hear it, the muscular man's punches clearly vibrates through the sandbag and anything within a 10-meter radius. The muscular man oozes of manly strength. This is not what irks the brunette though, no. What irks him is the fact this manly man, the person who's showing off proving manliness, some of the greatest manliness within human capabilities, is garbed in pink. Practically covered in the stuff of pink, to be exact. Pink muscle shirt that sticks to his muscular form, pink bows that ties his hair back in a twin tail, pink hair that waves majestically with each successive punch, pink skirt flutters with each footwork change, pink boots to keep his heels digging down to the floor, and even a pink staff tied to his side. The muscular man is a complete contradiction of manliness and girlishness, a horrible combination that demands Issei to rip out his eyes the moment he saw it. Now do you see that I was being serious? Covering his eyes before he crosses the line, Naruto pulls Issei away from the window frame. The brunette slowly nods his head monotonously as the urge to claw out his eyes lessen with the passing seconds. After a few seconds, he pulls his hand up to tap Naruto's. The blonde gets the message and lets go right after to meet Issei's grim look with a serious one of his own. That, right there, is most likely the strongest girl power within this city, Miltan. As you can see and feel, Miltan's girl power is tremendous for a human, almost scarily so. She is. Naruto goes on to give Issei an in-depth identification and biography of the muscular man, Miltan. The blonde did not leave much out to imagination and gave Issei Miltan's whole life story and quirky habits. How he got it, Issei does not know, but after seeing the mass of pink and muscle with his own eyes, the brunette finds himself not caring much. A man of faith who defected from the church years ago to pursue a lost cause, Miltan settled into Japan 2 years prior and made this apartment his home. He got into the custom of watching magical girl shows because they were the only thing on television at the time to entertain him as he trained. The show passively took him over, both replacing and filling the void that was once the home to his faith. After a year or so, the man, previously known as Michael I. Laverick, took on the persona of Miltan. He is nice to people of any age and any race, regularly donates and volunteers at shelters, and has a habit of knitting, sewing, cooking, cleaning and body muscle training. This is the man known as Miltan. So how are we supposed to out-girl power him? I don't think fighting him with your fists is a very tactful method for increasing your girl power. It was left out that Issei doubted Naruto, for all his feats of impossibilities, could have matched the muscular man inside the apartment, in terms of physical capabilities. We're going to face him in direct combat, of course. Patting the brunette on his shoulder, Naruto smiles confidently and peeks back into the window. The hair on the back of Issei's neck stands on end. Riverbank. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Tokyo's 457th Iron Chef Kitchen Master Cooking Contest. Today, we have the on-again off-again ninja god of ramen, the wonder chef of Uzumaki Ramen himself, Uzumaki Naruto. Facing against him in a match that he instigated, we have the magical cook of Christianity, the saint of Kuo district, Miltan. Sitting at a 3-panel table with a large, golden gong behind him, Issei plugs his left ear to block out the loud voice of the announcer, judge sitting next to him. He flinches as Naruto's name and identity is called out to the anticipating crowd sitting at the slope of the riverbank. For a moment, Issei questions Naruto's logic on going around in female drags, with a fake identity readied, while stating his full, true, male name. Issei then remembers that this is Naruto in topic and forgets his previous mental question. Yes, 2 men face off in good fight. Food looks good as well. I look very much forward to when they present us food. The smell alone hungers me much. Smoke from food and strong fire builds my appetite. Sitting to his right, a guru says this to his backwards microphone. A memory of the first time he met the guru with Koneko, in this exact same place and situation, recalls itself in his mind to remind him that the guru is blind. Discreetly, Issei turns the microphone around for the man with the forced-sounding accent. I am pretty sure the fire is a fire hazard. Looking back at the fire that Naruto and Miltan, he shudders at the very mention of the muscular man, are standing by. Issei pulls out his phone and dials the fire station's emergency number. He leaves his thumb readied on the call button for safety measure. It's not a hazard until someone starts dying. Issei spins around from paying attention to the guru to paying attention to the announcer judge sitting next to him. Under a mop of shiny, black hair and on a pretty face is a smile that makes Naruto's sinister smirk look like a baby's joyful grin. He then turns his gaze down to the microphone sitting in front of the woman to see that she's covering it up with her left hand, so as to not let what she just said get projected towards the audience. While our 2 contestants prepare for their cook-off, why don't we get introduced to our panel of 3 judges? Before he notices it, the woman's malevolent smile has all but disappeared to let another, much more disarming, expression take its place. He wasn't fooled though and scoot his seat away from her and closer to the guru. The announcer judge didn't seem to mind and continued announcing her lines. Starting from our very left, we have the blind guru of Curry, a man whose kidnap bequeathed this role of judge from fresh out of his hospital bed. Some of you might know this almighty guru from his earlier achievement of being the champion to Tokyo's 456th Iron Chef Kitchen Master Cooking Contest, where he even-handedly defeated Wonder Chef Uzumaki Naruto. He is also the first in the last 100 years of recorded history to complete the infamous taste bud explosion, the move that defeated Uzumaki-san. This was not done without incurring fatal injuries, however, and Guru was hospitalized for weeks till today, where he and his master chef's soul crawled from the pits of hell to judge this contest. Everybody, please give this dedicated guru a hand. A round of applause is given to the guru, and Issei notices the blind Indian man flinching noticeably to the loud sound. The man shifts nervously in his seat, and Issei's eyes latch onto something injected into the monk's arm, something that looks suspiciously like an IV bag. His mind reels back to the announcer's previous statement, fresh out of his hospital bed. For not the first time in the previously past months, Issei's trust for blondes plummet down another notch, passing the point of straight to hell and into a territory beyond that. Next we have the mysterious food critic appointed by Uzumaki-san. While this stunningly beautiful wallflower is relatively unknown to the world of food critics, the Wonder Chef himself has vouched for her presence, and she was seconded by both the great guru and the saint of Tokyo. Please welcome, Ryudo Seiko-chan. Again, another round of applause is given to the announcer's seat by the audience sitting on the riverbank slope. Issei, sitting closer to the guru now, notices that the man is getting accustomed to the sudden loud noise. The Indian man is currently fixated on the arena standing closer to the river, where all the cooking equipment, the large fire and ingredients are at. Issei turns his attention towards the two men at the arena as well while the announcer woman introduces herself. A small part of him doesn't want to know more about the lady, if at all possible. Naruto and Miltan have moved from the large fire to the central table where they are examining the ingredients left on it. They are talking to each other with a pleasant smile on their faces. Miltan's smile wasn't very pleasant, actually, but it was a lot less bloodthirsty looking than her usual expression. Naruto's changed his hairstyle into a comfortable bun, while Miltan's twin tails have combined to make a single, flowing ponytail. They are both donning aprons over their similarly stylized clothing, a combination of short skirts and lightly colored blouses. It sickens Issei a bit to know that, somewhere deep down, he's preferring how Naruto looks while cross-dressing over basically anyone else. In the background another round of applause goes off to tell Issei that the blonde announcer is done introducing herself to the audience. Naruto and Miltan notices this too and shake hands with one another before going to their assigned cooking stations with the ingredients they've initially chosen. The announcer begins to give the crowd a shorthand version of the rules while the two contestants settle into their area. The rules basically sums up to 5 things. Contestants will have to cook the chosen dish in under an hour. The contestants are allowed to procure more ingredients during the 60 minutes cooking time. 3 dishes must be served to the judges after 60 minutes have passed. Order of serving is up to contestants. The one with the most points after judging wins, and no sabotaging of any kinds, to the other contestants or to the judges. Issei wheedled that last one in because he knows that Naruto is very flexible in his willingness to persuade others to his advantage. With that out of the way, contestants, are you ready to begin? At the announcer's word, Naruto and Miltan nod simultaneously. Naruto daintily toys with a knife in his hand. Miltan begins flexing her fingers. Alright then, let's see what our mystery dish will be. Pulling out a big red button from below the paneled desks, the announcer presses it with a clack. Behind him, Issei hears gears whirring into life. He turns around to see a screen on top of the gong. The screen is flashing dozens of names into existence and replacing them too quickly for him to read properly. After about half a minute of going through the probable dishes, the names start to slow down to a pace that he could see and then to a crawl. Beef ramen, curry rice, stir-fried vegetable, mud pies, pork ramen, hamburger steak, omelette, sandwich, miso ramen, all of these passes by before the scrolling stops at udon. And the special dish is udon. Everyone's favorite, yay. Issei's ears perk at the depressed note the announcer has to her voice. Though she said her part cheerily, there's a sad undertone to it that contrasts with her earlier cheer. He shrugs indifferently at this notice, passing it off as her not liking this dish very much. On the count of 3, we will begin. Contestants, ready your station. 1, 2, thr. Just as she was about to finish the countdown, the announcer pulls out a hammer from under the desk and hits it on the gong sitting behind him, her and the guru. The finalizing sound echoes loudly, covering up the rest of the announcer's word with its booming ring. The guru jerks very noticeably at the sudden sound and covers his ears. Issei quakes for a moment before calming. Naruto and Miltan both disappear in twin blurs of orange and pink. At a speed that would have made some shonen manga characters very jealous, Issei sees the two pilfer ingredients by a barrel full to bring back to their cooking station. Naruto's stack builds up to consist mainly of flour, eggs and vegetables, while Miltan's grow in size with purely meat. It lasted for no more than a scant second before the two's bodies reappear back into Issei's sight again. Immediately slamming 4 pots brimming with water onto his stoves, Naruto puts the water to boil with a timer next to it. The stove was hot enough to transmit heat all the way to the judging seat and made Issei sweat. While that was going on, Naruto begins using the flour, eggs and other assorted ingredients to make some dough that would be the noodles. Continuously kneading the dough, Naruto begins the long and arduous cycle of making noodles from scratch. Taking his eyes off of the disguised blonde, Issei looks over to the other side to see what Miltan is doing. He blanches as he sees the man, sitting cross-legged by an open fire while roasting something over it. The stove, or what used to be a stove, is now a raging bonfire fueled by what looks like skeletal remains, a long bone sticking out here, a long bone sticking out there. The mountain of meat that he took from the central station earlier is all jammed onto one long metal pole that he's using to slowly spin and cook over the blazing fire. Offhandedly, he looks to the side to see the guru drooling at the cooking food. There's an audible growling sound coming from his direction. His stomach's, actually. Issei fishes out a chocolate bar he had with him and gives it to the guru. The man accepts it with a nod of thanks and again, Issei catches a glimpse of the IV bag strapped onto him. Almost unwillingly, Issei turns to look to his other side to see the announcer animatedly broadcasting whatever spiel she's making up on the spot. He actively turns off the ignore switch he's turned on earlier to hear what she's saying. Miltan seems to be using a Western mountain cooking technique from the ancient Nigerians' culture. This action of fueling fire with bones is done in times long past as an offering to the spirits and their god of fire, purification and life. It is their belief that by giving the gods the remnants of their people slain, things such as intestines, hearts, brains, bone matters, skin matter and even eyeballs, the gods will reciprocate. Sensing that the discussion is probably going to go in a disturbing direction, Issei turns the ignore switch to the announcer back on. Instantly, her voice tunes out in his brain to becoming incomprehensible background noises that the teen is glad to be able to ignore. Going by the look of Miltan's face, the announcer is hitting completely off the mark with her session into weird and foreign cultures. The pink-clad man takes the bones out of the blazing fire and tosses them masterfully at the trash can right after the audience all exclaim something in surprise. He notes that the bones were leftovers from the meat being cooked, probably the pink mon's twisted way of recycling. A glance to the right gives Issei an idea of what caused the audience's surprise. The announcer is showing the crowd something on a large screen television. The brunette squashes his curiosity in order to not look at the horrors that were on the screen. Instead, he goes back to examining Naruto. The disguised blonde is now sitting by the stove with the 4 pots. A rack is situated by his side, carefully balancing the overflowing noodles inside it. He's looking up into the sky with a face that expresses absolute boredom. Naruto catches Issei's eyes and mouths something to the brunette. Issei takes a moment to decipher it as I forgot to bring my PFP. Do you have yours? I want to try the Tsunere route again. Issei flips the ignore button on Naruto too and turns it on to shut off the blonde. Just like with the announcer, Naruto phases into the background. Within Issei's mind, the cooking showdown that had just started minutes earlier is now turned into a cooking show starring Miltan with the guru's stomach as background music. It honestly wasn't his worst way of spending an hour outside, not playing video games. Time's up. Prepare and present your dishes to the judge, contestants. Swinging a wooden stick in a wide arc to hit the gong behind her, the announcer breaks Issei out of his bored reverie to declare the next stage in the competition. Naruto and Miltan both hold up a tray with 3 bowls in it to bring to the judging panels. The 2 cooks separately passes out their respective bowls to Issei, the announcer and the guru. Issei looks down at the 2 bowls in a look of pure perplexity. The first bowl, Naruto's bowl, is basically a bowl of pork ramen with udon noodle substitute. It has the same exact layout and scent that is present in Naruto's model bowl of pork ramen. The second bowl, Miltan's bowl, is just a stack of meat. Using his chopstick to flip the top layer over, Issei sees a few strings of udon noodle drowned in the sea of meat. Issei looks over to the guru to see the man openly drooling with his mouth agape. The sound of the guru's stomach has all but disappeared and Issei worries that if the man starves anymore, he'd soon reach enlightenment. Turning his sight over the announcer, Issei sees that she too is also poking at the dishes with a look of bewilderment. Most noticeably, she's poking at Naruto's ramen dish. Well, let's get started then. The first one up for judging is contestant Naruto's dish, udon ramen. The announcer apathetically announces the start of their judging with a glare of disappointment at the dish's creator, Naruto. The blonde shrugs his shoulder at the glare. Issei watches the 2 interact with mild curiosity before grabbing his spoon and chopstick and digs in. Ramen. As soon as the noodle, broth and condiments enter his mouth, Issei's eyes twitch in knowing familiarity. Naruto's dish is literally just a bowl of his usual pork ramen. Even the noodles, though they are shaped differently, is just ramen noodles. The whole dish is a lie. Well, it's a delicious lie but it's still a lie. Issei finishes up the bowl anyways. It was rationed to be filling enough but not too filling, and he's hungry from all the walking around that came with Naruto dragging him around. The ramen wasn't bad. I'd rate it a 9, honestly, but the theme was udon. Unfortunately, I can only give you a 5 for effort. After finishing the bowl faster than Issei, the announcer wipes her mouth carefully and gives her score to Naruto. The blonde grimaces at it, but accepts it at the end. Issei follows the announcer's lead and also gives Naruto a 5. The guru does the same after cleaning the bowl spotless. In the end, Naruto came out with only 50% of the full score. The disguised blonde took the lamentable score with noble silence, as if to say that he did not regret staying true to his ramen way. Here goes nothing. As soon as Naruto backs away and allows Miltan to step forward to be judged, the announcer picks up her chopsticks and tucks into Miltan's bowl. Hearing the announcer's mumbling, the guru begins to heartily shovel food into his mouth again. Issei reluctantly picks up his own bowl to follow the two. Meat. As expected of a dish that's littered with it, the first bite resulted in Issei tasting nothing but meat. With just one chopsticks full of food, Issei is already feeling the overpowering taste of meat that flows within the bowl. This isn't bad. The meat is grilled to good consistency and the taste is very delicious. Even though it's lacking in the noodle department, there's definitely udon in this. However, I can't very well condone a bowl of meat to be anything more than 5 points. The announcer puts down her chopsticks after the first bite as well and give him the neutral score that she gave Naruto. Issei follows her example and gives the man the same number as well, putting the victory deciding score to the guru's decision. The guru, after he finishes shoveling down the bowl of meat, opts to giving the same score as well. In the end, the 3 judges give the most complacent score to the 2 simply because we have no idea which one of their dishes is better. Behind the judges, the audience starts muttering among themselves. They seem to be unsatisfied with how we judged. There's a sense of discord because of this. Yes, I suppose that is a way to end this competition. Unfortunately, I am not finished yet. After all, I want to end this competition on a high note. You see, I've always disliked being disputatious. A little scrap here and there is fine in my book, and even a hard-earned argument is okay if it has good reasons. But, in the end, I'd much rather everyone get along peacefully. As if he was to be their saving grace, Miltan walks up to the judging table again with 6 more bowls. He removes the bowls at our side and puts down his new ones, 2 for each judge. Issei looks at the bowl with mild curiosity to see that it is another serving of both contestants' dish, Naruto's ramen udon and Miltan's meat udon. This time, the dishes are only half the size of the previous servings. The announcer is alternating between curiously looking at the half-sized bowls and the confident Miltan. The guru is now drooling at more food being presented to him. For himself, Issei is quizzically figuring out where the pink man is heading. For today, I want this challenge to end in what my ideal begs of me. I want for there to be no losers. I want for there to only be winners, for everyone to be winners, for there to be harmony. Saying his piece in a deep and baritone voice, Miltan lifts up the announcer's portion of his bowl of meat and pours it into Naruto's bowl of ramen. It filled perfectly and stops just short of being a full bowl. The grilled meat sinks slowly into the ramen broth and noodle, and for a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, as if to blow away all expectations, the single bowl of combined mediocre food explodes with a heavenly scent. A heavenly light glows from within the broth and a strange calming hum enters everyone's ear. Behind Issei, the audience stops all their whispering discussions as they too sense the sudden change. The silence was practically palpable and would have made Issei nervous if not for the distraction that was the new dish before him. Unknowingly, Miltan makes the new dish for the rest of the judges, take up the used bowls and steps back to stand next to Naruto, all without Issei noticing. Not that he would have noticed much because, really, heavenly glowing bowl of noodles. I take it that you wanted to have this dish decide whether the competition remains a tie or unanimous victory for both sides. The announcer, showing an uncharacteristically stoic face, speaks impassively while paying attention only on Miltan, even when everyone else's attention is focused on the new dish. When the muscly man nods in agreement to what the announcer suggests, she nods slowly as well and raises up her scoreboard. It has 2 bright, red 10s on it, double the most perfect score that any judge could individually give. For just a moment, Issei's brain takes over his body's function from the stomach to make him take a look over to announcer's bowl of glowing noodles. It was licked clean and spotless. The announcer is also pushing the bowl towards the muscly man in a silent way to ask for more. Let's get started then. Unable to wait any longer, he lifts up his own pair of chopsticks and spoon again. Issei dips it into the bowl of fake udon ramen and pull up long strands of noodles to his lips. The moment it comes into contact, his mind blanks. MHNNNN. Issei opens his eyes with growing awareness. He blinks a couple of times to get his lids to fully open for him. His sight readjusts with each blink to accustom him to the light of the room. Thankfully, the lighting wasn't fully on and was dimmed enough to not be blinding. Issei becomes aware that, Since he is facing the lights right now, he's laying down on his back. He takes a few more reorienting blinks before sitting up. His body didn't ache when he gets up, but he notices that his head, the area around his jaws, is a bit sore. He rubs his jaws and opens it a couple of times to get the soreness out of the way. It didn't leave no matter how he moves it. Not exactly the first thing I'd do if I wake up, but it's good to know that you're feeling well. Issei turns around to see Naruto, who's still wearing his disguise, walking towards him. The blonde is holding a cup of water in one hand, a folding chair in the other, and a magazine in his armpit. I am just working out this twinge in my jaws. Answering the blonde, Issei puts down his hand from his chin, because moving it wasn't helping, and looks around the room he's in. He recognizes it as a private hospital room after a moment of deliberation. The monitors and controllable bed helped him realize this. So, why am I in a hospital bed? Your mouth blew up during the contest. We allowed the ambulance on standby to take you and the guru while you were knocked out. They took you here and you've been sleeping till now. Taking a seat next to Issei's bed, Naruto puts aside the magazine and gets an apple from the basket on a short cabinet nearby. He produces a fruit knife from his skirt and proceeds to peel it in a dexterous manner, making a flower patterns out of the red skin layer. Issei, in the meanwhile, is looking at the blonde in bewilderment. His mouth blew up. The guru's too. Oh yeah, speaking of being here, you should write a thank you letter to Miltan. The guy used his half of the victory prize to throw you into this room. Naruto hands Issei a plate with the sliced apples on it and the brunette takes it with a thanks. I'll give him my thanks later. How long was I out? Issei takes a bite of the apple Naruto's peeled for him and scrunch his eyebrow at the blandness of the fruit. It tastes like nothing, absolutely nothing. There's texture and juiciness to it, yes, but absolutely no tastes whatsoever. It's 8 in the night right now, Sue, roughly 6 hours since you've got carted here. Your mouth might taste a bit numb. Growing it back a tongue from an explosion will do that to you. Issei blinks owlishly and a part of his brain, the smart part, clicks in the answer. He probably experienced the taste bud explosion technique and it landed him a place in the hospital bed. He's seen it before with Koneko, the devastation of the move. He asks at the blonde if it was so and he gets an affirmative moments after having the question leave his lips. Sighing, he switches topics to one that doesn't involve his bodily harm. When can I leave? I am feeling good to go now. After the nurses and doctors finish processing your paperwork, proof of identity and all that. I guess I'll need hurry up and fill it out then. Don't worry about it. I filled it all out for you while they were doing a checkup. I made sure that they were thorough. While the blonde says this in a casual tone, there's a tint of amusement to his voice that tips Issei off. The brunette gets out of the bed immediately and inspects his body. Legs, arms, stomach, fingers, toes, nose, eyelash, everything was still intact. He hastily walks over to the room's bathroom, located right next to the room's only entryway, and look at himself in the large mirror. There's no new weird stitches, tattoos, drawings, paintings, writing or branding. For a moment, Issei stares at his mirror image in confusion, trying to figure out what Naruto is up to when, suddenly, the smart side of his brain pops in to tell him his current look. Long braided hair, light makeup, knee-length skirt and a hint of bulge in his chest area. Without a doubt, he does not look like a he for the people who checked up on him. I am glad I took the time to take care of your makeup and choice in clothing. Your body, though it isn't very brawny or standoffish, is still that of a guy, so I had to make an effort to give you that shy, pretty girl look. Everyone in the ambulance car was convinced. So were the nurses. Issei slowly turned to Naruto, who was standing at the bathroom's doorway. The blonde has on an infuriating smirk that transcends physical looks of gender-bound. Speechlessly, he gapes at the blonde to look for words to say. Excuse me, Miss Uzumaki, I am here to check up on Mr. Hyodo. I see that he's awake. Before he could have come up with something to say to the blonde, a nurse walks in and sees Issei. She gives Issei a look over and excuses herself from the room seconds after entering. During the whole look through, she did not meet the teen's eyes once, not even when she checked his facial area. There was a clear look of discomfort to her expression. He stands there for a moment longer, trying and failing to rein in his rampant emotions. Hee. Before Naruto's light laughter broke him out of his trance. Closing and then opening his gaping mouth while rushing at the blonde in a reckless charge, he yells out the only word that can come to mind, one filled with rage, embarrassment, humiliation and whatever else he could have mustered at the time. Naruto. Ha 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 ha. The blonde too, made a run for the door. Thankfully, Naruto did not make him go through any more humiliation and canceled their quest to becoming the most effeminate of females. As it turns out, he's broken through his gaming slump while he waited for Issei to wake up in the hospital. He also bought a change of clothing, one fitting for a male, allowing Issei to leave with some pride intact. Well, whatever pride was left after his first and only run around the hospital building in drags to chase Naruto. Ding dong ding dong. It looks like time's up for today. You guys enjoy your summer vacation and get a good rest. We're going to be doing some serious stuff when you get back, so be prepared. Also, don't forget to finish your summer homework. I better not see you guys cramming to finish it on the day back. Yes, sensei. Alright, you can leave now. Have a nice break. Saying his piece and having finished his job for the class, the teacher leaves the room with his things in hand. Inside the classroom, the students who were obediently seated all begin to pack up their things in preparation to leave as well. Chatter begins to increase in volume as the students talk to each other about their plans for the break. Yo, Issei, what were you planning on doing? Nothing at all. I don't have any plans for summer. What about you? I am going to summer classes to make up for some homeworks and exams. Same. I am jealous that you get to have a full break and we don't, Mr. Second Place in class ranking. Oi, I worked my ass off not to get that. Leisurely putting his textbooks and homework paper into his backpack, Issei follows the example of his peers and talks to his friends as well. Matsuda and Motohama both made their way to the brunette's table to talk since they've already packed away their materials. They didn't bring much of anything because it was the last day of school. Once he's finished with putting away his things, he gets out of his seat and leaves the room with his two perverted compatriot. They're still bemoaning their fates in having summer classes and are poaching on the topic of having to do their summer homework as well. Geez, if classes alone weren't bad enough, we also get these textbooks the teachers call homework. How do they expect us to finish this in a month? There's more stuff in here than the amount of homework we did this year, altogether. You can probably kill someone with this. Matsuda pulls out all of their summer homework with one hand to emphasize the size of their workload. Motohama pulls away from the packet of paper as if it repulses him. Issei follows suit and grimaces at the innocuous-looking packet. He wasn't kidding when he said that it can kill someone. The weight of it alone can probably knock anyone out with a good tap. Matsuda waves the packet around in the air to make a whooshing sound that emphasizes the thickness of the packet. Seeing this, Issei loses motivation to even think about doing it during his break. An idea pops into his mind immediately after thinking this. He tells it to Matsuda and Motohama right then as it comes to mind. Hey, what if we finish the homework today? Then we'd get to goof off for the rest of summer instead of doing it. Well, I have nothing better to do today, so I guess we can try. I doubt we're going to get far though, this thing's huge. We'd need at least a few days to finish this, much less the few hours left of today. Having it pointed out to him very literally in the case of Matsuda still waving his packet around, Issei sees the flaw in his plan. The packet of paper, or the textbook, as Motohama aptly called it, is about as much work as all of their homework from the passing year combined. Issei's looked over a bit of it already and he can confirm that the work is all just review questions from previously assigned homeworks. It's not difficult in the sense that he'll make a lot of mistakes doing it, but difficult in the sense that it'd take a long time to finish up. Still, I don't want to do this during the break. I know how you feel, man. I want to relax during vacation too. It's a pipe dream. I doubt even the people in the student council are crazy enough to be able to finish in a day. Not without looking at the answer sheets anyways. I am pretty sure they have access to that. Like they'd need it. All of their members are in the top 5 of their own class. If they work together, they'd probably be finished with their homework within a single hour. Why don't we do that then? Work together. We can split up the work and be done faster. Again, Issei throws out another idea in an attempt to convince his two friends to finish their work today. The two look at each other in a moment of contemplation and simultaneously come to the same conclusion. Turning back to Issei, they say the same thing as a response. Impossible. Issei slumps at the reply. Thinking about it properly, it really is impossible. Even if he's got his entire portion correct, the most they'd make is a 30%. Neither has he, Matsuda or Motohama had any confidence in their ability to suitably complete their homework with decent, passable scores. The two are taking remedial classes because of that exact reason. Damn, well, you guys said you have nothing better to do. Let's try it anyways. Sure. Let's go to the library. We might meet up with someone doing the same thing and cop out a few answers. Giving up on the idea that it can be done, Issei suggests just making an attempt. Matsuda and Motohama easily agree to do it since they're getting help from an actual smart person, not that Issei thinks he is one. They all turn to the library's direction when someone speaks up from behind them. Excuse me, would you mind if I join in your homework session as well? Turning around to see who spoke up, Issei, Motohama and Matsuda puts on an ugly scowl. Standing half a dozen yards away from them, Kuo's damn handsome first year looks at the perverted trio with a sunny smile. The trio stays silent while continuing to glare at the fellow first year teen. A long minute passes by as the three stays like so. Kiba shifts nervously and shuffles lightly on his feet at not receiving an answer. He tilts his head sideways to ask them silently as to why they're not responding. Matsuda and Motohama gags when they see that the action caused the damn handsome blonde to sparkle. Is something wrong? Asking with a polite tone, Kiba takes a step towards the three boys looking at him. They take a synchronized step back in response. They were all still staring in his direction. Kiba looks behind him to see if there's anything there that might have caused the three to go mute so suddenly. There's only an empty hallway behind him. Nervously, he looks back to the three and scratches his cheek. He puts on a hesitant smile and asks, "Is there something on my face?" As with his previous inquiries, he's met with a disparaging absence of reply. After another long silence, Motohama drops his scowl and puts on a quizzical look. Experimentally, he pinches Matsuda and twists hard. Ouch. What the heck, Motohama? Say it hurts. I guess this isn't a nightmare. Aren't you supposed to pinch yourself for that to work? Yeah, why does it have to be me? Do it to Issei. Motohama, do it and I won't help you with your homework. There you go, Matsuda. The man with better grades has spoken. Oi, this is bullying. Watching the three start a conversation with conspicuous whispers, Kiba lowly chuckles at the sudden change in situation. The three put their attention back to him and he stops his quiet laughter. Sighing at the repeating cycle, Issei takes a step forward and rubs the back of his neck. Giving himself a moment to think of something to say, he looks at the menially smiling blonde. You want to join our study session too? Yeah, I also want to have free time during summer break for my extracurricular activities, so I need to get my homework out of the way as early as possible. Oh, cool, us too, I guess. Awkwardly ending the conversation prematurely, Issei retreats back into the trio. Kiba, sensing what's going to happen next, decides to make the conversation skip the stiff part. So, the library. Yeah, the library. Library sounds good. Let's just go. With that, Kiba, after 5 minutes of waddling through the trio's lacking social skills, joins the group on the trip to the library to complete their summer homework. Having to complete the arduous trial, Kiba could only breathe a sigh of relief to know that it cannot get any more thorny from here. Library. Oi Issei, how do you do this one? Again, Matsuda, are you even working seriously? I am, you know. I totally am. I can't find it in myself to believe that. Alright, here's what you do. Scooting his chair over to Issei, Matsuda points at the problem he's currently having trouble with to the brunette. Issei takes a look at it and vaguely recalls doing the very same question once at the Naruto's shop. Going methodically through the steps of solving to lead to the solution. Okay, I remember this now, thanks Issei. You should have remembered it a long time ago. The next 3 problems uses the same steps, so you better get it right. After a minute and a few questions, Matsuda returns his seat back to his spot. Immediately after, Motohama scoots his chair over with a question of his own. My turn. How do you translate this sentence? Why are you asking me? Use a translation glossary and do it yourself. I do it because it takes too much time to translate when I can just go to the source of the answers. Do it yourself. Seeing that the question was just a simple translation problem, Issei pulls up a leg to kick Motohama on his shins. The glasses-wearing teen argues and cries in a moderated volume about the injustice of the situation while getting jabbed by Issei's shoes. After running out of things to spiel about, he sighs heavily and gets out of the chair to go off and find a translating book. Kiba drops into the chair that Motohama left empty and expectantly holds up a sheet of paper to his chin. He has a small smile on his face that either shows the feeling of being apologetic or the feeling of excitement, as if he's happy to also be getting a lesson from Issei. I also have a question or two on this science equation, could I get your help? Just show it to me. Issei's eyes narrow at the chirpy pitch of the blonde's voice when he asked for help. He takes the page from Kiba and looks at the question. Right after he finishes reading it, he tosses the piece of paper back to the damn handsome. How many elements of oxygen are present in one molecule of water, hydrogen to oxygen? Doesn't it tell you right there in the parenthesis? Ahahaha, I apologize, Issei-kun. I pointed at the wrong one. That was the only unanswered question on the page. I pointed at the wrong page as well. Putting on a V-shaped smile of victory for whatever reason, Kiba happily hands Issei another page of science worksheet. This one has a bare amount of writing on it. The brunette takes the page with narrow eyes and read through it. His scrunched eyebrows lift a bit when he sees that the blonde wasn't joking this time. The questions on this page are reviewing comprehensive materials of a lot of the things they've learned in that class. He recognizes some from the final exam they took a few weeks ago. Leaning in with a pencil in his hand, Issei begins to go through the problems with the methods that Moerie has taught him. Kiba follows along on a scratch sheet of paper. He vocally oohs on occasions when he understands what Issei's doing and ums on occasions when he doesn't. Issei, for his part as a stand-in tutor, explains the steps to the blonde when he has trouble grasping the work being explained. Handily, the two finishes the problems on the piece of paper quickly and efficiently. In the end, it only took them half an hour. Finally done with the last part. With this, I am finished with my portion of the summer homework, Issei-kun. Finishing filling out the answer to his previous joke question, Kiba compiles all of the papers of his section and neatly stacks it. Issei stares in alarm at the tidily organized stack of paper and then look at the clock. Already? We only started 2 hours ago, at most. How do you finish so quickly? I did the ones I could and wrote the ones I didn't for you to help me with. I did the hard work for you. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Kiba bows his head in a respectful manner to Issei. The brunette takes it as a personal insult and scowls at the blonde. He receives a brightly smiling face in response. I am pretty much done over here too. Issei, do a checkup on this. Motohama, you too. Yeah, the translating got easier when I asked the librarian to show me a website for it. The rest was taken straight off of our old homework that were passed back. Zero effort. It's called being efficient. Motohama walks back to the table with his own stack of finished English homework. He passes the unorganized packet of paper for Issei to check. Issei snatches the packet away and skims through it. Just as Motohama said, every worksheet has their answers filled out and every answers, while being subpar in quality, are correct. Motohama's portion of the work, as a whole, only needed some minor editing from Issei to be good enough to pass by Kuo Academy's standard. The glasses-wearing teen preens when Issei wordlessly gives it the okay and hands it back. Just as he's done to Kiba, Issei gives his friend the stink eyes. If you two have nothing better to do, go help Matsuda with his part. The three of you should be able to finish the math portion by yourselves, right? Issei glares at the two who finished ahead of schedule and shoos them off to join Matsuda with the math part of the summer homework. Motohama shrugs and trudges to Matsuda's table while Kiba pulls out 2 bottles of sweet tea from his backpack. Thanks for your hard work, Issei-kun. He puts one in front of Issei and smiles refreshingly. The blonde then turns around and follows Motohama to Matsuda's table. Issei, who's now left alone to continue his work, looks down at the bottle of sweet tea. He then stares at the 2 portions of summer homework he's taken for himself, the history and classic Japanese portion of the summer homework that had barely touched. Damn handsome. If you really wanted to help, then help me do these instead. Issei grabs the bottle of sweet tea, uncaps it, and chucks down half of the content before picking up his pencil again. Determinedly, he starts on his work with newfound energy. School gate. Good work everyone. Though it took a while because a certain someone slowing down the process, we managed to complete our summer homework within a day, just as planned. Standing proudly in front of the school gate, Motohama boastfully puffs out his chest and declares the group's accomplishment to everyone within hearing range. The few stragglers who were around gave them a glance before moving on. What do you mean, slowing down the process? You guys were the ones who slowed me down to help you. Stomping his foot on the ground in frustration, Issei balefully glares at the 3 troublemakers who caused him so much irritation. It's what you get for being a know-it-all. I am still grateful for your help, Issei-kun. Since you're such a smarty, you should have done it all yourself and let us copy to save time. The 3 troublemakers banded together against Issei, making him drop to his knee and uselessly pound the ground. Matsuda, Motohama, don't you see that only showing your ugliness is making the damn handsome look even better? Matsuda and Motohama look at each other and then at the glowing blonde standing next to them. The 3's eyes meet and a jolt of understanding flashes between them. Thank you for your hard work, Issei-kun. Each dropping a hand on Issei's shoulder, Matsuda, Motohama and Kiba happily convey their thanks to the kneeling brunette. I don't need your insecure words, damn it. Your fake words don't make me feel any happier, damn it. Issei's response is a tearful outcry filled with betrayed expectations. An alarm rings from within Matsuda's pocket to pull everyone's attention away from Issei's melodramatics. Matsuda quizzically pulls out his phone and looks at what the alarm was notifying him. With a sudden awe of revelation, he quickly stands up. Well, this is nice and all but I am going to have to leave. There's a game coming out in a few hours and I want to be the first in line to get it. Motohama and Issei perks up at Matsuda's word. There's only one genre of game that the 3 of them take seriously enough to show up for the release of Erogaze. A game today, the one with the legal loli route is one of the options, right? Let me come with you, I wanted to get a copy too. Motohama takes a moment to recall what game comes out today and asks to join Matsuda on his trip. Issei considers on whether or not he should go as well. Motohama, buy me a copy. I can't go this time. In the end, after weighing his options, he decides that the game could wait. He hands his friend the money to buy him a copy and waves them off when they head off to the train station. After they turn the corner and left his sight, Issei turns back to the only member remaining from their impromptu study session. So you're going somewhere too? Kiba has his attention on his phone before Issei spoke to him. Hearing the brunette address him, the blonde looks up with a gentle, carefree smile. Normally, yes, I would go to my club room but it seems that today is a special case. My club president has called the day off. It looks like I am free for the day. The blonde puts his phone away and walks up to Issei. What about you, Issei-kun? Are you going home to fix those mistakes from Matsuda's and Motohama's section of the summer homework? Issei, in response to Kiba walking up to him, begins to walk as well. He habitually goes in the direction of the shopping district near the school. Something like that, yeah, I guess you're doing the same. I am not much of a perfectionist, so I think I'll keep this as is. Smiling pleasantly, Kiba follows after Issei. Sounds like you're making an excuse to be lazy. Issei deadpans at the blonde for his roundabout way of saying he doesn't want to do his work properly. Kiba lets loose a refreshing laugh that tosses some sparkle projectiles at Issei. The brunette ducks aside to dodge the metaphorical weapons turned lethally real. Perhaps I am. Is there something you needed to buy? Kiba takes a look around the area where they're walking and wonders why Issei is coming through this route. Nah, I am just going here to get some late lunch, and maybe correct the summer homework like you said. Issei points in the general direction of Naruto's shop and continues strolling towards it. Walking next to him, Kiba follows the brunette's finger and sees that he's pointing at nothing in particular. Did you miss lunch? Kiba asks quizzically, figuring that the brunette is just looking around for a place to eat. He recalls that today's lunchroom wasn't all that busy, seeing as it's the last day of class, so Issei should have been able to buy something to eat there. No, I didn't have time to get lunch. Me, Matsuda and Motohama were, injured because of our extracurricular activities. Issei coughs into his fist and cringes at the phantom pain left on his body by the girls of the physical education, swimming class. I see, you should be more careful next time. Seeing the brunette practically shivering like a leaf for a moment, Kiba pats him comfortably on the shoulder. Issei gives a disgruntled hum of acknowledgement. So what are you planning on doing in the summer? I think you said you had club things, right? Deciding to switch topics to something more public-worthy, Issei jumps on the easiest one he can think of. Didn't Koneko-chan tell you? Kiba tilts his head a bit and looks at Issei in confusion. As someone who's supposedly close to the cat girl, Kiba expected Issei to know what the club was up to during summer break. Instead, Issei shakes his head cluelessly. Koneko didn't really say anything. What, are you having a club trip or something? Issei tries to remember if Koneko ever said anything about going somewhere for summer break. He doesn't recall much of anything. Not a trip, but something like a part-time job. Here, I think I have an advertisement sheet. Kiba stepped to the side of the street to let other people pass by and stops. He reaches into his book bag and searches for something. Issei curiously follows the blonde to the side. After a minute of searching, Kiba produces a leaflet which he hands to Issei. It was an occult-looking thing with a weird magic circle and a single sentence in bright red. Your dream will be granted. This looks suspicious as hell. Flipping it around to see the paragraphs of words in the back, Issei absently comments on the design. Don't mention it in front of my club president, but I think the design is a bit lacking as well. Kiba gives the brunette a helpless shrug of his shoulder. The complacent smile he's putting on says a lot. Since she's the designer though, I, as a club member, can't do anything but obediently follow along. So what, you're a volunteer club now? Weren't you guys called the Supernatural Research Group or something? What happened to the supernatural side? Stuffing the leaflet into his pocket to look at later, Issei walks back into the moving crowd and continues walking to Naruto's shop. Kiba follows along. It's the Occult Research Club and granting wishes is a supernatural study. Kiba's smile turns a bit mischievous when Issei looks at him perplexedly. Haven't you heard of the legends? Of how devils can grant you wishes? We wanted to imitate it to see if it works for ourselves. Of course, rather than taking something like a soul, we do it for a proper price. Rather than a devil, Koneko fits in more as a cat. Kiba snorts a chuckle and tries to hold back on laughing aloud at Issei's fitting response. Issei stares at Kiba's reaction with a bit of confusion but passes it off as a private joke only the blonde will understand. Is there a particular restaurant you're going to? Stopping at a red light intersection, Kiba notices that Issei's already decided at where he's going to turn. Yeah, I am heading over to a ramen shop over there. Again, Issei points his finger at the general location of where Naruto's shop is for Kiba. He notices that the blonde is facing another direction a second later. You going the other way? Yes, my home is in that direction. Kiba points to another street separate from Issei's route. His smile turns a little sad. It looks like we're going to split up here. Yeah, I guess I'll see you later then. Good work on the summer homework. As he says this, the red light turns green for the road, allowing for Issei and Kiba to continue on with their respective paths. Thank you for your help, Issei-kun. Have a nice day. Kiba gives the brunette a slight bow to show his thanks and respect. You too, call if you ever need help with homework. Issei, as an afterthought, follows the blonde's example and bows slightly as well. Then, please take care of me at that time. Kiba gives Issei a hum of acknowledgement. He then goes down the road to his house. Issei looks at Kiba's back as the blonde walks away. Issei notes that Kiba was going in the same direction as where his house is. The green light turns a warning yellow and he turns to continue his way to Naruto's shop. He puts his hand into his pockets and feels the leaflet Kiba gave him. A stray thought focuses into his mind. Your dream will be granted, huh? Uzumaki Ramen. Ding-a-ling. Yo, I am here. Opening the door and letting himself in, Issei scans the shop's interior to see the sight he was expecting, an empty store with just its 2 employees as the only ones there. Naruto, who was in the middle of stacking up dishes in the cabinet behind the counter, turns to Issei and replies with a bored, hey. Moerie smiles daintily and gives him a welcome, Issei-kun. Dirt's not here again today. Making his way to the usual table where he and everyone else sits, Issei questions Naruto about the absence of the missing middle-aged man in their little group. Naruto hums agreeably and closes the cabinet he was putting things in. He hadn't shown himself yet, but he might come later. Naruto digs into his pants pocket as he turns to Issei and pulls out his phone. He flips it open and clicks a few things on it before showing it to the brunette teen. Brew me a pot of coffee. Be there at 5 for something important. Issei reads the sentences shown to him on the phone and realizes that it's a text message from Dirt. He then quizzically looks at the clock. It's 6:30. He's late. Yeah, says Koneko-chan. Have you seen her on the way here? Naruto snaps his phone shut after Issei finished reading the message and puts the device back into his pants pocket. She'd normally be the first to come, if Dirt doesn't skip work, that is. I haven't seen her, no. Issei recalls his day to see if he ever saw the girl in the passing. Unsurprisingly, he comes out with nothing. Instead he pulls out his phone and pulls out her name from his contact list of 9. His parents, Matsuda, Motohama, Naruto, Dirt, Moerie, Koneko and Kiba. Deftly, he texts a message to the white-haired girl. You comin' to Naruto's? Near front door, open door. Surprisingly, the answer comes to him promptly. He looks up from his phone to the front door and walks up to it. Opening it, he sees a crowded street of people passing by the markets around the shop. A quick look of the perimeter was all it took for him to see the girl's distinctive white hair as she slowly make her way to him. Thanks. As she make her way to the open door, Issei sees why Koneko was going slowly. She has a sack on her back that could make Father Christmas jealous on his national holiday. He meets eyes with her and asks the silent question with a raise of his eyebrow. She shrugs while passing him by to get into the shop. He closes the door after her. A gift from my club president. Lugging the sack and putting it on the table with a light but audible thump, Koneko then flops into her seat. Naruto, who saw Koneko coming earlier, comes out with a serving dish filled to the brim with ramen bowls. Moerie follows after him with a tea set and some sweet desserts. What's in it? Setting down some bowls for the middle school girl, one for Issei and the rest for himself, Naruto takes his own seat and turns on the television with the remote. Moerie takes a seat next to him after pouring 4 cups of tea for each person in the shop. Issei takes up his bowl, says his thanks to the blonde chef and begins digging into his food animatedly. My club president's favorites. With a chopstick hanging inches from her mouth, Koneko uses her free hand to pull the sack open. An overflow of games fall out, starting from retro classics to the more currently popular games. In together, at least a couple dozens must-be float out. What brought this on? Issei swallows a mouthful of broth and asks Koneko. On the side, Naruto picks up a random game cartridge. It's an action genre game that Issei was slightly familiar with. She saw Naruto's PFP. Finishing her bowl in near record speed, Koneko pushes it to the center of the table and reaches for the backpack sitting next to her backpack. She pulls out the familiar handheld that the blonde chef had lent her a few days ago when she got interested in playing the school Love Fest series. I also finished the rich Tsunere, Sport Tsunere threesome route. Bullshit. Naruto's answer to Koneko's declaration was quick, precise and decisive. He puts aside his third bowl of ramen, slamming down his chopstick with a sharp ting, and leans in conspiratorially towards the middle school girl. Koneko, in response, turns the game on and navigates herself to the last save file. She opens it and lets Naruto see the ending scene and credit run. With shuddering shoulders and widened eyes, he watches while muttering things like, no way, and seriously. Finally, as the credits run its course and the start menu shows up again, Naruto admits that the girl wasn't lying and proudly pat her shoulders. Koneko loftily puffs out her chest in reply. So one of Kuo's 2 great ladies is a gamer. Finishing up his bowl of ramen as well, Issei puts it aside and sort through the games on the table. Some are the popular games that even he knew and others are the obscure brand that he's never heard of. The sack has a diversity in genres from platformers to puzzles to action-adventure. He pulls up a particular, and labeled one and wonders about the thought. That's kinda neat to know. Ding-a-ling. Ah, it's been a while since I've come here. The doorbell rings to announce a new customer. Issei stops in his pondering and Naruto in his commendation to look at the newcomer. Dressed casually in an undoubtedly expensive suit, with a cup of coffee in his hand and a mirthful smile on his lips, Dirt walks into the shop after a week of absence. Did anyone miss me? I kinda missed the extra income, yeah. Naruto gives the middle-aged man a deadpan and gets up again to go into the kitchen. He comes out a moment later with a pot of coffee while Dirt makes his way to the table. Funnily enough, the man is also carrying a sack on his back like how Koneko had came. Issei ponders on the coincidence with a tint of amusement. I'll be sure to leave a good tip. Thank you very much, Koneko-chan. Dirt answers Naruto's deadpan with a carefree smile and puts the bag on the table. The previous bag and its contents were stowed away by Koneko moments before. Naruto gives the man the coffee pot before retaking his seat. Dirt, strangely enough, pops open the cap of his cup and pours pot's whole content in. So what have you been up to? I can't see you actually working properly for a whole week. Letting Dirt take a sip from his cup first, Naruto curiously asks the question. Dirt puts a hand on his heart and looks dejectedly at the blonde chef. Issei snorts at the play. He decides to pull out the summer homework and asks Moerie to give it an overlook for him. For your information, Naruto-san, I've been very hard at work. The exasperation in Dirt's voice was thick enough to be cut by a butter knife. Naruto rolls his eyes and hums mockingly in agreement to the man. Dirt pouts in response. I did too, you know. Here, I even have evidence to show you all. Like Koneko had done earlier, Dirt pulls the flap of his bag open. Unlike the middle school girl, however, the middle-aged man adds flair to his action by pulling the fabric out from under the thing inside the bag itself. Issei, Naruto and Koneko leans in to see the thing that Dirt is presenting in. As the cloth falls away to reveal what's underneath, the blonde in the group deadpans once again, a mirror. Not just any mirror, my dear friends. Dirt smiles pridefully at Naruto's lame response and draws attention back to himself. He fixes the mirror so that it points at the four others on the table while tweaking a knob on the side of it. The reflection blurs strangely before becoming a still reflection. What it reflects, however, is the image of an empty room. This is the greatest achievement in humankind's history. Alice's Mirror. Is the name a reference to Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass book sequel? As Issei, Koneko and Naruto keep an unimpressed expression even after Dirt has shown them what he's been supposedly working for a whole week, Moerie took it upon herself to keep the conversation rolling. The man, unperturbed, happily answers Moerie's question without noticing the disinterest of the larger audience. It's actually a reference to that and a curious item. Mirror Alice is the name of it, I think. Anyways, have any of you ever read the book that Moerie said? Dirt rubs his chin in contemplation and asks Issei, Koneko and Naruto. The blonde lifts an eyebrow and nods. Issei shrugs and recalls what little he knows of the book. Koneko blinks and tilts her head, trying to remember what the book was about. Seeing the lost look from two members of his audience, Dirt specifies on his comment. For those who are unfamiliar, the gist of the story is that a girl named Alice goes to another world by falling into a mirror. And this world-traveling mirror is what you've made. Naruto perks up at the implication and looks at the mirror with a bit of interest. Issei looks at the object and then at Naruto. His face has doubt written all over it. He didn't believe such a far-fetched idea. Koneko and Moerie did, however, and the two joins Naruto in looking at the mirror keenly. You're right in one, Naruto-san. This mirror, taking a point from both Mirror Alice and Through the Looking Glass, is an item that lets you travel to a world similar to ours but is, inherently, different somehow or another. Dirt puffs his chest at the attention the three are now giving him. A parallel world. Having been silent for a while now, Koneko decides to speak up. Dirt dips his head in agreement to the term that the girl used. Here, I'll give a small demonstration. Saying this, Dirt lifts the mirror off of the table and puts it on another table nearby, with the mirror's face still pointing at group. The man tweaks another knob on the mirror and proceeds to touch the glass surface with his right hand. Unexpectedly, or expectedly in the case of everyone besides Issei, the man's hand phases into the solid material. Dirt didn't stop with just his hand, he continues leaning forward and into the mirror. Elbows deep, then arms deep and then, with a leap from where he stood, his whole body deep. In the mirror, the image of him landing the jump with a roll plays out. The man stands up from the other side, dusts himself and gives his audience a big smile and a bigger wave. I am honestly surprised that he wasn't pulling our legs. Naruto gets up and curiously checks out the mirror in front of him. He pokes the surface and it allowed him to go right through. On the other side, Dirt beckons the blonde to come through with a large grin. I am piped. Looks like Dirt's being legit, guys. I'll make preparations for a trip, Naruto-sama. Understanding her charge, the Moerie stands up as well and begins to pack up the shop. With deft and efficient movements, she stores away the mess the five of them have made, cleaned up the plates and dishes, locked the door and set up their alarm system. Meanwhile, Naruto continues to testingly poke at the mirror surface. Koneko joins him halfway while Moerie begins to pack to go dinner for 5 and another pot of coffee. What company does he even work at? Issei looks at the mirror doubtfully while Naruto and Koneko take turns prodding at the object like a pair of curious animals. Kaneko's ear perks and she gives him a brief glance and the slightest shrug of her shoulder. Dirt, who's now stopped waving on the other side, looks at the pair with an exasperated expression. I am ready, Naruto-sama. After a few minutes of unceasing movement, Moerie makes her way back to Naruto's side with a basket filled with food and drinks, her hammerspace purse and 4 thin jackets which she hands to everyone present. Shall we go? Yeah. Shrugging on his orange monstrosity of a coat, Naruto also takes the basket from Moerie so that she can put on her more modest gray one. The blonde nods to Koneko, meeting gazes with each other, and they both jump into the mirror. Let's go, Issei-kun. With an angelic smile on her lips, Moerie holds out her hand towards Issei, who is looking at Naruto and Koneko landing their jump on the mirror's mirror side. Yeah, Issei heaves a sigh and takes Motsurie's hand. They both take a small jump like with the others and head straight into the mirror. Uzumaki Ramen. Another world. This place is a mess. The first thing that enters his mind upon landing in Dirt's other world is that the place is a rundown shack. He takes a slow look around the shop to see it dusty and bare of any furniture but the most basic ones, the counter on the side and the bench nailed down to the floor. After a moment of inspection, he realizes where he is. Are we in Naruto's shop? Nope, I sure as heck wouldn't let my place become this run down. Naruto walks up to the counter and slides his hand against the wooden top. His palm comes out caked in dust. This has been stacking for at least 2 years now. So what, you never bought this shop 2 years ago in this world? Issei looks back to Dirt to see if the middle-aged man has any answer. He's surprised to find that both the man and Moerie have set up nests on the bench and are furiously typing away at their laptops. Partially true, Issei-kun, though the proper time frame would be 3 years ago. Dirt is the first of the two to answer Issei's question with a vague comment of his own. The man, while sipping from his cup of coffee, immediately imparts the role of further explaining any details to Moerie. Some time ago, the owner of this shop was suddenly hospitalized and died weeks later due to various terminal illnesses. The inheritor of this shop, the deceased owner's son, never did anything with it and it's been sitting here vacantly for the past 2 years. With her eyes flicking back and forth like a ping-pong ball, Moerie compiles up a report of the shop's ownership for everyone to hear. What does that mean? Koneko, who's not quite understanding the implication of Dirt's comment in Motsurie's detailed report, asks Issei and Naruto. The blonde goes up to Moerie and leans over Motsurie's shoulder to read what she's reading as well. It means that this world is a year ahead of us and that I never bought this shop. Concluding whatever he's read, Naruto stands straight up again and looks at Issei's and Kaneko's direction. In our world, I bought the store 2 years ago from the owner and opened up Uzumaki Ramen. In this world, I never bought the shop and the owner overworked himself. I guess this is butterfly effect or whatever. Last I checked, the previous owner of the shop in our world is spending time with his wife in England. Well, this is a morbid first impression. Issei concludes with a bleak scowl. Naruto shrugs neutrally with an expression similar to Issei's and Motsurie puts on a troubled smile. The silver-haired girl puts away her laptop into her purse and stands up next to Naruto. Well, let's not think of this for now. Dirt claps his hand together, jolting everyone out of their pondering and drawing attention to himself. He's packed away his laptop as well and is standing next to the bench sipping away at his cup of coffee. I've brought you all here so that you could enjoy a trip to a new place and have some fun, not give a lesson about the inevitability. With that said, you kids find something to do. I am going to see if this world has any good coffee. The middle-aged man walks up to the door and opens it. Sunlight spills in as the gap is made and Dirt turns to the group again before leaving. Oh, I almost forgot. Koneko-chan, Issei-kun, if you want to return to our world, the rings I gave you two when we were gift hunting for Naruto have the same function as the Alice's mirror. I'll text you the full user manual later. Naruto, Motsurie and I have our own way to return so you can also look for us if you get lost. I am going to look up some ramen stores then. Since I haven't made one in this world, there's bound to be someone else who's made territory here. Putting on a disturbingly vulpine smile, Naruto follows after Dirt out the door. Motsurie trails closely after the blonde out the door as well with a worried look. She gives Koneko and Issei an apologetic smile, as if to say sorry for leaving them by themselves. Issei waves it off, knowing that the girl is going so that she can keep Naruto in check. So just you and me, huh? Issei looks down to meet eyes with Koneko. The white-haired girl tilts her head cutely and nods. Issei stares at the open door for a moment. A low gurgling noise sounds up in the room. Without looking back to Koneko or seeing her cheeks redden a little, he walks to the door. Let's get some dinner first. With that, they too leave the shop as well. Restaurant. To properly use the second stage of the boosted gear, First work up to the 5th boost on the initial gear and then say the key phrase, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker to activate phase 2. There will be a radical shift in strength from 1st to the 2nd gear, so be sure that you are ready to secure safety measures beforehand. The list of primary boost in phase 2 are, seriously, isn't this thing a military weapon on its own? Issei sits adjacent to Koneko, with a phone in one hand, a ring in the other, a plate of fries in between him and his white-haired friend, and a horrified expression on his face. Very scary. Koneko, mirroring Issei with posture, food and shocked expression, utters her true feelings. She fearfully holds the ring while reading the manual that Dirt has sent her. The little trinket, so seemingly fragile that she could probably crush it between her fingers with a bit of carelessness, is supposedly a tool that allows the use of unrestrained senjutsu. Beyond what he's originally advertised it is when she and Issei had visited Naruto's memories, Dirt has made this to be an item that seemingly fills her with unlimited chakra. Where the heck does this guy even work? Dropping the ring on the table, Issei scoots back a bit and stares at it with unease. The idea that the text message might be a clever hoax made by Dirt crosses his mind, but after considering the things he's seen the middle-aged man do, the idea is crossed out. Seriously, the stuff that he's bringing out each day is getting scary. Endless coffee cup to sci-fi military weapons, it's getting out of hand here. Koneko silently agrees with the brunette. He didn't get any more of a better deal than she did. From what she's heard of his mumbling when he read his manual, Dirt has given Issei the gift of a balance breaker. The amount of respect she has for the man rises again inside her mind. To do such a thing is nothing short of a miracle or the whim of the gods. Man, to think I brought this with me almost everywhere. I could have blown up the town on accident if I dropped it or something. Continuing on his rant, Issei bemoans all those times that the various clubs in Kuo Academy could have blown him and the town to smithereens. Kaneko's ears perk at the comment. It wouldn't. Safety measures. Tugging on his jacket sleeve to catch his attention, Koneko displays a part of her manual to him. Both rings need to be in the near presence of each other and must be activated at approximately the same time for either to work. Apparently, the middle-aged man had the sense to limit his freely given weapons of mass destruction somehow. Oh great, we can only destroy the town if we're together. Once he finishes reading the small passage, Issei stares up to meet Kaneko's eyes and gives her a deadpan. Obviously, the ring doesn't bode well with him, safety precaution system included or otherwise. It works. Koneko meets Issei's deadpan with a well-worn look of neutrality and holds up her hand to his face. The ring is on it, primed like how it was when they had invaded Naruto's memories, but the abundant flow of chakra was missing. The safety lock was definitely in place as far as she's concerned. Issei's face goes through a dozen different expressions from strained strangled to the classic exasperated. Finally, he settles for the slump of defeat and settles into the pose of apathy. A dull sigh of denial takes flight from his lips. At least your ring is a lot less flashy. Still just as dangerous though. Koneko wanted to refute that. Senjutsu, while being strong enough to be called a force of nature, is not something that can be used to casually blow up a mountain or wipe a town off the face of the planet. With sacred gears, however, anything is plausible. They are God's gift to man, after all. In the end, she pats the brunette's shoulder and mutters, "You're too tense." I don't understand how you're not. Kaneko's word snaps something within Issei's mind. Another tirade makes itself be known to him in his head. Do you see how ridiculous our situation is right now? We're literally having a trip in another world. This place right here was a maid cafe a few hours ago when I passed by, and now it's a family restaurant. And now I find out that we've been carrying weapons of mass destruction for weeks now. There's so many things wrong with this situation. Koneko blinks in surprise at the sudden outburst and then remembers that Issei, being quite possibly the only regular person in the group, does not know anything of the moonlit side of the world. That covers being used to the occasional oddities that pops up here and there, Dirt's questionable science being well included. Again, she does nothing but pat him calmly on his shoulder. Just go along with it. Easier said than done. Issei grumbles but puts his thoughts back in order. He notices some odd looks from the people around him and blush in embarrassment. He realizes belatedly that he's been rather loud the past minute or so of their conversation. He ducks his head and gets out of his seat to pay for the bill. Wait a bit, I am going to pay. Koneko nods and pulls out her wallet. She takes out a bill and hands it to Issei. The brunette teen takes it and raises an eyebrow at just how much she's handed him. It could have covered for them both and then still give them enough change to pay again twice over. To his silent question, Koneko simply points at the display case near the cashier and says to go dessert. Of course. Issei rolls his eyes after he finished following where she's pointing. He figures that if anyone's able to eat half a dozen bowls of ramen, various snacks, a restaurant's hamburger set and still have room for dessert, it'd be Koneko. Teasingly, he asks her, would you like the full cake or the full pie? Half and half. After taking a serious moment of consideration, Koneko looks up at Issei with star-filled eyes. Her stomach makes a growling noise of agreement. Issei, who was joking, gulps when he gets the stern reply and looks back to the cake and pie he was using for the joke. They are both easily twice the size of his head. You know I was kidding, right? Issei felt the urge to make it known that he was joking with her. Her stomach's growl convinced him that her reply isn't a joke. Throwing up his hands, he surrenders to the girl's appetite. All right, half a pie and half a cake coming right up. Market Street. So what do you think we should do next? Walking down a familiar, yet unfamiliar path, Issei asks his companion while looking around. It amazes him how similar everything feels to what he remembers but is also distinctly different. Dirt said that this is a trip and all, but I am not sure what he's expecting us to do. Food trip. Koneko gaze wanders around the crowd and shops as well. Her eyes moves past any minor details and only lock onto the important points for long enough to consider her options. She only has a limited amount of revenue and so much space in her stomach to eat all these foreign yet not dishes. They're all the same things as what we have at home, Koneko-chan. Issei rolls his eyes at the response and dully notes how she's now slowly making her way through the remains of the family restaurant's cake, a shop that they left not even 5 minutes ago. Seeing differences is fresh and novel and all that, but what can we really do here? Meet ourselves. Koneko munch a large chunk of cake, chews and swallows before tossing out another idea. She inwardly admits that Issei is probably right. Food is still food no matter where she goes. It's not a good idea to splurge all of her pocket money for just the novelty. That could actually be a thing. Issei pauses for a moment to ponder on the idea. That's certainly something that they could do now that they're here. He rubs his chin and further thinks on the idea. Since this world's Issei has never met Dirt and Naruto, would his life be more normal? Would he be any different from Issei? Would he even be a pervert in this world? We could do that, yeah. Koneko, standing next to Issei, watches as the brunette's expression turned from contemplative to curious to a wide grin of interest. He pulls out his phone and begins typing in something hastily. Leaning in, Koneko takes a look at what he's doing. She sees that he's searching up his house's address, seeing as how neither of them kept track of where they've been wandering to. A thought crosses her mind. Different world, not the same. Saying the thought aloud, she catches the brunette's attention. He pauses in his typing and looks at her quizzically. A moment later, an idea dawns into his mind. Just like how Naruto's never bought the shop. You're saying that I might have different parents altogether. It makes sense if he thinks about it. It's an alternate world where things are different from what he knows. Like with Naruto's case, the difference isn't only presence in the present but also the past, which inadvertently changes the present. His parents might never have met each other in the past and had to marry someone else. Wouldn't that mean I don't exist? Koneko furrows her brows at the conclusion the brunettes jumped to. Because Naruto had previously said that this world is 1 year ahead of their own, she had the idea that this world's Issei's family might have moved to another house, thus, him not having the same address. But then, if I don't exist, the same conclusion could be said about you, Naruto, Dirt or Moerie. If none of us existed, then nothing about our lives would have run its course till now. Wouldn't that actually be the same for everyone? No one from our world would exist in this world. But if no one exists similarly, then how are these buildings and street designs so similar? This world is parallel to ours, meaning that it's alike enough to be the. Koneko observes Issei as he reflects on the foundation of this world. Halfway through, she becomes more interested in counting the amount of creases frowning the brunette's face as he scrunches his expression for more concentration. She can already tell that her comment was misinterpreted very badly. She sighs aloud and breathes deeply inwards. Closing her eyes for a moment, a memorable rush of energy enters her system. She proficiently moves her chakra to intermingle with the energy, allowing both to take a form of something greater, something she can use for the task at hand. According to Naruto, Senjutsu is a natural stage of enlightenment for certain aspects for the world. Books and records of techniques used to reach this stage and when in this stage have been written by sages and living Buddhas of the far distant past. Naruto, somehow or another, having uncovered handfuls of these lost relics, found a collection of these texts and have shared it with her during the times she's trained with him. One of those many techniques is the aptly named far-seeing eyes. After a moment to make sure it has worked properly, Koneko opens her eyes. Her vision hazily shifts in and out. She can see what's ahead of her just as easily as she can see what a mile ahead of her is. She takes a minute to get used to it and begins looking around. In the background, she notices Issei pacing back and forth. He's now muttering something about how the casualty of any of them existing right now in this world is affecting the past, present and future. Koneko blanks him out again. She begins to earnestly look for this world's Issei instead. A minute passes by, she finds nothing. Issei's mumbling changes on to the topic of this world's history. He's using his phone to fact-check and compares what he knows to the fact of this world. 5 minutes passes, still nothing. Kaneko's feeling a slight headache building up. Issei has now confirmed that everything historical is accurately the same. There's no difference between the major occurrences in this world and theirs. 10 minutes passes by, Koniko's headache is becoming a mild annoyance. Issei's dragged her to a nearby bench to sit since the both of them have been standing stock still in the middle of the street like a pair of idiots. 15 minutes passes by, Issei's confirmed that the major towns and street are the same. Koniko's headache is worsening and she's starting to figure out why Naruto had so keenly taught her this technique. 20 minutes passes, her headache reaches a breaking point and she has to force herself to stop giving the skill any more hope of being useful. Needless to say, she couldn't find any other world Hyodo Issei. Instead, she's found literally every ramen shop within her 15-kilometer radius. She buries her head into her hands, letting the constant flow of nature energy teeter off and returning to normal. The pedestal that Naruto sat on within her mind drops drastically by a couple of notches. Sitting beside her, Issei awes in an enlightened manner. Okay, so I was overthinking things after all. This world has an Issei who lives down the street from where I live. Turns out, my old neighbor and my parents bought their houses at around the same time. This world just switched who bought what. Searching through the online yellow book for help, Issei confirms, after 20 minutes, that he was speculating far too much. Koneko balefully glares at the brunette within the depths of her hands. Meanwhile with dirt, he takes a sip of the cup in his hand. The sweet fluid pours down his throat. The deep flavor infuses itself into his essence. A deep yet mellow taste was present within the blend. It brings forth the image of an energetic crowd, of people bustling and hustling, going to their destination in a hurry. He swallows the liquid, the image reinforces itself. In their hustling and constant movement, each member ceases to be their own person and is instead ingested into a larger whole. A bitter tang and a tart aftertaste follow behind. So as with the image is the coffee in his hand. He takes the cup and swiftly drinks the rest within. He pays the barista, gives the young man a thanks and a warm smile, and leaves the shop. As he walks to his next point, he mentally crosses out the previous shop. Store-bought coffee still tastes like crap, even in this world. Meanwhile with Naruto and Moerie, 3 spoons of salt, and 2 cups of broth, carry out the noodle and wrap it with cloth, ingenious, pure genius. Who's the madman who would try this and expect to succeed? Crouching near an open safe with a stack of paper in his hands, Naruto skims through the pages and mumbles to himself. BZZT, Naruto-sama. Can you hear me? From the earpiece in his ear, Moerie's urgent voice knocks him out of his odd musings. I can hear you. What's wrong, Moerie? Naruto touches his earpiece to bring it closer to his ears. He discreetly stuffs the pages into his jacket and closes the safe, locking it back to its normal state. They're coming. You must quickly escape. The urgency in Moerie's voice ticked something off my Naruto's mind. Already, he makes his way to the escape window he's opened beforehand. I hear voices. There's someone there. From the nearby stairwell, voices ring out and the door slams open. She there here. Naruto rushes his last few steps to the window and jumps out in a hurry. His pursuers were quick on his tail. He's got our secret ramen recipe. Don't let him escape. Like a phantom thief, Naruto disappears into the daytime crowd. His chasers still continues to hound after him however, even after he's out of sight. So is the harsh life of a ramen chef. To give, to take, to steal, to make, all for the customer, and for profit, but it's mostly for the customers. If I have to call myself anything, I'd say I am a regular guy. There's nothing really special about me that makes me different from the norm. I'll admit that I am a bit more perverted than normal and that I am slightly more intelligent than an average guy on the street, but that's not saying much. I am still comparing myself to the average, the normal, by saying that I am a bit above them. If the average was 0 and a world-changing individual was a 10, I'd be smack dab a 2. No matter how you logically round that, I'd still be closer to average than anything special. People like Naruto, Moerie or Koneko, these are the ones who rounds up to the 10s. They have potential. They have genuine uniqueness of their own. I'll be the first to admit that I, Hyodo Issei, am nothing special. I am what anyone my age can become, nothing more, and nothing less. That's why, when I see others having something I can't obtain, I would naturally become jealous. Just like everyone else, I am not above the emotions of envy. That's why, as I am perched on my neighbor's roof with Koneko by my side, I am feeling the urge to put on Dirt's ring and wreak havoc. I am feeling many emotions right now, confusion, anger, jealousy, enviousness, and it was all Koneko can do to not let me loose. Being my trusty friend, she knows very well what I am thinking right now, and because she's such a trusty friend, she not allowing me to act on said thoughts. Issei, calm down, we're hiding for a reason. There's a genuine amount of panic within Kaneko's usually neutral voice. In any other occasion, I would pause in anything I am doing and tease her for it, assuming the cause of that panic is tease-worthy. In this particular occasion however, I am feeling the urge to throw the girl off of my back so that I can properly go berserk. Let go, Koneko-chan. I need to go throttle that bastard right now. Just a punch or two, I promise to calm down after that. It wasn't meant to be, however, that I can throw her off. Logically speaking, this situation where the middle school girl a head shorter than me is holding me down completely doesn't make sense. I am the one with the heavier mass and it should be me who has more leverage if we grapple. The white-haired girl didn't agree. She continues to hold me down onto the roof's surface while I struggle with all my might. Dangerous. Koneko, true to her nature, speaks in vague words with multiple meanings. I know her well enough to interpret her meaning though. It's dangerous if I go on a rampage here in this world that I don't belong to. If I was rationally thinking, I'd have to agree. Fortunately, my jealousy overrules common sense. How can I let this happen in my sight without doing anything? Has God abandoned me? Is there no justice to this world? I continue to struggle against the girl's iron grip while bemoaning my weakness. Then, as if by a miracle, Koneko flinches and pulls back. Her hold loosens and I, in my thrashing about, dislodge her from atop me. I manage a half-crawling dash away from her before getting to my feet and making my way towards the target of my anger. In my haste and blinded by my jealousy, I forgot one key factor as I run forward. I am on my neighbor's roof. I take an angered step, expecting my foot to meet solid roofing, and instead met with empty air. I squawk aloud and lunge forward for my misstep. My eyes widen at how quickly my vision shifts towards the ground and how much it's imminently becoming closer. I stop a moment later and hang dangling in the air. I told you, dangerous. Speaking with no little amount of ire in her voice, Koneko steadily pulls me up by the scruff of my jacket. She sets me on my shaky knees and crosses her arms. Glaring down at me with puffed cheeks, she taps her foot expectantly. I understand what she's waiting for, now that jealousy and irrationalities all but abandoned me to my own. I bow my head under her glare and would have practically fallen into a dogeza if it wasn't for the roof's sloped surface. I am sorry for not listening earlier and for being childish. Apology accepted. She readily forgives me when I said sorry, but I still see a bit of huffiness in her stance. I sigh mentally and pull out the ace in the hole I bought earlier today. I pull out a cookie from the folds of my jacket, one that I had bought previously at the family restaurant we visited, and offer it respectfully to the white-haired girl. It disappears from my hands in seconds, without me noticing it was gone until I heard her chewing on it. We should leave. Police are coming to investigate noise. Yeah, I nodded with the girl's suggestion and allow her to carry me off the roof. Just like how we got on, Koneko effortlessly brings me along as she jumps roof to roof like an acrobat. If a passerby were to watch the scene from beginning to end, they would confusedly say that what happened didn't make sense, from my fit of anger to Koneko carrying me off. If I was said passerby, I would completely agree. I would also then go into a fit of rage because of what I'll be able to see from the roof's vantage point, thus, causing the cycle to repeat. What was it I saw that made me go into a fit of jealous rage? It was the image of every man's wishes and dreams, the picture of two beautiful girls joining a man in the bathroom to take a bath together. They were washing his back with their boobs. He was getting the image of their bare boobs for his eyes to feast on. He got to touch those glorious boobs with his hands. By no means am I vain bastard who can't see the recognize the achievement of others. If it was a man who was like Matsuda or Motohama, I would cry out towards the heavens, push some passive aggression on them and eventually wish them best. If it was a man like that handsome bastard Kiba, I would again cry out to the heavens, blame him for my girlfriend less status, but accept that it's a part of life. But no, neither of these were the case. The man looks nothing special, I might even call him normal. He seems somewhat dull and a bit more perverted than the average guy off the street. If I had to judge him by anything, I'd say he's a 2 out of 10 with 0 as a normal man and 10 being a world-changing individual. Overall, the man is a regular person. I am sure I've made it clear by now. That enviable boob-touching man was me all along, Hyodo Issei. There are few things in this world that I cannot stand, and one of them includes lucky bastards who are like me having more girl luck than me. In this scenario where the person who's like me is me, I am honestly thrown into a fit of rage. We're in the clear. Landing gracefully on her toes and bending down to her knees, Koneko slides me off her shoulder before standing up again. She shows no strain in her movement, which amazes me. She just jumped off the roof of a 2-story house with me as a 60-kilogram luggage. You saw that right. I wasn't hallucinating, right? Now that I am rational and sane again, I begin to rethink on the scene I saw with a clear head. Were there any chances within this world of me being able to be in such a desirable situation as that? I calculate that the chances are low, since he's me. No, wait, if he's me then should it be impossible. Even if I am like dirt and have a ton of money, I'd still be unable to pull that off. Prostitutes don't take underage teens as customers. That wasn't a hallucination. Koneko rebukes my thought process with that statement, sending jealousy on the loose again. My hand unconsciously digs into my pocket, where Dirt's ring was located. Kaneko's hand, or rather, her fist, is raised upwards in response. Her ring is already on her finger. Don't be rash. Alright, geez, I got it. I won't be stupid. I consciously pull out my hand and put them up in the air as a gesture of surrender. The girl glares at me for a moment before nodding in appeasement. She then starts walking down the street. Still, this world must be pretty weird, for me to be in that kind of situation in broad daylight. You still want to meet him? Koneko hums and asks me a vexing question. Do I want to meet that enviable me? An hour ago, when I didn't know any better, I said yes and we went to his house. It was only a morbid curiosity that told me to go. Now, with the knowledge I've obtained, do I still want to meet him? If I can punch him in the face and throttle the secrets to his success out of him, yes, I'd like to still meet him. Now, it depends on the circumstances. If I were to meet my alternate self, there's no doubt that I would attempt to punch him for being so lucky when someone who's literally him, I'm not. Koneko hums in response and lightly dusts her knuckles. I automatically raise my hands up again. Her message cannot be any clearer. So meeting myself is out. You wanna go and meet yours, Koneko-chan. My white-haired partner rubs her chin in contemplation. She bobs her head from side to side as she continues walking and, after a minute of consideration, she looks at me and nods. I pull out my phone and open up the yellow book that I used to find my house in this world. Did you live in an apartment or a house in our world? That'll narrow down the search by a lot. While the yellow book loads, I walk up to a nearby bench and take a seat. Unknowingly, the two of us walked ourselves into the park near my house, halfway to Naruto's shop in our world. Koneko plops down next to me and leans over my shoulder to take a better look at my phone. Apartment Complex 7 in District 12. Koneko helpfully pokes at my phone to type in her address on. The result was not out of our expectation range. Just like how my family's name doesn't show up in this world if I type in the address of my world, Koneko's name doesn't show up for her address. Instead, it's rented out to a man neither of us have heard of. Well, there goes that. It doesn't look like you live in this complex either. Going down the list to see if she just happened to rent a different room, we become stumped when we find that she's not listed anywhere in the apartment area. I huff a sigh and look at the girl. This case could be like mine where my parents of this world bought a similar house because of the choice and time of offer. Did you have any other options in mind when you picked this particular apartment? We could check those out to see if we get a hit. Can't remember. The white-haired girl thinks seriously and then shakes her head after a minute. I slump down at the answer. That's to be expected. I don't even remember what I did last week for homework, so I can't expect Koneko to remember her options for renting out rooms were months or years ago. That brings up a problem though. Now it's going to be many times harder to find the Koneko of this world. Finding a house under a certain name and finding an apartment room under a certain name are two completely different levels of difficulty. Koneko slumps dejectedly on my shoulder and pouts. I can see the disappointment on her usually neutral face. Did she really want to meet her alternate that much? She opens her mouth and says, "Let's do something else then. We can't give up that easily. Let's call Dirt and Moerie. They might know a better way of searching for you. They're both good with computers." I refute Koneko's suggestion and close out of the yellow book function to pull up my calling list. I mentally flipped a coin on who to call and decides that Dirt should be the one. Moerie's probably busy keeping Naruto in check. The phone takes a few seconds to ring before a beep cuts it off. I pull away and look at it in confusion. The screen shows that I am back on my contact list. Knowing that the middle-aged man always picks up his phone and answers, no matter the situation, I take a guess that his phone's out of battery. It's no good. Koneko pulls down her phone the same time as me. Her screen has Moerie's contact information pulled up. I read between the lines and conclude that she didn't have luck calling the silver-haired girl. Course not. We can go look for information ourselves. It'll just take a bit longer than finding out where I live though. I take a quick look at the large clock posted in the middle of the park, the one right on top of the water fountain, and see that it's a little over 4 in the evening. See, it's not even near diner time yet. We can still go look around for a couple of hours, then get some dinner afterwards. If we don't have any results, well, try calling Naruto and Moerie to help. Those two will probably be done touring around the town for ramen shops by then, right? I notice halfway through that I was beginning to babble about the obvious. I continue to do so because Koneko's taking those words at face value and is perking up again. She nods unquestionably to my suggestion and pumps her fist in anticipation. I guess she really wants to meet her alternate self in this world. So here's the plan. You go to the places you'd normally go to and scout around. Chances are good that you'll find yourself there. I'll go to the library and look her up, see if she has anything I can look for online on a stronger computer. Unlike my phone that can only browse on one screen and slowly load multiple files at the pace of a snail, finding things on a large spectrum is much easier with a computer. We'll meet back at the family restaurant from before in, let's say, 3 hours. I look back at the clock and decide that 3 hours should be a good time. Koneko thinks so too because she looks like she's ready to run off. Alright then, good luck. You too. Like a free runner, Koneko bolts away. I look at her dust trail for a moment before turning to the way of the library. A small part of me wonders, now that Kaneko's away, if I can go meet my alternate. I toss the thought into a dark corner after realizing that small part was jealousy. Kaneko's current request is more important and time-consuming. I sigh. Multiple reviews complimenting her on services in numerous unspecified tasks, cameo appearances in certain manga and anime series, a part of an unofficial rap group's fan base, local champion to multiple boxing arenas in town, customer of the month many times over in many confectionery shops. The heck is the Koneko in this world doing? As it turns out, finding out about the girl wasn't time-consuming at all. We probably didn't even need to meet the girl at all. Searching up the name Koneko Tuju, whether it be on my phone or on a computer, easily got me more than enough results to piece together what she's like. Just like the me of this world, it seems that this version of Koneko is also ludicrously successful in life so far. When I compare the two of us to the two of them, I can't get over the feeling that we've lost somehow. My heart's crying in dejection. What's with this repertoire of known things about you? Are you an anime character who can do anything if you put your mind into it? At this point, I am kinda scared to look up the me in this world. Perhaps Kaneko's dangerous statement was right. If her alternate version is this colorful, I might not survive a meeting with my own. Having obtained the information needed, this world's Kaneko's home address, I turn off the computer and go outside again. I look at the clock post near the front of the library to see how much time I've wasted, and it seems that only 30 minutes have passed since I've split up with my Koneko. I don't know if I should be feeling relieved or worried at how easily I got this world's Kaneko's living address. I pull out my phone and thumb my way to Kaneko's number. Dialing the call button, I wait for 3 rings before she picks up her phone. There was a hesitant hello that comes to greet me from the other side. Yo, Koneko, I am done with my job. Already. I take note that she took a moment to ask me that. There's something like dismay in her voice. Did she find me actually doing my job surprising? Or maybe it was because I caught her at a bad time. Because I told her to visit the places she'd normally go to, it wouldn't be a coincidence if I am calling her while she's eating right now. In fact, I am almost certain that she is. Yeah, it was easy. How about you? I am still at work. My ears strain to hear any incriminating sound of food being eaten or plastic bags of snacks being crinkled. I couldn't hear anything, but I still doubtlessly know that it's there. Really? Then let me help you. Unneeded. Muahahaha. Have I stumbled upon something greater than I had imagined? Her answer was too fast and too concise for there to not be anything T-sable on the other side. My Naruto senses are ringing in a different way than usual. It's screaming chance. An opportunity has appeared before me. I can get back at her if I know what she's hiding. Come on, Koneko-chan. Don't be like that. I just want to help. Just tell me where you are and I'll even bring you snacks. How about cheesecake? They're really creamy and delicious, you know. Unneeded. I can hear your hesitation, Koneko-chan. It sounds just like your stomach gurgling in hunger. I have you now. You can't escape from my grasp. It took me 10 minutes and a promise of a cartful of snacks, but I managed to get the location out of her mouth. A part of me, something that sounds a lot like my conscience and common sense, tells me that I am being villainous, almost Naruto-like. I ignore it and go to the nearest bakery store with Kaneko's location in my hand. Ramenyan's ramen. As unbelievable as it is, I really am in another world. As I walk down the familiar street, I gaze around in wonderment. Issei has mentioned before that the architecture of the everything here is eerily similar for a supposedly different world, but that doesn't fully begin to describe it. The differences are much more than just changes in building and street designs. The differences between this world and my world are both vexing and intriguing. It's vexing in the case that some of my favorite stores don't recognize me or have my favorites anymore. Inversely, it's intriguing in the case that there are shops I don't know of calling out to me and offering me new treats I've never tasted before, delicious new treats. While turning into a shop I know, one that I occasionally visit to restock my snack storage, I see my partner jauntily walking around. Skipping happily down the street, Issei Hyodo swings back and forth various bags of snacks and confectionery sweets. I take a moment to tell apart which Issei this is, since I've never seen mine skip happily. It's not an action that I would associate with my world's Issei. From the way he's dressed, I can only assume that he's mine and not this world's. I curiously stare at the strange scene. Didn't we both agree earlier to find everything we can about this world's me? Why's he now skipping around with a load of food in his hands? I don't think he can eat all that even if he is very hungry. It would be one thing if it was me, since I am a devil and I can metabolize my food faster, but Issei's a regular human. Counting the amount of meals we've eaten together, we have covered for breakfast, lunch and dinner. That's not even counting the food that he's eaten before, so I doubt that hunger is the cause of him buying so much food. I inquisitively leave the shop I am in to follow after the brunette. I did not call out to him, however, and merely shadow after his footsteps. This leads me to seeing him visit 3 more bakeries and ending up with a cart of food to tow around. Skipping with the cart of sweets and confectionaries, the brunette leaves the market district and goes to the apartment districts for some reason. It occurs to me again that I might actually be following this world's Issei instead of mine. After all, why would my Issei do any of this? It would make more sense if he were to go back to his house in this world and try to torture this world's Issei for girl-seducing techniques or whatever he calls it. I channel a bit of nature energy into my system and quickly pull off the far-seeing eye technique. A moment of blurry vision and a brief peek confirms that my Issei is not at the library. He is, in fact, the one that's happily skipping along the road pushing a cart filled with food. I mentally applauded myself for using the technique for a purpose that's not intended by Naruto when he taught me it. It's not like I could have just used my regular senjutsu senses to see if this was my Issei or not. I had to make sure. It's not like I am a sore loser or anything because I spent so much time getting down that technique and went so far as to go another 20 minutes to test it in vain. No, I am not sore at all. I ease off the flow of nature energy and turn my attention back to the brunette as he rounds the street corner. He's slowly going to a specific district. I can tell by the way he's looking at something on his phone. I can't make it out very well from this distance. I can infer that it's a map of sort from the way he's mumbling to himself. Still, I have no idea how my Issei got from going to the library to skipping here with a cart of food. I could just ask him, but I don't want him to know that I've been here all along. It's one thing to see him goofing off, but if he knows I am following his footsteps, he'll never forgive myself. I pull out my phone instead and go to his name. I press call and put it up to my ear. As the phone rings, I duck into a nearby alley. It's a spot that could hide me well enough so that the brunette would glance over me if he looks by, but still allows me to see the teen for a while longer. Koneko-chan. 3 rings were made before the other side picks up. I widen my eyes as my senses tell me conflicting stories. My ears hear the voice of Issei who's vocally asking me a question. My eyes see Issei continue to skip down the street, pushing the cart with one hand and holding his phone with the other away from his ear. Issei. I hesitantly return my receiver's question with another question. Yeah, it's me. Is something wrong, Koneko-chan? I confirm that my senses are not tricking me. The voice on the other side was clearly saying things that the Issei I am seeing was not. Still, I knows that this is Issei's voice, so I can only make the logical leap. There's 2 Issei coexisting right now. The Issei in front of me is mine, so, logically, that means that the Issei I am speaking to is the other. Sorry, I called the wrong person. Wah, Koneko. I did the only thing that was appropriate for the situation and cut off the call. Following that, I block off Issei's number for the moment and run out of the alley. Assuming that I called this phone number and didn't meet my Issei, I would have made the mistake of contacting the wrong Issei without realizing my error. I have to make sure that my Issei isn't doing just that. I run up to the brunette and tap him from behind on his back. Issei. Koneko-chan. Issei startles in response and I see him almost jump in place. He clutches his phone to his chest while stopping the cart from going further. The wheels clatter against the road in a cacophony of chaotic sounds that are probably not that different from how his heart must be feeling. When did you get here? Not important. Did you call me? I brush away Issei's question and pull up my phone to his face. The boy looks confusedly between it and me. I huff and point specifically towards a name in my list of recent calls, Issei's name. I then pull my finger over to the time that the call was made, only a scant minute ago. Wait, what? Issei stares at my screen, then down to me and then his phone. He pulls up his own contact list, go to the list of recent calls and check up my name. He flips the screen to my direction for me to see. As I expected, sitting at the top of his recent call list is my name. The time since we supposedly last contacted was 20 minutes ago. Our numbers calls are alternates of this world. I helpfully state my findings so that Issei can catch on. He stares at me for a moment before slapping his forehead. Of course it does. Law of randomness be damned when we're the same person. We obviously have to have the same numbers such as birth date, phone number and even IDs so that we can be parallels to each other's. If that's the case, then... Issei starts to mumble some incoherent things again. I lightly poke at his ribs to regather his fading attention span. He blinks in surprise and looks down to me. There's a spark of something in his eyes, like he remembers something when he sees me. Oh yeah, I found out where you are. Of course you did, I am right here. For some reason, you're at this apartment complex doing something. Issei taps a few buttons on his phone to return the screen to what he was on before. Now that I am getting a better look, I see it as the GPS function of his phone. The address inputted seems familiar but I can't spot out where I've seen it. A job, might they been. She said she was still busy with something when I called her. Issei nods in confirmation to what I thought. It seems like my version in this world is working with a contractee right now. I wonder if it is anyone I know. I look at his phone again and then at the nearby signpost. The address is nearby, it seems. I grab him by his sleeve and tug him along. Let's go. Ah, sure, wait up. With one arm being occupied by my tugging, Issei tries and halfway succeeds to getting the cart of food to follow him. I help by removing some of the excess weight. I earn a tepid glare from him. The piece of cake I got tastes delicious. So this is what you occult club members do in your free time. It's part of the job. I'll do anything in my power to get it done. I am sure it is, Ramen-chan. Lounged on yet another rooftop for the second time of today, Issei and I stalk my alternate with a pair of binoculars in hands. Issei's comments are made so that I'll get riled up, I can tell. He wants to entice me to take out righteous anger for the injustice that I am seeing being put on the image of my person. He's barking up the wrong tree, trying to challenge a devil in a game of temptation. Through the rims of my binoculars, I can see my alternate posing in bizarre poses while dressed in clothing that would fit only in the dreams of the most drugged-up anime lovers. If it was a few months ago, I would stare at the strange scene with uncertainty and indignation. Now, after Naruto sold me, Dirt and Issei off to the glorious world of internet moviedom as a brand name for his ramen, I could hardly bat an eye. I've heard of stranger requests from more unusual people, most of whom I gladly call my customers. I, of course, refused the far too outlandish ones though. So, how much do I have to pay to get you to join me in my quest to obtain the truth of this universe from my alternate? Dramatically pulling out a piece of paper from his pants pocket, Issei flares it in front of me. I recognize it by the peculiar coloring as the handout advertisements for the occult research club which I am a tentative member of because of my grade level. I raise an eyebrow at the question and at the appearance of the piece of paper. To my knowledge, nobody in the group, not even Naruto, has come across one of those handouts yet. For Issei to have one hidden away without my knowledge is a bit surprising. Taking a few seconds of thought, I seriously give him my price. 1 year's worth of all-you-can-eat sweets, delivered to me at any time I want, wherever I am. Okay, so it's not really that serious. Then again, the situation isn't that serious either. If it was solemn and followed the proper procedure of where I am summoned by his need for the wish to be granted, I would have given him a better response. Seeing as that's not what happened, this is my answer. I'll just save this for another time then. Issei actually thought about the deal critically and decides against the cons. I roll my eyes at him, showing outward exasperation while being a little saddened on the inside. If he had negotiated, I would have lowered the fee a bit and still help out with his wish, in a less violent manner than what he probably intends though. I am not so much a glutton that I'd forsake a friend in need. Issei doesn't need it that much though, it's more like a dim-witted want. So, any explanations for that? After he's stowed away the piece of paper, he points back to the building where my alternate self is doing strange poses. I take another look with my binoculars to see who this customer is. Murasaki-san, 27 years old, has a bachelor's degree in the majors of history, science and art. A budding artist who got tired of society's shit, or so he calls himself. He's a NEET who's got a side job as a manga artist. You've met him before. Seeing a familiar face, I recall key bits of my client's personal information and decides to share the interesting parts of it with Issei. I remember the two of them meeting weeks ago, when we were at a cafe. Murasaki-san helped Issei out by explaining some difficult-to-understand questions in his homework. Really, Issei takes another peek into the room as well and stares for a long minute. He puts down his binocular after a moment with a perplexed face. I can't remember. He spends some time mulling over the mon's face but doesn't remember in the end. I don't blame him. Murasaki-san does have a forgettable face. I instead move my binoculars back to my alternate self, and look at her. Older but still the same as me, I think that's the best way to describe her. Height-wise, she didn't seem to have grown all that much apart from me. Her neutral expression is the same as mine. Even her demonic powers, from what I can sense, isn't too different from me. Wait, can't I just ask her for help instead? While I am busy taking a look at my alternate, Issei seems to have gone from pondering about Murasaki to having an epiphany about something else altogether. I blanked out his near-incoherent mumblings out of habit so I only managed to hear the last few bits. I look at Issei to see him pull out my contract paper again. Hey, Koneko, how exactly does making a contract with you work? Looking sideways at me with his face still facing another direction, Issei pulls out the contract again and asks me this. I re-raise my eyebrow of questioning. Well, I was thinking that we can't just continue to stalk her like this. It'd be weird to meet her with how you look too, so we're stuck watching from afar. But, if I hire her to do a minor job, I could get closer to her and get to know her. I could ask her questions which would seem weird but can be a part of the job. Issei begins to go into a long explanation of his plans for me and I catch on to his scheme halfway through. The boy, having a one-track mind, was easily predicted the moment his gaze shifts away from mine. He still wants to go after his alternate. I can tell because he blatantly mentions it earlier. Issei, no. The teen deflates at my flat rejection. His shoulder droops a bit but only slightly. I can see his resilience grow with every failed attempts. Still, I only said no to what was implied with his scheme. Everything else on the surface sounds appealing enough for me to allow. The idea of him chatting information from my alternate is novel, if nothing else, and I only really need to know one thing from her. It's just, the idea is missing something. It'll tell you how to make a contract, for a proper purpose, if you disguise yourself. Issei tilts his head at my request. Now, he's the one to look at me with a questioning gaze. It takes a moment before he realizes what I meant. Huh, I guess we could have known each other in this world as well, huh? We do go to the same school. He mutters his thoughts and nods in agreement to my request. Ah, he didn't understand my meaning. Though what he says does make sense, it's not what I actually meant. I was only planning on dressing him up like a clown so that he wouldn't run off to do something stupid while I can't hold him back. I am very worried that he's still stuck on the idea of beating up his alternate so that he can learn of the unfathomable truth of this universe. If he has a contract with my alternate, I won't be able to freely show myself, so he'll have free reign of the situation. A disguise, in that case, will act as the binding agent to keep him from doing as his idiocy demands. But what disguise are we going to use? When Issei asks me this, I try to remember any costume shops I can think of. None comes to mind. Bewilderingly, though I've dressed up in all kinds of bizarre fashions, I've never once had to be the one to procure the clothing. They have all been handed out for me to wear. I don't know. Troubled, I answer the brunette with honesty. The teen makes an EHHH sound when I say this. I glare at him. What? Did he expect me to be able to pull out a shop off of the top of my head? Maybe if it was a ramen store, but costume shop. No. Bang. A loud noise rings out, the sound of metal hitting a hard wall. I turn to the clamor and narrow my eyes towards whoever it was. Don't worry, I heard everything and I got you covered. Moerie, get the makeup kit. Yes, Naruto-sama. Naruto walks through the doorway, holding 6 bulky bags between his 2 hands. Moerie follows closely after, holding her purse in one hand while the other digs inside for the content. Dirt teeters along a second after the silver-haired girl with a pot of coffee in one hand and his coffee cup in his other. He helpfully uses his foot to close the door that was unhinged by Naruto. Understanding what Naruto meant, I usefully stick out one of my legs. Issei, who also understood what the blonde meant, tries to get up and run to the other exit. He trips on my outstretched leg. Traitor. Issei squawks indignantly when he falls prey to my trap. He falls straight into the caress of Naruto's outstretched arms. The blonde had set his 6 bags aside a second ago. So Ryudo Seiko makes her second appearance in another world, huh? Not a bad setting if I have to say so myself. The brunette teen screams a blood-curdling scream as Naruto drag him back to the stairway. The ominous click of the door closing syncs eerily with Issei's cry cutting off. I give the brunette a small prayer before diving into the 6 bags Naruto left behind. As expected, the majority of the bags that Naruto brought, 4 of them, were filled to the brim with ramen from different places. Some were familiar, some not. Moerie pulls out an intricate tea set and matching herb box from the other 2. Dirt. He pours coffee from the pot into the cup before continuing to sip away steadily at the content. With Moetsure's permission, I dig into one of the many bowls of ramen. I, in turn, give her permission to go through Issei's pile of sweets for something to go with her tea. Dirt merely walks over to the edge and casually stalks alternate me with Issei's forgotten binocular. After a few minutes, enough time for Moerie to conveniently finish making and start serving her tea, Naruto walks out from behind the metal door. He drags a lifelessly walking Issei behind him. I give the brunette's Ryudo Seiko disguise a once-over and admit to myself that, even if Naruto is sketchier than a candy salesman in a dark alleyway, the blonde knew his ways around a makeup toolkit. Definitely more than my own skills anyways. Halfway to us, Naruto allows Issei to go free while he makes his way to me, or more specifically, his ramen. Issei aimlessly walks around for a bit before Moerie sits him next to her. She gives him a warm cup of tea to drink and begins to make small talk with him. Issei didn't respond much or show any signs of hearing her at all. He just dully raises his cup to his mouth every few seconds. So, what kind of contract is Issei going to make with this world's Koneko? Naruto grabs a bowl of ramen and plops down next to me to talk. I move my eyes from Issei to the blonde. Sitting next to him, I smell the faint scent of sweat and smoke. Did he run through a burning building on the way here? Don't know. To his question, I shrug indifferently to show that I had nothing in mind. Like Issei earlier, Naruto makes an EHHH sound when I said the truth. I glare at him. What, did he think I'd have a plan ready without thinking about it? I only want to ask a few questions, at most, to my alternate. Heck, I am happy if only the important one I really want to ask is answered. Forethought didn't go through when I impulsively wanted to meet my alternate self a few hours ago. Well, we better start brainstorming then. Naruto-san, why don't you start us off? I turn to Dirt. He walks over to us and takes a seat in front of me and Naruto. He sets his pot of coffee and coffee cup on his lap to pull out a pen and notebook from his suit's pocket. I wish to be stronger is the only one I can think of. Really, I would have thought something on the line of, please get me a date. Am suing, but no, I am not out to torture Issei, and I am still miffed that we never finished our quest to becoming the girliest girls. I don't see how becoming stronger correlates to anything like that. You'll only understand once you see Miltan. Wandering off into their own conversation, Naruto and Dirt discusses what Issei should wish for when he contracts my alternate. I glance over to the brunette to see that he's regained some semblance of being alive as he's ranting about the injustice that Naruto and I are putting him through. I silently move over to his side and listen in. After a minute of hearing his tirade, I push myself into the one-sided conversation by stating that I need to teach him how to make a contract. His reactionary jump is both comical and delightfully funny. I curse Naruto and, to an extent, Akeno. Surely, this is their fault that I am like this. On a side note, the second bowl of ramen is notably delicious. I hope that Naruto got the recipe. Oppai loving high school boy's second bowl of ramen. I look at the mirror and marvel at the image that's reflected on it. There's a girl in the reflection who has the likeness of a wallflower. She has large, brown eyes being covered with a thick pair of glasses. Her fringes are long, covering almost all of her forehead and some of her eyebrows. The rest of her hair, an unruly mess sticking out every way possible, is long and partially tidied because it's in a lengthy braid. She has a modest chest, is wearing a thick, pink sweater and has a faraway gaze to her eyes. In the mirror reflects the image of Ryudo Seiko, me. I shudder, watching the girl in the mirror do the same. Her shoulders tremble and her lips pout. This is a strangely surreal sight. I've never actually seen what my cross-dressing form looked like before, so now that I am having a good eyeful, I can't bring myself to hate it. Sure, I very much hate the person who forced me into this get-up, Naruto. The get-up itself, however, is a different story. It's one thing to see Naruto dress up and completely personify himself as a girl. He does it so often that it's become a regular thing. It's another thing altogether when I do it. Not intending to compliment Naruto's handiwork nor fuel my narcissism, I have to admit that the Ryudo Seiko disguise looks good, so much so that I can't bring myself to hate it. I sigh aloud, raise up my glasses up to my forehead, turn on the communal bathroom sink and splash some water on my face. After 3 sloshes, I turn off the sink and wipe away the remaining stray droplets of water. I pull down my glasses to look at the mirror again. Ryudo Seiko looks back with a melancholic expression that well defines how I feel. Target K2 has entered the shop's interior. Please start your approach in 1 minute, Issei-kun. If anything about the mission goes awry, do not hesitate to call for our help. I will be nearby. Coming from nowhere, Matsuri's disembodied voice enters my ears. I hear her clearly, as if she was standing next to me. There was no echo, reverberation or ring to it as would be normal if I were to wear a headphone. I poke at my glasses rim, the source of the voice, and marvel. It's one of the things that Dirt gave me for the mission, an all-utility pair of glasses. Is there anything that this man doesn't have? Yeah, got it. I tap an indentation in the glasses and whisper back an answer to the silver-haired girl. In the left glass piece, a transparent timer pops up, counting down from 60 seconds. I take a step towards the bathroom door and linger there, waiting for the time to go down so I can exit. The mission, as everyone in the group is calling it, is a convoluted plan made mostly by Naruto and Dirt with inklings of adjustments from Moerie, Koneko and I. The first and only proper step in the plan is for me to go up to this world's Koneko and ask her to make a contract with me, simple as that. Afterwards is very much loosely based on our response interaction. Naruto, Koneko and Dirt are concealing themselves somewhere, eavesdropping on my glasses radio channel and are ready to drop me appropriate replies at any point in time. Moerie is in the background, keeping a watchful eye on me in case I get over my head. The wish that we've decided on making is, please help me get my senpai to notice me. Cliché. Well used and the epitome of all high school girls love trouble, the glorious, notice me senpai wish appears in another world as my mission. According to Naruto, girls talk most when they talk of love, so taking that idea, Dirt went nuts with it. While everyone was spending an hour to flesh out the mission, Dirt did quick visits to certain government offices to do something else. By the time we were done, the middle-aged, coffee-addicted man managed to build an embellished history for the non-existent girl me. He made Ryudo Seiko a legitimate citizen of Japan and, more importantly, an actual person who exists in this world as far as paperwork history is concerned. Ryudo Seiko. 16, student of Kuo Academy High School's division, only girl in a family of 3 including her single dad and a brother, maiden in love, 20/30ths vision, 58 height, hobbies of reading novels and studying, introvert, honor student, wants to be a romance writer in the future, has won a handful of competitions from multiple writing programs. These are some of the nonsense that Dirt threw together in the making of my background. I honestly want to say that he's overdoing it, but the fact that he also bought a house earlier to fill out the living registries speaks for itself. To a lesser extent, he and Naruto also now have identities as my relatives as well, but, according to him, it's less fleshed out. Dirt, please do something actually productive with your riches, please. The glasses timer runs down to 0 and it vibrates for a second to inform me. I take a deep breath, open the door and walk out. A small map replaces the timer on my glasses. There's a red X mark on the map, the location of this world's Koneko. The shop that I am in isn't small and the space between us is not exactly short either, but I have no trouble seeing my target. Though she's short, her white head of hair is noticeable just about anywhere she goes. Nervously, I walk up to her. My heart thumps in my chest and my palms slightly dampens. Getting closer and closer, I see that this Koneko is honestly too much like my Koneko. I give a quick prayer to anyone listening, to pray that this Koneko doesn't have the uncanny sense to spot out Naruto's prank. God help me if she does. I'll be outed as a guy in public, and that's something I don't think my pride can take, especially not after that hospital accident with Naruto the last time I dressed up. When I got into talking distance with this world's Koneko, my eyes spot Moerie walking by. She seems to be indifferently looking at an item on sale. Her eyes flicker towards mine, calmly reassuring me, before she moves on. I gulp and open my mouth. Excuse me, miss, can I ask you something? Though I didn't disguise my voice, a feminine tone speaks the words I intoned, as Dirt had advertised to be one of the glass's many functions. A good sign, seeing as my dignity as a man is riding on this. This world's Koneko turns to me. Her eyebrow is arched upwards in a questioning manner. I inwardly gulp. I had spied on her previously with my Koneko, but being up close to her is giving me a strange sense of anxiousness in my stomach. Are why you a part of the occult research club? Naruto's voice is soothingly telling me what to say in the background, but in my nervousness, I only heard half of what was said. The amount processed was even lower. What I did manage to get, though, is that I should show her the contract paper. I fidget my hand in my skirt's right pocket and flourish the crumbled piece of paper to her. Eyes widening fractionally in understanding, she nods to my question. I am. Do you need something? Why yes, a wish. I bob my head when she returns my question with a question in reply. In my ears, I hear both Naruto and Dirt chanting the wish. They seem to have realized that I can't process complicated instructions with my current level of nervousness. It would be infinitely more helpful, though, if they were chanting the same thing. I take a minute to think over the two's wishes and combine them to make it sound better. This Koneko looks at me strangely before looking around. She nods to herself after a moment before walking away. Follow. She looks me in my eyes and gestures for me to follow her. I scuttle along after the girl. Taking a deep breath and sighing aloud, I thank whoever was listening for the fact that this Koneko didn't notice my cross-dressing. I inwardly pray that it keeps up. Thanks for watching.